Chapter 175. Throw clumsy punches with fear. This world had monsters and demons, but no one had seen this kind of creature. In this creepy environment, even an ordinary monster would scare them out of their wits. This monster was the visualized fear and evilness in the player's mind. Fang found that the monsters on the screens shared a general shape. But at a closer look, the details were different. For example, the monster on Su Tianji's screen had many hands, as if they were trying to burst out from the cracks of its body. The monster before Song Qingfeng had crimson eyes on its chest and belly. The monsters before these players were more twisted and scarier than the original version. Fang Qi's face twitched as he wondered if the system had built up a real Silent Hill in the game. As someone who was familiar with this game, Fang Qi knew the creepiness of this place more than others and that it had special forces which could materialize people's deep thoughts. The people who had dark thoughts hidden inside their minds would easily fall into an alternate world. This monster was obviously the product of the main character's dark thoughts combined with the player's own dark emotions, such as bitterness and stress. Since it concerned their inner emotions, it would give the latter powerful mental suggestions. However, if the players had no or very few bad thoughts, then the monster would look like the original version in Silent Hill 2. The monster before Shen Qingqing was an example of such. Anyway, under the heightened creepiness of the atmosphere, the monsters looked quite scary. Even Nolan Hongwu froze at the sight. The girls had the urge to huddle together. Covering her eyes, Zhang Xiaoyu screamed, "What's this damn thing?" She wasn't afraid of demons, but this was too much. More importantly, the main character in the game was an ordinary guy without any special abilities. If he had warrior chi, the players would feel better, but now, they didn't even dare to touch this thing for fear that they would be snatched by it. If they didn't beat it, there wasn't an escape route to them. Fortunately, the monsters at the beginning of Silent Hill weren't too strong. Besides, the players were accomplished warriors, including the girls, and thus were quite bold. Shen Qingqing gave the monster a vicious kick and then ran at top speed. Song Qingfeng and the others who had learned the close-range combat skill from Resident Evil gave the monsters some punches before dashing out with screams. Su Tianji thought, "I don't have any fighting abilities." She felt crazy with fear. Fortunately, her mind was much stronger than others. When she was forced into a corner, she fought her way out with clumsy punching and kicking. They didn't stop running until they were certain that the monsters didn't come after them. Shivering, they immediately quit from the virtual reality mode. Su Tianji turned her head and glared at Fang Qi, who was the only calm one among them, and she had the urge to throw the virtual headset onto his head. She had humiliated herself, in a huge way as well. Before the game, she had felt so confident that she bragged to her disciples that she would come out with a victory. However, after playing only for half an hour, she was scared out of her wits. Remembering her clumsy punches in the game, she felt crazy with embarrassment. It was more humiliating than yesterday's sudden belch. Lan Yan and Zhang Xiaoyu leaned against Nolan Mingshui while shivering, but Nolan Mingshui's face was obviously colder than usual. Dong Qingli, Zhang Wanyu, Feng Hua, and Yuexin huddled together in another tight group. Fear was contagious. With a dark expression, Nolan Hongwu glanced at the screens and asked, "Kid, is this called toughening the mind, sir?" Song Qingfeng said, "How can I beat it? I would be scared to death first." "Right." Shen Qingqing patted her chest to calm down her racing heart. "I was lucky that it didn't catch me." They were not afraid of demons or even zombies, but in this game, everything oozed creepiness, including the letter from a dead person and the dead silent ominous town with no people in sight. Then, the monsters just jumped out. The monsters were obviously not something that ordinary people could handle. No wonder the boss didn't play. Zhang Xiaoyu was also frightened, but since she wasn't a player, she had recovered some courage after huddling with the other girls. Therefore, she now had the strength to complain. "Now, I know that you just don't dare to play it." "Right," Lan Yan murmured, "how could anyone create such a horrifying game?" The shop owner said that he would play tonight on livestream. Nolan Mingshui stared at Fang Qi with intense eyes, as if she expected him to go back on his words. "I'll put it on livestream tonight," Fang Qi said casually. Su Tianji had wanted to battle with Fang Qi personally, but she swallowed her challenge after hearing Fang Qi's words. "Will you really livestream tonight?" "Did I ever go back on my words?" Fang Qi asked. "Aren't you afraid?" Su Tianji sneered, obviously not believing him. Fang Qi pointed at the screen and said, "Look." Even the main character who is an ordinary guy isn't afraid. Why should I? He looked at Su Tianji and asked, are you so afraid that you don't dare to play again? At this moment, Nolan Hungwu said, in my opinion, since this game was made to toughen one's mind, it's understandable that the environment looks creepy. But I suppose that there must be a way to pass it, right? Fang Qi shrugged but didn't confirm his speculation. Nolan Hungwu continued, a moment ago, you all escaped from the monster even though you were ordinary in the game, which means that these monsters aren't as strong as you imagined. Hearing his words, the player's eyes lit up. Senior, do you mean that even an ordinary guy has the opportunity to survive this game? Of course, Nolan Hungwu said, otherwise, there's no point in creating such a game. I understand it now. Su Tianji calmed down quickly and said with sudden understanding, in this environment, the more unstable the mind is, the easier it is to lose one's life. One must keep calm to survive. This game has such a deep meaning. Is it so? Confused, Shu Zixin and Shen Qingqing stared at Fang Qi suspiciously, suspecting that this game was meant to scare the players out of their wits before doing them any benefits. Sir, are you sure that you'll play it tonight? Looking unconvinced, Shen Qingqing wanted to confirm it with him. Then, I'll try it again. Su Tianji said with a dark expression. She would never admit that her mind was weak. Since Fang Qi dared to play the game, she guessed that it wasn't anything to be afraid of. Chapter 176, A Competition of Courage. Disciples of Shengjing and Zai will play it. At this moment, Shu Zixin and Shen Qingqing decided to watch the others first, considering the creepy atmosphere in the game. Lin Xiao and Shu Luo glanced at Song Qingfeng, asking, young Master Song, shall we play it again? Song Qingfeng wasn't a faint-hearted guy. After hearing the others' words, he found the game less scary now. After some consideration, he said, let's play it. It's only one monster, and we can always run if we can't defeat it. Besides, it is just a game, and we had died many times in the games before. At this thought, he wasn't as afraid as a moment ago. Hee, you're right, young Master Song, Lin Xiao said loudly. Let's continue. We'll just run when we encounter that thing again. We just tried and escaped it. Meanwhile, the others came and stood behind them, wanting to see if other creepy situations would come up and thus get themselves prepared emotionally. Master, how come the street is full of these creatures in your game? Glancing at Su Tianji's screen, Feng Hua shivered at the sight where many distorted figures swarmed up from the thick mist. They had mentioned that there was only one monster, right? The girls watched from behind while huddling together and almost screaming. There were so many of them. While their faces twitched, Song Qingfeng and the other players yelled, run! Run! After running for a while, they murmured, where am I now? Although they had maps with them, they couldn't even decipher the information right now. Meanwhile, the thick mist around them threatened to swallow them. The mist seemed even thicker than before. Now, they couldn't even see things beyond their arms. They couldn't see anything hiding in the mist and didn't know if they would run into some more horrible things. Anything was quite possible since the game had created a weird and totally illogical atmosphere from the very beginning. Under the power of their wild imagination, they wouldn't feel surprised if even weirder things happened in this strange place. In the real world, they probably would think that these monsters were tricks played by other people. But in the games at Fang Qi's shop, they knew that anything could happen. After all, they had seen angels and demons that they had never imagined before. They wondered what creepy things were hiding in this game. They felt chills running down their spines at the possibilities. However, they had to explore deeper into this environment. The more scared they were, the deeper they must explore. After all, the main character was here to look for his wife, and he must try his best to find clues. Meanwhile, the people watching the game found the game became quite inhumane as it went on. Nolan Hungwu's old face twitched when he saw that the game forced the players to dig into the horror on top of scaring them. Otherwise, the game couldn't continue. Even though only one monster appeared so far, Song Qingfeng felt like his legs had turned into jelly. After all, it wasn't the Silent Hill which Fang Qi had played on Earth, as it was in a virtual reality environment. Just imagine, if you were placed inside such a surreal environment where you couldn't tell it apart from the real world, wouldn't you feel like everything happening here might turn into reality? How could anyone think of such a game? All the players turned green with fear, and they felt hopeless since they had to continue the game. Fang Qi was right that they must toughen their mind while they increased their cultivation strength at such a high speed. Otherwise, they would have problems with their mentality. People cried inside while they watched Song Qingfeng and the others play the game. More importantly, since each monster represented one kind of negative emotion, if the players shared the monsters' emotions, the monsters would look creepier and undergo a strange transformation. This game provided the players with nothing but a map, and only the players who had learned the close-range combat skill before could somewhat defend themselves. After several narrow escapes, they could finally understand the map. Hey, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. Song Qingfeng and the others decided to take a break since they could no longer continue the game. Su Tianji was the only one who kept playing. What are you doing here in a group? What are you doing here? At this moment, the disciples from Shengjing Academy and Zai Academy came in, and they walked up curiously when they saw so many people gathered together. Since they didn't have to wait in line, they had the leisure to come to inquire. A game to toughen one's mind. The disciples of Lingyun Academy don't dare to play it. Ever since they were suppressed by the disciples from Lingyun, the disciples from the other two academies had been holding a grudge. Now they heard that the elite disciples of Lingyun Academy didn't dare to play a game. It was a perfect opportunity for them. After all, they couldn't compete with Song Qingfeng and the others in the old games such as The Legend of the Sword and Fairy and Diablo, since the latter had passed the games already. However, they could compete with their rivals in the new game. If they kept playing it, they might surpass the disciples of Lingyun. They had glanced at Su Tianji's screen and saw that a male character was searching for something in the thick mist. There is nothing to be afraid of in this game. Although they saw some distorted figures in the thick mist, they didn't think it was a big deal. Of course, they didn't know that such horror games built up fear gradually. In one glance, it didn't look as creepy as it was for Song Qingfeng and the others who had played it from the beginning. When they saw a celestial-like beauty playing it, they thought that they could do it too. The mentalities of these disciples of Lingyun are ridiculously poor. Even this woman is stronger than them. Of course, they didn't know who this great beauty was yet. Ying Zongxuan said, "Junior brothers and sisters, let's play Silent Hill today. We'll show the disciples of Lingyun our courage. What do you say?" "Okay." They instantly agreed. "Sir, activate Silent Hill 2 for each of us." Junior sister Xiao, senior brother Li, fifth Prince Ji Yong didn't want to be outdone, and he said to a cold-eyed young man in a red robe and Xiao Lengyu in black, "Shall we play Silent Hill as well?" "Royal sister, shall we try it, too?" The second prince also looked tempted. Chapter 177, Failed in Competition of Courage. We're scared out of our wits. Let's watch it first. It was just a game, and Royal Princess Ji didn't pay much attention to it. However, she felt weird when she saw the name. Even the disciples of Lingyun don't dare to play it. She glanced at Song Qingfeng, Nalan Mingshe, and the others curiously. The second prince had been hesitant. Hearing Ji Yu's words, he said, "Okay. We'll watch it first then." Eagerly, Ying Zongxuan, Luo Yun, and the other disciples from Zai Academy activated and opened the game. Meanwhile, the elite disciples from Shengjing Academy, such as Xiao Lengyu and the fifth Prince Ji Yong, also activated and opened the game. It was a silent competition, and they wanted to take this opportunity to redeem themselves. How can cowards become warriors? Ji Yong quickly entered the game. At the beginning of the game, the information was simple. The male character James received a letter from his wife Mary, who had died 3 years ago, and the letter said that she was waiting for him at a special place in Silent Hill. Eager to see his wife, James began his trip to Silent Hill with suspicions on his mind. While he controlled the ordinary male character's body, he remembered the content of the letter as he watched the dead silent town which was engulfed in thick mist. Ji Yong went speechless for a moment. When he watched Su Tianji play the game, he didn't feel anything special. However, after understanding the game's background and seeing the place that he was going to enter, he suddenly felt like something wasn't right. It looked fine when I watched her play it. Xiao Lengyu also frowned when she sensed the change in the atmosphere. She remembered that before the activation of the game, Lolijang Xiaoyu had told her the different features of this game. For example, the external communication would be cut off when the players entered the main plot. Standing in the dead silence, she felt uneasy. Watching the game from behind, the royal princess and the second prince also changed their expressions. An ordinary guy will have to search for someone in such a place. In the real world, they would send troops to do the search first. How could an ordinary guy enter this place? How could he make his way back? Remembering their boasts, the disciples from the two academies had to force themselves into the thick mist. After all, the disciples of Lingyun had played it for a while. If they quit at the beginning of the game, it would be too humiliating for them. Anyway, it is just a game. How could it do anything to me? At this thought, Ji Yong and the others forced themselves to continue the game. When they passed the cemetery, they finally encountered a person who revealed to them the strange things that were happening in Silent Hill. Then, they entered the town and saw no damages in the houses and other buildings, but they didn't see any person and couldn't hear any sounds. Luo Yun had the urge to quit the game. She had never been afraid when she was hunting demon beasts, but now she suddenly found those demon beasts were quite endearing. Watching the game, the royal princess's face turned dark, and she murmured to herself, "I'd rather face a group of assassins than enter this place." In an unknown and weird place, people would reveal their deepest fears since they had to imagine the enemies who they might encounter. In this situation, the players couldn't stop imagining the scariest things that they could think of once they started. Their imagination ran wild since they got cues from the game, and they subconsciously felt that they might encounter things scarier than monsters. For a long while after the game began, the players wouldn't encounter monsters, but the continuous exploration in silence heightened the players' fear. That was the scariest part for new players. The second prince felt lucky. "It's fortunate that I followed my royal sister's advice to watch it first." When the players' fear rose to the limit, they suddenly saw the distorted thing before them, and these creatures corresponded to the internal evils inside them. The most dangerous situation that they had experienced was killing demon beasts, and most of the demon beasts they faced were much weaker than them. This was a scenario that they had never seen before. Some escaped, but the royal princess and the second prince saw some players getting knocked down by the monster. They could imagine the hopelessness when one struggled desperately but couldn't quit from the game. Ji Yu felt the hairs on her body standing up on end. She shrieked uncontrollably. This shriek was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The people who were also watching the game shivered, and they were all scared out of their wits. This shriek drew the attention of the other people in the internet cafe. Cowardly, Royal Princess Ji Yu immediately hid behind the second prince. It was super embarrassing. They had boasted about their courage, but they turned out to be more scared than their rivals. Furthermore, everyone turned to watch their humiliation at the royal princess's shriek, and they thought that they would die of embarrassment. To save face, the second prince lifted his head and yelled, "Sir! How can someone play the game? Why not?" Fang Qi looked toward them. The main character is just an ordinary guy, and he has to enter such a dangerous place. Ji Yu argued in a loud voice, "This game is unreasonable. Is there anything wrong with the fact that he's an ordinary guy?" Fang Qi said, "You become scared when you have no cultivation strength, which means that your seemingly strong mentality is a result of your cultivation strength. Without your cultivation strength, your mind collapses at the first challenge." Fang Qi's words touched many people's nerves, and they shivered. Fang Qi studied them and said, "In my opinion, you guys should play the game 100 times. Everyone's face twitched. "Play 100 times? Do you want us to die from fear? Then, why don't you play it?" Xiao Lengyu finally escaped from the monster and then took off the virtual headset before glaring at Fang Qi. "Who told you that?" Fang Qi rolled his eyes. "The shop owner will play it on the livestream tonight," Nolan Mingshe said, obviously to prevent Fang Qi from going back on his words. "Livestream?" All of them stared at him. "You'll broadcast this game on livestream?" "Yeah," Nolan Mingshe answered for Fang Qi. Meanwhile, on the other side of the internet cafe, the old premier led a group of civil and military officials to watch the TV series in leisure. On this side, the disciples from the three academies confronted the shop owner, Mr. Fang. "Good. We'll witness your humiliation." Fang Qi looked fearless. Seeing his casual expression, the players who had been scared in the game gritted their teeth. "Humph, I hope you won't beg for mercy." Fang Qi shrugged and then looked at Nolan Mingshe, who had been making trouble for him. "Isn't it time for you to try it?" Chapter 178, Looking forward to Mr. Fang's performance. At Fang Qi's challenge, the customers who wanted to watch him livestream Silent Hill all tried the game and were scared out of their wits as expected. At this moment, Su Tianji finally turned off the game. Her mind was much stronger than others, and she had finally killed a few monsters since the beginning. For some reason, whenever she saw this kind of monsters, she would remember the great suppressive feeling that she had experienced when she was in seclusion cultivation before charging at the Divine Ocean realm. At that time, She was very close to a breakthrough but just couldn't achieve it after cultivating hard for a long time. During the period just before the breakthrough, she had been afraid that her energy would deviate from her meridians and cause a backlash. Even now, she was reluctant to recall that memory. It didn't constitute an internal evil, but she hoped that she could forget it. However, after she made some escapes and killed some of those monsters, she now felt much lighter than before. Is this the effect of the game? She didn't know if it was the result of playing the game or just an illusion. However, the whole playing process was. Forget it, I'll play it another day. Su Tianji suddenly felt mentally fatigued. It was damn scary. If she continued playing it, she would be afraid on her way back to Luyun Taoist Palace in the night. Fortunately, she had two sweet disciples to keep her company. At this thought, she felt warm inside. Then, she saw her two disciples huddled together in fear. Many people wanted to watch Fang Qi's livestream, so they stayed in the internet cafe until the evening. Of course, Fang Qi would be lying if he said that he wasn't a bit afraid to play the game. After all, he wasn't brainless. Sir, it's 8 p.m. now. Are you going to broadcast the game or not? The new players including Xiao Lengyu and the royal princess, and the old players including Nolan Mingxie and Su Tianji were all staring at Fang Qi who was still playing Diablo. If their eyes could kill, Fang Qi would have died from thousands of cuts. Are you going to break your promise? Su Tianji had a dark expression on her face. Sir, it's time for the livestream. Dong Qingli had also been waiting to watch the livestream even though she found playing the game herself too scary. However, watching others play the game was thrilling. After watching a few times, the scary scenes became less frightening, and she got to watch the players' frightened faces. Fang Qi's face turned stiff. Can I do it tomorrow? No, you must do it today. Now, this moment, the players who had played the game at Fang Qi's challenge were scared out of their wits. Right now, they stared at Fang Qi, wanting him to experience the same. Sir, I've blocked the door, Lan Yan yelled, you can't get away with the sword control technique. Fang Qi's face turned dark, thinking, too vicious. He lifted one finger and said, then, I'll play for a little while. No, everyone turned fierce. You must play as long as we did. 1 hour. Fang Qi lifted one finger again. I played for 4 hours. Su Tianji reminded him in a friendly way. Fang Qi checked the time and said, do you really want me to play for 4 hours? Certainly. Nolan Hongwu stroked his beard and said, I played for 5 hours. Since your shop closes at 12 at midnight, I won't ask you to play for 5 hours, but 4 hours is the minimal. Fang Qi's face twitched. Senior, I guess you must have got lost and wandered around Silent Hill for 5 hours. Of course, he didn't know that he had guessed half of the truth. Seeing that they had surrounded him, Fang Qi waved his hand and said awkwardly, then, I'll play it. I'll see your legs turn weak with fear. That's what you deserve for scaring us. Many people thought with resentment. For instance, the royal princess, Nolan Mingxie, and Song Qingfeng claimed that they had never been frightened like this in their whole lives. As for Su Tianji, she was so scared that she had to punch and kick like a crab. She wished that she could kill everyone who witnessed her humiliation. Now that she thought back to it, she wondered why she had decided to play this game in the first place. While she was brooding over this unhappy thought, Fang Qi had clicked open the game. At the same time, the big livestream screens were turned on. With the expansion of the shop space and the great number of players, they couldn't all stand behind Fang Qi to watch him play. Some of them sat on the couches to watch the game on the big screens. With so many people watching the game, girls like Feng Hua and Yuexin felt better. The beginning was the same. Despite the high degree of freedom in the game, the plot remained the same. I'll see how frightened you'll get. Resentfully, Shen Qingqing thought as she watched Fang Qi walk slowly into the thick mist on the screen. After all, she was the first one who got scared. This kid must be afraid. Su Tianji arched her eyebrows. I'll see how he humiliates himself. Sure enough, they saw Fang Qi stopping at the cemetery. Sir, why did you stop? Yeah, move on. Go into Silent Hill if you dare. Can't I read the plot first? Fang Qi rolled his eyes. The main character, James, would run into a woman named Angela who had come here to look for her mother. She would tell the main character that Silent Hill was an extremely dangerous and creepy place and try to persuade him to go back. In fact, every person who came to Silent Hill had their reasons. I'm looking for someone very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again. When James said these words with a lost yet determined expression, the plot was fixed, and he would continue the search no matter what difficulties he encountered. The games that the system modified all had a high degree of freedom, but the basic frames were not to be changed. Look, the shop owner is entering the town. He is hunching his shoulder. Ha ha ha, I look forward to enjoying his performance in one moment. Some of the people in the audience looked smug. This road, is he going to touch the radio? They didn't know if the radio was useful or not, but they knew that the place where the radio was would be easily blocked by a monster, and the players would get a big scare. After some attempts, no one walked this way anymore. They were surprised that the shop owner still chose to go this way. The shop owner is now inside the fence. Lan Yan was excited because Fang Qi was about to arrive at the scariest part in a moment. The shop owner watched this part already, so I think he won't be scared. Shen Qingqing said, nonsense. Dong Qingli said, I watched you play the game, but I still got scared when I played it. Once inside this fence, it's hard to escape. If you force your way out, you might be attacked by the monster. Except you want to fight the monster head-on. Nolan Mingxie added as she turned pale when she remembered that scary moment. Then, they saw the distorted figure behind Fang Qi. On the screen, Fang Qi picked up a stick and hit the monster on the face 3 times. My hometown is in this town. He hummed a song and swung his leg over the fence with the radio in his hand. Fang Qi said on the screen, this monster's main attacking method is spraying poison, so you just hit its face. No matter how afraid I am, I can't be frightened by a small monster at the beginning of the game, right? Fang Qi mumbled. Everyone's face twitched. Chapter 179. Close the door behind you and then run. How could it be? All the players who had waited to watch Fang Qi's scared face were dumbfounded. The shop owner wasn't scared by this horrible monster. Instead, he knocked the monster to the ground and walked away calmly. Can one play this way? Besides, when the shop owner hit it, it doesn't look strong, Dong Qingli said in surprise. The shop owner is so strong. Feng Hua and Yuexin said with envy. This monster isn't strong. Su Tianji snorted and said, if you're careful and have a weapon, it's easy to handle. But it looks terrifying, she thought. Of course, she wouldn't say this in front of her disciples. Besides, the players were often caught off guard by it. Even the high-level warriors and cultivators didn't have a great advantage since the main character's body was ordinary and had a slow reaction speed. More importantly, this monster crawled very swiftly when it was dying, which tested the player's cautiousness and judgment. One could deal with a monster with no problem, but if they were surrounded by a group of them, even a dumb guy knew what to do. Even though Fang Qi knew how to deal with these monsters, he avoided them as best he could except for the first one. It seems that he's afraid after all. To gain back her reputation in front of her disciples, Su Tianji continued to belittle Fang Qi. If it were me, I would have killed them with a stick. The shop owner is playing like a coward. Nolan Mingxie also bad-mouthed Fang Qi. During the day, Fang Qi said that he wouldn't play if they didn't play, so Nolan Mingxie was forced to play the game and was frightened several times. Thus, she held a grudge against him and began to bad-mouth him. He'll get into trouble when the monsters accumulate into larger numbers, Song Qingfeng said in disdain when he saw Fang Qi kept on running past the monsters in the game. At this moment, Fang Qi continued to broadcast while running. Although he couldn't hear the others, his voice could be heard through the big screens. Now, I'll show you the parkour play style. Park what? Everyone looked baffled. Fang Qi dug out the key that he had picked up earlier and unlocked the iron wire door to the apartment building before closing it behind him. He said goodbye to the chasing monsters as he shut them out. The audience was at a loss for words. There were no lights in the apartment building. Fortunately, it was daytime, and it wasn't pitch black. Fang Qi walked to the second floor and into the room on his right to get a flashlight. When he swept the flashlight around the room, some creepy noises sounded, and then the mannequin that was lying on the ground suddenly stood up. Just imagine this scene yourself. More importantly, seeing the plastic mannequin coming to life would give the player a strong cue, suggesting that these things had gone beyond the realm of usual demons and monsters. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that even weirder things happened in the next moment. At this sight, Feng Hua and Yuexin huddled together while screaming. Ms. Nolan. With goosebumps all over her skin, Lan Yan leaned toward Nolan Mingxie. The moment that Lan Yan leaned toward her, Loli Zhang Xiaoyu also huddled against her. They huddled together. Su Tianji had played this part, and she had gotten a huge fright at that time. Seeing it again, she still found it chilling. Since the disciples of Shengjing and Zai stood together in a large group, they still looked calm. Of course, underneath their calm veneer, they were indeed frightened. The shop owner must be scared. In order to watch Fang Qi get scared, many of the viewers got scared themselves. Luo Yun even shivered while she spoke those words. I suppose so. Ying Zongshuan was also frightened. The kid didn't see this part. Su Tianji snorted and said, he must be scared. Dong Qingli and the others hadn't seen this part either. They had felt a thrill when they watched the beginning, but now they had chills running down their spines. In fact, Fang Qi was indeed alarmed, and he strode out of the door swiftly. The essence of the parkour play style is shutting the doors behind you, Fang Qi explained while hearing the heavy knocking noises on the door. Su Tianji's face turned dark. She had forced herself forward and killed this thing with some crazy swinging of a stick, and she still felt lingering fear recalling this memory. Dong Qingli, the royal princess, and the others had been waiting to watch him get scared, but now they almost spat out blood. What's this? Shutting doors behind you? How can he play the game this way? After all, Fang Qi hadn't ventured deep into Silent Hill yet, and the monsters from his unconsciousness were still controllable. After heaving a sigh of relief, Fang Qi continued with his exploration. The first part of Silent Hill 2 was a confusing journey for the new players. They didn't know what to do, other than blindly explore the place. In fact, it revealed what the main character was feeling. He was troubled by confusion and fear, but he had to search for clues with his memory and a few words in the letter. While Fang Qi continued exploring in the apartment building that was fraught with unknown danger, the atmosphere got even tenser. Fang Qi had found a pistol, but it probably was useless in this place. He didn't encounter many monsters, but he had to continue searching for clues. Each time he pulled open a door, people would shiver with anticipation that something weird would jump out. By now, Fang Qi had finished exploring the third floor and had returned to the second floor, but a shrill scream came from the dead silent apartment suddenly. Some girls screamed along. They saw a blood-covered monster that was wearing a triangular headgear standing behind the fence in a corner. Behind the monster was endless darkness, making it look like a demon from hell. I can't watch it anymore. Fenghua and Yuexin, who were less brave, covered their eyes. I don't want to watch it. Even Fang Qi felt his hairs standing up on end at this sight. That monster didn't move. Instead, it just stood there staring at his direction. However, it looked creepier this way. Fang Qi turned the corner and walked into a room. The ground was covered in blood, and the TV was still on. On the sofa before the TV lay a corpse whose belly was cut open. Although the face wasn't clear, some detail-oriented players had found that something wasn't right. How come this guy's hair is also golden? And his hairstyle resembles that of the main character's? Impossible. The main character is standing right beside it. Chapter 180, Xiaoyu. Help me up. The situation got even weirder and more illogical, and everyone became so scared that they almost jumped up. Now that such an impossible thing happened, what else could happen? Would the players find a corpse that looked exactly like them? The atmosphere in the game got even creepier, and so was the atmosphere in the internet cafe. With the atmosphere in the game getting weirder, James, the main character, got closer to the inner world. Shall we stop watching? Many people didn't want to watch it any longer. No, if we get scared from just watching the livestream, then think of the shop owner. Do you think that he's not afraid? Let's watch some more. The shop owner will surely be scared out of his wits. The disciples from Shengjing and Zai encouraged each other. One more scare and he will wet his pants. I just don't believe that this kid isn't afraid. Unconvinced, Su Tianji continued watching. At this moment, they saw Fang Qi coming to the other end of the third floor and pushing open a door. That blood-covered monster wearing a triangular headgear was torturing two mannequins, and the mannequins' bodies twisted in pain. At this moment, Fang Qi suddenly crawled into the closet. The monster wearing the triangular headwear turned its head and spotted Fang Qi. Everyone had their hearts in their throats. He is finished. He got cornered. Then, Fang Qi found a key in the closet and then took out the gun which he had found earlier. He shot continuously while dashing out of the closet. However, the monster seemed to feel nothing. It continued walking toward Fang Qi. The bullets only slowed down its speed a little bit. Everyone watched the scene with widened eyes. What is this monster? Even bullets are useless against it. How will he continue the fight? Before, They could at least kill the monsters that they encountered with a stick, but even bullets couldn't do any damage to this monster now. What can I do now? Shut the door behind me. Fang Qi dashed out the door in a panic and shut the door with a shivering hand. When the monster broke out of the door, he had already run away. At this time, Fang Qi quickly exited the game and took off the virtual headset. Sir, why did you stop playing? Ha 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 ha, sir, you're frightened. Seeing Fang Qi quitting the game so swiftly, many of them laughed in satisfaction. He must be scared. Fang Qi pointed at the time on the bottom right corner on his screen. It's 12 now. It's time for you to go home. Go. They realized that Fang Qi exited the game because the time was up. However, they had no time to argue with him because they thought of a more horrible thing. At this late hour, they had to go home after watching this horror game livestream. It was midnight. They hadn't thought of this when they were watching the livestream, but now. Ah, all of them cried, sir. Looking at the pitch-dark road outside the internet cafe, Song Qingfeng's legs shivered as he begged, can I spend the night here? He just didn't want to go. No, Fang Qi rolled his eyes. I asked you if you really wanted to watch the livestream for 4 hours. All of them turned pale. In fact, Xu Zixin and Shen Qingqing wanted to ask the same question. They wanted to sleep in the internet cafe tonight. The ordinary people would probably sleep on the ground of Fang Qi's internet cafe. However, the members of royalty and the elite disciples of the major academies would never think of sleeping on the ground of an internet cafe. It would be too humiliating for them to just contemplate about it. Feng Hua, Yuexin, Su Tianji called, go back with me. Ah, okay. The two girls walked out after Su Tianji with hunched shoulders. There's nothing to be afraid of. Nalan Hengwu curled his lips and walked out proudly with his hands clasped behind his back. Elder Fu, let's go. Senior is right. Liang Haihu snorted. Disciples of Shengjing Academy, follow me. The disciples of Shengjing huddled together and walked out of the door after him. Fang Qi blinked when he saw the royal princess and the second prince mingle in the group. I'll ask Qing to pick me up with a group of people. Dong Qingli immediately sent the message. It was so dark outside, how else could she go back? Sir, can you walk us to the gate of the academy? Song Qingfeng looked at the darkness outside and said. Fang Qi's face twitched. As a grown man, you want me to walk you back? But we're not grown men. Shen Qingqing glanced at Song Qingfeng in disdain before she continued, Sir, walk us to the academy. Ignore him, sir. Me too. Hearing that Fang Qi was going to walk people home, Lan Yan immediately came up. Count me in. Nalan Mingshe looked calm, even though she was frightened inside. Fang Qi's face turned dark, and he rolled his eyes at the two girls. Farewell, I won't walk you back. Are you kidding me? You two were the biggest troublemakers, and now you're finally afraid. Those of you who don't want to go back, please walk out of the door. Fang Qi looked dignified while lounging on the chair. I'm closing the shop for the night. Aren't you afraid? Nalan Mingshe stared at Fang Qi suspiciously. There's nothing to be afraid of. It was a piece of cake for me. Fang Qi waved his hand calmly while still sitting on the chair. The disciples of the two academies, Su Tianji, and the others had just walked out of the door. Hearing his loud words, their faces twitched. They lost in a big way. They didn't know if Fang Qi was scared, but they themselves got so frightened that they didn't dare to walk back home. To add insult to injury, the shop owner kicked them out at this late hour. Looking at the pale-faced customers who walked out of the shop reluctantly, Fang Qi lounged on the computer chair and said in satisfaction, that's what you get for pitting your wits and courage against mine. Everyone's faces turned dark, and they felt like killing him. About 10 minutes later, everyone left. Everyone was doomed to a sleepless night. The spiritual boat flying toward Luyun Taoist Palace almost crashed. Screams could be heard from the guarding team of the Wind and Moon Pavilion, and the two girls who made the most trouble for Fang Qi now got what they deserved. In a private house in Lingyun Academy, the lights were still on at midnight. Ms. Nalan, can I sleep with you tonight? Lan Yan's voice came from her room. Ah, with a shriek, the two girls huddled together in the quilt and shivered. Meanwhile in the internet cafe. Xiaoyu, come here. Fang Qi sat on the chair and called out heroically. Boss, what is it? Zhang Xiaoyu sat motionlessly not far from him. Help me up. My legs have turned into jelly. Zhang Xiaoyu had tears on her face. Boss, my legs are weak too. Chapter 181. Want to play games dressed as a girl? Impossible. Luyun Taoist Palace. Feng Hua and Yuexin returned to Tianji Palace shivering all over, and they couldn't sleep for most of the night. Meanwhile, Xiao Yulv was reading under the light. Recently, he spent no more than 6 hours in the internet cafe each day. Since he didn't have to worry about waiting in line for a computer, he came and went freely. The pattern had begun since the day that Dong Qingli came into the shop. In the last 2 days, he didn't even go to the internet cafe at all. Right now, he had an exquisite jade slip in his hand, and there were 2 ancient characters on it, shape transformation. Haha, the spiritual spells of our Luyun Taoist palace are indeed profound and mysterious. He stood before a brass mirror and used a spell with his hands, murmuring to himself, I just don't believe that you can see through me this time. Xiao Yulv had spent lots of time and energy on this, and now he was finally able to use it. Shape transformation was a high-level spiritual spell of the Luyun Taoist palace. It could change one's looks and alter one's aura. While he used the spiritual spell, Xiao Yulv's eyes looked bright with intense light. This time, I shall watch the 5th and the 6th episodes of Jade Dynasty. Then, I'll eat instant noodles and drink Coke. When he remembered the rich aroma of the instant noodles in the internet cafe, his stomach growled. He hadn't eaten today, but he felt elated just thinking that he could eat the delicious instant noodles in a little while. Soon, he experienced a transformation under the effect of the spiritual spell. Not only his looks but his aura all changed. He transformed into another person, the Tianji Palace, the next morning. Good morning, Master. Feng Hua and Yuexin looked haggard, and it was obvious that they didn't sleep well last night. Although cultivators like them didn't need much sleep, it was still torture for them to keep imagining that some monster would crawl out from somewhere during the night. After greeting their master, they walked out of the Tianji Palace. Junior sister, let's go back and get some sleep. While they walked toward the disciple residence, Feng Hua suggested. Aren't we going to Juhua City with our master today? Yuexin asked. Since we don't have to wait in line in Mr. Fang's shop, we can go there later. At this moment, Xiao Yulv walked to the front of the palace. Xiao Yulv glanced at them and overheard them. They won't go to Juhua City now. He rolled his eyes and remembered that the shop had been nice to women. They'll lower their guard when dealing with familiar female customers. Xiao Yulv slapped his thigh when he suddenly realized whom he should pretend to be. It was a God-sent gift. A while later, a girl wearing the high-level disciple uniform of Luyun Taoist Palace walked from a remote corner toward a huge spiritual boat which was about to set off from the huge launching platform. Senior sister Feng Hua, the guarding disciples looked a bit baffled. Doesn't she follow Elder Su every day? How come she's alone today? Are you going to Juhua all by yourself? The disciples bowed to her. This person grinned smugly. No one recognizes me, and this new female disciple uniform is quite fitting. Well, it's a good start. Sometime later, Feng Hua and Yuexin still looked a bit sleepy but felt much better now. While they walked toward the spiritual boat, they chatted. Senior sister, how do you feel now? Yuexin asked. Much better, Feng Hua said. For some reason, I don't feel as scared as before. I have the same feeling. At the beginning, I was so frightened. But after the scariest part, I feel less afraid. Feng Hua covered her mouth in astonishment. This game is designed to toughen our minds, and we played yesterday. They exclaimed together in joy. Does it mean that our mental strength has increased? I didn't kill any monsters yesterday. Feng Hua said. I just ran around aimlessly in the game. But our master didn't gain any levels after killing monsters. They looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. Does it mean that we don't have to kill monsters to gain mental strength in this game? Right, didn't you notice that the shop owner rarely killed monsters during the whole playthrough? They chatted while they walked toward the spiritual boat. Feng, the guarding disciples greeted them and froze as they watched Feng Hua and Yuexin walk toward the spiritual boat. How come she looks like senior sister Feng Hua so much? Didn't she set off for Juhua earlier? Maybe we saw it wrong. They looked at each other and said, the disciples who take spiritual boats must have their identities checked by Manager Yong. Since he didn't find any problems, we must have seen it wrong. Fang Qi opened his shop quite late around 8:30 a.m. Fortunately, after yesterday's shop upgrade, the players didn't come so early since they knew that they didn't have to wait in line. Listless, he opened the door and only saw 2 to 3 old customers coming in. One of them was Feng Hua, who had been scared out of her wits last night. You're early today, Fang Qi greeted her. Where's your master? How come she's not with you today? Ha ha ha. The person laughed inside. remembering how he had been recognized by Fang Qi by his voice and then got tossed out last time. It was a humiliating incident. But now, he was standing in front of Fang Qi, and the latter didn't recognize him. The spiritual spells of our Luyun Taoist palace are indeed mysterious and powerful. My hard work paid off. Fang Qi rubbed his eyes and found that Feng Hua's smile looked a bit cold. He wondered if it was just an illusion. Sir, activate the 5th and the 6th episodes of Jade Dynasty for me. He had been furious when the story ended at a massive cliffhanger in the 4th episode. Today, no one can stop me from watching the TV series. Oh, you haven't watched the 5th and the 6th episodes yet. Fang Qi took the money and looked up, but he quickly blinked and murmured, "Where's she?" "Forget it, Xiaoyu. Take the money." Zhang Xiaoyu walked up and looked at a figure who had swiftly dashed to a computer area. "Isn't that Sister Feng Hua? How come she came here all by herself?" she asked. "How would I know? Ha ha ha." Xiao Yulv lounged on the computer chair and double-clicked the super theater while crossing his legs, feeling extremely smug. "Even the shop owner couldn't recognize me. This time, I'll see who can stop me." Suddenly, words appeared on the computer screen. "You are on the blacklist of the shop. Please exit the game and get a refund at the counter." Ah! Instantly, he screamed like a heartbroken groundhog. Chapter 182, Nalan Hongwu, I'll show you how to play it. All the players seemed to feel the effects of playing Silent Hill. Yesterday, they had been paranoid and were afraid that something weird would jump out at them, but they woke up less frightened this morning. Of course, they were not fearless, only less afraid. The royal princess stood on the spiritual boat and looked into the sky above the distant Juhua city. The second prince and the 5th prince stood beside her. "There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm no longer afraid," she snorted contemptuously. "Royal sister, pyramid head, where?" She turned her head and found that the second prince and the 5th prince had run away. "Why are you running?" Ah! At this moment, Fang Qi, Song Qingfeng, Nalan Hongwu, and Su Tianji were enjoying instant noodles while sitting on the couch beside the door. Sir, Feng Hua and Yuexin walked to join them while carrying bowls of instant noodles. Since they got up late and didn't come with Su Tianji, they arrived at the shop later than usual. Fang Qi looked up and froze. "Didn't you go and watch the TV series?" Fang Qi looked at Feng Hua in confusion. Just a moment ago, Feng Hua had gone to watch Jade Dynasty, but now another Feng Hua came to eat instant noodles. "You took computer number 16. Fang Qi walked over while carrying his bowl of instant noodles and looked around. "Where is she? What computer number 16? Feng Hua was more confused than him. "I just arrived with Yuexin. Are you feeling better now?" Su Tianji glanced at them. "After taking a rest, we don't feel so frightened," they reported excitedly. "Oh, sir," Feng Hua asked, "what did you mean by computer no? 16? Outside of the washrooms?" Miss Lingyun Academy instructor Yu Liang looked baffled since he had just seen a figure who was wearing a white skirt walking into the men's washroom. He knocked on the door and then walked in, but he checked the stalls and saw no one inside. "Where is she, miss? This is the men's washroom," Yu Liang yelled. "In the lounge area at the entrance of the internet cafe." Fang Qi explained the situation. "You saw a Feng Hua walking to computer number 16 to watch Jade Dynasty. There are two Feng Hua." Su Tianji and the others stared at Fang Qi with tense eyes. "I saw her too." Zhang Xiaoyu raised her hand. "Speaking of that, Nalan Hongwu came here early each morning, and he said, I seem to have seen a girl wearing the same clothes as Feng Hua." "Sir." Song Qingfeng suddenly looked fearful. "Do you think that Silent Hill really exists in the world?" After all, they had seen two main characters in the livestream last night. Ah! Feng Hua almost jumped with fear when she remembered the corpse resembling the main characters at the end of last night's livestream. Does it mean that the other Feng Hua came from Silent Hill? "Sir." At this moment, Yu Liang hurried to them. "I just saw a person who was wearing skirt walking into the men's washroom, and she wouldn't come out." All of them looked at each other in astonishment. A girl in a skirt entering the men's washroom and wouldn't come out. It must be an imposter. Nalan Hongwu immediately responded, "Hurry and catch the guy." The guys quickly strode to the men's washroom. Meanwhile, Xiao Yulv sneaked out of a corner while soaked in cold sweat. "No one saw me," he thought with his heart in his throat. Xiao Yulv exhaled in relief when he walked further away from the men's washroom. Fortunately, he wasn't caught. Otherwise, his ending would be worse than being tossed out. Meanwhile, Su Tianji was sitting on a couch beside the door, comforting Feng Hua and Yuexin. Since she was sitting down, her gaze was quite low, and a pair of the white boots worn by female disciples of Luyun Taoist Palace entered her sight. She looked up and saw Xiao Yulf smiling and greeting her. "Good morning, Auntie." Su Tianji was silent. "Ah." With a scream, Xiao Yulf was sent flying out of the door again. "Go back and change your boots." Su Tianji's face was livid. "There's no one in there. What is the matter?" Meanwhile, the guys came out of the men's washroom one after another. "Sir, will you do a livestream again?" Shu Zixin bought a bowl of instant noodles and sat down on a couch. Although she had been scared out of her wits last night, Shu Zixin no longer felt so afraid after one night's rest and the small increase in her mental strength. "How about doing the livestream during the day?" Su Tianji asked while eating her instant noodles. It was too scary to watch it during the night. It would be better to do it earlier today. "Can't you play it yourselves?" Fang Qi rolled his eyes and decided that he must take a break today. "Right, we'll play during the day and return early," Su Tianji said. You dare to play it again?" Shu Zixin and the others gaped at her. Despite the small increase in their mental strengths, they found it better to watch others play than playing it themselves. They still thought that the game was too scary for them. "Are you talking about yesterday's new game, Silent Hill 2? And Hu Wei and the others also came over with bowls of instant noodles in their hands. After all, Fang Qi had written Silent Hill 2 under today's new item section on the small blackboard, and many customers had noticed it. Some had asked about it but hadn't played it yet, and some had watched it for some time yesterday and knew a little about it. After all, not everyone would try a game on the first day that it came out, some were still hesitating about it. And Hu Wei and Cheng hadn't made up their minds yet. "It seems scary, right?" Nolan Hungwu said contemptuously. "Only the people with unstable minds will get frightened in the game. Look at me, I feel fine. You young people are easily startled." And Hu Wei chuckled. "Senior, we're not as strong as you." "Perfect." Nolan Hungwu finished his bowl of instant noodles and stood up from the couch. "Since this kid won't play, I'll play it. I have understood this game. It tries to attack your mind with mental cues. In fact, the monsters are not so powerful. As long as you guard your mind and concentrate, you can easily handle these tricks." Well, the people brightened up when they heard his words. "Senior, are you going to play it right now?" "Of course." Nolan Hungwu chuckled and said, "I'll show you how to play it well today. Otherwise, you young people will be afflicted with internal evils by playing this scary game." "Great, let's go and watch how the senior plays this game." Soon, Nolan Hungwu went to a computer with a large group of people behind him. Su Tianji also hurried after him. After all, this senior had had his mind toughened in countless battles. Despite her high cultivation strength, her mental strength was much inferior compared to Nolan Hungwu's. "Boss." Zhang Xiaoyu glanced at the crowd. "Shall we go and watch it too?" Chapter 183. The Senior Seeks His Death. Of course, Fang Qi wanted to watch how different the virtual reality remake created by the system was from the original version, and how weirder it was. From his previous playing session, he learned that the monsters would change looks according to the player's internal evils. For Fang Qi, the monsters that he had encountered for now was not different from the original versions, which meant that he didn't have the internal evils that the monsters represented. It was a good thing, but it didn't mean that the situation would continue this way. After Nolan Hungwu entered the game, Fang Qi noticed that this senior's character had just found the key and entered the apartment building. The game had given some clues to the players for them to find this apartment building. Obviously, it took Nolan Hungwu a long time to find the clues and get here. After all, this town was big, and the game had a high degree of freedom, which meant that the players could enter a lot of places. The more clueless players would have to spend a lot of time on exploration. Obviously, Nolan Hungwu wasn't so lucky. Although he played longer than Su Tianji, he made less progress than her. At this moment, the players who had been eating the instant noodles on the couches all came up and stood behind him. You're standing here in a group again. Who are you watching?" Curious, Dong Qingli walked up to check. "We're watching Senior Nolan play the game." Shu Zixin and Song Qingfeng turned to look at her. This lady who was always wearing a veil left a deep impression on their minds. Other than the time when the entire city boycotted this shop, no one wore veils all day. Long as she did. More importantly, she liked to talk about the plots with people while wearing the veil, which gave people deep impressions. This senior has a determined mind and pure warrior mentality. It will benefit us to watch him play. Su Tianji said. Really? Dong Qingli looked at Fang Qi and asked, Sir, you are watching as well. Won't you livestream today? Fang Qi pointed at the screen. Today, I'm watching the senior play the game. Senior. Then, Fang Qi called out, with so many people watching, you can turn on the speakers so that we don't have to read the subtitles. Then, he taught Nolan Hongwu how to turn on the speakers. Different from external communication, the speakers would just release the sounds within the game. Such practice was usually not allowed since the internet cafe would get too noisy. Good. Nolan Hongwu laughed, surprised at this function. When he entered the virtual reality mode again, the viewers could also hear the sounds in the game. At this moment, Nolan Hongwu murmured to himself, yesterday, Kid Fang went to the second floor and got a flashlight. Yesterday, I explored this dark place for half a day and didn't know that there was such a thing. With a stick in his hand, he saw a mannequin lying on the ground behind the flashlight, but it didn't wake up yet. Nolan Hongwu walked over cautiously. What's Senior doing? How come he walked behind the flashlight? Clutching the stick, Nolan Hongwu stood before the mannequin cautiously. It's nothing to be afraid of. I'll show you how to handle it. I can kill this thing with 2 strikes of my stick, and I don't have to use a sneak attack on it. Then, he squatted and pointed out the stick carefully, poking at the mannequin. Everyone who was watching the game almost fainted. Quote. Exclamation mark question mark quote. Like a disturbed worm, the mannequin instantly squirmed violently on the ground and then stood up. Nolan Hongwu still didn't pick up the flashlight. With one hand behind his back, he pointed the stick forward with a fancy stance. To give you a better show, I'll allow it to attack me 3 times first. Squirming, the mannequin jumped at Nolan Hongwu, but he stepped to the side. The mannequin missed him. Then, Nolan Hongwu appeared at the back of the mannequin and smashed it with vicious force. The mannequin instantly dropped to the ground. Senior, you're awesome. The monster isn't too difficult to handle. That play was good. Fang Qi's eyes lit up, appreciating the different methods of handling the situation. However, didn't he mention that he was going to allow the mannequin to launch 3 attacks first? Nolan Hongwu looked awkward. I forgot that I was supposed to let it attack me 3 times first. I'll do it with the next monster, then. Everyone went speechless. With the flashlight in hand, Nolan Hongwu searched the rooms one by one and encountered another distorted monster, a lying figure, which looked like it was a corpse in a bag. I'll let this monster launch 3 attacks first. Splash! The monster spat acid mist onto his face. Nolan Hongwu instantly covered his eyes. Quote. Everyone. No. The acid mist got into his eyes. The senior is in danger. The audience reacted and exclaimed. You dared to launch a sneak attack on me. Nolan Hongwu swung the stick onto the monster like crazy, and the monster died. Seeing someone else also swinging the stick clumsily, Su Tianji was very pleased since she realized that she wasn't the only one. Who? Nolan Hongwu recovered his breath and explained, I did it as a lesson to you. When you play it yourself, you can't be as careless as I was. The main character is too ordinary. Fortunately, he had picked up some medicine which could heal his injuries. While sitting on the ground, to take a break, Nolan Hongwu continued to explain. If the character had a bit of warrior chi in him, or he had the physique of Chris in Resident Evil, he would have had dodged the attack. However, with this body, he couldn't do any quick reflexes. Could this body dodge an attack after it was launched? No way. After the break, Nolan Hongwu stood up. Feeling like he had embarrassed himself, he snorted and said, I didn't let this monster attack me 3 times first, but I'll let the next monster do it. Still letting enemies attack 3 times. The viewers looked at each other in surprise. Senior, you should do your best. Su Tianji felt awkward. You almost died. What's the next monster? And Hui said while eating Haagen-Dazs. If it isn't strong, you can let it attack 3 times first if you are careful. Fang Qi's face twitched. Senior, are you seeking your death? If I'm right, the next will be Pyramid Head. Pyramid what? The others were puzzled by this nickname. Sir, when you comment while the senior play, I suddenly feel like this is not a horror game anymore. Sir, can't you stop joking around? Shen Qingqing almost laughed. She didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. Sir, he can't hear you. Nolan Mingxie suddenly said from behind, and Fang Qi wondered when she came into the shop. I will pay my condolence to the senior for 3 minutes. Dong Qingli said. Chapter 184, the senior failed. Following Fang Qi's route yesterday, Nolan Hongwu soon opened the door and saw the monster named Pyramid Head torturing the mannequins. Nolan Hongwu's face turned stiff on the screen. A moment later, he said, "Since I made the promise, I'll let this monster attack me 3 times first. You'll see that there's nothing to be afraid of with this monster." With that said, he walked directly toward the monster and poked it with the stick. "You attack me." The monster turned its head slowly. Then, it released a huge wave of suppression. Nolan Hongwu frowned when an extremely weird feeling rose in him. He had never seen this scene, this monster, and everything here before, but he felt familiar with these things for some reason, as if they corresponded with something that had been sealed inside him for a long time. Just as that saying went, 100 players see 100 different Silent Hills. This monster was different from the one that Fang Qi encountered. It walked over slowly, but instead of attacking Nolan Hongwu, it squirmed and reached up to grab the triangular headgear as if it were trying to tear the headgear apart to reveal the things hidden inside. Nolan Hongwu was startled, feeling like the thing hidden inside the headgear was the thing that was sealed deep inside his mind. Subconsciously, he drew out the gun and shot it. Instead of hunting him down, this pyramid head retreated as if it followed his will. Senior beat the monster away. Senior is so strong. Yeah, the shop owner only taught people how to shut the door. Look, Senior is strong. Nolan Mingshe commented as well. The audience didn't feel anything wrong with this scene. They even thought that Nolan Hongwu should feel elated after beating the monster away. However, this scene had a different meaning in Nolan Hongwu's eyes. Is it an illusion? Nolan Hongwu shook his head and stared at the pyramid head that was running away. Each monster in Silent Hill had its unique meaning. In Silent Hill 2, each monster was the manifested fear hidden deep in the main character or other people in the game. Although Pyramid Head didn't change its look, it seemed to have touched something deep inside Nolan Hongwu. Then, he quickly exited from the game. I suddenly remembered that I must handle some urgent business in the family. I'll stop here. Nolan Hongwu stroked his beard and said, "Elder Fu, let's head back." The people watched them leave the internet cafe. It was summer, and they wore thin clothes. How come the senior's shirt is clinging to his back? It's hot today. I guess he sweated a lot from sitting there for such a long time. Nolan Mingshe said, "Is it so hot today?" Zhang Xiaoyu tilted her head to one side in bafflement. All the people thought, maybe the senior got scared so much that he doesn't dare to continue playing it. He had it coming. Fang Qi looked around and said, "Who else wants to play it?" Xiao Yulv said, "Me." Fang Qi's face turned dark. How come this guy is still here? I'll play it. Although Su Tianji didn't know what had frightened Senior Nolan, she was fearless and was greatly inspired by Senior Nolan's suicidal play style. She never imagined that this game could be played this way. It was interesting. Su Tianji couldn't wait to try it so that she could redeem herself. "Sir, do you dare to do this in tomorrow's livestream?" Yeah, we weren't even a little afraid while watching it. Instead of being frightened, Dong Qingli found today's viewing experience quite fun. The owner frightened us when he did the livestream. Zhang Xiaoyu complained, he was scared himself and still tried to scare us. Fang Qi's face turned black, thinking, it is already good enough that I'm livestreaming it for you. On the screen, Su Tianji now also started to use the suicidal play style. Look, Sister Su is also playing this way. You're supposed to call her Auntie Su. Fang Qi's face turned dark. If the owner doesn't play the game this way, I won't watch it tomorrow, Zhang Xiaoyu said in a pout, or I will have another sleepless night. I agree, Dong Qingli said, when I watched the shop owner play, even the parts that weren't supposed to be scary were frightening. I agree, Nolan Mingshe added immediately in her calm tone, if the shop owner plays this way tomorrow, we'll watch it. Otherwise, none of us will watch. I agree wholeheartedly, Xiao Yulv said, we'll just watch my auntie play, why should we watch the shop owner's livestream? The moment he said it, Su Tianji failed and was caught by the mannequin. Without the close-range combat skill, she swung the stick crazily and tried to fight off this monster. Xiao Yulv's face instantly twitched. Everyone said, this is indeed more fun to watch. Fang Qi's face turned dark at the comparison, wondering why people had already begun competing for viewers in this world. Fortunately, he was the fastest player in Silent Hill. With the increase in his mental strength, he was no longer as afraid as before. Fang Qi said, tomorrow, I'll show you the real suicidal play style. You'll find that Senior Nolan's style is nothing. He suddenly felt like he was digging his grave when he said that. Fang Chi looked a little awkward, thinking that it was just a game, and nothing big would happen if he played it differently. However, thinking of the senior who had just failed, Fang Chi felt uneasy. You're bluffing. Zhang Xiaoyu looked unconvinced. What real suicidal play style? Are there different styles and factions in playing games? The people around Fang Chi rolled their eyes. Sir, we watched your performance yesterday, and it can be described with one word: cowardly. What do you think of Nolan Hongwu? Ji Wuyu sat on the edge of the cliff in his courtyard with a chess piece in his hand. When Dajin was newly established, there were all kinds of enemies, including the major forces inside the country and in the neighboring countries. A black figure appeared behind Ji Wuyu. In that era, all kinds of heroes emerged. I remember that, Ji Wuyu said with a chuckle. I remember that Nolan Hongwu gained his fame in the Battle of Sky Prison, Tian Lao Mountain, right? However, Ji Wuyu put down this black chess piece and said, it's said that there are some secrets in this battle. I wonder if it's true. Chapter 185, I have special skills to fight the bosses. Why are you all here watching this? Xiao Yulv looked at the crowd that was gathering behind Su Tianji. Is this game really so good? It looks ordinary. He mumbled, it's just about searching for things in a pitch-dark room. It's not as interesting as Resident Evil. At this moment, Cheng walked up and threw his arm over Xiao Yul's shoulder, saying, Brother Xiao, you came here to watch games again. What do you mean by, again? Xiao Yul's handsome face twitched. By the way, is Silent Hill really so fun to watch? Do you want to come and watch us play? We'll play it from the beginning. Okay, pleased. Xiao Yul followed him eagerly. For some time now, the players of the Origins Internet Club had the habit of eating breakfast at the lounge area by the entrance. Of all the things that I've tried, the bowl of instant noodles is the most delicious food. And Huwei inhaled the aroma of the noodles deeply. Sitting on the couch, Song Qingfeng shook his head and sighed slightly with a bowl of instant noodles in his hands. I'm only 16 yet so rich that I don't know how to spend the money. In the past, I used to bring water to the internet cafe, but now I can enjoy Coke and instant noodles with sausages every day. I find myself lost in the enjoyment and hope that I will one day find my way back. All the other people in the area gazed at Song Qingfeng in surprise. Fang Chi glanced at Song Qingfeng, who looked enthralled in his enjoyment. Damn, you were saying this one day, remember? Song Qingfeng looked sullen at Fang Chi's cuss. I found it quite sensible. Right, Shu Luo said while eating instant noodles. I have the same feeling. Lounging on the couch, Song Qingfeng continued, ever since I got such a good result in the national examination, I have gained greater support from my family. That's how I'm feeling now. I agree, Shu Zixin said. Everyone around them was at a loss for words. Can you please stop explaining? Fang Chi asked with a dark face. Oh, sir. Song Qingfeng stood up and said, are you playing Silent Hill today? We've been waiting to watch. Hearing Song Qingfeng's question, everyone looked over in anticipation. When will you play? We've been waiting. Right, Zhang Xiaoyu said. The owner said that he will show us the so-called suicidal play style today. Did I say that? Yes, you did. Nolan Mingshe lifted her head from the instant noodles. I heard it too. Lan Yan agreed. The shop owner wants to break his promise again. Dong Qingli came over after finishing her noodles. Can you fulfill it for once? I'm just afraid that you will get scared when I go deeper into the game. We'll just watch you play. How can that scare us? No excuses, sir. Play it now. The shop owner is going to play Silent Hill again. The royal princess and the people from the other two academies had just entered the shop, and they all looked this way after hearing those words. Let's watch it. Although some people still found the game scary, something deep inside them urged them to watch it. The more afraid they were, the more curious they were about Silent Hill and the fate of the main character. Besides, it was daytime, and there were many people around. How frightening could it be? Despite all this, some faint-hearted girls still huddled together even before the game began. Fenghua and Yuexin had just found a good place to huddle together when a figure in yellow leaned toward them. The girls shrieked, Junior brother Xiao, we're girls, and you're a guy. What are you doing? Senior sisters. Xiao Yulv whispered embarrassedly, this game is so scary. Then, why are you watching? They gave him a dirty look. You two are watching it, too. Get out of here, they said in disdain, or you can change into yesterday's outfit. Xiao Yul's fact turned stiff. They reminded him of that humiliating memory of his. At this moment, Fang Qi turned on the livestream. Where is the shop owner now in the game? Xiao Yul asked. He just escaped from Pyramid Head, Feng Hua and Yuexin answered expressionlessly. It's said the shop owner will use the suicidal play style today. Feng Hua said in a low voice. Yeah, I heard it, too. They began watching with great interest. The shop owner is so cowardly. He turned into a ball before seeing a monster. Xiao Yul huddled in a corner and said in contempt while watching the big screen. After watching Nolan Hongwu's livestream this morning, Xu Zixin and the others looked fearless, knowing that the small monsters were not so strong and could be killed, which was why they stood at the front of the crowd. However, after watching Fang Qi's livestream for 1 hour, everyone felt chills running down their backs. When they looked back, they found that the couches were full of people huddling together. Xu Zixin and Shen Qingqing had to find another corner to huddle together. Sir, where's your suicidal play style? Yeah, Dong Qingli, Shen Qingqing, and some others protested. All we are seeing is you shutting the door and running. You're so paranoid. At this moment, Fang Qi said, watch carefully. I'll begin the suicidal play style. Dong Qingli screamed, covering her eyes. It's a bit too late. We're frightened by you now. Not knowing that most of the audience had retreated to the couches, Fang Qi began his suicidal play style. After searching the entire apartment building, he dumped the dagger, the gun, and the stick from his backpack and opened the door, ready to leave this building. All the audience froze. What's he doing? Xiao Yul shouted. Sir, are you mad? He dumped all his items. He wants to fight monsters with bare fists. At this moment, all the audience saw that when Fang Qi went down the stairs, he stumbled into Pyramid Head, who was torturing another monster. The way to the downstairs is blocked by cold water that was coming from nowhere while the door behind him shut automatically. It was locked from the other side. At this moment, Fang Qi was a bit panicked since he was locked together with Pyramid Head in the narrow staircase. More importantly, the monster now had a big knife in its hand. Everyone shivered in fear. Fang Qi was oblivious to the situation outside. This suicidal play style is quite cool, right? Now, I'll explain to you how to fight this pyramid-headed boy. At this moment, the monster lunged at him while he had no weapon with him. Screams rose in the internet cafe, getting louder by each second. On the screen, Fang Qi rolled on the ground and dodged the big knife. Then, he leapt up and ran, taking this monster on a wild chase through the narrow space. It was a competition of intelligence and courage. None of the people in the audience dared to speak, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their eye sockets. Fang Qi would die if the knife cut into him once. How can he fight this triangle-headed monster with his bare fists? Wide-eyed, Su Tianji gaped at the screen in disbelief. Even An Hui was stupefied at the sight. The shop owner. The shop owner got forced into a corner. Different from the monster in the original version which walked slowly toward the player, this pyramid head could run. On the screen, the monster dashed over and hacked the knife downward. At the last second, Fang Qi dodged, and the big knife cut into the wall behind him, and the body of the knife was stuck 1 foot deep. If this attack didn't miss the target, Fang Qi would have been cut into 2 halves. Shen Qingqing and Dong Qingli were so scared that their closed eyes tight. At this moment, an ear-piercing siren sounded. Hearing the siren, Fang Qi shook his body, stood up, and punched continuously. To everyone's surprise, this monster turned and fled. It fled at this critical moment. You can't fight this monster head-on because it has an iron helmet and can't be killed by bullets. We must scare it by shaking our strong bodies and sending out a powerful presence. Then, it will flee in fear. Fang Qi explained. Are you kidding me? All the audience including Su Tianji and Shen Qingqing were infuriated by his nonsense. We are scared out of our wits, and you are still Sing. Chapter 186, Otherworld. When Pyramid Head left, the water level in the staircase fell, and the door could be opened. All the weird things disappeared. Fang Qi picked up the items and went downstairs. There were all kinds of weird situations in Silent Hill. For example, many places were blocked, and there were a lot of big holes in the ground. It meant that despite the big area of the town, the players didn't have lots of routes to reach the destination. Although there might be other routes, Fang Qi had been following the route from his memory. After all, he was a guy who was old-schooled and liked to stick to the original version. The fog in the town was even thicker, and the atmosphere was creepier. It was as silent as death. Lakeside Amusement Park. Sitting on a couch, Nolan Mingshay watched the game while drinking Coke. Is this the special place mentioned in the letter? What special place? Dong Qingli and Zhan Wanyu huddled together beside her. The big and soft couch could accommodate lots of people, and the current occupants were mostly girls. The main character is here to find his wife, right? Nolan Mingshay analyzed. His wife said in the letter that she is waiting for him in the special place at Silent Hill. You still remember the plot? Not only Dong Qingli, but the royal princess, Shu Zixin, and the girls from the other two academies all looked at her in surprise. They had been scared out of their wits and couldn't remember the plot anymore. The main character had followed many clues trying to find the way. He came here because all the other routes had been blocked. Su Tianji saw a figure appearing in the thick fog on the screen. It looked to be a woman, who was resting her hands on the top of the fence outside the lakeside amusement park. Did he find her? Many people in the audience perked up and stared at the screen with interest. It was a beautiful foreign woman with blonde hair and green eyes, and she was in a red uniform of some kind. No. Hearing the main character denying that she was his wife, all the audience members were disappointed. They had thought that the main character had finally found his wife after going through all these hardships. Everyone felt lost since they all hoped that he could find his wife sooner and leave this damn place. This place was so creepy that even the players didn't know how they would handle it if they were there, let alone the male character who was only an ordinary person. You look exactly like my dead wife. It's unbelievable. You two look like twins, and your voices are even the same. The only differences are your hair colors and clothes. Hearing these words, the audience felt that the atmosphere got even weirder. Previously, they had seen a body resembling the male character, and now they saw a woman resembling his wife. Why is the game so weird? Shu Zixin rubbed her forehead, feeling like she was more confused as the exploration got further. Is it an illusion? Dong Qingli said, an illusion created by the main character's psyche due to him missing his wife. Soon, they found that the woman was real instead of an illusion. Her name was Maria, which was slightly different from the main character's wife, Mary. They had totally different personalities as the former was more passionate and the latter was reserved. Think carefully. Is there another special place? When James was disappointed that he still couldn't find his wife at this place, Maria reminded him as if she knew that there was another special place. How come I feel like this woman appeared purposefully to give James a clue? Nolan Mingshay furrowed her slim eyebrows in deep thought. The disciples from Shengjing Academy and Zai Academy were also talking among themselves animatedly. Yi Fengwo said, if it was me, I would have left long ago. I wouldn't stay in this place for 1 second. Ying Zongshuan replied, it means that you are even weaker than an ordinary person mentally. Watch it carefully. If he can do it, there's no reason that we can't do it. In fact, Silent Hill 2 was not only good at creating the weird and horror atmosphere, but it had a great plot as well. While the players watched Fang Chi's livestream, they felt as if they were watching a very long movie. Hooked by the suspicious letter from heaven at the beginning of the game, they couldn't help exploring the place. Now with the plot getting weirder, they were eager to see how the story would end. It was more than a horror game. Of course, the story was still scary. With the classic appearance of the bubble-head nurse with a head full of tumors, people got more afraid. At this moment, Fang Chi had live-streamed for more than 2 hours. At the beginning, Fang Chi wasn't scared. But after staying in this weird environment for a long time, he felt his hairs standing up on end. The door is locked again. When Fang Chi controlled James to enter another room, the door was suddenly locked. Several swollen and twisting monsters with big ugly mouths hang from the ceiling. They were flesh lips, and they crawled toward Fang Chi from the ceiling. What are these monsters? Dong Qingli exclaimed in horror and covered her eyes, wondering how such ugly monsters could exist in the world. Su Tianji also felt goosebumps on her head, thinking that these monsters looked like ugly worms that were squirming in mud. No one wanted to touch them. She shivered with disgust when she imagined dying at the hands of such monsters. Fortunately, Fang Chi had good skills and killed all 3 monsters. These monsters were special in this game since the main character was transported to the other world. The audience saw the empty space on the screen twirling and spinning. What's happening? Sitting there, Dong Qingli felt paranoid even though it was daytime and she was just watching it. He seems to be pushed out on a cart. Nolan Mingshay stared at the screen on which one could only see the ceiling. Obviously, James was lying down, and it seemed like he was on a stretcher. When James was pushed out of the room, he stood up, and the stretcher had disappeared. He was standing in a completely different world. It had been clear outside the building that James was in, but now it was raining in this world. Before the main character seemed to be a dead end. When he pushed open the only door, an intense rusty smell greeted him. It wasn't a normal world. There was no fog, but it was darker and weirder than the normal world. The audience watching the livestream fell silent as if they were afraid that their voices would disturb something. There was no explanation for the things that had just happened. It didn't make sense to cultivators, let alone ordinary people. He had been looking at the ceiling, but when did he enter another place? The atmosphere here seemed to be weirder than that in Silent Hill. A strange suppressive feeling spread around the place. What's this place? Fenghua and Yuexin wished that they could sink into the couch. Fang Qi had arrived in the otherworld within Silent Hill. Chapter 187. This was the whole story. In the otherworld, the walls were covered with water stains, blood stains, and mold. Sometimes, the entire area was made up of rusty iron wire fences, and corpses were everywhere. The road and routes that were open before in Silent Hill were sometimes inaccessible in the otherworld and vice versa. The otherworld always revealed the evil thoughts and negative emotions hidden deep in people's subconsciousness. Under the illumination of the flashlight, the walls of the narrow corridor were clearly visible, and the smell of metal erosion and blood mingled together. The main character couldn't hear sounds other than the dribbling water from the walls and his own footsteps. Even the illumination of the flashlight couldn't give the main character even a tiny sense of security. The further they went, the more intense the darkness was. Like mud, the darkness swallowed the light coming from the flashlight, and the main character walked inside this mass of mud. A sense of suppression overwhelmed his senses like surging water. The further he went, the heavier the sense of suffocation he felt. From the hospital to the deserted prison, then to the basement, the main character walked deeper into the ground. What's the shop owner doing? The audience saw a small room that had a square entrance to a bottomless hole. The hole was so small that only one person could fit through. Is he going to jump down there? In the prison full of wandering monsters, this hole looked so deep that it looked like it extended to the center of the earth. Disregarding the possibility of hidden monsters, the narrow hole gave people a strong sense of suppression. If the main character jumped down from here, he might die from the fall. This seems to be the place. Looking at the black hole on the screen, Nolan Mingxie seemed to be contemplating if she would dare to jump when she played the game. This is the place on the picture. While everyone screamed, the main character on the screen jumped down. After falling for a long while, he touched the solid ground and opened his eyes, finding that he was inside a circular well with unfathomable depth. He opened the door at the bottom of the well and saw a gloomy and damp underground tunnel. When he went further into the underground tunnel, time and space seemed to have changed, and the gate to the corridor lay on the ground while the corridor turned into a vertical tunnel leading to the underground. It looked like a bottomless abyss. Jumping down again and again, the main character seemed to fall deeper into the abyss. Meanwhile, he seemed closer to the darkness hidden deep in his heart. At this moment, not only the girls but the guys were also shocked while they stared at the screen. The word, weird, couldn't even describe this place. The chaotic space, the distorted and powerful monsters, and the narrow and black underground tunnels gave the viewers the feeling that the main character was getting closer to the dark and horrible things hidden in his heart which he had tried his best to ignore. The deeper he got into his heart, the stronger the sense of fear he got. When he came to a courtyard and saw not only the graves of all the people he encountered on the way, including Angela whom he had met at the beginning of the game, but his own grave as well, the sense of fear reached the highest point. Although it was daytime, people felt as if big cold water waves were surging toward them. The grave had been dug, but obviously the main character wasn't buried in it yet. The grave looked bottomless. At this moment, he must jump into his own grave just like he jumped into those dark and deep holes. Maybe at the moment he jumped, the grave would close by itself, and there would be a new grave in this place. This game, and Huwei and the others were stupefied. Each step of the journey oozed horror and omens, but the main character had to walk down the path step by step. According to the setting of the game, the main character couldn't retreat. He had said with determination, "I'd do anything to find her." Of course, Fang Qi couldn't finish the game in one session. He decided to split it into 3 days. In the grave where the otherworld and the fog world connected, he saw the endings of all the people including Angela, and the main character would come to an end here as well. The Lakeview Hotel in Silent Hill, the real special place mentioned in his wife's letter, was engraved in the deepest part of the main character's memory. A videotape recording the truth was left in the hotel. Through this videotape, he finally understood that a few days ago, he had killed Mary, who suffered from an incurable disease, by pressing a pillow onto her face. Seeing the main character coming to this end after all he that had gone through, the people in the audience all froze. After watching the beginning of the game, some thought that it was a story about admirable love, but after seeing this part, everyone panicked and was astonished, just as James in the game did. At first, they couldn't accept the ending, but they sank into deep thought sitting on the couches in the end. Everyone had thought that the main character was a courageous guy. They admired him even though he was just an ordinary person, but this scene shattered his perfect image in their minds. At this moment, Mary's voice came from the radio that he had picked up at the beginning of the story, asking him to see her as soon as possible. After walking further for a while, he saw Maria again, the woman who resembled his wife in looks but had a different personality. She was the ideal image of his wife in his heart. This time, she was fixed upside down on an iron stand and was being killed by two pyramid heads. James finally understood that the pyramid heads were created by himself to punish him for his crime. They were created by his internal evils and couldn't be killed. In the corridor echoed his and Mary's voices. One day, he went to see Mary with flowers, but Mary was in a bad mood after knowing that she wouldn't live long, and she vented all her negative emotions onto James, telling him to get out. After James left in anger, Mary knew that she did the wrong thing and begged James to come back to keep her company. James walked down the corridor and up the long iron stairs to the platform on the top of the hotel. There, he finally saw the person who had been waiting for him. "Forgive me, I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end. That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer." James quickly changed his tone. "No, that's not true. You also said that you didn't want to die. The truth is I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back. James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?" Seeing the conversation on the big screen, everything was clear. In this story, there were no heroes or great and selfless love. It didn't sing high praise of the good things that people wished for but couldn't get. It showed the road of redemption of a small figure who kept examining his conscience. This was the whole story. At the end of the story, his wife's letter came to the screen again. "In my restless dreams, I see that town." Reading these words full of longing, everyone felt like something touched their hearts. Maybe this was the most charming part about this game. It brought the players not only horror but feelings and warmth as well. Chapter 188. New Task, Internet. However, this game had more than one ending. The original version had 6 different endings, and the remake version of the system might have more endings. Different understandings and progressions would trigger different endings, just like how each person had a different Silent Hill in their minds. Fang just played one of them. Of course, different people would experience different mental strength increases from the game according to their base level. For example, people like Song Qingfeng and Shen Qingqing whose mental strengths were not high wouldn't reach Nolan Hongwu's level after playing the game. As for the players who had high levels of mental strengths, their mental strength would also increase after playing the game. While showing the mental journey of redemption, this game also toughened the players' minds since it helped the players remove their internal evils and twisted dark emotions. As for its degree of horror, it was different for different players. For the cultivators who had high mental strength and no internal evils such as in Huwei and Shui Delph, they found this game thrilling and weird, but not too scary. Su Tianji would get scared occasionally, but she enjoyed playing it. However, it was a bit different for most of the disciples from the academies. Junior's sister Luo, "Shall we play Silent Hill today?" At the entrance of the internet cafe, Yi Fengwo from Zai Academy shivered uncontrollably while he asked. "As elite disciples from our academy, we must have both high-level cultivation strength and outstanding courage." Ying Zhongshuan said in dignity with a cold expression. Senior brother Ying, Luo Yun who had just finished watching Fang Qi's livestream glanced at him. "How come your back is soaked in sweat?" Ying Zhongshuan. 2 days earlier. Although the people in this world had never played horror games or imagined such weird worlds, they began playing Silent Hill under Fang Qi's encouragement and guidance. Meanwhile, Fang Qi received a new task. Binge watching TV dramas in this world too. Task progress. 200 activations of Silent Hill 2. Task reward. Wind and Cloud Feng Yun TV series. On that day, the activation number was only about 100. When Fang finished the livestream of Silent Hill 2 days later with shaky legs, he glanced at the activation number and found that it had skyrocketed to 168. Since Fang had broadcast the ending of the game, the number of players began to rise. Fang exhaled deeply. He had split the livestream of the whole game over 3 days, but the process was still tortuous. At the beginning of today, he had to jump into the deep, pitch-black underground tunnels. In the whole process, he had his heart in his throat. Due to the host's hard work, there was a great rise in revenue. Special bonus. Game cultivation room, 3 days. Fang asked, I have to enter hell-like training after just coming out of the horror game. Is it really what you want me to do? Is this called a bonus? The system replied, the host doesn't have to enter the game cultivation room, the next task has to be completed. Another task. Fang gaped at the system interface. New task. Building internet. Task target. Open branches in new and unknown places and build an internet. Task reward. Godly weapon fragment. Task time limit. 40 days. Additional bonus. Cross-regional teleportation usage. Once. Failure punishment. Find a new host. Seriously, after working together for so long, how can you even think about dumping me? Fang asked, can another host play games as well as I do? Is the next person going to make as much crystals as I do? Without enough crystals, aren't you going to starve? What if you miss me? System. Knowing that the system wouldn't answer these questions, Fang waved his hand and said, then, tell me what the so-called godly weapon fragment is. They can be combined to create godly weapons. The system replied, for example, 3 godly weapon fragments can create a Wuchen sword. What about the cross-regional teleportation? Fang asked, how can I get back? The system answered, after your privileges increase, you can build a teleportation array between different shops. Just like those in Diablo. Fang remembered that the system had replicated everything in Diablo. Besides Diablo, even this world with cultivators had teleportation arrays. However, Fang guessed that they must be very rare since even Nolan Hongwu and Shui Delph hadn't mentioned this topic. He played to the end. At this moment, some players had just reached the other world, and even the fastest players hadn't finished the game yet. Even though they had watched the whole story, the game was still scary. Even Fang found that it was way scarier than playing it with only mouse and keyboard. After all, when he played the original version of Silent Hill, he used to tease those monsters. After watching Fang livestream, the players savored it and got prepared to play it themselves. As for those who missed this livestream, they had to ask others about the key points or explore themselves. A dignified middle-aged man in a yellow robe stood in the alleyway in front of the internet cafe. The man had a square face and bright eyes. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, he looked tall, proud, and dignified. This is the place. Behind him, an old servant said in a high-pitched voice. He had a pink complexion and white beard. Despite his old look, his eyes were bright and showed energy. Remember, I'm here for a visit in disguise, the man in the yellow robe said, don't make it a big deal. I got it, the old servant replied respectfully. I'll see how magical this shop really is, and why the premiers and the generals kept praising it. Meanwhile at the border of Dajin. It was raining. A huge spiritual boat flew from the distance. In the gloomy sky, lightning flashed occasionally, but they had no impact on the spiritual boat which was engulfed in a layer of spirit light. When it flew in the sky, even the huge demonic bird didn't dare to get close to it, let alone ordinary birds. Wearing a luxurious white robe embroidered with gold threads, a young man with a cold expression stood at the bow of the boat and stared at the city ahead of him expressionlessly. He looked to be in his 20s, but his eyes, expression, and behavior didn't match his young age. Instead, he used a coldness that few people could understand. Here is Dajin, Chapter 189, Invitation from the Emperor. The old man with the high-pitched voice said, the premier and the others praised the TV series, Jade Dynasty, the most. They said the godly sword lightning controlling true spell and Tai Chi mystic pure Tao are extremely exquisite and worth watching. Since Ji Wu didn't want to disclose his identity, they called each other Lord and Butler. Yeah, Ji Wu nodded. The premier told me that all the disciples of the so-called Green Cloud faction could use the sword control technique, and it is even more magnificent than the factions in the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance in our country. He waved his hand. Butler we rarely come to Zhongyan. Let's go and watch Jade Dynasty. Yes. Eunuch Yu hurried to the counter. Meanwhile, Ji Woo looked around the internet cafe. According to Gray's report, this shop has a mysterious master behind it, and even he couldn't enter the shop. I wonder what this shop will bring to me. He found a seat by the wall and thought, however, according to the old premiere, Jade Dynasty can greatly increase the viewer's cultivation strength, just like how the first emperor gained his growth of cultivation strength through looking at a star map. I'll see if it's true. If it's true, this shop will bring great fortune to my Dajin. At this thought, he sat down, and he suddenly smelled an extraordinary aroma. What's the source of this wonderful aroma? Ji Woo was amazed. I've tasted all kinds of rare delicacies in the world, but I've never smelled such an aroma that can pique my appetite this greatly. At this moment, two men walked over. Instructor Chen, you're awesome. There are so many talented disciples in Class A. I'm just a lucky guy. They chatted while eating 2 bowls of instant noodles, glancing around to find a place to sit. At this moment, this serious-looking middle-aged man who was wearing a yellow robe stood before them and asked, "What are you eating?" "Instant noodles." Chen Zhang pointed at the counter and said, "You just ask that little girl at the counter for instant noodles." At this moment, Eunuch Yu walked over and reported, "My lord, Jade Dynasty is activated." "Okay." Ji Woo nodded. "I found the instant noodles extremely aromatic. Go and buy it for me. I'll get it right now." Soon, he returned with 2 bowls of instant noodles. Ji Woo took the bowl and sniffed. It's indeed appetizing. Except for the mysterious master with extremely high cultivation strength, the shop also has a chef better than those in my royal palace. He took 1 bite and drank the rich soup. After inhaling deeply, he said, "It's one of the ultimate delicacies in the world." "Did you ask who cooked the noodles?" Eunuch Yu's face turned stiff. "The truth is that I prepared the instant noodles." Ji Woo froze. "Butler Yu, when did you learn this skill?" Eunuch Yu replied, "I just put the ingredients into the bowl and poured in hot water. Anyone can make this delicacy. There are great secrets in the noodles and the seasoning, and this must be this shop's special dish." Eunuch Yu pointed at the sausage in Ji Woo's bowl and continued, "This sausage is the essence of this food." Soon, they sat down and ate the noodles and sausages. "My lord, I'll get you a bottle of Coke." The little girl said it would feel great to drink Coke when watching Jade Dynasty. Eunuch Yu said, "After these, you must have a container of Haagen-Dazs, but you must eat it as soon as you get it. It's more delicious than the crisp mountain in the royal palace." There are so many procedures to watching Jade Dynasty. Ji Woo nodded and leaned back on the chair, watching the TV series while eating the food and snacks. 6 hours later. "Where are the 7th and the 8th episodes?" Ji Woo stood up from the seat. "I've asked them. It seems that they are not released due to the process of production. You're lucky that they will be released tomorrow." At this moment, Cheng Zhang, who was sitting not far from them, also got offline. "We have waited for more than half a week now. Jade Dynasty is very good, but it is a TV series about cultivators. Comparatively, we warriors can't learn as much from it." "You're right. In my opinion, they should produce a TV series focused on warriors. You see, The Legend of the Sword and Fairy is also about the cultivators. As for Diablo, it's about foreigners, and we can only learn some of the skills from it since most of them are not fitting for us to use. Besides, it will take us a lot of time to master them." The few young men chatted with each other and left the internet cafe. Watching them leave, Ji Woo frowned slightly while he savored Jade Dynasty. They have a point, but this shop is indeed miraculous. Butler Yu, go and ask them if the computers are for sale. Since this emperor didn't have absolute control over all things in Dajin and he was cautious about the mysterious master behind this shop, he had to resort to the option of purchase. For sale. Sitting before a computer desk, Fang had just exited from Diablo. In bafflement, he looked at the old man and the middle-aged man in front of him who were requesting to buy computers from him. The old man with the high-pitched voice extended 5 fingers. "How about 50,000 crystals? You have many spiritual artifacts here, and it's no big deal for you to sell 1 or 2 of them, right?" Fang Qi's face turned dark at this high offering. However, the situation was different now, and he didn't care if the offer was 5,000 or 50,000 crystals since he could make this amount of money sooner or later. "Do you think I'm in need of 50,000 crystals?" Eunuch Yu's face fell. At this moment, the man behind him walked up and said, "Sir, do you have the interest of moving this shop to another place?" Fang Qi was more confused. Looking at this man's dignified and solemn face, he felt like he had seen this man somewhere. "Sir, I'm doing well in this place. Why should I move it? What about moving it into the royal palace? Ji Wu was quite confident in his palace. Do you have interest in this? Fang Qi was even more surprised. The princes and the princess come to my shop to play every day. Why should I move the shop to the royal palace? Do you think I have nothing else to do? Do you know who you are talking to? Eunuch Yu immediately yelled, Butler Yu. Ji Wu gave Eunuch Yu a hard look, demanding him to back off. Then, he stared at Fang Qi and asked, Mr. Fang, if the Emperor of Dajin invites the master behind you to the royal palace and asks you to move the shop there, what would you do? The invitation came from the Emperor. Fang Qi observed this person and hesitated. So, you're sent by the Emperor. Fang Qi looked at them and realized the situation. Ji Wu didn't confirm or deny his conjecture. The Emperor will treat him as an honored guest. This is a rare honor. Eunuch Yu said with pride. Then, His Majesty shall give you an official position as well. Ji Wu was at a loss for words. Eunuch Yu got furious instantly. You show no appreciation of a fortune. You want to take it the hard way. Ji Wu was displeased as well. Let me meet the person behind you. Doesn't matter how great the mysterious master's strength is, it is a grand honor to become the honored guest of a country. Chapter 190. Messenger from Cultivation Realm. The person behind me. I want to meet this person as well if I can. Fang Qi was a little at a loss for words when the middle-aged man began to indirectly refer to himself as the Emperor. However, Fang Qi had seen the Emperor before and the man standing in front of him didn't look like him. Fang Qi said expressionlessly, that master told me that he doesn't care for anything but the internet cafe. If you really want to see this person, you can make trouble in the shop and see the reaction yourself. Make trouble? Ji Wu's face fell, and he said with disapproval, we've expressed our goodwill. Do you really want to force my hand? Fang Qi said, I've been doing fine with this shop, and you suddenly want me to move into the royal palace. Is that your way of showing goodwill? That person said that we are having a good time here, so I can't accept your offer. Ji Wu's face turned dark, thinking that this master might be a hermit who didn't care for worldly fame or fortune. Indeed, such masters were not unheard of. When Dajin was established, the first emperor had tried to invite such masters to join him, which gained him the reputation of a humble emperor who respected wise and able people. However, all his efforts had come to nothing, which was a secret only a few people knew. Helplessly, Ji Wu asked again, is that master living comfortably in Zhongyan? Fang Qi glanced at him and said, what do you mean? He'll just stay here. Fang Qi knew Ji Wu's thoughts, and he gave an appropriate response. Since this mysterious master didn't even want to move to the royal palace of Dajin, which was one of the most luxurious places on this territory, this shop probably wouldn't move to another place. Fine. Ji Wu was reluctant but knew that this was probably the best result he could get. As long as this shop would stay in his country, Dajin would benefit from it. However, it will take you a lot of time to travel here on the spiritual boat tomorrow to watch Jade Dynasty. This old eunuch reminded Ji Wu anxiously, you have to handle so many important things each day, how can you waste time on this? Pardon me for being direct. It is quite popular for rich people to take a private plane to travel around, Fang Qi said contemptuously. If you have no money, you can take an express train. You can take a first-class cabin on the train and spend time drinking coffee, reading a book, or even sleeping on the way. If you're really poor, you can come to my shop and learn the sword control technique. It will take you less than 2 hours on a round trip. The two looked at each other in confusion. What's a private plane? What's an express train? And first-class cabin? Fang Qi knew that he was in a different world, but he thought that this world should have similar things as well. However, he was surprised after hearing their explanation. Do you mean those spiritual boats have no private rooms? The passengers have only seats. Ji Wu looked incredulous. The luxurious options only have an extra desk. The cultivators all had high status in this world, and so were the warriors who could afford to take spiritual boats. It was unthinkable to only offer them seats with extra legroom. Fang Qi froze as well. Each passenger has a private room on the spiritual boat here. Each of the rooms is decorated exquisitely. Although most of the spiritual boats were not as fast as the sword control technique, it would take only hours for them to travel to another country. Besides, the large spiritual boats were almost as fast as the master-level sword control technique. These luxuries on the spiritual boats were generally useless. After all, they were not hotels. It would take only a few hours to travel to the neighboring countries and back on a spiritual boat. Would anyone sleep on them? Fang Qi said with contempt, no wonder the cost of riding spiritual boats is so expensive, and no one wants to use them. Ji Wu talked with Fang Qi, oblivious that they had gotten off track. He had to admit that Fang Qi was right. In some special situations, the large spiritual boats were necessary. For example, when Zai Academy came to attend the national examination, even their high-level warriors couldn't take many people on their smaller spiritual boats. There were other similar cases. However, it cost a lot of money to maintain the large spiritual boats in the big cities, and the country was losing money. As for the mid-sized and small spiritual boats, they generally didn't make much profit. Their main function was to provide necessary transportation. It was an issue that even him, the Emperor of Dajin, had found difficult to solve. Hearing Fang Qi mentioning things such as express trains, he froze suddenly and seemed to realize that there was a way that could provide the country with smoother and more affordable transportation. I'm amazed by your ideas, Mr. Fang, Ji Wu said immediately. I wonder if you have any detailed suggestions. Dumbfounded, Fang Qi stared at the middle-aged man and found himself talking with him about transportation. Meanwhile, in the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance, as the alliance of almost all cultivation forces in Dajin, the most powerful forces were the Blue Flame faction, the Luyun Taoist Palace, and the Cloud Ocean faction. Currently, the head of the alliance was the faction master of the Blue Flame faction, Lan Mo. On the vast and magnificent Taoist field made from white stones, the disciples of all the forces in the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance stood in lines. A soft and beautiful carpet spread all the way to the end of the Taoist field. Welcome. A handsome guy wearing an elegant white robe walked up slowly with his hands clasped behind his back, and his expression looked cold. The guest frowned and looked at the middle-aged man with high cultivation strength in front of him. Where's your alliance master? The alliance master is in the great hall waiting for you. The middle-aged man spread his arm in invitation. It's not necessary. The young man in white tossed out a white jade token. The cultivation realm opens every 30 years, and this is the white jade token that gives 3 spots for the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance. We used to have 4 spots. While taking the white jade token, the middle-aged man froze. The cultivation realm was a mythical place from ancient times and contained countless precious treasures. The 3 entrances were guarded by 3 ancient hermit factions which were known as the 3 Saint Gates. The 3 Saint Gates never got involved in conflicts among the countries and never befriended any forces as well. They stood outside of the mortal world and showed no interest in worldly matters. The cultivation realm opened once every 30 years, and the 3 Saint Gates invited cultivators from all factions to the Cultivation Realm Conference to compete for the qualifications to enter the cultivation realm. Since only a few cultivators could enter the cultivation realm, the major forces including the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance could enter the competition and fight for the few entry spots. Since entering the ancient and mythical cultivation realm would bring great benefits to the cultivators, each major force did their best to gain access to it despite the harsh requirements. Each cultivation realm conference was a competition between elite cultivators. Chapter 191, We'll never go to the cultivation realm. Mr. Liu. The huge spiritual boat hovered in the sky outside the headquarters of the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance, and it almost covered half of the sky. The Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance is a major force. Do you really think that 3 spots are enough for them? Sitting on the spiritual boat, the young man swirled the ruby-colored liquid in the exquisitely made jade cup in his hand and said calmly, in the past 30 years, the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance has done nothing meaningful. The 3 spots are what they get for their inaction. TL note. Inaction means Wu-Wei in Chinese. He snickered. In my opinion, even 3 spots are more than what they deserve. If not for their good performance in the last Cultivation Realm Conference 30 years ago, they wouldn't be able to get even 3 spots. The white-bearded and white-haired old man standing beside him treated the young man with great respect. Meanwhile, the Luyun Taoist Palace and the Cloud Ocean faction had also received the message from the Cultivation Realm. In the Grand Hall of Luyun Taoist Palace, Junior Sister Su, you're the youngest among us, and your cultivation strength is very high. Shui Delph looked at Su Tianji with a dejected expression. There's a spot in the Cultivation Realm Conference that requires the participant to be younger than 200 years. You're the best candidate. Would you? No, you can go if you want. Shui Delph's face turned stiff. But I'm 201 years now. Just the round trip to Cultivation Realm Conference will take at least half a month. Su Tianji stood up and said with a snort, "Do you know how long it will take me away from the internet cafe? Besides, if I get into the cultivation realm, it will take me 1 to 2 years." Su Tianji stared at Shui Delph. 1 to 2 years, not 1 to 2 days. Senior brother, you will have finished watching the entire Jade Dynasty while I fight in the cultivation realm. I'm doing it for our faction. Shui Delph's face fell. You should bring more disciples to the internet cafe if you're really concerned about our faction. Shui Delph's face turned dark. If they all go there, we'll have no seats for ourselves. Meanwhile in the Cloud Ocean faction, a white-haired old man stood in the center of the Grand Hall, and a row of high-spirited disciples of the Cloud Ocean faction stood before him. Their temperament, aura, and presences all showed that they had high cultivation strengths. Yi Songtao glanced at them and asked the white-haired old man, "Senior brother Yun, what do you think of these disciples? Do you think that they can attend the Cultivation Realm Conference on behalf of our faction?" Well, Yun Hai looked at the young disciples in front of him with a smile. The 3 spots that the Cultivation Realm gave us have strings attached. They must be cultivators younger than 200 years old, 100 years old, and 40 years old respectively. As for the first candidate, we can't compete with Elder Su of the Luyun Taoist Palace. Therefore, the faction master and I plan to choose a disciple under 40 years old to fill the last spot. Which one of you wants to go? Yun Lan shook his head. Yun Lian shook his head too. All the other disciples shook their heads as well. Elder Yun froze. What's going on? We can never go to the cultivation realm in our lives, Yi Xiaoyi said while wobbling her head. Our talent is not as good as the top-tier geniuses, so we depend on playing games to improve our cultivation strengths. We think the internet cafe is a much better place for cultivation than the cultivation realm, and it's full of talented people. I like it very much. Junior sister, you spoke well. Yun Lian praised her in a low voice. Quite good, right, Yi Xiaoyi said smugly. I heard it from Mr. Fang and just changed a few words. They are simple and to the point. Elder Yun looked baffled. Yi Songtao grabbed Yi Xiaoyi's ear and shouted, "Come here, Blue Flame faction." Heoran, the newly made spiritual artifact is called a gun, right? Master, I don't want to go to the cultivation realm, the Yinglong Elder's silver dragon cave abode. Disciple, no, I don't want to go there. In the end, Lan Mo froze when he received the name list. Shu Bai, 198 years old, Yuan River Realm. You're 198 years old and haven't reached True Lake Realm. What do you have to compete with the others? He looked down. Lin Yuk, 86 years old, Spiritual Spring Realm. Damn it. Wang Ji, 38 years old, Qi Condensation Realm. Lan Mo smashed his fist onto the table and asked, "What's happening?" Senior brother, calm down. At this moment, an old man wearing a deep blue robe walked up. I heard from Heoran that there is a shop named the Origins Internet Club. Then, he whispered something into Lan Mo's ear. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Jade Dynasty. Sword Control Technique. Lan Mo's face fell. They gave up on the Cultivation Realm Conference because of this stuff. Lan Mo said with a shivering beard, the 3 Saint Gates live in remote places and have no dealings with worldly business, but they enjoy such high status and are called saints. Do these disciples know why? It's because they have access to the mystical cultivation realm. Are Shui Delph and the others crazy? They want to give up this rare opportunity. Calm down, faction master. The Taoist in the deep blue robe said, I've seen the guns and other new spiritual artifacts that Heoran made, and they are indeed unique. It's said that he learned the new artifact making technique from that shop, and it is called the scientific approach. The Taoist in deep blue said, tomorrow, I'll go there and have a look. Then, we'll make the decision. Okay. Lan Mo's face was now as dark as ink. Wait, I'll go with you tomorrow. I'll see what tricks this shop is playing. Ah, Fang Qi was quite frustrated since this unknown middle-aged man insisted on talking to him about everything from transportation to welfare for one night. Is this guy really the emperor? The middle-aged man didn't leave the shop until Fang Qi closed the door, and he left the internet cafe quite reluctantly. Fang Qi glanced at his task and found that the target, binge-watching TV dramas in this world 2 feet was almost done. The TV series, Wind and Cloud, was quite good. It was in the wuxia category, but the techniques and skills in this series were quite powerful. Besides, it included all kinds of techniques from low to high, which was the most awesome feature about this TV series. On the next day, 2 old men, one in a deep blue Taoist robe and the other in a sapphire Taoist robe, came into the shop. The old man in the sapphire Taoist robe wore a tall hat, and his face was white while his eyebrows looked sharp. Also, he had a long beard. The old man in the deep blue Taoist robe had his gray hair down, looking disheveled compared with his companion. The shop is in this remote corner. The old man wearing the elegant robe showed disdain on his face. Before they could step into the shop, a middle-aged man strode in with a large group of young people wearing the Cloud Ocean faction's uniform, yelling, "Sir! Are the new episodes of Jade Dynasty released yet? Chapter 192, Sir, you cheated us. Those episodes are released." Fang Chi pointed at the top of the small blackboard and said, "Today, the 7th and 8th episodes are released. Sir, 1 bowl of instant noodles with 1 sausage and a bottle of Coke." Yi Xiaoyi touched her small pocket and then pointed behind her while saying, "It's on my dad." Yi Songtao, isn't that faction master Yi? Lan Mo looked at the figure who had just entered the shop. Jade Dynasty, what's that? No, Jun Yangxi, Li Haoran's master who was in the deep blue robe, said in bafflement, "To learn the scientific approach of making artifacts, we must play Resident Evil and Counter-Strike, right?" They were about to push open the door when a few people appeared in front of the internet cafe, creating a gentle breeze. The man who just walked in seems to be in Huwei. Lan Mo froze. Yeah, Jun Yangxi said, the 2 guys within Huwei seemed to be Master Yang of the Yang family and Master Bu of the Bu family. They looked at each other before walking into the shop. He is indeed in Huwei. Lan Mo finally confirmed his suspicions. And Huwei paid at the counter and then went to the cupboard to pick up a purple bowl-shaped box before tearing open the seasoning packages. On the other side, Yi Songtao carried a box in his left hand which looked the same as the one in Huwei's hand, and there was a bottle of a black drink in his right hand. They gaped at this sight. Alliance Master Lan, Master Jun Yangxi. Yi Songtao's eyes lit up. How come you're here as well? Lan Mo snorted. It's my question for you guys. Faction Master Yi, you guys don't want to go to the cultivation realm. Instead, you all come to this remote place. What are you up to? About that, Yi Songtao called out, "Xiaoyi, prepare 2 bowls of instant noodles for your Uncle Lan and Uncle Jun Yangxi. Remember the sausages. Let's go and watch the TV series." Yi Songtao led them to the counter to pay. Watch the TV series. They looked at each other in bafflement. Soon, they found 2 seats under Yi Songtao's guidance. Alliance Master Lan and Taoist Jun Yangxi. You're here. Shui Delph walked over with a group of disciples. You're here, too, Lan Mo exclaimed. How come you're all here? By the way, what is this Jade Dynasty that Faction Master Yi just mentioned? You'll know it after watching. Yi Songtao clicked open the super theater for them. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyi came over with 2 bowls of instant noodles. Wow, this smells so good. The 2 put on the virtual reality headset and picked up the bowls of instant noodles. Hiss, this green cloud faction is magnificent. Still, it's not as good as our Wu-Wei Taoist alliance. Yeah, hiss, this ancestral master, is he an immortal? He's flying on a sword. So fast, there's such a faction in the world. They enjoyed the instant noodles while watching the TV series with great interest. His cultivation strength has reached the peak. They exclaimed as their eyeballs almost popped out of the sockets. I wonder what will happen when the bloodthirsty bead and that black staff combine with each other. Su Tianji said as she opened Jade Dynasty. Will Xiaofan die? Master, hurry and watch. At this moment, Yuexin who had opened the TV series before the others exclaimed. What? Su Tianji immediately opened the TV series and watched as the bloodthirsty bead and the soul-absorbing staff experienced a strange transformation, and Zhang Xiaofan was hit by it since he was the closest to it. After absorbing a large amount of Zhao Xiaofan's essence blood, they began to merge into each other instead of fighting with each other. How could this happen? They were 2 conflicting fierce objects. Is it possible that they now share the same aura after swallowing Zhang Xiaofan's blood? And that is why they stopped fighting. Su Tianji murmured to herself at this scene, that should be the general idea. But the details are probably very complicated. I can't believe that this big problem is solved in this way. It was a narrow escape. This should be a very special artifact making technique. Shui Delph said in excitement, it's such a coincidence that these 2 fierce objects merged and triggered this special artifact making technique. It looks to be a treasure. However, this is the only good news for Zhang Xiaofan. He likes his senior sister, but she likes someone else. Also, His bro has far surpassed him in cultivation strength. It doesn't look good for him if this trend continues. I'm full after eating the instant noodles. Su Tianji patted her belly. To avoid getting hiccups, I'd better eat a container Haagen-Dazs. At this moment, players were still activating Silent Hill 2. People could accumulate their cultivation strength slowly, but it was hard to increase their mental strengths, which was why they were eager to use this game to achieve this purpose. Meanwhile, Lan Mo and Jun Yangxi were talking about the TV series. This Tai Chi Mystic Pure Dao is so good. We need to upgrade the basic cultivation technique in our faction. Ours seem to be weaker than those in the TV series. They are not weaker, isn't the fundamental level of the Blue Flame Heavenly Scroll, the ultimate technique of our faction, very powerful. However, compared with our technique, this technique has its unique features. The Tai Chi Mystic Pure Dao is worthy of learning. I think the high-level techniques in our faction can be improved. Right. Does it mean that the Cloud Ocean faction and the Luyun Taoist Palace had begun making improvements long ago? Lan Mo slapped his hand on his thigh. We can't let the situation continue like this. By that time, the people of the Cloud Ocean faction and Luyun Taoist Palace will travel on swords, and we would still need to travel on spiritual boats with our disciples, being left behind in the dust. It will be humiliating. Wang Quan, the special messenger, didn't even report this to me. Lan Mo said angrily. Senior brother, I remember that you scolded him for speaking nonsense. Lan Mo's face twitched. Did I? Forget it, we'll study the so-called Tai Chi Mystic Pure spell first. At this moment, Su Tianji and the others had finished watching the 2 newest episodes. Fortunately, the TV series didn't end at a critical moment. And Hu Wei said, Sir, Su Tianji complained, can you release 2 more episodes today? I finished them in an instant. Yeah, Yi Xiaoyi protested. I feel like today's 2 episodes were very short. Did you cheat us on the episode length? Fang Qi had just finished watching as well. Look at the time yourself. Each episode lasted 55 minutes. Not 1 minute less. You might have adjusted the time forward a bit. Nolan Mingxie said the words with a straight face. She looked very sincere. Fang Qi's face twitched. Can't you stop accusing me unfairly? Then, he glanced at his task list and said, today, there's a new TV series. Do you want to watch it? With that said, he added a new line on the small blackboard. Today's new item. The first 4 episodes of the TV series, Wind and Cloud. Chapter 193, a 40-meter-long saber. Wind and Cloud. Everyone who came to Fang Qi after finishing watching Jade Dynasty looked surprised. A new TV series. 4 episodes. They were pleasantly surprised. What's it about? Nolan Mingxie asked. Are there major factions as powerful as the Green Cloud faction in Jade Dynasty? Is there the sword control technique in the new TV series? From games to TV series, all the factions had some sort of sword control technique, which made them think that this technique was the integral part of the factions showed in Fang Qi's shop. Fang Qi shook his head. Wind and Cloud is about warriors, and there's no sword control technique. About warriors? Then, there are no Dharma spells. And Hu Wei looked not interested. Su Tianji was also disappointed, but she said, since Jade Dynasty is mainly about cultivation factions, it's fair to have a TV series about warriors. However, Nolan Mingxie looked interested. Are the main characters in this TV series warriors? Activated for me. The new TV series' main characters are warriors. At this moment, many people including the warriors from the 3 major academies had just finished watching Jade Dynasty, and they were looking this way expectantly, hoping that there was something good to watch. They perked up when they heard that the new TV series was mainly about warriors. As an independent warrior, Liang Shi usually played Resident Evil. Later, he saved some money and bought The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, in which he learned the sword control technique. He used this technique to hunt demon beasts with Wu Shan and the others and had made some money. He knew that warriors could learn some sword spells in Jade Dynasty and use them with the sword control technique, and he was about to watch it. Now that he heard the new TV series focused mainly on warriors, he was immediately hooked. Sir, activate Wind and Cloud for me too. Me too, me too. Wu Shan, Blackie, and a few others also came up. They hadn't come to the shop for days since they had been out doing missions to make money. 3 crystals for 1 episode. They glanced at the price. It's 1 crystal cheaper than Jade Dynasty. That's awesome. They were among the oldest customers of the shop, but they had been cautious with purchases due to lack of funds. It was good news for them that they could save one crystal on each episode. The instructors from Lingyun Academy such as Chen Zhang and Yu Liang were also pleased. Sir, activate wind and cloud for us. The main characters are warriors. The royal princess and the other royal members looked at each other, thinking that it was a must-watch. Xiao Lengyu, Ying Zhongshuan, and their peers claimed that they were here to cultivate, so they must watch this TV series. Dong Qingli said in excitement, the TV series in this shop are superb. I don't care if it's about warriors or cultivators. I'll buy it, sir. Dong Qingli then asked a follow-up question, are there any new snacks? She pointed at the empty instant noodle bowls and Coke bottles on the desk and said, they are not enough. Fang Qi's face twitched. No new snacks for now. Okay. Dong Qingli sniffed and sank into the TV series after activating it. As for In Hui and others, they wanted to wait until the warriors finished watching the TV series. After all, they were cultivators. The Worldly Tian Sha Union has become the #1 organization in the world in less than 10 years under the leadership of the Union Master, Shangba. It has expanded greatly and is at its peak. Watching the massive and powerful Worldly Union, people felt excited. Another major force. They wondered if it was as powerful as the Green Cloud faction. Hey, sir. The seats next to Fang Qi were always precious. Knowing that the mysterious senior often gave Fang Qi private lessons, people wanted to sit next to him to ask about the tips in games and TV series spoilers. Today, Nolan Mingxie took one of these precious seats. While eating Haagen-Dazs, she bumped Fang Qi with her elbow and asked, which one is more powerful, the Worldly Union or the Green Cloud faction? Fang Qi's face turned stiff, wondering how he could compare two things which were totally different. However, with all things considered, the Green Cloud faction was much more powerful. The Green Cloud is more powerful. How about the Clay Buddha, the No.1 physiognomist? Nolan Mingxie clicked her tongue and asked, how come there are so many #1s in the world? Is the Clay Buddha very powerful? TL note. Physiognomist is a person supposedly able to judge character or, formerly, to predict the future from facial characteristics. Fang Qi replied with a dark expression, in the whole world, he's the only physiognomist who isn't a fraud. Don't you think it makes him the #1 in the world? Can't you watch it by yourself? Don't ask me for spoilers. Why not? Union Master Shang got a spoiler as well by asking for a prophecy from the Clay Buddha. While eating Haagen-Dazs, Nolan Mingxie recited a famous phrase from Wind and Cloud, the gold Kirin is unusual, and it will turn into a dragon when it meets Wind and Cloud. The gold Kirin is unusual, and it will turn into a dragon when it meets Wind and Cloud. Royal Princess Ji Yu was also pondering over this phrase while she watched the TV series. She exclaimed, the Clay Buddha can really predict Shangba's future. That's awesome. Today, Song Qingfeng had also gotten a good seat, sitting to the right of Fang Qi. FK. The flood submerged the giant Buddha's knees in. The fire burned the Lingyun Den. Does it mean that they will battle on the top of the giant Buddha statue? My god, such a long saber. Fang Qi watched the battle in shock. Niren Wang really cast bolts of saber energy up to 40 meters in length. The system reproduced this horrifying saber technique. Fang Qi remembered that this saber energy in the comic version wasn't even this long. He wondered which version the system based this TV series on. It is not 40 meters, right? Song Qingfeng measured the saber energy with his eyes. You're naive. Nolan Mingxie said, obviously, the shop owner exaggerated. Sir, Song Qingfeng complained, Niren Wang's cultivation strength is lower than an ancestral warrior. This TV series is only one crystal cheaper than Jade Dynasty, but the characters' strengths are much lower. You don't understand the Green Leaf Ancestral Master's sword techniques anyway, Nolan Mingxie said, although Niren Wang's cultivation strength is much lower than that of the Green Leaf Ancestral Master, his saber technique is really good, and it's enough for us if we can master it. Right, Song Qingfeng chuckled. In the future, we can use the sword control technique to battle from the distance, the 40-meter saber energy at middle range, and the close-range combat skill in close range. Whoever dares to challenge me will die. Right, Fang Qi said, I'd allow the enemies to run for 39 meters, I wouldn't cast the saber energy any closer. The other two were at a loss for words. Suddenly, they yelled when they were halfway through. What's this thing? How come it has flames all over its body? It looks like a Kirin. No way, how can this legendary godly beast exist in the real world? At this moment, Liang Shi and the others yelled, the Union Master Shang is teaching the Cloud Expelling Palm and Wind God Kick. And the Sky Frost Fist. Hey, we can't learn them just by watching for a short time. The royal princess and the two princes were also excited. Young Master Feng is going to battle the force called Wushuang City. Shangba is good, he's ambitious and powerful, Ji Yang said. I wonder if our grandpa was this powerful when he began conquering the region. Nonsense, Ji Yu said, Grandpa was much more powerful than Shangba. When he conquered the big families, he had even reached the mid-stage of the Emperor Warrior realm. He could stand in the sky and kill cultivators like chopping vegetables. The 4 episodes are over. I haven't learned the Wind God Kick yet, sir. When can I master the 40-meter-long saber techniques? We've watched 4 episodes already. Sad howls filled the internet cafe instantly. Chapter 194, Wind God Kick. Look at my cloud-expelling palm. Sir, are there more? Song Qingfeng howled beside Fang Qi. You've watched for almost 6 hours. Fang Qi rolled his eyes. Even if there was more, can you finish them? You're right. Song Qingfeng looked embarrassed. The fighting styles in Wind and Cloud are quite unique. Nolan Mingshe murmured. There are not only powerful combat techniques but exquisite fighting skills similar to the close-range combat skill. By her side, Lan Yan said, yeah, these are more complicated than our fighting styles. However, they are more effective. Everyone had seen Nolan Mingshe cautiously combining the close-range combat skill, combat techniques, and the sword control technique when she battled in the national examination. I'm surprised that the people in Wind and Cloud have been using such well-developed fighting styles. In fact, the low-level warriors in this world paid no attention to the details, only the high-level warriors such as Liang Haihu and Nolan Hongwu had turned their attention to the control of details. However, they had gained this understanding through a lot of combat experiences, and little of this knowledge had been passed down, which was why most of the warriors worked hard to gain cultivation strength. After all, the details took more time to master than the combat techniques, and people would rather use this time on the cultivation of warrior chi since the warrior chi in the later stages could increase one's lifespan even though this effect was less impressive compared with spiritual essence. Good combat techniques and warrior chi were enough for the warriors to handle most situations, saving time and extending their lifespan at the same time. This combination was perfect for the warriors in this world. You want to spend time on studying technicalities. I'll overpower you with my greater cultivation strength. That's my logic. This was the generally accepted idea among warriors in this world. Besides, the warriors always felt the threat from cultivators, which prompted them to increase cultivation strength as fast as they could. It was also necessary for them to learn some long-range combat techniques to deal with cultivators. The warriors in this world had their own theories and developed their own system, and it was quite useful. However, now that another mature system was presented to them, why not learn it? After watching the first 4 episodes of Wind and Cloud, the warriors in the internet cafe burst into animated discussion. This Wind God Kick combines combat technique with movements. Liang Shi exclaimed, if we learn this set of technique, we can learn all of those things. The Ni family's proud chilling 6 techniques are also good. Wu Shan clicked his tongue and said, I watched it carefully. It seems to combine body movements, chi cultivation, and saber techniques in one. If we master this set of techniques, we can defeat opponents who are stronger than us. Unfortunately, little Ni Feng only used a few techniques, and I didn't catch his movements clearly. On the other side, the elite disciples of Shengjing Academy and Zai Academy had walked out of the internet cafe. It's a pity that our daily time is up, and I can't roll backward to watch the Wind God Kick more. Yi Fengwo said as he walked out, Senior Brother Ying, how much have you learned? Not much, Ying Zongshuan said with a bitter smile, Union Master Shang taught it too fast. Besides, the Wind God Kick is very profound. Even though we can get a better understanding of it by watching it on the computer, I only learned some basic stuff. At this moment, exclamations came from the other side out of the internet cafe. Oh, this is tough grass in wind, the second movement of the Wind God Kick. A cold-faced young man in red practiced a movement, and his figure dashed forward like a tornado. It was Li Shuiyi, the No. 1 disciple of the Heaven House in Shengjing Academy. Liang Shi and the others also ran out of the shop to watch him, and they clicked their tongues, exclaiming, he learns so fast. This guy seems to be a genius in Shengjing Academy. Wu Shan sighed, we can't compare with him. My god. Then, another exclamation came, and they saw 5th Prince Ji Yong blocking this kick with a flowing movement of his palm. This is the first movement of the cloud-expelling palm, flowing water and flying cloud. There, look over there. As people gasped, Fang Qi also walked out. To deepen their memories of the newly learned combat techniques, they all came out to practice. Sir, Song Qingfeng said, what do you think my combination of Sky Frost Fist and the close-range combat skill? Then, he practiced this set of technique in front of the internet cafe. Wind Frost, Chilly Frost, he shouted while he practiced. Young Master Song, you're awesome. Lin Xiao cheered for him from the side. Don't run, look at my Wind God Kick. Shu Luo kick forward, Wind God Kick, look at the 3-division combination essence. Song Qingfeng made a firm stance and concentrated his mind. Shu Luo froze in fear, and then his face twitched when he saw nothing forming in front of Song Qingfeng. Damn it, where's your 3-division combination essence? Look at my 40-meter long saber. Lin Xiao entered the fray. I'll let you run for 39 meters. Get out of here, you learned nothing, you're just bluffing. Where they were frolicking with each other, another wave of exclamations came. This is the 5th movement of cloud-expelling palm. My god, it's the 6th movement, the 7th movement. Union Master Shang only taught it once. Cloud Ocean Waves, this is the 8th movement. That is, Nolan Mingshe, the genius of Lingyun Academy. My god, she changed to the saber technique. Proud Chilling 6 techniques. We can only observe the Proud Chilling 6 techniques from Little Nifeng since Niren Wang used them too fast. Amazing, she learned it too, the people exclaimed and gasped. She was so talented that she had learned a small part of the techniques by watching for only a few seconds. Sir, Sister Nolan is so awesome. Dong Qingli had also run out to watch them practice. Of course, at this moment, Nolan Mingshe withdrew the saber with some pride. She looked at Fang Qi and asked, Mr. Fang, would you show us some movements? Fang Qi shrugged but didn't move. Maybe Mr. Fang hasn't learned anything yet. Lan Yan snickered gloatingly. Zhang Wanyu seemed to get the same conclusion. I'm sure that Mr. Fang's talent isn't as good as that of Sister Nolan. It's okay. Dong Qingli comforted him. In the world, some people's talents are just incomparable. The words were not comforting at all. Why isn't he moving? The disciples from Shengjing Academy and Zai Academy also saw Fang Qi standing at the door. After all, he flew away from the national examination on his sword, and it amazed lots of people. But now, he learned nothing. Feeling that she had surpassed Fang Qi this time, Nolan Mingshe felt smug even though she didn't show it. Humph. With a snort, she turned to enter the internet cafe. With a casual expression, Fang Qi waved his palm, and a sharp saber energy shot out. I can never rely on talent in my life. I just sustain my cultivation by taking private lessons from the senior. FK, 40-meter long saber. How did he manage that? Sir, how did you learn it so fast? Nolan Mingshe was speechless. All the people were dumbfounded at the sight. Fang Qi told them that he had played back the fights dozens of times. Since he had reached the realm in which he could turn his warrior qi into energy blades, this was a natural result of his learning. Then, he waved his hand and returned to the shop to resume watching Wind and Cloud. After all, he had spent all his time on the playbacks and hadn't finished watching the first 4 episodes yet. Chapter 195. This guy is toxic. Recently, Nolan Hongwu had been coming into the shop quite late. He was late today even though the 7th and 8th episodes of Jade Dynasty were released. He didn't even ask about the new TV series. After watching Jade Dynasty, he went on to play Silent Hill 2. Xiao Yulv had been waiting on a couch before the big screen. Sir, aren't you going to broadcast the 5th and the 6th episodes of Jade Dynasty? Today I'll put on the new TV series on the livestream first. Fang Qi glanced at him and said, then, I'll broadcast Jade Dynasty. Xiao Yulv felt as if a kitten were tickling his insides. He had to wait another 2 hours to know what happens next in Jade Dynasty. What's the new TV series, sir? Xiao Yulv had just arrived, and he asked after a glance at the small blackboard, Wind and Cloud. Is it good? Fang Qi's face turned dark. Beggars can't be choosers. After all, you can watch it without charge. Xiao Yulv scratched his head and found he had a point. I want to watch it. I want to watch it. Zhang Xiaoyu skipped over happily. She had been bored sitting at the counter each day, and it was finally 8 p.m. on Monday, she could get to watch the TV series. Are you going to livestream Wind and Cloud? and Hu Wei and Su Tianji also stood up. Seeing the others yelling and fighting outside, they had thought that the techniques in Wind and Cloud were powerful. However, after asking around, they understood that the most powerful figure in the TV series only had the strength equivalent to an ancestral warrior, and they lost interest in it. However, they would watch the livestream since it wouldn't consume their daily 6-hour limit, and they could watch the plot in the process. They would take this opportunity to see if the new TV series was what they had expected. Of course, some people just wanted to watch it again, such as Premier Zhang. A TV series fan, Dong Qingli also walked over to watch it again. For her, she could watch it 3 times, let alone twice. A new TV series. Nolan Hongwu was about to walk out when someone told him that this TV series was mainly about warriors. He immediately sat down with Elder Fu. Besides Nolan Hongwu, Su Tianji and the other cultivators also sat on the couch. Fang Qi sat on the far edge of the couch since he was the shop owner and must watch the 8 p.m. primetime program. Watching the Worldly Union at its peak, the people were a bit amazed. However, when the masters came out, they felt, "Sir." Sitting next to Fang Qi, Zhang Xiaoyu mumbled her complaint with a pout, "These guys look lame. I'd rather watch Jade Dynasty. I wonder if the Clay Buddha is a cultivator, but his skill in physiognomy is quite good," Su Tianji said. "However, I can knock down a large group of these warriors with one spiritual spell." "Sir, you are showing us this stuff." Fang Qi shrugged indifferently, and Hu Wei also shook his head and said, "This Union Master Shang is at most at the ancestral warrior realm." "Sir, one episode of this is 3 crystals." Some customers who had been wondering if they should watch this TV series lost interest. "I'd rather watch Jade Dynasty. Let's watch some more." Su Tianji felt helpless at Fang Qi's attitude. "Anyway, it's free." Sitting next to Nolan Hongwu, Liang Haihu asked him, "Senior, what do you think?" "I don't like it." Nolan Hongwu shook his head and said, "If the entire TV series is about warriors on these levels, then this TV series is only fitting for those young people. I won't watch it." Liang Haihu nodded and looked at the disciples of Shengjing Academy. The combat techniques in the TV series are good for these disciples. But for us, they are less appealing. We'd rather spend the time on the games. Do you two really think that Wind and Cloud is so lame?" Xiao Yulf said, "I think it's okay. The fights are fun to watch, and that saber. My god, if I was attacked by such a warrior, I would be in danger." Sitting not far from him, Su Tianji said with a dark expression, "That's because you haven't even reached the Yuan River realm yet." At this moment, a servant walked in while carrying a meal box. "Young Master Xiao, here are your snacks." Good, good, good." Xiao Yulf put the meal box on the tea table. He opened it and saw a silver-colored liquor pot with engraved patterns and a few liquor cups. "Well, it's awesome to savor the Jade Dew wine while watching the TV series." Before he could finish, he saw Su Tianji glaring at him. He immediately said, "Auntie, I ordered it especially from the Wind and Moon Pavilion. Would you like to try some?" "What, you don't want it?" Xiao Yulf picked up the food and said, "Forget it. I'll eat them myself." On the side, Dong Qingli, the owner of the Wind and Moon Pavilion, was supposed to feel happy to see people enjoying food from her shop, but she felt uncomfortable somehow. "Wow, this candied fruit is awesome." Xiao Yulf stuffed a big piece of candied fruit into his mouth while watching the TV series on the big screen. "Wow, this peach is great too." Xiao Yulf picked up a peach and stuffed it into his mouth. "I prepared a lot of snacks for the livestream tonight." Everyone around him became silent with dark expressions. The 2 beautiful sisters, Xiao Yulf said to Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu, "Would you like a piece of candied fruit?" Dong Qingli looked at the candied fruit with complicated feelings. "Forget it, I'll force myself to eat one." Dong Qingli felt complicated. After all, this came from her own restaurant. Zhang Wanyu said, "Then, I'll force myself to eat one too." "Who else want to eat snacks?" Me. Zhang Xiaoyu was a foodie, and she couldn't control her urge to eat. She remembered that she had once eaten at the Wind and Moon Pavilion each day, but now she couldn't afford it. Fang Qi arched his eyebrows when he saw Zhang Xiaoyu enjoying those snacks. Maybe it's time to increase the employee bonus. After all, her cooking skills and work efficiency have improved, and I'm not worried when she manages the internet cafe. Fang Qi rubbed his chin and began to ponder. Right now, a group of people sat on the couches in front of the big screen and watched the TV series while Xiao Yulf enjoyed eating snacks and the TV series at the same time. With her hands full of snacks, Zhang Xiaoyu sat beside Fang Qi and ate snacks while watching. As for Dong Qingli, let's focus on the TV series. Looking at Xiao Yul, who enjoyed the snacks wholeheartedly, Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu found this guy quite toxic, and they felt like it was better to keep their distance from him. Subconsciously, they moved further away from him. Sir, will you livestream the 3rd and 4th episodes of Wind and Cloud tomorrow? After watching 2 episodes, Xiao Yul still felt unsatisfied. Yeah, Fang Qi said with a dark expression. Ha, that's great, Xiao Yul said excitedly. Today, we still have 2 episodes of Jade Dynasty to watch, right? Chapter 196, the senior has something weighing on his mind. How about the issue in Zhongyan? Snap, everything is ready, and we just need a trigger. Ji Wuyu placed a black chess piece on the chessboard. In fact, that small shop named Origins did us a favor. Ji Wuyu said coldly. It attracted the attention of so many major forces, and they let down their guard. It is quite a feat. Right, a hoarse voice came from the shadows. Thanks to this small shop, our arrangements in the Zhongyan region have accelerated by 30%. At his great age, he still craves power and doesn't want to give up being the head of the Nolan family. Ji Wuyu snickered. Now, he doesn't have to hand it over. He can take it to the grave with him. Your Highness, we have done an investigation of the issue you mentioned. At this moment, a figure in black appeared in the courtyard. Speak. 200 years ago, Nolan Hongwu led 50,000 soldiers of Jin and battled with Fu Beihai at the Sky Prison Mountain. Fu, Ji Wuyu said, now, we rarely hear this family name. Before Dajin was established, this land was full of major families and complicated forces of all sizes. Ji Wuyu said, the biggest resistant force was. It was the families by the Kirin Cliff, and they were headed by the Fu family, the man in black reported. According to our investigation, he took out an exquisitely made scroll. Fu Beihai lived at the Kirin Cliff while his ambition spread all over the south. In the era which was filled with heroes, he even won such a high evaluation. Interesting. These 2 men had been best friends. Ji Wuyu was a little surprised since those rebellious families were mortal enemies of Dajin. After the battle at the Sky Prison Mountain, Nolan Hongwu's personality had changed greatly. Even other people in the Nolan family didn't dare to mention it. While reading the reports, Ji Wuyu's expression changed several times. I heard that Nolan Hongwu's talent is as high as that of Ji Xuantong. But for some reason, his cultivation progress suddenly slowed down, and it has stopped progressing for more than 100 years. Otherwise, we'd have to think twice before we make plans in the Zhongyan region. Ji Wuyu suddenly laughed. I just said that I needed a trigger, and now it came. A small mental issue will cause great damage. Since this Nolan Hongwu is old and useless, I can deal with him if I make plans carefully. The throne of Dajin should have been passed down to the branch of my Ji family in East Ocean. What abilities does Ji Wu have? How come he can sit on the throne? And they just gave us the title of East Ocean Regional King. What a joke. In fact, the other 3 regional kings have given us their secret support. When we take down the Nolan family and the other big families in the Zhongyan region, Ji Wu's support will be crippled. Ji Xuantong, since you didn't pass the throne to my branch, we'll take it ourselves. After all, only the most powerful can sit on the throne. On the next day, when Nolan Hongwu was about to finish Silent Hill 2. Elder Fu, did I make a mistake at that time? Master, you did your duty as a member of Dajin. Elder Fu said, you can't dwell on this. What if I was defeated in that battle? Elder Fu fell silent. He spoke after a long time. You did it for this country, and one can use all kinds of schemes on the battlefield. There are many ways of explaining this, Master. Nolan Hongwu was silent. One would have to do anything to achieve a great purpose, which was common sense. However, not everyone could overcome the sense of guilt in their hearts. A lightning bolt flashed in the nightly sky and illuminated their pale faces. Then, it began to rain. Looking at the cold rain, he had to admit that the games in this shop were miraculous. It could make people examine their conscience step by step. After walking into the shop, he found the atmosphere was as cheerful as usual, but he felt like an outsider these days. Opening the game, he saw the darkness in Silent Hill 2 that threatened to swallow him. Looking at his own tombstone, Nolan Hongwu controlled the main character to jump down with his heart in his throat. He continued until he got the videotape. While watching the crime that the main character committed, Nolan Hongwu seemed to see his own past. The memories came back to him as clear as day. Before we enter the battle, let's drink another cup of liquor. From now on, we'll fight with our lives. The man before him lifted the liquor cup and said, "You once asked me who my favorite warrior is. I will tell you now, it's the ancient Grand Master, Bo Yu." When Nolan Hungwu was surprised that his opponent brought up this topic, he instantly drank the liquor and slashed down his last combat technique while looking at his opponent's slightly surprised face since the latter's warrior chi froze. According to the legends of warriors, Bo Yu and Tian Heng were two famous warriors in the ancient times. In their last battle, Bo Yu was more powerful, but he was defeated and killed. Before he died, he said, "I'm old, I must leave something to the young ones who are coming up." About 100 years later came the first emperor warrior who could stand in the air. Remembering the distant past that he hadn't been able to face, Nolan Hungwu suddenly shivered. When he finally stood before the past which was hidden in his heart, those events seemed to have a new meaning to him. Although he couldn't remove all the sentiments from his mind, most of the darkness that was suppressed inside him for many years had now evaporated. He decided to go and find the answer. Nolan Hungwu walked out of the internet cafe. "Elder Fu, let's go to Sky Prison Mountain." Nolan Mingshe walked out of the internet cafe. It's raining." She glanced up at the sky in surprise. She frowned since she had felt uneasy recently. "What's wrong, Ms. Nolan?" Lan Yan asked. "Lan Yan, do you still remember the incident when all the shops in Juhua City boycotted Mr. Fang's shop?" Nolan Mingshe asked. "Isn't it in the past?" Lan Yan was baffled. "No," Nolan Mingshe said, "I have a feeling that things are not that simple. I feel like there's an invisible hand pushing things forward." Sky Prison Mountain. "Your Highness, I found it." A man in black walked up. In his hand was a heavy and cold black sword. In the valley not far from him, there was a tomb that was almost hidden by weeds. "Excellent sword." Even though this sword had been buried in the ground for over 200 years, the body of the sword showed no sign of erosion. After he cleaned it with a silk cloth, it looked as good as new. "The whole thing is quite clear now, and we know that it has some deep meaning in Nolan Hungwu's mind," Ji Wuyu said. "If he faces the sword once used by Fu Beihai, Nolan Hungwu will lose his calm. It will reduce his strength by at least 20%. Go and take this sword to Shangguan Yuan, the head of the No. 2 family in the Zhongyan region. He has been scheming for a long time, and I am guessing that he is more impatient than I am. With all the arrangements that I have made in the Zhongyan region over the last few years, the Zhongyan will soon belong to me. Without Nolan, I will see how Ji Wu can battle with our East Ocean Royal Branch." Chapter 197. Wei Wuwei Taoist Alliance won't attend the conference. Lu Wu was the messenger who sent the notifications to the major forces to attend the Cultivation Realm Conference. Even though he was only a messenger, he enjoyed a high status that ordinary forces must look up to. After all, the Wuwei Taoist Alliance had lined up to welcome him, and even Alliance Master Lan Mo greeted him personally. The ancient mythical place, the Cultivation Realm, only allowed cultivators to enter, and warriors weren't allowed. It was a rule that no one could break. All this was the result of the lofty position of the 3 Saint Gates, at the Wuwei Taoist Alliance. "Alliance Master Lan, what's your decision?" Lu Wu narrowed his eyes. He knew he wasn't a patient man since he had many other places to visit. "Have you decided on the candidates and related issues?" This wasted a lot of his time, and he hated wasting time. Lan Mo looked indecisive. "What?" Lu Wu looked aloof. "Do you think 3 spots are not enough for you? What a joke. Your Wuwei Taoist Alliance." "No," Lan Mo interrupted him in embarrassment. "We have less talented cultivators recently." He took out the white jade token and handed it to Lu Wu, saying, "To save resources for this Cultivation Realm Conference, the Wuwei Taoist Alliance have decided not to attend it." Lu Wu's expression was priceless. "What? Can you say it again?" Lu Wu thought that he had heard it wrong. "Don't you know that even if the candidates don't get the access to the Cultivation Realm, they will receive bountiful rewards as long as they do well in the conference?" Lan Mo's face turned dark. "I'm afraid that our disciples are so weak that they will embarrass the Wuwei Taoist Alliance." Lu Wu's brain turned blank. After all, the other forces would try their best to boast their strengths, but the Wuwei Taoist Alliance. Is this guy a fool? Or they just don't want to attend the conference? It was the only explanation. With a snort, Lu Wu took back the white jade token and said coldly, "Since the Wuwei Taoist Alliance doesn't care to join us, then suit yourself." In a huff, he walked out of the Wuwei Taoist Alliance and boarded his spiritual boat. "Sir, why are you so angry?" The white-robed and white-bearded old man bowed to him. "Is the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance too greedy? Ungrateful," Lu Wu said with a snort, "a bunch of ungrateful people. They didn't ask for more spots." The old man asked curiously. "Lan Mo gave me many excuses and handed back the white jade token." Lu Wu said, "They don't even care to send some ordinary disciples to the conference." Of course, he didn't know that the cultivators who agreed to go to the conference were so weak that even a moron could see something was wrong. It was better to give up altogether. They did that. The old man froze. In the past, they just fought for more spots. Lu Wu said, "I find this quite strange, and I wonder if someone is making trouble for us. I'll report it to my superior and we'll have someone investigate this issue. We must take it seriously." The old man looked grim. Such things never happened in the past. However, didn't Lan Mo say anything detailed? He asked. He was very careful. Lu Wu snorted. "Forget it, someone will handle this issue." Fang Qi always thought that he was diligent. After opening the game cultivation room, he found the familiar game characters. The paladin was now above level 30, and he had great items. Also, the offensive aura, Holy Shock, was now also more than level 10. When the darkness retreated, Fang Qi saw the gloomy sky and a wasteland filled with the intense smell of blood and rotten soil. His game character, the paladin, stood before him with a crystal sword in his right hand and a golden light shield in his left hand. Dressed in a silver knight armor, he looked quite magnificent. Cultivation, paladin, Holy Shock. Synchronization, Holy Shock, 53%. Total synchronization, 36.8%. Like his game character Li Xiaoyao, this game character was also devoid of any emotions. He lifted his sword, and white lightning flashes appeared in the space around him, turning the area within 30 meters of him into a forbidden zone full of lightning bolts. Meanwhile, dense lightning flashes crashed into the ground around him, turning into blinding lights. He lifted his shield and charged toward Fang Qi like a silver tank. At the same time, the ground around Fang Qi was also covered with a layer of white lightning flashes. The bright lights formed when the large amounts of lightning energy collided with the ground. Lightning energy also permeated the air, but they didn't collide into anything tough. At this moment, their lightning energies hit each other. Fang Qi shook while a tingling sensation spread all over his body. At this moment, a translucent crystal sword slashed toward him. Fang Qi lifted his sword to block it in a hurry. As the two swords collided, a large amount of white lighting flashes exploded between their blades. Meanwhile, the spiritual aura around their bodies changed into lightning bolts and attacked each other. Although these lightning bolts were not powerful enough to kill, the lightning pulses that they released could disturb their focus, and it was hard to defend. This Fang Qi's game character was strong. But he wasn't as strong as Li Xiaoyao. Fang Qi could still defend himself. However, the feeling of being attacked by constant lightning pulses wasn't a good sensation. Gritting his teeth, Fang Qi was determined to finish this battle. Different from Li Xiaoyao's sword control techniques, the paladin attacked with sword and shield. His sword techniques were simple but effective, and the sudden shield strikes always caught Fang Qi off guard. More importantly, when Holy Shock was used, Fang Qi would be attacked by the powerful lightning currents whenever his weapon collided with his opponent's sword or shield. This was why Holy Shock was so powerful. Its damage was not limited to certain weapons. Even sticks would deal a lot of damage with Holy Shock active. Recently, Fang Qi had been practicing the innumerable sword scroll and Holy Shock in the game cultivation room alternatively. If he didn't have time to practice during the day, he would do it after the internet cafe was closed for the night, meanwhile in a distant place. An old man wearing a white robe with golden trims, the same outfit as Lu Wu's, was sitting cross-legged in meditation. At this moment, the communication jade hanging at his belt lit up. The Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance gave up on attending the conference. It has been a long time since people from the Saint Gates traveled in the world. It seems that some people are trying to make trouble. Chapter 198. Some people are making trouble. An entire force gave up together. The old man murmured to himself, such a thing has never happened in the last 1,000 years. After all, the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance is a large cultivation force. Since Dajin has no wars going on and didn't discover any mystical places that they need to explore at the risk of their lives, how come no cultivators want to come to the conference? It is impossible. This is a serious issue. If there is anyone who is trying to make trouble for the Cultivation Realm Conference, we can never let it pass. Master, you summoned me. What happened? At this moment, a white-clothed young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked over. Like Lu Wu, this young man looked to be in his 20s, but his behavior and temperament oozed an indescribable sense of vicissitude. He was wearing a white robe, he had a diamond-shaped mark as big as a rice grain between his eyebrows. The young man narrowed his eyes as if he had always been meditating. He slowly opened his eyes when he came to the old man, and the shocking light emitting from his eyes was so bright that it lit up the stone room. The people with unstable minds would be dazzled by this intense light and submit to him without a fight. Well, good. The old man nodded. Take a trip to Dajin. How come I rarely see Senior Nolan recently? And Cheng and the others walked into the internet cafe and glanced at the small blackboard. Act 5 is released. Bu Che also complained, I've been waiting for the senior to begin the new act. I can't even see him now. The shop owner is playing Act 5 now. And Cheng saw Fang Chi in one glance. Let's go and watch him play. At his moment, Fang Chi took back a large light blue shield from the barbarian blacksmith. When he clicked on the item, they exclaimed, Sir. 4 sockets. The most you can get is 3 sockets, right? What's this? The shop owner got good items again. Hearing in Cheng's shout, many people looked over. My god, you're playing Act 5 now. Ji Yong hadn't finished Act 2 yet, and he looked at Fang Chi with envy. Sir, what are you going to do with this 4-socket shield? As an experienced player of Diablo, and Cheng knew that Fang Chi was going to make rune words when he saw the gray item with sockets. To make a spirit shield, Fang Chi answered, the Ancient's pledge could no longer satisfy his needs. The viewers watched Fang Chi put the runes into the sockets. +2 levels to all skills. And Cheng and the others were stupefied after seeing the first bonus. 250% defense against long-range attacks. Additional resistance to all elements. Everyone stared at the screen and didn't know what to say. Sir, are you going to take on Diablo alone? Ji Yong clicked his tongue. Nonsense. He killed Diablo long ago. And Cheng said, Diablo is in Act 4. How come Diablo is in Act 4? Ji Yong looked confused. I don't understand this plot. It's okay. And Cheng said with a smile, I recommend that you read the official novel of Diablo written by Ms. Shen. Now, the second volume has been published. Diablo's plot wasn't complicated. The Dark Wanderer, whose body had been taken by Diablo, wanted to revive himself and had released Mephisto and Baal, 2 big lords of hell. The elites of all classes chased after the Dark Wanderer but were always one step late, so they had to fight with several bosses. Finally, Mephisto and Diablo's soulstones were destroyed at the Hellforge, and Baal led its army of demons and occupied the center of the world, Worldstone Keep, and Worldstone Chamber. TL note. If we are not wrong, only Mephisto's soulstone was destroyed at the Hellforge, and Diablo was directly killed by the player. The author might have made an error. The story about Baal was added to the original version. Meanwhile, in the region of the headquarters of the Wu Wei Alliance that belonged to the Blue Flame faction. Senior brother, I must study the rune words and the blood refining method, so leave me alone. I'll go to the internet cafe myself. I thought you were studying the scientific approach to making artifacts. Lan Mo was speechless at the change of events. Haoran complained that the rune words are too profound for him and asked me for help. Jun Yangxi said, as for the scientific approach to making artifacts, that kid has gained some progress, and I don't want to get involved now. Okay, after I study the so-called enchantment recipes. In the artifact making room, Jun Yangxi was soaked in sweat. This method is so weird. Are you going or not? I'll go later, Jun Yangxi said impatiently. Then, I'll go now. Lan Mo said, I must go there to study Tai Chi Mystic Pure Dao and the sword control technique. I can't wait for you. Go. Great, I'll go and watch the TV series. Lan Mo chuckled and strode out of Wu Wei Taoist Alliance with his hands clasped behind his back. In the artifact making room, Jun Yangxi watched the changes in a gray spiritual sword carefully. However, compared with the scientific approach, this method is closer to my style. Well, I'm really confused by the periodic table of the elements, reaction formulas, and trigonometric function, in a luxurious estate on the edge of the Zhongyan region. Ji Wuyu was sitting with a straight posture, and 2 rows of people sat on both sides of him. If An Huwei or the other aristocrats in Zhongyan were present, they would recognize that the man sitting on Ji Wuyu's left was Shangguan Yuan, the head of the No. 2 Shangguan family in Zhongyan, right after the No. 1 Nalan family. Wearing a dark gray robe with star patterns, He had a short beard, thick eyebrows, narrow eyes, and fierce eyes. The guys sitting next to Shangguan Yuan were masters with powerful auras. The dark figure who had been hiding in the dark now stood behind Ji Wuyu. He was a middle-aged man in black, and he emitted a gloomy presence. Ji Wuyu said, "I got the news from the Nolan family that Nolan Hongwu went on a trip a few days ago, and the destination seems to be Sky Prison Mountain in the north. This gives us a perfect opportunity. Nolan Hongwu and the Nolan family are now separated," Ji Wuyu said. "I think you've waited for this day for a long time. This is a great opportunity to take down the Nolan family." Ji Wuyu studied the people present as he continued, "From now on, you don't have to submit to the Nolan family anymore. From now on, you will become the master of this beautiful and rich land. From now on, there will be no one with the family name, Nolan." Chapter 199. The System's Black Technology and the Easter Egg in Jade Dynasty. Today is Saturday. In the early morning, Song Qingfeng sat down on a couch with a bowl of instant noodles. Another day closer to the 9th and 10th episodes of Jade Dynasty. Since Wind and Cloud released 4 episodes on Tuesday as well, the customers of Fang Chi's shop had watched 8 episodes of it now. "Where's the shop owner?" He looked around and saw that Fang Chi was online. What did skillful players usually do? They would explore the bugs and new possibilities. However, Fang Chi was once a professional gamer, and he was now watching the 7th and 8th episodes of Jade Dynasty. Of course, it wasn't his first time of watching them, he had been watching them repeatedly. At this moment, he was standing beside Zhang Xiaofang, watching how the bloodthirsty bead and soul-absorbing staff was merging. Then, an idea dawned on him. I don't have to stay with Zhang Xiaofang, right? Everyone knew that the basics to watching TV series was to pause, play forward, and reverse. The advanced options included the adjustment of quality and others. Since the system didn't give him a book of instructions, Fang Chi didn't know if there were such options. To his surprise, the options appeared before him. Fang Chi glanced down and found that there were advanced options in the setting. He could remove the locked camera. In other words, his vision was not restricted within the actual TV series. It meant that he could go to other places. For example, he could go to the other peaks while Xiaofan was cultivating. Damn, Fang Chi had never imagined that he could use the super theater this way. The first place that he went to was the Fantasy Moon Cave abode, which was at the back mountains of the Green Cloud faction. However, when he tried to enter it, he was pushed out by a force. Fang Chi was frustrated that he had no access to the Fantasy Moon Cave abode. Despite the high degree of freedom in the TV series made by the system, there were obviously some restrictions. He couldn't break these restrictions. It didn't even tell me about this black technology. Fang Chi murmured to himself. Now, he had to consider where else he could go. Shall I go to the other peaks? At this thought, he paused the TV series and pressed the play button after he reached the small bamboo peak. Looking at the bamboo forest, gurgling stream, and the female disciples who were walking around in groups of 2 or 3, Fang Chi's eyes almost popped out. This is truly black technology. Of course, he came here not to see girls. He came here because he remembered that before the 7-peak competition, Lu Xueqi, one of the main female characters, had barely learned the godly sword lightning controlling true spell. The timeline in the 9th and 10th episodes was about the period shortly before the 7-peak competition. It meant that Lu Xueqi's master, the Water Moon Shui Yu master, might be teaching her the godly sword lightning controlling true spell during this period. If he wasn't familiar with the plot, he wouldn't know when or where the godly sword lightning controlling true spell was taught, even though he discovered the advanced settings. As mentioned before, the system had recreated the worlds in the games, and it even reproduced the rune words and magic spells in Diablo. It seemed like the system did the same with the TV series. Soon, Fang Chi came to the moon-watching Wang Yu platform at the small bamboo peak. This time, he watched Jade Dynasty from the perspective of Lu Xueqi. It was boring to stay in one place. In case that he had omitted something important, he moved around the nearby places. Now, it was in the 9th episode. At this moment, Fang Chi's eyelids jumped. Under the moonlight, he saw 2 figures walking toward him. One person was in her 30s with an oval face, and she looked elegant in her white Taoist robe. Beside her was an extremely beautiful female disciple in white as well. Are they? Fang Chi instantly knew who they were, and his breathing quickened when he thought of the reason why the master and disciple came to this place at this moment. Is it possible that my guess is right? He felt like running over and asking them if the Water Moon Master was here to teach the godly sword lightning controlling true spell. However, despite the realness of this world, he remembered that he was watching the TV series. He had to stand by and watch quietly. Chi, I've taught you many techniques and sword spells, but do you know that I have an ultimate technique that can even control the natural elements? The veil-like moonlight shone on their faces, and Fang Chi knew that Lu Xueqi was about to learn the godly sword lightning controlling true spell. Obviously, the Water Moon Master began to teach Lu Xueqi her best technique before the 7-peak competition. Fang Chi thought, awesome, I found an Easter egg. He immediately glanced at the time and saw that it was at 30:28 of the 9th episode. Now, Fang Chi could watch the key instructions in the godly sword lightning controlling true spell. White lightning bolts flashed across the gloomy sky, and rumbling thunder rolled in the dark clouds. It was about to rain. 2 figures walked along the mountain path. The one walking in the front had white hair and beard and a slightly bent back, and the person behind him was much larger in build. Master, Elder Fu said slowly, it has been so many years. Even if there were clues left behind, they would have been washed away. Nolan Hungwu shook his head. It would be worth our efforts if we could find even a tiny trace of a clue. Besides, I feel like I must come. Otherwise, I would die with regrets. Master, your cultivation strength is so great, it will be a long time before you pass away. Elder Fu shook his head. Nolan Hungwu inhaled deeply. I remember that he was buried in this mountain under a tombstone that has no words on it. Master, over there. Elder Fu pointed forward, and a tombstone could be seen behind overgrown weeds. A clap of thunder exploded in the sky, and large drops of rain fell. Meanwhile, a whistling sound of a flying arrow came in the air. The black arrow almost merged with the gloomy surroundings. Who is sneak attacking? Elder Fu yelled as he shot out violent warrior chi, sending the surrounding mud, debris, and plants flying. The whistling arrow lost its course when it collided with this violent warrior chi. Like a lightning flash, the black arrow pierced through Elder Fu's chi barrier and dashed toward Nolan Hungwu's dantian. Chapter 200. As strong as me. Almost at the same time, Nolan Hungwu reached out his hand and caught the sharp arrow in the blink of an eye. Like a pair of iron pincers, his right hand grabbed the arrow with vicious force while the black arrow squirmed in his hand like a vicious poisonous snake. Nolan Hungwu tightened his grip and broke the arrow, and it finally stopped struggling. However, a black sword slashed through the many raindrops in the sky and stabbed at his back from the darkness. Combat technique, mountain blocking. Hammer. Nolan Hungwu's cultivation strength was so high and his combat experience was so rich that his body moved without thinking as soon as he sensed the sneak attack. This combat technique wasn't very complex but was used in the perfect moment. His arm blocked the sword blade like an iron chain while his fist punched toward the midsection of the attacker. At this instant, the attacker had no choice but to withdraw the sword and retreat. Otherwise, the fistful of warrior chi would crush his chest. The attack and retreat happened in the blink of an eye. Now, Nolan Hungwu had the time to observe the attacker. In all black, this man wore a fierce ghost mask and held a black longsword with tiny scale patterns on its body. It was a unique sword. Seeing this sword, Nolan Hungwu's body shook slightly. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man waved his hand, and many armored soldiers swarmed up. This scene looked the same as 200 years ago. Meanwhile, Ji Wuyu was sitting in a small shop a few kilometers away to supervise the mission since this was the most important part of his plan. At this moment, there were no other people in this shop. Your Highness, our prey is trapped, a black-clothed man reported. Excellent. Ji Wuyu nodded. Then, let's execute the plan. Will this plan do real damage to Nolan Hungwu? The gloomy ghost-like middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. That old ghost is not easy to handle. Don't worry, Ji Wuyu said with a faint smile while toying with the wine cup. I read many documents about Nolan Hungwu's early life, and I'm 99% sure that this old man has some problems with his mental strength. I asked Shangguan Yuan to wear a mask and recreate the same atmosphere to disturb Nolan Hungwu's mind. Then, he will kill Nolan Hungwu when the latter shows a weakness. Nolan Hungwu has an old servant who has great strength as well. Ji Wuyu said confidently, the people whom we sent are also strong. I think Nolan Hungwu's old servant can handle at most 1 or 2 of them. Good. The black-robed man said, this is the most important part of our plan, and we can't fail. On Sky Prison Mountain. Master, there are many of them. Elder Fu frowned. I counted and found that at least 7 of them are on par with me. As for the guy wearing the mask, he hasn't shown his aura yet, but I think he's also strong. If it were in the past, Nolan Hongwu would have some illogical doubts in his mind, and it would in turn disturb him and give his enemies a chance to defeat him. Faced with 7 powerful masters and surrounded by so many elite warriors, he would probably die here. But now, the burdens on his mind had mostly been removed. How many can you handle? Nolan Hongwu asked in a deep voice. Elder Fu put out 4 fingers and then lifted the thumb, changing the number to 5. The expressions of the people around them got dark as they thought, you just claimed that we are on par with you. You dare to look down on us. They were the heads of families which followed Shangguan Yuan or Ji Wuyu, and each of them had reached the late stage or peak stage of the King Warrior realm. Their strength should be on the same level as Elder Fu's. With his hands clasped behind him, Elder Fu walked toward the enemies. Behind him, Nolan Hongwu reached out his hand and said, "Give me the sword." Shangguan Yuan almost wanted to remind him by saying, "Aren't you supposed to think that I'm Fu Beihai?" He had no choice but to raise the black sword and get ready to battle. "Do you want me to take it from you by force?" Nolan Hongwu's expression turned darker. Suddenly, Shangguan Yuan felt like something wasn't right. Meanwhile, in the small shop a few kilometers away, Ji Wuyu put down the wine cup and said, "It's about time to attack the headquarters of the Nolan family. Don't forget the genius in the younger generation of the Nolan family. If we let her escape, she will bring us big trouble in the future." "Yes, Your Highness." The black-clothed men took his order and went out to send the message. Nolan Mingshe had the communication jade in her hand. "Yeah, the situation is weird lately. You must tighten the guard." "What? Something has happened in the family." I'll stay in the internet cafe for the time being. If they dare to come here for me, I'll tell the shop owner that someone's trying to cause trouble." "Okay, don't worry, second elder." "Ms. Nolan, what happened?" Lan Yan asked anxiously. Nolan Mingshe stuck out her tongue and said, "Just as I expected. Let's go and play Act 5 of Diablo. Each of us is on par with you, and you want to handle us alone. You're too arrogant." All of them unleashed horrifyingly violent warrior chi. The violent chi swept across the land instantly, blowing up sand and debris. The raindrops that were falling were swept upward by this violent warrior chi. Nature changed color before the combined forces of several king warriors. Even the lightning bolts in the sky paled before this force. The warrior chi that was injected into the sabers and swords were reaching the peak as if they could shatter the mountains and land if they were launched. However, they sensed that the aura before them suddenly grew while they struck their weapons forward. The horrifying aura crashed toward them like a mountain. Meanwhile, Elder Fu picked up a tree branch and struck forward with it as if it were a saber. The mighty forces collided. Bam! The land shook, and the ground cracked. The mud and rocks flew up, and the trees broke and fell. Despite their combined force, these king warriors were sent flying, and they spat out blood under the dominating warrior chi of their opponent. You're not a king warrior." Finally, someone shouted in a shaky voice. Chapter 201. Want to kill people in the shop. The shop owner is angry. Ji Wuyu said with a chess piece in his hand, "It's time to handle that young girl of the Nolan family." "As for that girl," the black-robed man said, "we must be cautious with that small shop, it's not an ordinary shop." "I taught the assassins myself," Ji Wuyu said, "they won't give their target the time to react. I told them to disguise themselves as civilian warriors and go into the shop. It's said that once the customers are using the spiritual artifacts in that shop, they would sink into it. Do you think that girl will be alert at that time?" "Right." A sneer appeared on the black-robed man's face. "Sometimes, people think they are in a safe place, but they might get killed there more easily." Ji Wu came to the shop with the old eunuch Yu today. "My lord, be careful." Eunuch Yu sounded startled. "Those guys look weird. Where are they?" Ji Wu's eyes turned grim as he looked toward the direction that Eunuch Yu pointed at. Before the counter were about 5 warriors, and they were pointing their fingers at the customers in the shop. Then, 2 of them walked into the shop while the others walked toward the door. Ji Wu saw that they walked directly behind Nolan Mingshe, and one of them moved his hand toward Nolan Mingshui's tender neck. Ji Wu was baffled. What's he doing? Then, he saw a faint chilling light flashing between that man's fingers. "Be careful," Ji Wu yelled. Nolan Mingshe seemed to have sensed the danger as well, and she exited from the virtual reality mode, but it was too late to dodge the attack. "Ah!" gasps sounded. With one slight move, the assassin could instantly cut her throat. Most of the high-level cultivators and warriors paid attention to their surroundings when they were playing games. Hearing the noises, people like Lan Mo, and Hui, Shui Delph, and Liang Haihu all sensed it and looked over. However, due to the suddenness of the attack, it was too late for them to help. At this moment, Fang Qi was in the game cultivating room, and many swords hovered in the air behind him. Opposite to him, Li Xiaoyao also controlled many swords and shot toward him. Now, Fang Qi's innumerable sword scroll could do more than just fall from the sky or attack from one direction. When Li Xiaoyao's swords attacked him from different directions, Fang Qi also controlled the many swords to defend himself from all directions. On the first floor, the assassin showed a cold smile, knowing that he would succeed. Fang Qi was at the peak moment during the battle with Li Xiaoyao when he heard the alarm, intruders are detected. Danger level is high, activating emergency lightning condemnation. Behind Nolan Mingshe, a dark red lightning bolt flashed. The two warriors behind Nolan Mingshe instantly froze. Almost all the cultivators and warriors shivered at the sight. At this moment, Fang Qi hurried down from the second floor with a dark expression. What happened? Intruders didn't sound like a good thing. Fang Qi had never imagined that someone would try to kill his customers while they were enjoying the games. Boss, Zhang Xiaoyu looked fearful. There were two assassins. Fortunately, they were knocked down by the senior's lightning spell. Assassins. In the past, the instructors of Lingyun Academy only dared to station outside of the shop. They didn't dare to catch people in the shop. But now, someone had entered the shop and even almost killed his customers according to Zhang Xiaoyu. If this situation continued, how could he keep his business going? At this thought, Fang Qi got furious. They have company, Ji Wu said in a deep voice. As the emperor of Dajin, he would never allow anyone to assassinate a genius in his country. Hearing Ji Wu's shout, the three guys waiting at the door fled instantly. Ji Wu was the first one to dash after them. The others joined him at the same time. The three assassins leapt onto the roof and ran in three directions. Obviously, they were high-level warriors. Two of them were at the Ancestral Warrior Realm, and the other was at the Grand Ancestral Warrior Realm. With a dark expression, Fang Qi lifted his hand and a bright silver-colored sword energy shot out. Then, it split into two before turning into four. This process continued until they turned into a wave of silver-white sword energies. You want to run? Fang Qi had never been so furious before. I'll let you run 400 meters, okay. The silver-white sword energies split into three streaks, flying in three directions. Each of the sword energies emitted silver-white light from the blade, and their speed was beyond everyone's imagination. Instantly, two streaks of sword energies caught the two ancestral warriors and pierced them through their chests. The remaining Grand Ancestral Warrior knew that he couldn't outrun the sword energies, so he stopped and turned around, stabbing out a chilly sword. Wasp Pierce. The chilly sword in his hand instantly turned into many sword shadows. In the nightly sky, large numbers of sword energies collided with the sword shadows, creating loud, ear-piercing, metal-colluding noises. People now were able to see that there were about 100 sword energies in each streak, and each blade released dazzling lightning energy when colliding. After blocking about 10 sword energies, the assassin's movement slowed down, and his body was engulfed by a cloud of lightning energy. In the blink of an eye, his sword was sent flying. Don't kill him, someone yelled. The sword energies split again and shot past the assassin from both sides. Then, the assassin dropped to the ground in spasms and was unconscious after the lightning energy overtook him. Is this the sword control technique? It's the innumerable sword scroll. But I don't know what the lightning energy is. It doesn't look like the godly sword lightning controlling true spell. It's horrifying. No one can escape from it. One can't block it or escape from it. Everyone clicked their tongues at the sight of this powerful sword technique. Let's find out who sent them, and then we will put them on the blacklist. The shop owner is angry. Nolan Mingshe and Lan Yan had planned to come up and thank Fang Qi, but they shivered in guilt when they saw his dark expression. After the narrow escape, Nolan Mingshe was still pale with fright. Sir, Lan Yan asked uneasily, the shop will guarantee the customer's safety, right? Displeased, Fang Qi glared at them and said, it's you guys again. How come you're so troublesome? If such things happen again, you don't need to come here anymore. It was unheard of that one might be killed while playing games. At this thought, the people in the shop were all alarmed. They shivered when they thought of the possibility of being killed while enjoying games. Fortunately, That senior is powerful, they thought. They had only heard of this senior's great power, but now they had seen and felt it in person. Chapter 202. The senior has strong mental strength, and there are many levels in the Emperor-Warrior realm. Not the King-Warrior realm. With a grim expression, Shangguan Yuan sensed Elder Fu's aura and seemed relieved. From his aura, I think he hasn't reached the Emperor-Warrior realm yet. Otherwise, they would be absolutely no match for two Emperor-Warriors. I'm surprised that Nolan Hongwu has a master who is almost an Emperor-Warrior beside him. Shangguan Yuan thought, Nolan Hongwu is indeed an old sly fox. No, we're not his match. One of the King Warriors yelled in astonishment, we were wrong. Don't panic. Seeing that his dress-up was useless, Shangguan Yuan dumped it and yelled in a deep voice, I'll handle Nolan Hongwu, and all of you try to kill Lin Fu. Mr. Shangguan, you. The others were baffled, not understanding how Shangguan Yuan, a master who was close to the Emperor-Warrior realm, could handle Nolan Hongwu, a real Emperor-Warrior. Shangguan Yuan, it's you. Now that Shangguan Yuan didn't disguise his voice, Nolan Hongwu recognized him. It's me. Shangguan Yuan threw the black sword onto the ground and sneered, since the sword has no effect on you, it's useless to me. However, instantly, his aura grew so violently that everyone was shocked. This overwhelming pressure was, Warrior, Emperor-Warrior realm. Shangguan Yan sneered, I knew that Ji Wuyu was unreliable. Do you think that only you can conceal strength? Seeing Shangguan Yuan showing such powerful strength, his companions were relieved. Let's kill Lin Fu first and then get rid of Nolan Hongwu. They are dead. Nolan Hongwu moved forward slightly as if he wanted to get to the black sword on the ground beside Shangguan Yuan. Shangguan Yuan stepped on the sword and then kicked it behind him. You want it? He beckoned at Nolan Hongwu and taunted, come and get it. He tried to anger Nolan Hongwu and stall him. Suddenly, Nolan Hongwu pointed out his finger. At this sight, Shangguan Yuan was startled and had a bad feeling, but he didn't know why. Then, he sensed a movement behind him, and he moved aside. The sword behind him flew into Nolan Hongwu's hand as if it were alive. Shangguan Yuan was shocked. He stared at Nolan Hongwu as if he was looking at a ghost. What combat technique was that? Master of the Shangguan family, you should have gone out and broadened your views instead of staying at home and making schemes. Nolan Hongwu waved the black sword in his hand, and the sword let out a cry. This sword was made of a block of tough iron that was buried deep under the Kirin cliff. The people in the Fu family didn't like it, but Fu Beihai had brought it with him into battles. As time went on, a trace of a spirit had grown inside the sword. After 200 years, this trace of the spirit was woken up again. Instantly, the sword cry resonated in the area with piercing power. It sounded like a fierce tiger jumping out of the trap and a hidden dragon flying out of the water. A fierce beast finally got out of imprisonment after 200 years. For some reason, Nolan Hongwu felt a weak connection with the sword. Besides, he even sensed a combat technique hidden in the sword. All the previous doubts and bafflement were gone when he sensed the combat technique left in the sword. No one would leave their best combat techniques in the sword for the enemy if they had hatred in their hearts. This is the combat technique, North Ocean, Bei Ming, sword essence. Complicated expressions flashed across Nolan Hongwu's old face, including sadness, joy, bitterness, and happiness. When Dajin was newly established, Fu Beihai, the leader of Kirin Cliff, knew that he couldn't turn the tide. After the battle with the troops of Dajin, he died voluntarily in the Sky Prison Mountain and left his combat technique in his sword. Everything was clear now. I was the narrow-minded one. Nolan Hongwu heaved a heavy sigh with complicated feelings inside him. Although he was still regretful, the heavy burden on his mind was removed. His wrinkled hands caressed the body of the black sword as if he were looking at an old friend. You can rest in peace now. Looking at the surging energy around Nolan Hongwu, Shangguan Yuan was alarmed and knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He condensed his warrior chi and smashed his fist toward Nolan Hongwu with vicious force. However, before his fist touched Nolan Hongwu's chest, it was blocked completely. His fist was caught by Nolan Hongwu's right hand, and the latter pushed and sent Shangguan Yuan flying for dozens of meters. Holding the black sword, Nolan Hongwu looked quite different now. He looked calm and serene. Master, I can't last any longer. Elder Fu was fighting with 7 peak stage king warriors. I'll allow you to attack once. Arrogance. Shangguan Yuan's voice was chilly. Both of us are emperor warriors. Do you think that you can kill me easily? Shangguan Yuan's warrior chi rushed out and fluttered his clothes. Then, the invisible force lifted him slowly into the sky, and he was hundreds of meters above the cliff. He raised his right fist, and his dragon-like aura scattered all the raindrops within 30 meters of him into particles. Illuminated by the lightning flashes, he looked like a demonic god. Comparatively, Nolan Hongwu looked like a flying leaf in the sky. He showed no powerful force or any pressure. With Shangguan Yuan punching out, the abundant and violent warrior chi on his fist dashed out like a dragon. The force contained in the punch was so great that it felt like it was going to swallow the sky and the earth. Swallow Mountain. Meanwhile, the black sword in Nolan Hongwu's hand moved slightly, and it looked like a small boat in the violent ocean of warrior chi released from Shangguan Yuan. In the next moment, the black sword slashed out steadily when the punch got close to Nolan Hongwu. An invincible sword essence spread out like ripples. North Ocean sword essence. Even the lightning bolts in the sky were engulfed by something at this instant. Blood splashed out, and the 100-meter-tall cliff behind Shangguan Yuan was cut into two parts. How could it be? Shangguan Yuan's expression turned from disbelief to shock and horror. As gentle as water benefits all things but does not compete. I finally gained some understanding of this. Nolan Hongwu stroked his beard and said. Do you know why you were defeated? Nolan Hongwu flew to Shangguan Yuan's side and asked. Shangguan Yuan dropped to the ground listlessly, his eyes wide with shock and bafflement. ... He seemed to hear his rival say something like, "Did I hear it wrong?" A dark beam of light flashed across the battlefield. The peak stage king warriors instantly flew back in horror. Shangguan Yuan is dead. Tell me the mastermind behind this, or you'll die. Nolan Hongwu stroked his beard and said mildly, the old Shangguan Yuan wasn't someone who could make such a crafty scheme. In the flashing lightning bolts, these king warriors looked at the god-like Nolan Hongwu who was standing on the black sword and were shocked to their cores. Chapter 203. You must use your brain while playing games. No. In the small shop a few kilometers away, the black-robed man behind Ji Wuyu was shocked. What's wrong? Ji Wuyu asked in bafflement. Nolan Hongwu's aura got stronger instead of turning weak. The black-robed man said, something is wrong. It can't be. Ji Wuyu looked confused. Of course, he knew that Fang Chi's shop could increase people's cultivation strength, but it should only work on the low-level warriors such as Song Qingfang. How could it increase the strengths of warriors so fast? He didn't know that Nolan Hongwu had gained a breakthrough after his mental burden was ditched. He would never know that Fang Chi's shop could solve mind issues and increase mental strength. At this moment, a roar came from the distance and a figure appeared in the darkness nearby in the blink of an eye. Let's go. The black-robed man grabbed Ji Wuyu and patted the storage spiritual artifact hanging at his belt, and a boat-shaped spiritual artifact grew in the air. In the blink of an eye, a spiritual boat appeared, and the two of them jumped onto it. As for their subordinates, they were all left behind. Ignoring the subordinates, Nolan Hongwu leapt into the air and arrived above the spiritual boat instantly. At this moment, the spiritual boat only had the time to spread out its spiritual energy shield. Nolan Hongwu held the black sword and didn't seem to be using any combat technique, but the sword released a power greater than ordinary combat techniques when it was slashed down. The overwhelming warrior chi instantly broke the spiritual energy shield. Like a demonic god, Nolan Hongwu landed on the spiritual boat and picked Ji Wuyu up by his neck as if he were a little chick. Nolan Hongwu, do you want to be the enemy of the East Ocean Ji family? Ji Wuyu yelled in horror. He couldn't understand why Nolan Hongwu didn't die and instead got stronger. I was in retirement for years, and it seems that your East Ocean Ji family has forgotten about my abilities. You sent people to attack the Nolan family and launch sneak attacks on me. If not for my abilities, I would have died long ago. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? I'll settle the accounts with that old East Ocean regional king sooner or later. I know he is behind all this. Your Highness, I apologize. The black-robed man turned into a mass of black mist and flew in the opposite direction of the spiritual boat. The mass of black mist moved so fast that it became a black dot in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the black sword flew out of Nolan Hongwu's hand. A few kilometers away, a black light pierced through the black mist. How could it be? A corpse dropped from the sky. The sword control technique of the Shu Mountain Shushan faction commanded swords with essence. If the sword had spirit, and the warrior chi was great, the power of this technique would at least double. Meanwhile, Nolan Hongwu tightened his grip. Sir, Fang Qi had caught the assassins with innumerable sword scroll, the advanced version of the sword control technique. Even though that grand ancestral warrior had blocked a lot of the sword energies, the lightning energy around the sword energies kept shocking him and helped to break his defense. Song Qingfeng rubbed his hands and asked eagerly, was that the godly sword lightning controlling true spell? The godly sword lightning controlling true spell can activate heavenly power, but the technique that we saw didn't do that. Lin Xiao asked in surprise, Sir, what was that powerful technique? We've never seen it before. The other cultivators and warriors also looked toward him and exclaimed, you broke his combat technique instantly. Was that the power of the sword control technique? Lan Mo and Shui Delph looked at each other with bitter smiles, thinking, this kid's cultivation strength seems to be only at the ancestral warrior realm, but he just killed 2 ancestral warriors and a grand ancestral warrior. He is horrifyingly powerful. Although cultivators were more powerful than warriors when they were on a similar level, even a cultivator with Fang Qi's cultivation strength couldn't skip a big realm and kill a grand ancestral warrior. However, he had defeated the grand ancestral warrior in 1 second. It was scary. All of them looked at Fang Qi, waiting quietly for his answer. Fang Qi said, my shop has many games and TV series which contain many combat techniques. No one said that you can't use them in combination. It was holy shock. Song Qingfeng and Cheng, who excelled in Diablo, was stupefied. Sir, paladins can only battle in close range, right? Can they use holy shock from the distance? When you play paladin, you can go and buy a javelin and see if the lightning power will be carried over. Fang Qi rolled his eyes at them. Who told you that holy shock can't be used from a distance? You must use your brains while playing games. Everyone was at a loss for words. Can we do that? We all thought that the paladins fought at close range. Boss. Zhang Xiaoyu grabbed Fang Qi's sleeve and looked at him pitiably, saying, I want to learn the sword control technique too. She had been watching the others practice the sword control technique, and she couldn't bear it anymore. Despite the suppression of the evil boss, she made the decision today that she would learn the sword control today. Worst come to worst, she would just stay in the shop for a few more years and work. Well, Fang Qi had been thinking of increasing employee benefits, and teaching her the sword control technique could be counted as one of the benefits. Not wanting to investigate the issue since the others were already on it, Fang Qi continued his training in the game cultivation room. After the shop was closed, Fang Qi took Zhang Xiaoyu to the street outside and tossed her a wooden sword. Boss, why is it a wooden sword? Zhang Xiaoyu pouted. Why not? Fang Qi said, the true masters can inflict damage with flowers and leaves. I give you the wooden sword because I think that you are really talented. Oh, really? Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she said happily as she held onto the wooden sword with her small hands, you finally recognized my talent. Will you teach me the sword control technique now? Each night after the shop closes, you can spend 2 hours on cultivation, and I'll teach you the sword control technique. Fang Qi said, this is the employee benefit. Then, I want to learn how to fly on swords, close range combat skill, holy shock. Innumerable sword scroll. Zhang Xiaoyu listed about 10 techniques and skills which were dashing and powerful as she imagined the scene where she mastered all of them. Fang Qi flicked his finger on her forehead and said, learn the sword control technique first. Then, he began teaching her the technique in detail and giving her the key instructions of the sword control technique. The core of the sword control technique of the Shu Mountain faction is controlling the sword with essence. 2 hours later, Zhang Xiaoyu moved her hand, and the wooden sword at her feet shook slightly before suddenly flying up. Good. Fang Qi nodded with satisfaction. You're as talented as Nolan Mingxie. You must practice it each day. If she dares to show off her talent, you just dazzle her with your sword control technique. Do you remember? The heartless and talentless shop owner taught her. Got it, boss. Zhang Xiaoyu's small face was full of pride. The wooden sword suddenly fell to the ground. Chapter 204. Internet Café Competition. Infancy of esports. The next day was Sunday. Everything returned to normal, and it seemed that nothing had an impact on the small shop. When Fang Qi opened the door in the morning, he received another task. Fang Qi yawned. You keep giving me tasks. Are you not concerned that I'll die of fatigue? I haven't completed the previous task yet. The system was silent. Fang Qi opened the system interface and glanced at it. Internet Café Competition. What is this? Fang Qi wondered. New task. Internet Café Competition. Games, Diablo 2, Counter-Strike. Task description: organize a competition in the Internet Café. The reward for the task is in the cupboard. Reward for Diablo 1 vs 1. The first place. A unique item in Diablo 2 below level 20, a 1-month membership that offers 2 additional hours of playtime per day, and a unique trophy. The second place. A rare item below level 15, a 2-week membership with the same benefits, and a unique trophy. The third place. A magic item below level 10, a 1-week membership with the same benefits, and a unique trophy. The 3rd to 8th places will each get a 1-week membership. Reward for Counter-Strike 5 vs 5. The first place. 1 AWP sniper rifle with bullets, 1-month memberships that offers 2 additional hours of playtime per day for all team members, and a unique trophy. The second place. 1 AK-47 assault rifle with bullets, 2-week memberships with the same benefits, and a unique trophy. The third place. 1 Desert Eagle pistol with bullets, 1-week memberships with the same benefits, and a unique trophy. The 3rd to 8th places will each get 1-week memberships. Task procedure. Everything from the round of 16 will be broadcasted live. Registration time: 3 days. Preparation time: 1 day. Task reward: any one of the items in the games in the competition. Seeing this task, Fang knew that he would be busy for a while. Sitting with Zhang Xiaoyu at the counter, Fang made a bowl of instant noodles and added a sausage. While he enjoyed it, Zhang Xiaoyu ate buns and glared at him in jealousy. Today, Fang put up 2 small blackboards. One was for the shop rules while the other was about the competition. The most eye-catching one was the Internet Café competition. Fang underlined the key points with colored chalk. Therefore, many people noticed it upon entering the shop. Internet Café competition. Shu Zixin just arrived. Sir, what's that? Fang knocked on the blackboard. Everything's on here. Shu Zixin read them carefully and said, the awards are items. Real items. What competition? Real items. Su Tianji strode into the shop with her 2 disciples. Look here. Shu Zixin pointed at the small blackboard and said in amazement, the shop owner is holding an Internet Café competition, and the awards are real items in the games. What? Competition? Su Tianji was astonished since she knew how special the items in the games were. Diablo 2. Su Tianji was full of regrets. I haven't played it. Then, she saw Counter-Strike. The award for the first place is a sniper rifle. Su Tianji's eyes lit up. The first place of Counter-Strike competition is mine. Fang laughed after hearing her words. You're a bit too confident. Su Tianji looked at Fang murderously and said, will you enter the competition as well? I won't. Fang pointed at the small blackboard. Didn't you see that it's a team competition? How can you do that? Su Tianji said, don't you have individual competitions? Fang said, I don't know about the future, but this time, it's no. Besides, each player can only register for 1 competition. Fang continued after thinking for a bit. You must consider which competition you want to enter carefully since you can't enter both. Su Tianji looked gloomy. Why does Diablo have individual competitions? Fang simply replied, I didn't make the rules. Su Tianji swallowed her complaint since she couldn't question that senior. At this moment, people like Shui Delphin and Hu Wei also came into the shop. Seeing the group at the counter, they were baffled and then surprised when they heard about the competition. Competition? They played games purely for fun and the increase of cultivation strength. They had never imagined that there would be a competition. This was fun. How do I register for the competition? Shui Delph had always wanted weapons such as the sniper rifles and pistols. If he could have a sniper rifle with array formations engraved on it, it would definitely be a killing machine. Although the other 2 guns were not as powerful as the sniper rifle, the creation processes were similar, and it would be a good opportunity to study it if he could get his hands on one of them. A unique item, Li Haoran exclaimed, it means that we can study the different artifact-making methods of Diablo. Something like that. Fang corrected him, it should be called crafting. The top-level item that a player could get from this competition was an unique item, which meant that the items with rune words couldn't be obtained. Fang had to rely on his own task to get the items with rune words. It was the reward for him as the organizer of this Internet Café competition. I'll enter the Diablo competition. And Cheng made the decision immediately since his sorcerer character was among the top ranks in the Internet Café. They had never imagined that they could win real items through a competition. I'll enter the competition too. Su Tianji said immediately, I'll enter the Counter-Strike team competition. Where's your team? Fang Qi rolled his eyes since she tried to enter the team competition all by herself. Su Tianji paused for a few seconds before dashing away. Then, I'll get people right now. Standing by her side, Shui Delph was furious. Am I not good enough? While Fang Qi was busy with organizing the competition, a well-dressed and thin middle-aged cultivator brought a young man who was wearing a white robe with a golden trim to the door of the internet cafe. This well-dressed and thin middle-aged cultivator was Huo Chong. If your information is right, the Wuwei Taoist Alliance gave up the opportunity of entering the Cultivation Realm Conference because of this shop. This shop has poisoned the whole Zhongyan region, and now even the Wuwei Taoist Alliance is in its control. Huo Chong said. Chapter 205, Mr. Fang's Second-Hand Smoke. The word, saint, in the name of the three saint gates was given to them by others. The three big factions were the Taishi faction, the Xuanzhong Manor, and Yushu Mountain. They had a long history on this land, and no other forces were their match. The three forces lived in seclusion and only showed their faces in the Cultivation Realm Conference, which was held every 30 years, but their strengths were greater than that of any other forces. It was why people called them saints. Feng Shi was only a first-generation disciple of the Taishi faction. Although he was in the same generation as the faction master, he was an ordinary disciple. However, this was enough for him to travel the world with honor. Besides, he had a supreme treasure on him. Even if the retired Grand Elders of the forces in Wuwei Taoist Alliance were here, they wouldn't feel strange listening to Feng Shi, let alone the faction masters and palace masters. As a disciple of the Taishi faction, he was very confident of himself. Is there such a place? A trace of cold light appeared in Feng Zai's narrowed eyes. He waved his hand, and the door was supposed to open. However, nothing happened. Huo Chong froze. Then, he quickly glanced at Feng Shi and walked up to push open the door. Was that just an accident? Feng Shi walked into the shop, and his gaze remained cold and distant. Soon, he saw a group of people standing before the counter. He recognized some of them since he had seen them at the last Cultivation Realm Conference, such as Shui Delph, the Luyun Taoist Palace Master, and Yi Songtao, the Cloud Ocean Faction Master. Sir, I want to enter the Counter-Strike Team competition. Yi Songtao led his disciples and daughter, Yi Xiaoyi, to register for the competition. All the people were busy with the registration, and no one spared a glance at Huo Chong or Feng Shi. It was probably the first time that a member of the Three Saint Gates got ignored outside of their forces. Ms. Feng, seeing the people standing around the counter and ignoring them, Huo Chong said indignantly, "These guys are disregarding you." It doesn't matter. Feng Shi looked indifferent. They will change their minds soon. A breeze blew into the shop through the open door, and this young man who was wearing a white robe with golden trim emitted an indescribable aura. It seemed like the sunlight focused on him, creating a layer of golden light around him and giving people the illusion that he was an immortal. Fang Qi was explaining the rules of the competition when all of them turned their attention away from him suddenly. Immediately, he looked over and saw a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes standing at the door. The sunshine shone into the shop from his behind, giving him a golden aura and making him look like an immortal who descended from heaven. Anyone who saw him would feel stunned. He's so powerful. Sitting beside Fang Qi, Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed and stared at the man without blinking. Before she could finish her sentence, someone covered her eyes. This is a cultivation method of the Taishi faction of the Three Saint Gates, and it is called grandeur. Shui Delph whispered, "It can absorb people's minds and is very powerful." As the Luyun Taoist Palace Master, he wasn't affected, but his expression turned grim. It doesn't bode well that the people from the Three Saints Gate came here in person. What Three Saint Gates? Fang Qi pointed at the immortal-like young man and asked, "Do you mean this egoist who wants all the attention?" Hearing Fang Qi's words, the shop suddenly fell silent. Then, Fang Qi dug out a cigarette box from his pocket and lit one of the special cigarettes that the system produced. TL note: smoking is bad. Don't smoke unless you have the cigarettes especially made by the system. He inhaled lightly, and the front end of the cigarette turned red. He blew out the smoke, and the people before the counter seemed to smell an elegant fragrance of tobacco. Many of them had been staring at the immortal-looking young man in a daze, but now they shivered and woke up. In contrast, Fang Qi now seemed to be engulfed in a cloud of celestial smoke. "It's fine, it's fine." Fang Qi waved his hand and took a whiff. "Let's continue with the rules of the competition." The two newcomers were dumbfounded. "Mr. Feng, Huo Chong said, they are still ignoring us. Should I? No. As a disciple of the Taishi faction, Feng Shi would feel ashamed if he needed Huo Chong's help. His squinted eyes opened slowly, and an intense light shot out from his eyes. The people couldn't help looking toward him again. Looking at his bright and dazzling eyes, they had the sudden urge to submit to him. Then, a puff of smoke came up. The thick smoke almost formed a wall. Now, I'll explain the rules for the 1vs1 competition for Diablo 2. Fang Qi continued. Huo Chong coughed, and so did Feng Shi. Feng Shi stopped coughing after a while, and his face twitched. He is indeed not an ordinary man, and he dares to challenge our 3 Saint Gates. Mr. Feng, Huo Chong said, it seems that they are also having a competition. I took a look and found that the ranking system is almost the same as that of the Cultivation Realm Conference. It is a blatant challenge to you and your faction. I was wondering how a small shop could control so many cultivators of the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance. Feng Shi sneered and said, it seems that it has its ways. By promising them rewards, it persuaded them to give up entering the Cultivation Realm Conference. Very smart. He walked to the front of the crowd and squeezed to stand before the counter, and he said coldly, is this the shop that held back the cultivators of the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance? Are you purposefully sabotaging the Cultivation Realm Conference? Cultivation Realm Conference? Fang Qi glanced around in confusion. What's that? Don't play dumb. Huo Chong held a grudge against this shop ever since he failed the boycotting efforts. Happy that the 3 Saint Gates was behind him, he accused Fang Qi, your small shop copied the format of the Cultivation Realm Conference and is holding a competition as well to interfere with it. Do you still want to claim that you don't know anything about it, Mr. Fang? In my opinion, you have your own agenda, right, Mr. Fang? Huo Chong sneered and said. Then, he glanced at the small black board in disdain. What are these rewards? How can they compare with the rewards offered by the 3 Saint Gates? Fang Qi was at a loss for words. Looking at the thin cultivator who was jumping in front of him, he said impatiently, who is this moron? Do you two want to cause trouble? Feng Zai's face turned cold since no one ever dared to speak to him like this. After all, he was from the Taishi faction. Are you the owner of this shop? He said, although I don't know why you are so bold to do this, I advise you to cancel this competition. Then, I won't make things difficult to you. After all, Feng Shi thought that it was not necessary to deal with an ant, even if this ant caused some trouble for them. They would be satisfied if the Cultivation Realm competition could go on successfully. Chapter 206. People showing off are destined to be struck by lightning. TL note. This phrase is an internet slang meant to warn people not to show off. Fang Qi looked around the room and then at the young man before him. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to him, asked, who are you? Why do you want us to cancel the competition? Fang Qi asked Shui Delph, who was by his side, Palace Master Shui, are these so-called 3 Saint Gates very famous here? They sound lofty with the word Saint in their name, but how come I've never heard of them before? Mr. Fang, should I say that you're ignorant or just playing dumb? Huo Chong mocked. Therefore, Shui Delph had to explain to Fang Qi the background of the 3 Saint Gates. 3 hermit factions. Fang Qi glanced at them. Then, why did they come out here? Feng Zai's face twitched, and he was about to lose his temper. At this moment, Lan Mo, the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance master, came in. Is he the messenger from the Taishi faction? Lan Mo was surprised that a messenger from the Taishi faction had come into the shop. Mr. Fang knows people from the Taishi faction, he thought. Alliance Master Lan, Feng Shi snorted at the sight of Lan Mo. Since you're all here, I'll go straight to the point. Now, I'll give you one last chance to choose. Although I don't know how this shop made you give up on the Cultivation Realm Conference, you can rest assured that you have me, a disciple of the Taishi faction, behind you. If they dare to play dirty tricks, we'll handle them. I'll see if anyone dares to play tricks in front of me. These words were both a warning to this shop and a threat to the cultivators in the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance. From his perspective, the people would choose differently this time after he said that. However, the room was silent, and no one responded. Why would they go to the Cultivation Realm? At this moment, Nalan Hongwu walked into the shop. Instead of fighting there and putting their lives on the line, they are better off staying behind and playing here for a month. Nalan Hongwu said those words from his own experience. Thanks to this shop, he had gained a breakthrough and improved his mental strength. Even if he went to the Cultivation Realm, he didn't know how long it would take to achieve these results. It's none of your business. Saint Messenger. Lan Mo said, Senior Nolan is right. Please leave. You. Feng Qi's face fell with disbelief. He looked toward Shui Delph and Yi Songtao and asked, do you think the same? No one answered him, but it was obvious they that agreed with Lan Mo. Stubborn. Feng Qi glared at Fang Qi and said, although I don't know what this shop promised you, it seems that the shop owner is determined to interfere with the Cultivation Realm Conference which is held every 30 years. Although our 3 Saint Gates don't care about you, it would be a disgrace if everyone else copies you and doesn't attend the Cultivation Realm Conference. Just as my master said, since the people of the Taishi faction rarely come to the mainland, some people don't know who they are messing with. He waved his left arm, and a small bronze cauldron flew into the air from his sleeve. The round cauldron had a cubical space inside. After it was activated, it released a shocking aura. No, all the high-level cultivators exclaimed at the sight, the demon-suppressing cauldron. It's the supreme treasure, the demon-suppressing cauldron. He even brought a supreme treasure with him. Shui Delph whispered to Fang Qi, can the senior handle it? Hearing Shui Delph's question, many other high-level cultivators also looked over. Supreme treasure? Fang Qi asked in bafflement, is this thing very powerful? It's more than powerful. Shui Delph's face turned dark at Fang Qi's ignorance. Each supreme treasure could be regarded as the ultimate treasure to a faction. Besides, this supreme treasure is a high-level one. It's quite likely that it's the legendary demon-suppressing cauldron. A high-level one. Fang Qi frowned. Many customers exclaimed when the small cauldron grew to the size bigger than a person in a blink of an eye. If it continued growing, it would break the shop and probably crush Fang Qi and the people around him. Yeah, Shui Delph nodded. Before he could finish, he saw a sight that dumbfounded him and everyone else. The cauldron had grown to the height of several people, and all the customers backed away from it. At this moment, it emitted horrifying black light and shivered as if it tried to grow but couldn't do it. It was all because it had touched the ceiling. What's wrong? Feng Qi immediately chanted his spiritual spell and yelled, suppress. The bronze cauldron shook, but it still couldn't break the ceiling, let alone suppress the people. Feng Qi activated all the spiritual essence in his body and yelled angrily, suppress them for me. He even began to sweat. However, the big cauldron shook in vain. Annoyed, Fang Qi waved his hand and said, someone is causing trouble here. A lightning bolt crashed down. Everyone was dumbfounded when they looked at the Saint Messenger of the Taishi faction, who was now lying on the ground with white foam coming out of his mouth. Don't you know that showing off will get you struck by lightning? Fang Qi waved his hand, and the shop door opened automatically right before Feng Qi was tossed out. Then, Fang Qi looked at Huo Chong. Will you go out yourself or do you want me to throw you out? How did you open the door with just a wave? Huo Chong was slow to react. Fang Qi grabbed his collar and tossed him out next. The senior is so powerful. Awesome. The demon-suppressing cauldron can't even break the ceiling. What's the realm of this cultivator? It must be above the divine ocean realm, right? Showing off means you will get struck by lightning. The people talked among themselves animatedly. Boss, Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the cauldron and asked, what shall we do with this cauldron? Looking at the big cauldron, Fang Qi also didn't know what to do. Shall we electrocute it as well? The big cauldron seemed to understand Fang Qi's words, and it shivered and immediately shrunk to its original size. Hiss, he got the supreme treasure so easily. Many people looked at the cauldron with greed. After all, it was a supreme treasure. However, when they thought back to that lightning strike, they shivered in fear. It was better not to think about this supreme treasure. It's not wise to take a supreme treasure from the Taishi faction. The people like Shui Delph and Yi Songtao were still logical and advised Fang Qi. What's so good about this pile of rusty metal? Fang Qi picked up the cauldron and was about to toss it out. After a second thought, he decided not to give it back to Feng Qi. He tossed it onto the counter and said, Xiaoyu, you can play with it if you want. Zhang Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, and everyone else was dumbfounded. That cauldron shivered on the counter. Chapter 207. About the competition. Satisfied, Fang Qi returned to the counter and sat down. Let's continue with the explanation of the competition rules. Oh, okay. Many of them were still dazed. Since this thing was beyond their control, they ignored it. We'll talk about the rules of the team competition, Fang Qi said. The members in the teams entering the Counter-Strike competition must belong to the same force, and they can have only one member from outside of the faction. The team can also have 2 substitutes. Su Tianji, who had just enlisted Nalan Hongwu, Nalan Mingshe, and Xu Zixin, fell silent when she heard this rule. More importantly, cultivation strength wasn't a key factor in the shooting game. Tactics and experiences were valuable. In the game, the players were all ordinary people, and they used guns which were new weapons for them. All of these were big restrictions for high-level cultivators and warriors. They must change some of their long-standing habits. For example, in the real world, Su Tianji could move quickly to dodge bullets or activate her spiritual energy to block them. However, in the game, she wouldn't have the reaction speed to dodge the bullet after seeing it coming. They had to make predictions by watching their opponent's aiming angles and trigger pulling time. That was all that they could do. If the predictions were made a bit earlier, they didn't know if their opponents would flick shot or not. Once, Fang Qi had killed Su Tianji in the game with a flick shot. Therefore, the high-level cultivators and warriors were not guaranteed to be stronger than the low-level ones who were proficient with this game. The former only had a little advantage. Shui Delph was happy. Ignoring Su Tianji, who was cussing at Fang Qi silently, he praised, "Sir, this is a good rule. It helps the unity of the faction." "I don't agree." Su Tianji was furious that she wasn't allowed to form a team after she found teammates. "Your objection is not valid." Fang Qi began to explain the next rule expressionlessly. A competition. At this moment, Emperor Ji Wu, who was disguised as a middle-aged man, walked into the shop. "These are the rewards of the competition." He had witnessed the power of the guns, a new type of spiritual artifacts. Although he hadn't seen the items in Diablo 2, he guessed that they were not bad since they were listed beside guns. However, should I enter this competition with my status? Then, he remembered that he was disguised, and thus it didn't matter. He looked at Nalan Hongwu by his side and asked, "Senior Duke, will you enter as well?" Since only people of the same fraction could form a team, it was hard for him to control the result. Therefore, Nalan Hongwu decided to enter the individual competitions of Diablo. After playing Diablo for a long time, he only killed monsters and hadn't battled against other players yet. He had heard about Fang Qi combining Holy Shock and Innumerable Sword Scroll, which showed that the skills in Diablo were highly useful. His paladin character had the best items and the highest level next to Fang Qi. With his skills, he had no one to be afraid of. Besides, different from Counter-Strike, the battles in Diablo had less restrictions for the high-level cultivators and warriors. It was worth a try. Li Haoran also registered for the Diablo competition. Comparatively, he played Diablo longer than Counter-Strike. How should he choose his items? He had entered the competition for the sake of items. The items in Diablo had many properties. Besides various elemental damages such as ice and fire which were common in the cultivation world, there were many properties including indestructibility, self-healing, increase in skill level, and even invisibility. The advantage with the indestructibility was evident. Although there were rare spiritual artifacts that could heal themselves, the items with a self-repair property in Diablo were more common. As for the skill level increase, if such an attribute could be developed, the items would be highly valuable. For example, if the spiritual artifacts could improve the Blue Flame Heavenly Scroll, the cultivation technique of Blue Flame Fraction, by 1 level, then it would be precious. It would be as valuable as the supreme treasure of the faction that could increase the power of the Blue Flame Heavenly Scroll by 40%. As for invisibility, it was like giving the artifacts an extra disguise spiritual spell. It's hard to decide. Li Haoran exhaled deeply. As the disciple of Jun Yangtze, the #1 artifact master of the Blue Flame faction, he was very eager to learn about these things. After registration, he bought a bowl of instant noodles and sat down on a couch, talking about items with Cheng and the others who had finished registration. That fatty is. While they talked, they saw a familiar figure. "He's Mr. Fang's friend," and Cheng said, "He teams with Song Qingfeng as a necromancer." They knew about him since Song Qingfeng's Diablo team had the second best progress in the whole shop. Although Fatty Wong gained less than the others, he had a special advantage. He was the only necromancer in his team and the necromancer with the highest level and best items in the entire Origins Internet Club. Since this class had to deal with skeletons and corpses each day, few people liked it, and not many people had such a character. Even though this class was powerful, so were the others. That was why few people played it. I'll enter the competition." Wang Tai walked to the counter and said excitedly. After all, he didn't even play the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, he focused all his attention on Diablo. His performance during the national examination was not as good as his peers, but he had at least entered the Lingyun list. After returning to the academy, he had received more support and got more funds. He had been saving for the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, and now he found that the shop was holding a Diablo competition. He thought that it was a good opportunity for him. He didn't expect to get to the top 3, but if he could win a trial membership, he would have 2 more hours of game time each day for 1 week. During the day, the whole shop was bustling with customers talking about registration, items, and teaming up. It was a novelty for the people in this world that they could compete in the virtual games and win real rewards. Even people in the Yunshan Tavern, which used to be a gathering place for independent warriors, began talking about it. From Resident Evil to Counter-Strike, the cheap and fun games which could increase their cultivation strengths had always been their top choices. Chapter 208. A New Crisis. Dong Qingli was a loyal fan of Diablo, but she was only about level 20. After all, she played the game to entertain herself. Besides playing Diablo, she also played The Legend of the Sword and Fairy and watched the TV series. Obviously, she was no match in the competition for the experienced players of Diablo who had reached Act 5, but it was fun to participate. Therefore, she also entered the competition. Many Lingyun Academy instructors and other cultivators and warriors who had just begun playing the game shared her thoughts. Not everyone entered the competition for the rewards. Many players just wanted to try fighting with other players after killing many monsters. PvP and PvE were totally different concepts. After all, the Diablo that the system offered didn't offer PvP as an option. The opening of PvP caused a heated discussion in the shop. There were brand new skill combinations and item combinations used for fights among players. As for the team competition for Counter-Strike, the disciples of Lingyun Academy were the first team registering for the competition. The Lingyun team's captain was Nalan Mingxie, and the members included Xu Zixin, Shen Qingqing, Lin Xiao, and Xu Luo. As the highest-leveled assassin who had the best items for the class in Diablo, Song Qingfeng planned to enter the Diablo competition and didn't appear on the list for Lingyun team. The new players like Ji Wu naturally wouldn't enter the Diablo competition, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he pulled the royal princess and the princes into his team. Since they could master the basic knowledge around guns through watching the Resident Evil movie, they began learning about guns with eagerness. So, the royal team was established. Fang Qi was at a loss for words when he saw the name of this team. TL note. Here, the author is referring back to the esports team Royal Club, which was formerly known as Starhorn Royal and now known as Royal Never Give Up. The name is the same in Chinese. While the other major forces began forming teams, people stayed in the shop until it closed for the night. Meanwhile, in the Taishi faction on the other side of the continent, the old man looked at the information transmitted to him in the communication jade with a grim expression. They are organizing a competition at the same time as the Cultivation Realm Conference. The shop is trying to take the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance away from the Cultivation Realm Conference. How can such a thing happen? The old man murmured to himself, it has attracted so many forces that it's too big to handle. It is indeed tricky. While we were not careful, these small fishes have gained such big progress. At this moment, Feng Shi still didn't dare to report that he was injured, and the ultimate treasure had been taken. He must make a plan to take back the ultimate treasure and suppress this shop. Right now, he considered enlisting help from the major forces around Dajin. These forces have been trying to gain favors from our 3 factions, Feng Shi thought. It seems that I have to enlist their help. Soon, Feng Shi sent the plan back for approval. In this situation, I approve your request. We Taishi faction will show appreciation to the people who offer help in this issue. The old man in the Taishi faction replied to the request. After receiving the approval, Feng Shi was pleased and relieved. If the faction sent help, the news that he failed his mission and lost the ultimate treasure would probably spread all over the 3 Saint Gates. Now, he only needed to seal his lips and redeem his honor, so he wouldn't feel too ashamed even if his failure was known to his faction after this issue was solved. Yundian Upper Realm was a stretch of spiritual land that wasn't too big to the southwest of Dajin. Of course, it was not only not big when compared with the territory of Dajin. In fact, it was a large cultivating country made up of several ancient cultivation families. It occupied the entire southwest spiritual land and had created laws and established cities. They were also one of the biggest competing forces in the Cultivation Realm Conference, which was held every 30 years. Feng Shi had his eye on them. For cultivators, Dajin wasn't as rich as Yundian Upper Realm, which had a lot of spiritual land and cultivation resources. Dajin had fewer restrictions for warriors, but it wasn't a perfect place for cultivators. In fact, the major forces such as the Blue Flame faction and the Luyun Taoist Palace needed help from their peers in Yundian Upper Realm for resources and techniques. Most importantly, Yundian Upper Realm had a rare mineral named Yundian Jade, which was the best materials for most of the top-level spiritual artifacts. Feng Shi thought that he didn't need to wage a war. Instead, he would put pressure on the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance and even Dajin with threats of cutting off their channels of resources. He believed that these people would make the right decisions then. I'll force that kid into handing back the demon-suppressing cauldron and apologizing to me. While Feng Shi hurried to Yundian Upper Realm, Fang Chi's shop released updates to Jade Dynasty and Wind and Cloud. In the previous episode of Jade Dynasty, the 7-peak competition was imminent. As for Wind and Cloud, it came to the part where Ni Feng had conquered Wushuang City, and the Sword Saint and Shangba were going to battle in 7 days, which meant that the 2 strongest people in the last few episodes would battle each other. With the 2 TV series entering their respective climaxes, the fans of Jade Dynasty and Wind and Cloud were exhilarated. "Ah, I'm so happy." Thinking of the excellent content in the new episodes, Dong Qingli almost skipped into the shop. "Sir, you have new episodes of Jade Dynasty, right?" Many people were anxious about the competition, but she wasn't since she was only at level 20. "Sir, hurry up and activate the 11th and 12th episodes of Jade Dynasty." Lan Mo and Jun Yangxi hurried into the shop. 2 bowls of instant noodles with 2 sausages. These guys from the Blue Flame faction had their eyes on the spiritual spells and spiritual artifacts in Jade Dynasty. Since they were new players to Diablo and Counter-Strike, they went straight to the TV series. Even for the players preparing for the competitions, they wouldn't miss the new episodes. The 7-peak competition in Jade Dynasty was meaningful since it would show the overall strength of the whole faction, and the cultivators of the Blue Flame faction and Luyun Taoist Palace would take this opportunity to see it. So was the situation with Wind and Cloud for warriors. Even Su Tianji, who had been busy training her team, took some time off and ordered a bowl of instant noodles before watching Jade Dynasty with her 2 favorite disciples. While enjoying the instant noodles, Su Tianji watched the many colorful swords flying under the vast blue sky and around the magnificent mountains. It was a colorful and beautiful sight. Seeing this, she wished that she could step on a sword and fly into that world. "I wonder when the disciples of our faction can fly on the swords and travel 1,000 kilometers in one instant." The cultivators, including Su Tianji, watched the TV series with envy. Chapter 209, Super Thrilling. The people in this world also likes face slaps from wastrels. "This girl is so beautiful. Where's she?" Young Master Song, "All the disciples of Small Bamboo Peak are beautiful." On the square full of Green Cloud faction disciples, the camera followed the cultivators of Big Bamboo Peak, but Lin Xiao stepped into the neighboring group from Small Bamboo Peak when the crowds gathered together. He was dizzy as he ogled the disciples of Small Bamboo Peak, which only took in female disciples. "I want to join the Green Cloud faction." Shu Luo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "You mean there's someone more beautiful than them?" "There, over there, not in the group of the disciples," Song Qingfeng said excitedly. Beside a beautiful female Taoist in a white Taoist robe stood a stunningly elegant and beauty in white. She carried a longsword on her back, and the sky blue sheath was covered in flowing lights, showing that the sword was a celestial treasure. "Wow!" Shui Luo and Lin Xiao looked toward the direction that Song Qingfeng pointed, and their mouths formed an O shape as they gasped. Where's the beauty?" And Cheng and the others were close to them, and they all kept the external communication option open. Hearing the exclamations, they couldn't keep calm. "Hiss, I see her too." And Cheng stared without blinking. "Ouyang, young Master Bu, look this way." Su Tianji was at a loss for words when she heard all that. "Girls, look at the 1,000-year-old water Kirin. It's a beast only seen in legends. We can see the fire Kirin in Wind and Cloud and the water Kirin in Jade Dynasty." "Wow!" Feng Hua and Yuexin stared at the scene in excitement. Each time Su Tianji saw this spiritual beast which was guarding the gate of Green Cloud faction, she would lament about when her own faction could have such spiritual beasts to guard the gate. Then, an ear-piercing roar sounded. It came from the water Kirin, having sensed the aura of the bloodthirsty bead. Instantly, the wind changed directions and clouds changed colors as the sky darkened. A huge water beam surged up from the pond on the side, and then it fell a little and surrounded the water Kirin as if it were a translucent dragon. Phantoms of all kinds of fierce beasts appeared in the howling water beam, and they were the beasts that the water Kirin had killed. They were trapped in the water beam and would never enter the next reincarnation. It was a horrifying sight. It's so scary. Fenghua and Yuexin retreated several steps with fear on their faces. The water Kirin has wounds on its body, but it still can control water with such great power. Lan Mo exclaimed in amazement and wished that he could take this water Kirin for himself. This kind of rare beasts was precious. Dong Qingli said, it must have been caused by Xiaofan's spiritual treasure again. Xiaofan is so pitiable. Yeah, Zhang Wanyu was sympathetic. He has no talent for cultivation, and his beloved senior sister doesn't seem to return his feelings. Despite the great power of his spiritual treasure, it was obviously not compatible with the way of the Green Cloud faction. What would he do if they found that it was the bloodthirsty bead? They worried for him. Later. Oh, no, many people almost screamed when they saw two figures hugging each other under the moonlight. The two lovers only had eyes for each other, oblivious to Zhang Xiaofan who was in the distance. Seeing this scene, Dong Qingli felt her heart twitch. That's too much. While others are smart and excels in everything, Xiaofan is dumb and excels in nothing. Most of the other viewers shared her thoughts. Shen Qingqing looked gloomy while watching Jade Dynasty, mumbling, how can things happen in this way? Well, this kid is too obtuse. Even Lan Mo felt worried. He had disliked Zhang Xiaofan in the beginning, but the more he watched, the more worried he became. The good thing is that his fat master is warm inside despite his cool veneer. Otherwise, Xiaofan would be in a worse situation. Too dull. Jun Yangxi, an impatient senior, said in an angry outburst. Calm down and watch it. When the time came to the second day in the TV series, Lan Mo comforted him. In a while, Zhang Xiaofan will enter the competition. Before Zhang Xiaofan went on stage, his senior sister Tian Linger comforted him. Xiaofan, I have to go and compete, so I can't cheer for you. However, I believe in you. Then, everyone including his senior brothers, Master, and Master's wife all went to watch Tian Linger's competition. When Zhang Xiaofan went up stage, no one was cheering for him. Well, none of his senior brothers stayed behind. What's happening? After all, he has the swallowing soul staff, and he might win a match. Why did they do this to him? They don't know that he has swallowing soul staff. Anyway, it's still infuriating. At this moment, snickers came from the audience around the stage in the TV series. He even came with a burned stick. The disciples of Big Bamboo Peak are weird. Yesterday, one used dice, and another came with a burned stick today. How can these disciples talk like this? Lan Mo almost slammed his hand on the desk. This is the swallowing soul staff. It's much more powerful than your spiritual artifact. Okay, senior brother, they don't know. This disciple named Chu Yuhong looks strong. I wonder if he will win against Xiaofan. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan's rival released radiant sunlight-like lights from his sword, and the light engulfed Zhang Xiaofan. Thunderous cheering came from the audience and it sounded ear-piercing. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan bit on his lower lip so hard that he didn't notice that a drop of his blood had dripped onto the swallowing soul staff. When he attacked, the black staff seemed to come to life with black presence and bright green light around it. Suddenly, Chu Yuhong roared and retreated several steps before dropping to the ground. He passed out. The audience went silent. Awesome. Song Qingfeng was the first jumping up. Ha ha ha, look at their faces. They are so red. They look as if someone slapped their faces. Lin Xiao felt that he could finally vent the frustration that had accumulated inside him. I guess they were all blinded by the sight. Cool. And Cheng felt great. Well, he will get some recognition now. I bet his senior brothers and sisters would look. Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing when I think of that. Ouyang Cheng giggled. This spiritual treasure looks dangerous. Dong Qingli frowned. Anyway, it is fun to watch this scene. Look at those disciples who laughed at him for his black stick. Can you laugh now? When Zhang Xiaofan returned to the group of people from Big Bamboo Peak, his master's wife asked, Xiaofan, you're back. How did it go? I won with luck. She replied, oh, it's okay that you lost. It's a good experience. Wait, what did you just say? Ha 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 ha. Song Qingfeng laughed like crazy. Surprise. Are you pleasantly surprised? Are you astonished? Master, look at their expressions. Fenghua yelled as if she had found a great treasure. Chapter 210, Wind and Cloud's Comeback. Suppress space. World-ending sword 23. Part 1. New task. A bite in this new world. Task target. Average of 250 activations for each episode of Wind and Cloud. Task reward. Spicy sticks Leishao. Task description. Take a journey of food. TL note. Leishao is a popular snack in China. The main ingredients are wheat flour and chili. He was reluctant to take this task, which was given to him without warning since the average activation number per episode for Wind and Cloud was less than 100. However, he had to take this task for the sake of the task reward. The 7-peak competition was the first climax of Jade Dynasty, and all the previous episodes had been building up people's anticipation and frustration. When the fans of Jade Dynasty watched Zhang Xiaofan win a match with poor talent, they were elated. They had begun watching Jade Dynasty for the sake of the spiritual treasures, spiritual spells, and powerful sword techniques, but gradually they sank into the story. This main character is interesting. Right, he's far from Li Xiaoyao's level, but he's more like a main character now. This episode is super cool. The 2 episodes released on Monday only covered a small part of the 7-peak competition, and the episodes released on Tuesday covered most of this big event. Su Tianji, who had been preparing for the Counter-Strike competition, paused their training for the TV series. By this time, the fans of Jade Dynasty had grown greatly. In the morning, about 80% of the customers in the shop watched Jade Dynasty. Comparatively, Wind and Cloud had much fewer watchers. As Nolan Hungwoo said, the highest level warriors in this TV series by now were only at the Grand Ancestral Warrior realm, which couldn't attract customers. Except for the disciples of the academies and the story fans such as Dong Qingli, most people were busy preparing for the competition, and they didn't want to watch it. This TV series was coming to the part where the battle between the Sword Saint and Xiangba was about to occur, but it only attracted the hardcore fans of the TV series such as Song Qingfeng and Liang Shi, the warriors of low levels. Even the royal princess Ji Yu and the others who liked this TV series decided to postpone watching it. As for the cultivators such as Su Tianji, Shui Delph, and Lan Mo, they just didn't watch a TV series purely about warriors. After all, warriors were weaker than cultivators until they reached the Emperor Warrior realm. However, it was only a small improvement since the 7th realm of warriors, Emperor Warriors, could only overpower the 6th realm of cultivators, Divine Ocean realm. It was heard that some masters in the 3 Saint Gates had reached the Divine Palace realm, the 7th realm of cultivators. They weren't people whom Emperor Warriors could handle. Young Master Song, are you going to watch Wind and Cloud today? After watching Jade Dynasty, Lin Xiao and Xu Luo were prepared to practice for the Counter-Strike team competition when they saw Song Qingfeng clicking open Wind and Cloud. Are you going to practice your assassin character? I'll just watch for a little while, I'll be fine. Song Qingfeng waved his hand. I'm the #1 assassin in this shop and have nothing to worry about. Okay, we'll go and play Counter-Strike. Just make sure that you don't mess it up. Seeing that he was determined to watch it, Lin Xiao and the others went on with their own businesses. Song Qingfeng thought, there were 2 episodes yesterday and 2 today. Even if the plot is slow, the Sword Saint should appear. With this thought, he began to watch Wind and Cloud. Meanwhile, Liang Shi and his buddies were also watching it. Soon they came to the part where Duan Lang took the fire scale sword and Wu Ming tried to stop the Sword Saint from going to the battle. The Sword Saint looks old. The Sword Saint is so old while Xiangba is in his prime. I have a bad feeling about this. The customers watching Wind and Cloud began talking among themselves, knowing that different from cultivators, the warrior's old age would negatively affect their abilities. Will the Sword Saint be defeated by Union Master Shang? For people like Liang Shi, the Grand Ancestral Warrior's realm was quite high, and they were fascinated by the combat techniques in Wind and Cloud. Soon, they watched Wu Ming block the Sword Saint's killing strikes with ease. Even Wu Ming was certain that the Sword Saint couldn't defeat Xiangba. By now, Song Qingfeng was regretting watching it. What's the use of watching the old Sword Saint getting himself killed? Maybe I should have practiced my assassin character first. In fact, the others shared his thought, but they continued watching due to their admiration for the Sword Saint's persistent pursuit of the Sword Dao. In contrast, the Sanfin field in the Worldly Union looked as calm as usual without any grim atmosphere before the battle. The many masters who were invited to watch the battle were sitting in the audience seats, and the people of Wushuang City had arrived as well. However, the Sword Saint, who was the master of Wushuang City, wasn't here. The sun was overhead, and the time for the battle had come. The Sword Saint stood in front of the many steps leading to the worldly union, and the high steps looked as if they were reaching the sky. While he walked up the steps, the viewers saw that the Sword Saint was nearing the end of his life. The steps before him began to blur. When he looked up, the gate of the worldly union was as far as the sky. Each step that he took was a fight with fate and nature. Despite his hard efforts, he only covered a small part of the 1,000 steps. He lost the battle before it even began. Everyone had predicted this ending. What a regret it was that he lost the last battle in his life before he even began. I want to battle. The viewers saw that the Sword Saint's steps were slow and even wobbly. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. A beam of light pierced the clouds and shone on the Sanfin field. Then, the people found that the Sword Saint was standing proudly on the field without a sound. What is this? The viewers who were about to walk away from this lackluster battle were instantly stupefied. At this moment, the Sword Saint looked magnificent and sharp, no longer tired and listless. What happened? Wasn't the Sword Saint still climbing the steps a moment ago? How come he got up here instantly? The expressions of Song Qingfeng, Liang Shi, and the others' faces changed drastically with bafflement. At this moment, everyone felt a chilliness when they saw the overwhelming presence emitting from the Sword Saint's eyes. The presence was so sharp that everyone and everything within its range felt as if they were sliced by blades. Before the Sword Saint showed his hand, Shangba was frozen with fear. Even the viewers such as Liang Shi and Song Qingfeng were also stunned. How can this horrifying presence be only at the Grand Ancestral Warrior realm? Since the scheduled time for the battle had passed, a large group of elite warriors jumped out from behind Shangba and charged forward. The Sword Saint walked forward slowly as if he didn't see them, and some of Shangba's fierce subordinates began hacking their sabers toward him. However, something weird happened. The warriors all froze in midair. Even the blood gushing out from their bodies froze in midair. Seeing this scene, Song Qingfeng, Liang Shi, and the other viewers felt totally blank. Chapter 211, Wind and Clouds Comeback. Suppress Space. World-Ending Sword 23. Part 2. How come they froze? Not only the people in the TV series but viewers such as Liang Shi and Song Qingfeng all froze. After all, it wasn't the kind of suppression that could immobilize opponents. Any high-level warriors and cultivators could do this. What they saw was that all the warriors froze in midair. Even blood drops stopped in midair as if time had stopped. This was the most horrifying part. Death engulfed the Sanfin field, and no one on the field could move. At this moment, none of the thousands of warriors of the worldly union could move. The viewers of Wind and Cloud watched as the Sword Saint went through the dense crowds. Wherever he went, people died. The viewers watched quietly, afraid that if they moved, they would end up with the same fate as the elite warriors of the worldly union. As if they had heard the summons of the Grim Reaper, they couldn't even scream. The whole Sanfin field was dead silent. Even Shangba, who had the highest cultivation strength among the group, couldn't move a muscle. He couldn't move his finger or blink his eyes. It seemed like the Sword Saint was in a realm that no mortal could reach. At this moment, everyone finally realized that this old swordsman deserved the title of Sword Saint. The Sword Saint pointed his index and middle fingers and pierced them toward Shangba's chest as if they were a sword. The overbearing Shangba now had no choice but to wait for his death. A moment ago, the viewers admired the Sword Saint's persistence in the pursuit of the Sword Dao and desire for battle in the last moment of his life. Now, they watched this old swordsman who gave his life to swordsmanship, fighting against nature and fate and finally turning into a legend. All previous emotions that they had felt until now turned into an amazement that they had never felt before. Watching this scene in the horrifying sword technique, all the viewers of Wind and Cloud had tears in their eyes. The Sword Saint was a true warrior. They had never imagined that they could see a warrior who could fight against nature and fate. At this moment, they suddenly saw that the Sword Saint was still standing on the steps. He was barely halfway up the stairs. What is happening? At this moment, they saw Bu Jingyan walking up the stairs with Kong Si's corpse in his arms. He finally decided to turn on Shangba and came to the worldly union to get his revenge. Driven by his intense hatred and the wish to kill Shangba himself, he struck out with his palm. However, when his palm touched the Sword Saint, he found that the latter was now a cold corpse. In the distant Sanfin field, the Sword Saint who was standing before Shangba seemed to feel the palm strike, and his spirit fell. The Sanfin field that was suppressed and sealed was unfrozen, and the human bodies, buildings, tables, and chairs which had been slashed by sword energies collapsed with blood and flesh flying around. Screams resonated in the sky, and blood surged up, turning the entire worldly union into hell. Now, the viewers of Wind and Cloud understood that even though the Sword Saint had died before the battle, his will was still alive. Driven by his powerful will, he had turned himself into an unrivaled force and battled with Shang Ba. Because he was already dead, he was no longer trapped by the restrictions set on mortal and thus understood the ultimate demonic sword technique which was beyond the understanding of mortals, Sword 23. Unfortunately, his body was struck by Bu Jingyan, which made his will collapse. Song Qingfeng, Liang Shi, and the others had watched the entire process of how the world-ending Sword 23 of the Saint Spirit sword technique was created. However, the Sword Saint still couldn't control fate even though he was infinitely close to that successful moment. Song Qingfeng, Liang Shi, and the others felt more than stunned. No words could describe what they felt at this moment. The only feeling they could describe was regret. It was sad to see that even though the old Sword Saint had understood and created Sword 23, the horrifying technique that could destroy the world, he still didn't kill Shang Ba. He still lost the battle and died with regret. Previously, Wind and Cloud was more of an educational TV series with a mature combat system and a good story. Now, it ascended to the level of legends. So horrifying. The Sword Saint is so powerful. Today's episodes came to an end, and Song Qingfeng and the others' exclamations showed that they now regarded the Sword Saint as their hero despite his failure. What are you yelling about? Young Master Song, did the Sword Saint win? Lin Xiao was playing Counter-Strike with concentration, and he was bothered by the shouts. No. Then, what are you yelling about? Lin Xiao sounded more impatient. Sword 23. Song Qingfeng yelled, the world-destroying Sword 23. It's so horrifying. Liang Shi and others also yelled in amazement. They were so stunned that their minds turned blank, and the only thing that they could think of was the horrifying technique. When it was used, it looked as if time had stopped. Song Qingfeng yelled in shock, none of them could move. They froze in midair, and even the blood drops were frozen. Shang Ba could do nothing but stand there and wait for his death. What? Hearing Song Qingfeng's words, some warriors including Liang Haihu turned to him. Are you exaggerating? The warriors in this TV series are no stronger than the Grand Ancestral Warrior realm. He's not exaggerating. Liang Shi and some other warriors yelled, I watched it too. That scene was horrifying. I've never heard of such a horrifying sword technique. He looked like a god descending from the heavens. Everyone just stood there waiting to be killed. How can such a sword technique exist in the world? Xiao Lengyu and the fifth prince standing beside Liang Haihu looked unconvinced. Even if it exists, the old Sword Saint couldn't use it with his cultivation strength. The fifth prince added, are you saying this to trick us into wasting our training time? Even Senior Nolan said that this TV series is lame. Ji Yu joined in, it can only help us build the foundation. Song Qingfeng looked helpless. Suit yourself. Then, he urged Lin Xiao and Shu Luo, I do recommend it. Sword 23 is so horrifying powerful. What are you arguing about? Nolan Hongwu was sitting next to Nolan Mingshe, and the argument obviously disturbed him. The senior is here, we can ask him to make the judgment. Ji Yu said, not wanting to be outdone. They are singing high praises about Wind and Cloud. I like this TV series, but I don't think it's as good as they claim. Chapter 212. The Scheming Before Competition. Since Song Qingfeng had watched the scene, he immediately explained the story. So powerful. Although the legend said that powerful warriors could easily break mountains and block rivers, no one had heard of a powerful sword technique like this one. Not even Nolan Hongwu. Everything was immobilized as if time had stopped. It doesn't sound like something humans could achieve. Who would believe that? Even Nolan Hongwu didn't believe it. Besides, he had told them that this TV series was only useful for the low-level warriors to build their foundations. He trusted his judgment. I agree with him. At this moment, Dong Qingli had just recovered from her shock from watching the TV series. Sword 23 isn't a sword technique that belongs to mortals. It's so horrifying. I second that. I agree, too. They were some instructors of the Huang House from Lingyun Academy, and their strengths weren't that high. Nolan Hongwu's face twitched, feeling a bit embarrassed. He immediately turned to Fang Qi and asked, Kid, what do you think? You mean Sword 23? Fang Qi scratched his ear and said with a serious expression, do you know why I'm still watching Wind and Cloud even though my sword control technique has reached the current high realm? Nolan Hongwu, Everyone who didn't support this TV series froze. Is it true? Then, they shouted, "Sir! Activate wind and cloud for me." In which episode? I'll watch it. It might be that you guys saw it wrong due to your low cultivation strength. Nolan Hungwoo couldn't believe that there was such a sword technique in the world. Warriors were inferior to cultivators. If the claim about this sword 23 was true, cultivators probably would flee at the sight of warriors if they all learned this technique. He was sure that if such a sword technique appeared, the whole world would be turned upside down. The last part of the 12th episode. Soon, all the doubtful people began to watch it. When they saw the sword saint's wobbly old body climbing the steps of the worldly union, no one understood how such an old man could use a sword technique which could destroy the world. However, in the next moment, they all gasped when they saw the sword saint standing on the Sanfin field in high spirits. When they saw the sword saint using sword 23 which froze everyone, they felt like their brains were shaking. Is he a warrior? Then, what are we? Nolan Hungwoo froze, and so did the other warriors. They couldn't believe how this warrior could be so much more powerful than the others. Kid, can we learn this sword technique? This time, Nolan Hungwoo looked desperate to learn. He felt that the sword saint developed this sword technique when he went beyond the realm of death, but the others couldn't copy his death. Fang Chi asked, "What do you think? Would I watch it if I can't learn it?" After all, in Wind and Cloud 3, the sword saint was reincarnated and could use all versions of sword 23. In other words, sword 23 was developed due to the sword saint's detachment from life and death, and it could only be understood in the sword realm in the world of Wind and Cloud. However, after it was created, fewer restrictions were placed on its use. The scene where the sword saint developed sword 23 in the TV series was like a live textbook of this sword technique. Doesn't it mean that everyone can learn it? Then, Nolan Hungwoo caught himself and said embarrassedly, "Right. This sword technique isn't something that everyone can understand. Even he, an emperor warrior, couldn't understand it at the moment. He might have a tiny possibility of understanding it after he mastered the concepts described in this TV series in the first 22 sword techniques." "I've decided," Nolan Hungwoo said in a loud voice, "I'll focus my attention on Wind and Cloud. Activate the first 12 episodes of Wind and Cloud for me." Liang Haihu claimed that he would watch every episode of Wind and Cloud. "While we watch it," Nolan Mingshe said musingly, "I think we should recommend it to the cultivators. After they see such a sword technique, they will doubt themselves, and we'll have a better chance of winning against them in the competition." Liang Haihu. Everyone looked at her in a daze. Fang Chi's face turned dark. "It's just a competition, and you want to wage psychological warfare? Humph. All is fair in war." Nolan Mingshe looked smug. "There are no rules against it, right?" "Not really. Let's go, Lan Yan." Nolan Mingshe pointed at Section B of the Internet Café where Shui Delph and his disciples of Luyun Taoist Palace were staying today and said, "We'll move to that section to discuss Wind and Cloud and Sword 23. Then, she pointed to Section C where the people of the Cloud Ocean faction stayed and said, "Lin Xiao, Shu Luo, you guys go there to discuss the TV series. When they ask, just recommend the TV series to them. We'll go to the shop on the other side of the street." Royal Princess Ji Yu said. Fang Chi's face twitched as he watched them executing their scheme. Soon, he saw his task progress growing swiftly. 2 days later, the cultivators who claimed that there was nothing to see in Wind and Cloud all came to Fang Chi, and some of them even had dark circles under their eyes from late-night discussions. "Sir, where's the 13th episode of Wind and Cloud? You'll have the competition in 1 day. Why are you watching Wind and Cloud now?" Fang Chi's face turned dark. "It will update next week." "Sir, it's not fair. How can warriors have such a powerful sword technique? Even the spiritual spells in Jade Dynasty are no match to it. Jade Dynasty is even more expensive than Wind and Cloud. Are there more powerful things in that TV series?" Fang Chi didn't know what to tell them. Meanwhile, Lan Mo, the Alliance Master of Wu Wei Taoist Alliance and the Faction Master of Blue Flame Faction, Yi Songtao, the Faction Master of Cloud Ocean Faction, and Shui Delph, the Palace Master of Luyun Taoist Palace all sat on a couch with grim expressions. They each bought a bowl of instant noodles. "Alliance Master Lan, Faction Master Yi, have you received the message as well?" Shui Delph said with a dark expression. Lan Mo took a big bite of instant noodles before saying, "They cut off all the resources. The big cultivation families in Yundian Upper Realm are joining hands to give us pressure." Yinlong Elder sat beside them and asked, "Alliance Master Lan, what do you guys want to do?" I want to hear your thoughts. Yi Songtao was busy eating noodles. What do you think, Alliance Master Lan? If we didn't see Sword 23, I would have to reconsider our strategy now that they stopped the supply of so many resources to our Wu-Wei Taoist alliance. Lan Mo said. They nodded at his words. However, since I've asked you guys to talk about it in this place, you must know what I plan to do, he continued. Anyway, since this senior can produce such a horrifying sword technique as Sword 23, who knows if he has anything more powerful that can even change the power dynamics of our world. The others nodded and thought that he had a point, so, I choose to continue patronizing this shop. As for the resources, our Wu-Wei Taoist alliance isn't without a stockpile or a backup plan. Lan Mo told them not to worry. Then, he thought to himself, at least our resources can sustain us for a while. Guys, don't worry about it for now. Let's eat the noodles. Slurp, slurp. Chapter 213, Esport Curse. Today, Fang Chi's shop was very noisy. While the cultivators wanted to see spiritual spells more powerful than Sword 23, the 3-day registration was coming to an end. Tomorrow was the last day of preparation, and the competition would begin the day after tomorrow. The competition schedule was almost done. About 80 players registered for the individual competition of Diablo, and the registration had slowed down. Eventually, the total number of participants reached about 100. As for the competition for Counter-Strike, there were about 40 teams. There were quite a few teams like the Royal Team, where they hadn't played with guns before and had begun cramming knowledge about them after registration. It was a large number. With more than 40 teams, the number of Counter-Strike players was now over 200 since there were more players who didn't enter the competition. With so many participants, it was impossible for them to compete with livestream and commentaries. They needed a good plan. Each participant would compete randomly with 20 different participants for the Diablo competition, and each team in the Counter-Strike competition would compete randomly with 15 different teams. Each win would get them 1 point, and the first 16 places would enter the next round. The people with the same number of points would be ranked according to the overall performance. Then, the next round would begin. After the last day of preparation, the masters all gathered in the Origins Internet Café on the competition day. People like Nolan Hongwu and Hui who entered the individual competition of Diablo came to the shop very early. All the participants had their names listed on the big screen. How come there are so many sorcerers and sorceresses? With a bowl of instant noodles in his hands, Song Qingfeng stared at the big screen and found that among the 100 or so participants, more than half were sorcerers and sorceresses. It was well known that sorcerers and sorceresses had a very disgusting skill, teleport. Skills such as shiver armor and energy shield were hard to deal with as well. They were very tough to handle for players who played close-range combat characters such as assassins and barbarians. Song Qingfeng's face turned dark. Under the lead of Fang Chi, the number of paladins was second to that of the sorcerers and sorceresses. After them were classes such as druids, assassins, barbarians, and etc. Meanwhile, Nolan Mingxie was also looking at the teams on the big screen with a grim expression and making plans in her head. She still had time since the Counter-Strike competition would only start the next day. Su Tianji glanced at the big screen. Behind her, Feng Hua, Yuexin, and 2 artifact masters of Luyun Taoist Palace were also looking at the screen. However, they were being scolded by Su Tianji. "What are you looking at? Come and train with me." Captain Su was anxious. They had spent 2 days studying Wind and Cloud, and they still needed a lot of practice. Tomorrow was the big day. If her Luyun team couldn't enter the top 16, she would be disgraced. At this moment, Nolan Hongwu and Hui went to the counter eagerly. "Kid, when does it begin?" Fang Chi looked at the time and told them that it would begin at 9 a.m. There was still about 1 hour. When all of them finished their breakfast, the participants in the Diablo competition were led to the second floor, which was set aside as the competition room. As the referee, Fang Chi stayed in the competition room. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyu sat on a big couch in front of the big screen. Today, even Mu Donglai, the guy who seemed busier than the emperor, also came to watch. Royal Princess Ji Yu and her team planned to train later, so she sat on the couch and glanced around. "Gongzi Xiao, you're here to watch the competition." TL note: Gongzi is the title used by young men with noble or affluent background. "Of course," Xiao Yulv said proudly. "According to my observations in the shop, I've analyzed and came up with the list of the most promising candidates for each of the competition. Royal Princess, do you want one copy of it? Ji Yu's face turned dark. I didn't know that you were in this business. Just a hobby. A hobby. Xiao Yulv waved his hand calmly. But I can assure you that even the shop owner doesn't know them as well as I do. Tell us about it. While sipping her coke, Nolan Mingshe asked with interest, what's your analysis? As for the most promising candidate for the Diablo competition, I'm sure that you all know that Senior Nolan is no one. However, I've noticed some low-profiled players who have the potential to get into the top 8. Xiao Yulv waved his folding fan and said with a chuckle, even Castellanon and Senior Nolan might lose to them if they are not careful. Are they really this strong? The second prince clicked his tongue. Well, you can just watch. For example, the sorcerer named Bai Lang on the screen. While he talked, there were 8 players in combat. In one of the battles, there was a sorcerer who mained cold spells with the ID of Bai Lang, and he was close to level 40. This guy is an old player, and perhaps you've met him before, Xiao Yulv said. The sorcerers and sorceresses are all very strong. They watched the screen and saw that Bai Lang's opponent was a level 30 paladin. When the paladin dashed up, Bai Lang was gone with teleport, and a blizzard hit the spot. Xiao Yulv waved his arms and explained to the people around him, see. This is the strength of a sorcerer who mains cold spells. He can freeze his rival and keep his distance from the paladin with teleport. Nolan Mingshe pointed at the screen. Gongzi Xiao, that paladin seems to be winning. Bai Lang is winning, Xiao Yulv said confidently, it's about right. What did you say? Who's winning? Xiao Yulv turned to the big screen and saw that Bai Lang seemed to make a mistake while he drank mana potion. During this time, that paladin took the opportunity to knock him out with the shield and almost emptied his HP. How could the paladin do this? Confused, Xiao Yulv looked at the big screen and saw the frozen orb and blizzard were not doing much damage to this paladin. To the contrary, this paladin slowly depleted Bai Lang's HP gradually with Holy Freeze. He alternated Holy Freeze and Resist Cold with perfect timing. Besides, he timed his attacks well, and I believe that he is a master in the real world. Nolan Mingshe sipped coke and said calmly, I must mark this paladin named Fu Zhong and tell the others to be careful with him. Xiao Yulv. Chapter 214, Unpredictable Ending, and the Second Item Trade. Where's Sister Lan Yan today? While sitting beside Nolan Mingshe, Zhang Xiaoyu looked around and asked. She wants to have a try with Diablo and went to the competition, Nolan Mingshe said while she watched the matches on the couch. Many players were in the competition, but there were still many people sitting downstairs and watching the matches on the big screen. Even the Yinlong Elder, who focused all his attention on the legend of the Sword and Fairy, watched the matches on the couch with his disciples, let alone Lan Mo and Jun Yangxi who loved the items in Diablo. The only thing was that in the entire Blue Flame faction, only Li Haoran entered the Diablo competition. Although a team of their disciples had entered the Counter-Strike team competition, they didn't place too much hope in them. All they could count on was Li Haoran's sorcerer character. With the progress of the matches, the points of the individual participants changed slowly on the left side of the big screen. The list of the top 16 is on the screen. At this moment, they found that Nolan Hongwu wasn't in the first place. The first place was currently taken by An Cheng. They both won 5 matches, but An Cheng's total battle time was much less than Nolan Hongwu's. An Cheng fell silent while he looked at the level 9 female barbarian in front of him who was wearing rag armor and rag shoes. This was the second time that An Cheng encountered this kind of opponent. Isn't that Luo Yun from Zai Academy? The second prince pointed at the level 9 female barbarian on the big screen and asked. It seems to be her. Nolan Mingshe looked toward that match. An Cheng tried to summon the Hydra. Xiao Yulv explained with familiarity, the sorcerers and sorceresses who main fire spells can summon this 9-headed serpent-like flame creature. It can act as a helper with strong fire elemental spiritual spells. The sorcerers and sorceresses don't have to fight since the Hydra will deal with the enemies. While looking at the Hydra spitting out hot flames, Xiao Yulv explained confidently, this time, brother An is lucky. I guess that his ranking will be above Senior Nolan's. He can defeat this level 9 female barbarian with his eyes closed. Gonzgi Xiao. Ji Yu pointed at the big screen. Young master and surrendered. Xiao Yulv looked at the big screen in shock. The An family of Juhua and the Luo family in the north had been friendly for generations. On the side, Mr. Mu explained, now that young master An has a high score, it's okay for him to let her win this match. Xiao Yulv closed his gaping mouth and said with twitching facial muscles, everyone can see that this is an exception. After failing to predict the results of these two matches, Xiao Yulv got more cautious with his comments. He still made comments about the skills but was very careful with predictions of the results, thus making no such mistakes again. As time went on, the competition on the first day progressed uneventfully, and the players with higher rankings played cautiously to stay in the top 16. During all that, some black horses appeared. For example, Fu Zhong and Bai Lang made it into the top 16. Lan Yan also barely made it onto the list. To their surprise, they saw a name which they had never noticed before, Wang Tai. Isn't he Mr. Fang's fat friend? Nolan Mingshe said with some bafflement. Do you know him? Ji Yu asked. I've watched this fat guy play. Xiao Yulv looked at the only necromancer in top 16 and analyzed. This necromancer always tossed out spiritual spells from behind Song Qingfeng and the others, and he's cowardly. He probably entered the top 16 with pure luck. After all, few people play this class, and I don't know much about his skills. After today, the top 16 players will be analyzed by others, and their skills will be figured out. Then, it will be easier to fight them, Xiao Yulv said logically. After all, the necromancer can't teleport, which means that he needs help from others to block attacks. This class is probably at a disadvantage in individual competitions. Senior Nolan is meeting Bai Lang. Almost everyone turned their eyes to the screen. Is this the last match? Nolan Mingshe asked. Ji Yu nodded and said, yeah. If he wins this match, he will have 20 consecutive victories. Xiao Yulv was cautious this time. Senior Nolan's paladin character is very powerful, but his battles with Castellan and the others look difficult. He must be cautious with Bai Lang. Mu Donglai said, this time, I think the senior will take the number 1 spot after this match. Everyone glanced at him without a word and then turned their eyes to the big screen. In this match, Bai Lang is very cautious with his moves. Xiao Yulv clicked his tongue and said, he is creating distance between him and his opponent instead of attacking. In fact, although Nolan Hongwu had won the last 19 matches, he knew the disadvantage of paladins when facing sorcerers and sorceresses. Paladins couldn't catch up with them. He learned Blessed Hammer, which was a long-range attack. However, the trajectory of the hammer was an arc instead of a straight line, so it required skill to land it. While sorcerers and sorceresses teleported and created distance, they could use the powerful area spells such as Blizzard without aiming. If Nolan Hongwu was hit, he would be slowed down greatly. Bai Lang was an old player who was very familiar with the skills of paladins and wouldn't make a rookie mistake. Soon, everyone saw that Nolan Hongwu fell on his way while chasing after Bai Lang. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Mu Donglai with dumbfounded expressions. Mu Donglai. The final list showed that only Nolan Hongwu's paladin entered the top 3 list, the other 2 were taken by sorcerers and sorceresses. For example, Enhui lost 1 match, but due to the long time that Nolan Hongwu spent on the last match, Enhui took the first place. At this moment, an understanding dawned on Nolan Hongwu. After putting down the virtual reality headset, he yelled with a dark expression, who has an item with teleport? I'll buy it with crystals. Also, I will buy items that cannot be frozen. The participants couldn't borrow items from others, but it didn't say that one couldn't buy them. Right now, the first day ended, and the second floor fell silent, no one answered. Then, Song Qingfeng yelled, who has items that have the cannot be frozen property? I'll buy one for 50 crystals. I'll pay 100. Nolan Hongwu was furious. Chapter 215. A new way of making money. Hearing Nolan Hongwu's words, Fang Qi's face twitched. You're really rich. 100 crystals for one item. Everyone slowed their steps when they heard Nolan Hongwu's words. After all, they were virtual items instead of real things. Last time, Cheng bought runes with crystals, which was the first time that someone bought virtual items. But now, the price offered wasn't a few crystals but 100. For the small aristocrats, 100 crystals was still a small fortune. Of course, anyone who knew Nolan Hongwu was sure that 100 crystals meant nothing to him, but it was still shocking that a virtual item could sell for 100 crystals. Even though many people knew that the top players of the competition would get prizes, this incident still greatly affected their value system. Many people stopped subconsciously to watch this scene. Who has items that have the cannot be frozen property? Many players asked the question for them. Don't keep it, it's worth 100 crystals. At this moment, a sorcerer in Bai Lang's group said, Brother Bai, I have an item that has that property. It's a unique item too. Don't sell it. Bai Lan's face turned dark, knowing that his cold spells would be useless against these items. I want a staff with teleport. Fang Qi was still surprised when Nolan Hongwu strode up to him impatiently. Kid, is your teleport charged staff for sale? I'll pay 200 crystals. Nolan Hongwu stated with widened eyes. The moment he said it, the crowd bursted into murmurs, 200 crystals. After all, it was a magic item which could only be used on special occasions, and few people paid attention to it. However, Nolan Hongwu offered to buy it for 200 crystals. Fang Qi shrugged. I'm the referee, and all my items are not for sale. I have a magic glove with the cannot be frozen property. At this moment, an instructor of Lingyun Academy yelled. I have a set of armor. It is a unique item with the cannot be frozen property. Fang Qi looked at this person who was yelling and realized that it was Dong Qingli. Although she didn't need money, she was eager to participate in this novel thing of selling virtual items. Unique item. Nolan Hongwu strode over. Let me see the properties. Dong Qingli immediately opened her game, and people swarmed behind her. Why are they still up there? The matches on the big screen had ended, but no one came down. Zhang Xiaoyu also glanced at the stairs leading to the competition room on the second floor. Hurry up, they are selling items up here. Someone yelled in the staircase. Someone offered to buy an item with the cannot be frozen property for 100 crystals, 100 crystals. Even the players who were playing games heard it, and they immediately exited from the games, put down the virtual reality headset, and ran upstairs. 100 crystals for one item. Royal Princess Ji Yu, the second prince, Mu Donglai, Lan Mo, and Jun Yangxi looked at each other in bafflement. They suspected that their ears were playing tricks on them. After all, even the spiritual artifacts produced by the Blue Flame faction, the No. 1 artifact making faction in Dajin, couldn't sell for this price, even if the quality was super high. Let's go and have a look. They got up from the couch before hurrying to the second floor. At this moment, Dong Qingli opened her game. Eagle Armor, Scale Male. Defense. 119. Required level. 15.10% faster run, walk. Plus 96% enhanced defense. Plus 15 max cold resist. Cold resistance plus 15. Cannot be frozen. People gaped at these properties, wondering how much damage cold spells could do to a paladin with this armor. Fuck, he did pay 100 crystals. I wish I had such a good item. Many people looked jealous. Who else has items that have the cannot be frozen property? At this moment, and Cheng yelled, I'll pay 100 crystals for one with good properties and 50 for one with fewer properties. Hearing his words, people exclaimed again, another player is offering 100. What shall we do? In Diablo, the spells were indeed powerful. But after hearing about these items, Bai Lang and another sorcerer who focused on cold spells in the top 16 turned ashen-faced. When we meet him, we'll use other spells. Bai Lang said with a dark face. After all, we are given a skill tree just for this competition. With satisfaction, Nolan Hongwu put on his new armor and looked at his paladin character happily. He felt helpless when he got defeated by the cold spells, but he regained his confidence to get the first place. He asked again, does anyone have an item with teleport? I'll pay 200 crystals for it. The ordinary staff with teleport could only be used by sorcerers and sorceresses, but there was one kind of staff with limits on the usage of teleport, and it could be used by all classes. Nolan Hongwu had seen Fang Qi use it and knew about it. Even if such a staff had a usage limit, it would pose a great threat to sorcerers and sorceresses. Ah, Yu Liang howled lamentingly, I saw it in the shop, but I wasn't able to buy it without enough gold in my account. After all, these things were only useful on a few occasions, and they were rare and expensive. If there is a second staff, I'll take it. Elder Fu said, I'll also pay 200 crystals for it. And 100 for an item with the cannot be frozen property. I will also buy an item with the property of cannot be frozen. And Hu Wei chimed in. 200 crystals for a staff with teleport. 100 crystals for an item with the cannot be frozen property. Song Qingfeng couldn't keep calm. Although he wasn't as rich as Nolan Hongwu and Hu Wei, his Song family was a large force. Besides, his family had paid more attention to him and was willing to fund his journey. Everyone was stunned. These were deals totaling more than 1,000 crystals. It wasn't unusual to buy spiritual artifacts for 1,000 crystals, but they had never seen or imagined that someone would pay such a high price for virtual items. Finally, all of them bought items with the cannot be frozen property, but only Nolan Hungwoo bought a staff with teleport. Since there was still time before the next round of competitions, players got busy. Since the offers for the items still stood, they all tried to find the hot items. Therefore, this game attracted a large group of new players. It was unexpected. While sipping Coke, Nolan Mingxie walked downstairs and said feelingly, "It's incredible." Lan Yan clicked her tongue. "I want to play, get items, and earn money," Zhang Xiaoyu said with a bitter expression. Chapter 216. Watch the competition while eating spicy sticks. Fortunately, we entered the Counter-Strike team competition. Seeing what happened during the Diablo individual competition, Liang Shi and the other independent warriors who entered the Counter-Strike team competition clicked their tongues. They could never afford items that cost 200 or even 100 crystals. From the first game, Resident Evil, Liang Shi had been playing in the shop. Although he was an old player, he only played Resident Evil and Counter-Strike. People played games not only for the growth in strength. In this world, the majority were ordinary people, but they didn't want to be ordinary all their lives. When they watched Chris as the mansion in Resident Evil exploded, the dazzling light of the last moment shone into their hearts. Not everyone played the games for the gains. From newbies who couldn't even use pistols, they had now grown proficient with any guns and close-range combat skill, and they spent more time and energy on practice than the aristocrats and geniuses. Today is the last day before our competition. He glanced at his comrades in life and in the games. This competition might be our best chance, he thought. They were always the audience who stood at the foot of the mountain and look up at others, and perhaps they would have the opportunity to stand on the top of the mountain and look at the scenery in the golden sunshine this time. He imagined this scene with eagerness. He remembered the story about competitions which once circulated in the shop that only had a beginning. If this was also the beginning of a story, it would be the beginning of the glory that he had been hoping for. He tightened his grip on the gun and scanned for enemies while he was distracted by these thoughts. The day for the first round of Counter-Strike team competitions came. Dong Qingli was in a great mood today. Although she didn't enter the top 16 yesterday, she wasn't disappointed since she had entered the competition for experience and didn't hold any high hopes for the result. She was in a good mood because she had won a few matches yesterday. Since her rivals were chosen randomly, she was quite excited when she battled with other players instead of monsters. After eating instant noodles, she was about to sit on the couch and wait for the livestream to begin. Then, she saw Fang Qi coming down after making all the competition-related arrangements and writing something on the blackboard with a chalk. "Sir, you have a new item again. Is it a snack?" Dong Qingli immediately walked over since that was what she was most interested in. Now, the snacks were not enough for her. Soon, Fang Qi finished writing, and she asked, "Spicy sticks?" Fang Qi nodded and pointed at the words on the small blackboard, saying, "This is the most prestigious snack in the shop for the time being. 15 crystals for one box with 10 sticks. It's the only snack that you can share with others. Of course, you can't share them with people on the blacklist. If you do, you will also be put on the blacklist," Fang Qi said lightly. "Do you want one box?" "I do." Dong Qingli raised her voice and said, "I was worried that I wouldn't have enough snacks to eat while watching the matches." "What snack? Are there new snacks?" Lan Yan had finished her matches yesterday, and now she sat on the couch, ready to watch Nolan Mingshui's matches. When she heard the mentioning of a new snack, she immediately looked over. She clicked her tongue at the price. "This snack is 3 times more expensive than Haagen-Dazs. Is it good?" she asked immediately. Fang Qi said, "To tell you the truth, I haven't tried it yet." Then, he took out 2 boxes of spicy sticks. Produced by the system, the spicy sticks were not wrapped in bags. Instead, they were neatly stacked in a rectangular, transparent glass box, and there were a few pairs of wooden chopsticks. When he opened the box, they smelled a very special spicy aroma. The orange spicy sticks looked crystal-like with some white sesame seeds on the top. Fang Qi froze and almost couldn't recognize them. "Are these spicy sticks? They smell delicious." Dong Qingli sniffed with her snow-white nose. Even Zhang Wanyu standing beside her looked eager, and she immediately paid. "Let's try them." Fang Qi opened a box and saw Zhang Xiaoyu stare at it without blinking. He grabbed the chopsticks and picked up one stick, putting it under Zhang Xiaoyu's nose. Ah! Excited, Zhang Xiaoyu opened her mouth and was about to Fang Chi stuffed the stick into his own mouth and felt a delicious aroma spreading on his taste buds. Savoring the slight numbing taste mingled with spicy and sweet flavors and the chewy gluten, he exclaimed, "Wow! So delicious." Zhang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. "Take one for yourself," Fang Chi said while enjoying the spicy stick. "Okay. Zhang Xiaoyu looked sulky. Even though she felt like she should ignore her boss, she couldn't help reaching out and picking up one spicy stick. "It's more than delicious." Dong Qingli was also eating. "This gluten is better than those produced with the top-grade spiritual wheat. What's this special spicy taste?" "When I swallowed it, I felt a warmth beginning to burn in my body," Zhang Wanyu said in astonishment. "The warrior qi in my body seems to have become more solid." Zhang Xiaoyu nibbled on her spicy stick as if she were afraid that the stick would be gone if she ate too fast. After eating it, she stuck out her small tongue and licked the sesame seeds left on the corner of her mouth. "What's this aroma?" Lan Mo and the others also looked over. At this moment, Xiao Yulv walked in smugly with a basket of snacks in his hand. "I've prepared lots of snacks to watch today's competition." What's this aroma?" The moment he sat down, he saw Dong Qingli, Lan Yan, and even Lan Mo holding rectangular boxes before them. "I didn't know this shop had such a delicious snack." Lan Mo pointed his chopsticks at the spicy sticks and said with a laugh, "Junior brother, try one. It tastes good and helps with the purification of the spiritual essence in the body." "A good snack." Immediately, Jun Yangxi picked up a spicy stick and bit into it. "Wow, a real delicacy." On the edge of the couch, Xiao Yulv watched as Zhang Xiaoyu, who had been his companion in watching others eat, ate the spicy sticks with great enjoyment. "Let's watch the competition. Let's watch the competition," some yelled. Chapter 217, Continued Pressure. Gongzi Xiao. Mu Donglai admired Xiao Yulv's analysis of the participants and their conditions in the matches yesterday. Today, he sat beside Xiao Yulv and asked, "What's your opinion on today's competition?" Hearing Mu Donglai's question, Lan Mo, Jun Yanzi, Li Haoran, and Song Qingfeng all looked over. Even Mu Hongzhu and the other instructors of Lingyun Academy and disciples of the other two academies looked over since they weren't in the competition. Now, Xiao Yulv had obviously learned his lesson yesterday and was determined not to predict the results casually. After stuffing a piece of spiritual fruit into his mouth, he looked at the people who were eating the spicy sticks and said, "From what I know, even though Mr. Fang set the rules that each force can't have more than one outside player, and thus there's no absolutely strong team which is destined to win, there are still some good teams with good players. There are at least two strong teams from Lingyun Academy. One is Lingyun team led by Ms. Nolan, and the other is Lingyun team 2 led by young Master Shi, who is a classmate of Ms. Nolan. This team consists of the remaining masters of Lingyun Academy, such as Guo Shang who got the No. 1 place in the heaven list during the national examination. These guys are the oldest players who are the most proficient with the use of guns. There is a team of independent warriors. They look quite strong, but I'm not familiar with them. Of course, our Luyun Taoist Palace's team is also good." Xiao Yulv added. "What do you think of the royal team?" Mu Donglai asked. After all, he came from Jingxi. "Royal team." Xiao Yulv closed his folding fan and said, "According to my observations over the last few days, this team is new to guns, but their training in the past days is quite effective. However," he continued, "they seem to be playing with a substitute in today's competition. One player is missing." Mu Donglai nodded and checked the time, realizing that the daily morning meeting had just ended. Xiao Yulv shook his head and said, "If they are going to play with the substitute longer, I'm afraid that they can't make the top 16. Then, how about my blue flame team?" Lan Mo asked immediately. Xiao Yulv's handsome face twitched, and he said after a long pause, "I haven't paid attention to it yet." As time went on, the ranking began to show on the big screen. As expected, the two teams of Lingyun Academy took the first 2 places, followed by Luyun team. The Cloud Ocean team had dashed to the 4th place miraculously. "Where's the royal team?" Mu Donglai looked carefully but couldn't see the royal team on the list. After a long time, they saw the royal team beginning to rush up. The moment that they gained the 16th place, they were replaced by the Blue Flame team. Mu Donglai and Lan Mo looked at each other, and the atmosphere turned a bit competitive. The traces of murderous spirits on their faces even chilled the air around them. "It seems that our Blue Flame team still has hope," Lan Mo said in a deep voice. "The royal family of Dajin can't be taken out like this." Mu Donglai's face turned grim. They all looked toward the big screen. Go for it, Royal Team, go, go, Blue Flame Team, go, Royal Team, go, Blue Flame Team. The people around them fell silent. Xiaoyu, which team are you rooting for, the Royal Team or the Blue Flame Team? Dong Qingli asked with her eyes on the big screen while eating spicy sticks. Neither, Zhang Xiaoyu said with a pout. I wish that the boss formed a team too. Then, she bit on a spicy stick and ate half of it. At this moment, she heard cheers on the side. Yes, it is in. The Royal Team entered the top 16. The Blue Flame Team entered the top 16. How come they both enter the top 16? They glanced at the big screen and saw that they squeezed out the 15th team, meanwhile in the distant Yundian Upper Realm. It was in the beautiful mountains to the southeast of Dajin. The magnificent and lofty city in the clouds was built on the peak of the tallest mountain in the region, and even birds and monkeys couldn't reach it. Only powerful cultivators could fly to this place. For ordinary people, this was a place that they couldn't get to. But for cultivators, it was the most prosperous city in Yundian Upper Realm and the most radiant pearl of the Yundian region, Yujing. Looking down from the highest point of Yunjing, one could see tall mountains, spiritual boats that were flying around, and winding rivers. Cities were located on the peaks of the surrounding mountains, and they looked celestial in the spiritual lights and auspicious clouds. There were no ordinary people living in Yundian Upper Realm. Big and small cultivation forces or independent cultivators lived here for cultivation. Even warriors were rarely seen here, and the residents were mostly grand cultivators and their descendants. Since this place had abundant cultivation resources such as spiritual crystals, celestial jade, and mines, it was well known on the continent. Compared with the resources in this place, Dajin was poor. Despite its rich resources, few people dared to target this land since the people who tried to grab this place had been turned into nutrients for the soil. Even Ji Xuantong, the first emperor of Dajin, had stopped here. He came to Yujing in person and reached a non-aggression pact with Yundian Upper Realm. In Yundian Upper Realm, the families headed by the Gongyi family were the top beneficiaries of the Cultivation Realm Conference. They attended each of the Cultivation Realm conferences which were held each 30 years and gained a lot of benefits. For example, the faint blue spiritual light named Guardian Pure Light which surrounded Yujing was one of the items that they got from the Cultivation Realm. With this light guarding the city, no one could sneak in. In Yundian Upper Realm, the master of the Gongshu family, the No. 3 family, and the master of the Gongyang family, the No. 4 family, looked displeased when they heard the reports from their subordinates. The Wu-Wei Taoist alliance is stubborn. Instead of detaching themselves from that shop, the big forces in the alliance all sent people to attend the competition organized by that shop. Brother Gongshu, Gongyang Jun, the master of the Gongyang family, was a white-faced Taoist looking to be in his 50s. In my opinion, since the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance doesn't want to attend the conference, it's their own choice. We don't have to. Brother Gongyang, you still don't understand the situation after so many years. Gongshu Kuo was a middle-aged Taoist with a wide forehead and a big face. The journey to the Cultivation Realm. The Cultivation Realm Conference. The ranking in the Cultivation Realm Conference represents the order of the cultivation world. If the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance backed out the conference on their own will, it would be fine. But obviously, that's not the case. Now, they think that someone is trying to break this order. What do you think? Gongshu Kuo sipped the tea and cleared his throat. If the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance doesn't submit to us, we'll continue to put pressure on them. No, this is their business, why should we? Gongshu Kuo flicked dust off his sleeve and looked at Gongyang Jun. As long as our families still want to enter the cultivation realm, it is better for us too. Besides, we need this order in the world as well. Chapter 218, 36 Tiangong Sword Array, the second round of the competition. After the first round of the competition, there was 1 week until the second round began. During this time, all of the top 16 players and top 16 teams got busy with their preparations. In the meantime, Fang Qi did his own preparations. The system had especially given him 3 days to practice in the game cultivation room, so he could go out and establish branches. After all, the world outside wasn't as friendly as Juhua. Fang Qi spent this period on practice in the game cultivation room. The cultivation strength he gained in the game cultivation room didn't increase as fast as his proficiency in combat techniques, but his cultivation strength increase was still substantial due to the time ratio. After a few days, Fang Qi's cultivation strength had reached the ancestral warrior realm. Right now, Fang Qi's status was as followed. Cultivation strength. Level 2 ancestral warrior realm. Combat techniques. Sword control technique master 36.5%, innumerable sword scroll proficient 88.3%, sword flight proficient 36.56%, holy shock skilled 78.6%, equivalent to level 7 lightning resist proficient 80%, equivalent to level 14 close range combat skill grandmaster. Enhancement. T-virus enhanced to physical strength, speed, reflexes, and mental strength, etc. Together with the other skills he had practiced himself, such as Blessed Hammer, they formed Fang Qi's current combat system. Despite the excellent progress that the game cultivation room offered, it wasn't a comfortable place for Fang Qi. In the room, whenever he wasn't careful, he would be killed by his game characters. Although he had stronger mental strength compared to the others due to the enhancement of T-virus, the first year that he spent in the game cultivation room left him with psychological trauma. After all, he had been killed many times each day. Whenever he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would be killed. If not for Silent Hill 2, which increased his mental strength and removed his internal evils, Fang Qi's mind would be greatly distorted if he didn't collapse already. Fortunately, the situation was better in his second year in the game cultivation room since he got used to it. In other words, he had used almost half of the 3-day cultivation time that the system rewarded to him. He had practiced Li Xiaoyao's innumerable sword scroll to the proficient level, and now he was charging at the master level. Before him, Li Xiaoyao leapt into the sky while many swords with flashing spiritual lights on them shot up with him. At his control, the swords changed positions continuously in an exquisite pattern. Slowly, the swords gathered in a circle and formed a Tai Chi pattern in the sky. Seeing the swords forming a pattern, Fang Qi's heart fell with a bad feeling. Then, he remembered the things that he had learned in the Shu Mountain faction after he finished the game. Since the system's version of the game was different from the original version, the players could stay in the game after clearing the stage. For example, Fang Qi took the quest of becoming the faction master of the Shu Mountain faction as Li Xiaoyao. He had even stayed in Shu Mountain to study the sword arrays of the faction. 36 Tiangong Sword Array. Fang Qi's face turned dark when he saw that it was something that he had just learned. Manipulate the swords into an array. Is this the advanced use of the innumerable sword scroll? When the sword array pushed down, it circled swiftly in the pattern, and each route and arc that the swords took looked mysterious and profound. Fang Qi's face fell, knowing that he absolutely couldn't block such an array. Once he was trapped by the array, he would certainly die. Immediately, he flew up on the sword, and many lights released from his body and shot toward the sword array behind him. It must be noted that in the game cultivation room, even though Fang Qi's warrior chi was only at the ancestral warrior realm in strength, he had an unlimited supply. That was why he could progress so fast in the game cultivation room. In the room, he could use his full force at any time. Then, all of his warrior chi would be replenished fully in the next moment. In contrast, people cultivating in the outside world must spend quite a while to recover the consumed warrior chi or spiritual essence before they could continue practicing. At this moment, Fang Qi used almost 120% of his strength, and the innumerable sword scroll created a giant cloud of swords in the sky. Lightning flashed above the cloud of swords, and these swords crashed toward the sword array like a huge storm. Radiant lightning energy surged around the swords, but the spiritual swords that Fang Qi created were instantly shattered when they got close to the center of the sword array. With sword flight, Fang Qi kept launching the innumerable sword scroll, but the sword array was still moving closer to him gradually. Half an hour later, blood splashed. In the respawn spot, Fang Qi looked pale while he saw the spiritual sword array in the Tai Chi pattern flying this way swiftly from the distant sky. Fuck. Fang Qi wiped cold sweat off his forehead and felt lucky that Li Xiaoyao's 36 Tiangong sword array was only at the beginner's stage. Otherwise, Fang Qi could just stand here and wait to be killed repeatedly. Coming out of the cultivation room, Fang Qi felt he was going to get new psychological trauma with this kind of cultivation intensity. Fortunately, he would get some rest in these 2 days while acting as the referee for the competition. More people gathered in the shop. They were excited about the matches between civilians, aristocrats, and major factions. Not only players, but the people who couldn't afford to play the games came to the shop to watch the competition. After all, Mr. Fang didn't set the rule that people without money couldn't enter the shop. In fact, when the shop live-streamed Jade Dynasty and Wind and Cloud each week, some ordinary people living nearby would come and watch. Of course, as mentioned before, the civilians in Juhua City were not people living in poverty. Fatty Wong was a civilian, a comparatively rich one, and so was Guo Shang. The latter had reached the ancestral warrior realm and was thus a successful civilian. It was only a matter of time and personal choice for him to become one of the aristocrats. The first event today was the battles between the top 16 in the Diablo competition. This time, the schedule wasn't arranged randomly. Instead, the number 1 player would battle the number 16 player, and the number 2 player would battle the number 15 player, so on and so forth. At this moment, Xiao Yulv was talking eloquently while sitting on the couch. According to this schedule, there will be a few surprises. The results of the previous matches have shown the strength of each player, and they all got used to the environment and rules of the competition. Look, Castellanon won the first match as expected, and so did Senior Nolan in the second match. The third match, Nolan Mingxie stared at Lan Yan on the screen quietly. In the match, Lan Yan's opponent was Cheng, one of the top sorcerers. Her odds of winning were very slim. Listen carefully, this is the only way to deal with a sorcerer like Cheng. Lan Yan felt calm while she remembered the tactic that Nolan Mingxie had taught her before the competition. On the screen, the gloomy light suddenly turned darker. The surrounding space turned dark completely. What's happening? Xiao Yulv stood up from his seat. What's happening? Mu Donglai, who wasn't familiar with the skills in Diablo, asked in bafflement. This seems to be a skill of the assassin. Chapter 219. The strategists are cunning. It's Cloak of Shadows. Xiao Yulv suddenly recognized the skill. Cloak of Shadows. The audience looked toward him, obviously unfamiliar with this skill. In this Diablo world, the assassins know spiritual spells such as Cloak of Shadows, which uses mana to create a huge shadow of darkness to limit the enemy's senses. The higher level the skill, the larger the area covered in darkness. Xiao Yulv was quite knowledgeable about this. However, he was baffled. Where did the assassin come from? The area of the darkness was several times bigger than the casting range of sorcerers and sorceresses. This skill must be above level 10. Ordinary assassins wouldn't waste so many skill points on this skill. The previous matches showed that the advantages of sorceresses were their swift teleports and large attack range. These advantages enabled sorcerers and sorceresses to handle opponents who were good at close-range combat. However, the sorcerers and sorceresses would have to be cautious in the darkness with teleports since they didn't know where their enemies were. The results would be quite unpredictable. Runeword, Nadir. Although it is only a low-level runeword with ordinary properties, it offers level 13 Cloak of Shadows. Nolan Mingxie sipped on the coke and explained lightly. The moment that Cheng got teleported to the battlefield, he was engulfed by darkness. The only thing that gave him a sense of security was his outspreading spiritual senses. In the boundless darkness, the sorcerers and sorceresses were at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Cheng felt something attacking him in the darkness. He dodged subconsciously and felt several blessed hammers twirled past him with whistling sounds. However, one of them smashed onto his shoulder. Teleport. After several teleports, Cheng soon got out of the darkness. However, when he saw the paladin in the distance, a huge cloud of darkness engulfed the area he stood on again. Subconsciously, he used teleport again. The darkness still moved toward him. Suddenly, he felt like he crashed into a solid wall. He had arrived at the edge of the land, and the surrounding area was all sealed. In the darkness, he heard whistling sounds and used teleport without thinking. This sorcerer is in a very bad situation. Mu Donglai looked at the screen and said, I'm not sure about that. Xiao Yulv waved his folding fan and said, Brother was caught off guard, and he hasn't used the Hydra yet. We can't say that he's at a disadvantage. On the screen, Cheng seemed to know that he couldn't get out of the darkness no matter how many teleports he used, so he waved his staff and hurriedly chanted a short spell. Then, in a wave of flames, an ugly flame serpent with 3 heads stood before Cheng. Lan Yan dodged the flames spat out by the Hydra and disappeared into the darkness again. If they continue fighting this way, Mu Donglai said, they might get into a deadlock, right? After all, no one can stop the sorcerers and sorceresses from fleeing. You're right, Nolan Mingxie said, it's no use chasing after him. Sure enough, Lan Yan stopped chasing. Cheng took this moment to regain his breath. He summoned several hydras. If his opponent came up, these flame monsters would attack fiercely. He didn't need to worry. Time ticked on, and Cheng suddenly felt like something was wrong. He wondered why his opponent still didn't show up. How come Cheng is running back? All the people watched the unusual scene. On the screen, passive play. It seems that he received a warning for being too passive. Nolan Mingshe explained, without the teleport staff, paladins can't catch up with sorcerers and sorceresses, so the best strategy is to force them to escape and play passively. After receiving the warning, the sorcerers and sorceresses must return an attack. Since the sorcerers and sorceresses would initiate the passive play, they must initiate the battle. If they don't, there will be a second warning. If the third warning comes, they will lose the match. The people in the audience exclaimed, "Young master," and kept teleporting. Since he doesn't know his opponent's position, he had put too much distance between him and his opponent. If he doesn't return, he will receive the warning for playing passively. What a great disadvantage it was for a sorcerer or a sorceress to look for a paladin in the darkness. And Cheng was looking for Lan Yan when he felt a figure rushing to him from one side. Obviously, they were very close, and Lan Yan had arrived before him in the blink of an eye. A shield crashed toward him. Shield strike. She rushed up and interrupted Cheng's teleport before it was even used. In a bout of heavy dizziness, Cheng stumbled back under the fierce shield attack. At this moment, Cheng's heart fell since the sorcerers and sorceresses had little room for error. Cheng was obviously panicking. When he raised his staff to teleport again, the shield crashed down almost at the same time and interrupted his teleport for the second time. It was impossible to teleport again. The staff and the blessed hammer crashed down at the same time. Lan Yan won. All the people gaped at the sight. How could this happen? Strengths and skills are not the only key factors in determining the result of a match, Nolan Mingshe said. One can gain a victory by using the rules to one's advantage. You guys are dirty for using strategies to win. At this moment, a bullet message appeared on the big screen. It must be the shop owner who sent this message. The next match was between Li Haoran, who was in the 4th place, and Zhou Hongying, who was in the 13th place. This girl usually plays with Bai Lang, and she is Ms. Yi's senior sister from the Cloud Ocean faction. Xiao Yul said, "She is good, but I put my money on Brother Li. Haoran bought an item with good properties yesterday, and it has the cannot be frozen property." Mu Donglai nodded and said, "He does have better odds of winning." "You two just shut up." Lan Mo almost jumped up from the couch. After all, every time these two said someone would win, that person would lose. Li Haoran is winning. At this moment, Li Haoran's Hydra and his own spiritual spells crashed forward in the surging flames, and his opponent fell to the ground soon. He won. Lan Mo and Jun Yangxi stared at the screen and then turned to look at Xiao Yulv and Mu Donglai in disbelief. He won. Isn't that guy the shop owner's friend? At this moment, people noticed that the next match was about to begin. His opponent is Elder Fu. Even Lin Xiao and Shu Luo froze at the sight. Can he last more than 1 minute? Xiao Yulv shook his head and said, the fatty might have a chance if he had another opponent. But now, he will lose quickly. Many people sent bullet messages on the big screen. Condolences to the fatty. Condolences to the fatty from me as well. Chapter 220. The Necromancer Without a Skeleton Army. When Mr. Fang made the rules, he probably forgot the necromancers. Lin Xiao obviously was familiar with this class. The monsters and corpses will have some impact on the matches, but without them on the battlefield, how can this necromancer play? After all, he isn't allowed to go to other maps to find corpses and monsters. Right, Shu Luo also thought that it was unfair. The shop owner recommended this class to Fatty Wong, but he didn't make rules properly for this class. Nolan Mingshe frowned since she knew a little bit about the skills of the necromancers. If there were corpses, Wang Tai might be able to battle for a while. But now that his skills were restricted, she could only send Fatty her condolence. Since all the competitions and battles in this world were all best of ones, Fang Qi followed the custom, and all the participants in the Diablo competition got only one chance to defeat their opponents. After all, a person only had one chance on the battlefield in the minds of the people in this world. It was impossible to keep calm. At this moment, Fatty Wang's hands were sweaty as he gripped his staff. While a large group of people watched him, he was going to fight an opponent who was a super master in the real world. He wasn't a genius like Song Qingfeng and Nolan Mingshe, and he didn't have better items than the others. In fact, he had been beaten senseless at the beginning of the competition, and he barely made it this far. Since there were no corpses on the battlefield, he couldn't summon skeletons. Therefore, the necromancer's best skill at the beginning of the game, Raise Skeleton and Skeletal Mage, were useless spells in this battle. The battle would be easy for him if there were groups of skeletons in front of him while rows of skeletal mages stood behind him. Likewise, he couldn't use the necromancer's most powerful skill, Corpse Explosion. Although this rule didn't prohibit the necromancers from using these spells, they made these few spells useless in this kind of battle. Therefore, Wang Tai was forced to adjust his skill tree, and he changed from a necromancer who mained summoning spells to a necromancer who mained bone spells. Different from others who had formed a fixed battle style, he kept adjusting his battle style during the 20 matches in the first round. In fact, he had just barely formed his own battle style. This was why he hadn't entered the top 16 until the end of the first round despite his high level and good items. In fact, he was still adjusting his battle style since he was still hesitating about many skill combos. For example, he was still debating whether he should use Teeth or Bone Spear as his main offensive spells and if he should put skills into Iron Golem or Clay Golem, etc. Since the Iron Golem needed a metal item with top properties to unleash its full power, he decided to choose Clay Golem for the sake of security. Anyway, the only thing that he could summon was one Clay Golem. Different kinds of golem couldn't exist at the same time, so he could only summon one. On the other side, Elder Fu checked the usage counts of the teleport staff and other items. Equipped with the teleport skill, it was easy for him to handle a necromancer who couldn't run that fast. In fact, Elder Fu though that he didn't even have to reveal that he had gotten a teleport staff in this match, and he could keep this secret weapon for the next match. After they finished adjusting their items and skills, the countdown began, and the two opponents were teleported to the battlefield. Elder Fu planned to charge at the necromancer who didn't have the teleport skill and knock him out with a shield strike. In Elder Fu's mind, he could end the battle instantly in this way. However, he saw a solid high wall made of white bones rising between them as soon as the match began. Through the crevices between the bones, he saw the fat young man scrambling to use his next spiritual spell. Bone Prison. Huge bone walls rose around him and formed a square prison, locking him in the center. Since few people played this class, these skills were rarely seen. Besides, Wang Tai hadn't used these skills in the first round of the competition, and all the people in the audience were baffled as soon as he used them. If one tried to climb out of this high bone prison, he would be shot into a sieve by his opponent. The people who had been clamoring to pay condolences to Fatty Wang fell silent instantly. Elder Fu knew that he couldn't wait any longer. The only way to break out was by using the teleport staff. He would die if he kept it hidden. While he took out the teleport staff, Wang Tai used the third spiritual spell in order. They used spiritual spells almost at the same time, but the paladin's speed of using spells was way slower than that of a necromancer. Decrepify. In the next moment, Elder Fu teleported behind Wang Tai. Wang Tai wasn't aware of Elder Fu's presence until the sound of the bone armor being knocked down came behind him. He immediately put more distance between him and his opponent. All the people watched in astonishment when Elder Fu waved his shield with extreme slowness. After Elder Fu knocked down Wang Tai's bone armor, he tried to hit Wang Tai, but the latter dodged his attack. What's happening? Elder Fu was also astonished when he found that his body was so heavy that it felt older than himself in the real world. He could unleash less than half of his strength compared to before. Meanwhile, the clay golem which had been guarding Wang Tai began to attack. Cursed by Decrepify, Elder Fu couldn't dodge the attack. He moved so that the clay golem didn't hit his vital points, it only crashed onto his arm, and the damage was low. However, he found his body turning even heavier as if he was being weighed down by a huge 1,000-pound rock. Slow Curse. The clay golem's attack contained Slow Curse. All the people watched as Elder Fu on the big screen moved in slow motion. It was the result of both curses, Decrepify and Slow. Meanwhile, many bone spells and the clay golem attacks crashed down. Oh, my god, how can he fight back? How can the paladin get out of it? This is harder to handle than the sorcerers and sorceresses' teleport skill. He can counter the sorcerers and sorceresses' teleport skill with a teleport staff, but how can he deal with this slowing spell? The people who were in front of the big screens broke loose. Xiao Yul, who had claimed that Wang Tai couldn't win, now blushed. Senior Fu teleported with the shield. He still has hope. He used several teleports consecutively. He has put enough distance between him and his opponent. The others exclaimed, "What am I watching? The necromancer is hunting down the paladin." What are these things? Then, they saw Wang Tai chasing after Elder Fu while waving his staff and summoning spirits one after another. These spirits moved swiftly, as if they could smell humans. They floated directly toward Elder Fu. He's finished. Many people lamented with regret. On the battlefield, one could only drink mana potions and couldn't drink health potions. Also, the teleport staff could only be used about 10 times, and Elder Fu had depleted half of the usage. Elder Fu gave himself a holy shield and teleported back. To everyone's horror, Elder Fu had teleported back. The decrepify and slow had expired. The moment that Elder Fu teleported back, lights flashed beneath his feet. Holy shock! Smite! He hit his target. Without the restraint of decrepify and slow, Elder Fu hacked down his crystal sword like a phantom while he nimbly dodged the clay golem's attack. Wang Tai's bone armor was instantly broken, and he stumbled and almost fell under this huge force. Half of his HP was gone instantly. However, Wang Tai had just released a bone spirit which could sense out life forms by itself. It instantly dashed onto Elder Fu, whose HP immediately dropped to the bottom. Can I curse him again? Wang Tai lifted his hand to use a curse. He teleported. The people screamed in front of the big screens. They watched as Elder Fu teleported before the curse was used as he had predicted it. He's gone. The curse missed him. Ah, there's a spirit behind him. Continue teleporting. Teleport. He's finished. 2 spirits were nearby and smelling life, so they crashed into him at great speed. Wang Tai won the match. All the people watched this scene in disbelief. They fell silent at this result. The common-looking fat guy won the match. Chapter 221. Sorcerers and sorceresses are done. The quarter-final begins. Necromancers are horrifying. They are a horrifying class. All of the people in the audience hadn't realized how powerful this dirty class, which dealt with corpses on a daily basis, was until now. Even without corpses and a large skeleton army, this class still could unleash horrifying power. Bedlam broke loose in front of the big screens while people talked about the skills of the necromancer in the match. Perhaps Wang Tai was the biggest dark horse in this competition. I won. Wang Tai put down the virtual headset and looked around. He still didn't feel like he had won. Even now, he felt like he was in a dream. In fact, he had thought that he would lose. He had played poorly except for casting Decrepify on his opponent and making the clay golem slow his opponent down. Yeah, very poorly. His performance was even worse compared to his previous matches. For example, he had built a bone prison after building a bone wall. If he were more confident in himself, one bone prison was enough, and he would have had time to use other spells. If he used Iron Maiden during that time, which could reflect the damage he received back to his opponent, the result would be different. Since his opponent was a master both in games and in real life, he had been extremely nervous. His hands were still shaking nervously right now. Not bad. Fang walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, "You're the one necromancer in the shop." No. One necromancer. Fatty Wong gulped with difficulty and waved his hand immediately, saying, "No, I'm not. Kid, keep it up. You're the only necromancer in the top 8. Of course, you are the #1 necromancer." Not expecting that he would lose to this fat guy, Elder Fu still looked embarrassed. Compared with the others, Wang Tai was an ordinary fat guy with a round face and small eyes. It was incredible that he could play games in a team with the geniuses, such as Song Qingfeng, and could enter the national examination with good performance. Like every small figure, he felt humble and had little self-esteem when he looked up at the geniuses and masters. He had humbly followed the geniuses and spent each day routinely, never expecting that he would one day surpass them. He felt no sense of existence, and no one paid attention to him either in real life or in the games. However, at this moment, he found that in this brand new world, there was no absolute division between the lofty and the low, and there were no absolute geniuses and ordinary people. In the real world, he was only a humble fat guy with low self-esteem, but in this virtual world, he had gradually gotten rid of his lowly and humble status. He wasn't weak anymore. Unconsciously, he lost some of his inferiority complex and replaced it with a mild confidence that he had never felt before. Living in the lower class of the city, it was the first time that he felt anything beside inferiority before the aristocrats and masters. "Thank you." Not knowing how to respond, Wang Tai blushed and said only 2 words to Fang after a long pause. He was at a loss for what to do except that he couldn't continue his lousy plays in the future battles. If he could only win battles due to his opponent's lack of knowledge about his skills, he would be ashamed to take their compliments, even if some had only complimented him jokingly. I must do better in the next match. While Wang Tai considered how to improve his battle style based on his previous mistakes, the next match began. Song Qingfeng vs Ouyang Cheng. Gongzi Xiao, how about this pair? Some people who weren't familiar with Diablo asked. I think they're on the same level. Xiao Yulv said, after all, someone used the Cloak of Shadows strategy before, and Ouyang Cheng must be prepared for it. Before he finished his words, someone yelled, the teleport got interrupted. What skill did he use? Exclamations rose around him. The moment that Ouyang Cheng entered the battlefield and was about to pull away with teleport, he felt like someone hammered his head, and he got dizzy. Even his teleport was interrupted. Different from other games, players of Diablo could still launch attacks and spiritual spells in dizziness instead of being rendered useless if they could focus and concentrate enough. Nolan Mingxie squinted since she had noticed that Song Qingfeng had used a spiritual spell the moment that he entered the battlefield. Obviously, he interrupted his opponent's teleport through prediction. She was surprised that an assassin could interrupt a teleport from such a great distance. In the next moment, Song Qingfeng teleported with his teleport staff and attacked again to interrupt Ouyang Cheng's next teleport. Watching the scene on the battlefield, Fang Qi lamented silently. The teleport skill looked weak in front of the players who were warriors or cultivators in real life. When he first played the game before he traveled to this world, it was much harder to interrupt others' teleports. With the assassins getting close to them, the sorcerers and sorceresses were powerless. Since Ouyang Cheng couldn't get away with teleport, and the freeze from his shiver armor was useless on Song Qingfeng, who wore an item that had the cannot be frozen property, the outcome was evident. Then, Bai Lang lost all of his HP under the siege of the grizzlies and wolves summoned by Bu Che, a druid, who teleported with a teleport staff as well. As for another dark horse, Fu Zhong, he somehow also got a teleport staff and eliminated the remaining sorcerer with the vision restriction from the Cloak of Shadows and the mobility from teleport. This sorcerer was Ouyang Zhen, the head of the Ouyang family. Now, people had seen the downfall of the sorcerers and sorceresses. In the end, the sorcerers and sorceresses who gained fame in the first round of the competition were almost all slaughtered in the round of 16 by their opponents with all kinds of restraining methods. The only two remaining sorcerers were Enhui and Li Haoran. At this moment, the competition entered the quarterfinals. According to the rules, the first match was Enhui's sorcerer versus Bu Che's druid. Chapter 222, The Curtain Falls. Guys, Lan Mo received a message, and his face turned grim when he read it. Then, he gathered people like Shui Delph and Yi Songtao to his side. I just received a message that those big families have cut off all the spiritual artifacts and mineral resources sales channels of our Wu-Wei Taoist alliance. This is outrageous. Yi Songtao's face turned livid. They can only bully us. They don't dare to smash this shop. Shui Delph also looked furious. Alliance Master Lan, what do you think that we should do? In my opinion, Lan Mo said, we can stall them and keep this situation undercover for a while. Then, what else can we do? Lan Mo said, we've placed our bets. If we submit to them now, they will think that we are weak and are afraid of them. Do you think they will be good to us? It is better if we work together and take the risk. Yi Songtao and Shui Delph could do nothing but smile bitterly at each other. They wondered how they got themselves in a situation where they got cliffs on both sides. What else could they do? The druid got close to his opponent with teleport as soon as he entered the battlefield. Xiao Yulv stood up from the couch. Castellanin teleported away at the same moment that the druid took out the staff. He did it almost simultaneously. All the people stared at the screen. With his high cultivation strength, Enhui wasn't slow in these plays. Bu Che followed him with several teleports, but Castellanin teleported away almost always at the same time. Xiao Yulv exclaimed, he solved it. After the slaughter of sorcerers and sorceresses, Castellanin seemed to have found a way to solve the problem. Castellanin seemed to have added several items that can enhance his speed of casting spiritual spells. He broke the teleport staff strategy with his powerful reflexes. All the people froze at Enhui's plays on the big screens. He is, after all, a grandmaster. He can achieve such a feat. You can't catch old birds with chaff. Returning to the shop, people like Lan Mo and Yi Songtao each bought a box of spicy sticks and yelled between bites. Bu Che will soon use up his teleports. Still, he gained no progress. With his eyes glued to the screen, Xiao Yulv suddenly yelled in excitement, oh! Cloak of Shadows. This time, Castellanon can't see Bu Che's movements and thus can't teleport simultaneously. Wow, this spicy stick is an ultimate delicacy in the world. While listening to Xiao Yul's loud commentaries, Lan Mo and the others chewed and savored the spicy sticks and watched the match. It's surprising that people can battle like this in the virtual world. Yeah, Jun Yangtze picked up a spicy stick. It's much more fun than the Cultivation Realm Conference. The teleport is interrupted again. Xiao Yul slapped his thigh. The sorcerer is at a disadvantage. Soon, and Huwei's HP was emptied. So soon. Who are the competitors in the next match? I want to watch more. Senior Nolan vs Fuzhong, the second biggest dark horse. Xiao Yul looked at the screen. Where are they? One is missing. Nolan Hongwu won the match due to the withdrawal of his opponent. A notice appeared on the screen. What happened? Because he knew that he would lose. Fortunately, it was only a small interruption and didn't affect the process of the competition. No skills were prohibited in this competition because Fang Qi found that it was not necessary. Each class had its powerful aspects and its limits, and Fang Qi never thought to change this fact. After all, people could use these spiritual spells and combat techniques in the real world. Could these players restrict and limit their enemies from using certain skills? Since the competition was based on the real world, it wasn't necessary to restrict skills. The next match, Lan Yan vs Song Qingfang. Both excelled in close-range combats, and everything was more physical. Besides, it was a fierce battle since they were fighters on the same level in the real world. Song Qingfang was proficient with the saber, dagger, and close-range combat skill, mastering all types of close-range combat. On the other hand, Lan Yan's paladin activated the holy shield and wasn't afraid of close-range combat. On the big screen, people saw flashes of sword and saber. The assassin in the black leather armor moved swiftly like a ghost while the paladin's light shield blocked the attacks without a miss. Brother Xiao, what do you think? I don't know. Xiao Yul's face turned dark. Song Qingfang is the winner. The next match, Wang Tai vs Li Haoran. Fatty Wang was obviously bolder in this match. While using dim vision to lower his opponent's sight and senses, he used Decrepify and Endless Bone Spirit steadily. Soon, he gained the upper hand. Li Haoran saw Silent Bone Spirits swarming up from all directions in the darkness, and he was forced to teleport. When he came back and was about to cast spells, all kinds of curses swarmed up to him again. It was the second time that people witnessed the great power of this class. The powerful tracking ability of the Bone Spirits didn't need Necromancer's aiming, so they didn't need to worry even if their vision was restricted. Even though not as mobile as sorcerers and sorceress who had teleport, the necromancers still could cause great trouble for their opponents with all kinds of curses that had long casting ranges. With more confidence in himself, people saw Wang Tai winning the match without more trouble. It's the shop owner's scheme. Nolan Mingshe commented while eating spicy sticks on the couch. The Diablo competition and Counter-Strike competition were held on alternative days. On the second day, the big forces showed their great power and smart strategy in the Counter-Strike competition. However, the Royal team didn't make the top 8, nor did the Blue Flame team, which had been defeated by the two powerful teams from Lingyun Academy in the beginning. In the end, the top 4 were the two teams from Lingyun Academy, the Luyun team led by Su Tianji, and the team of independent warriors including Liang Shi. Although Song Qingfang's assassin barely defeated Lan Yan's paladin, he was no match for Nolan Hongwu's paladin. Without a teleport staff, Wang Tai found that it was difficult to handle Bu Che's strategy of teleport and siege. Despite the great power of the necromancer, this class wasn't invincible. In a PvP against a druid on the same level, the necromancer's lack of a teleport skill put Wang Tai at a disadvantage. The druid summoned the wolves, grizzlies, and vines, and they sieged his opponent against the curses. The result was obvious. In the end, Nolan Hongwu took the first place as everyone expected, but they were astonished to see that Bu Che and Wang Tai had taken the second and the third places respectively. Song Qingfang could do nothing but smile bitterly. After all, curses were indeed powerful in close-range combat. Besides, Wang Tai was a warrior instead of an ordinary person or a dummy. When he tossed out the Iron Maiden, it immediately turned Song Qingfang's assassin, who mained martial arts skills, useless. On the other side, the Counter-Strike team competition also came to an end. The Lingyun team led by Nolan Ming took the first place with dominant strength. To people's surprise, the previous second place, Lingyun Team 2, was defeated by Shanxi team led by Liang Shi in the semifinals and got only the 4th place. As for Luyun team, due to Su Tianji's great individual strength and the gradual growth of her teammates, they finally took the 2nd place. The 3-week competition finally ended. "Boss, where are the prizes?" Zhang Xiaoyu looked around, more eager than the champions. "We haven't handed out the prizes yet." Chapter 223, Trying the Guns. "The prizes are here." Fang Qi opened the cabinets, and in it were big and small cases with metal luster. When Fang Qi took out the biggest rectangle case and opened it, all the people swarmed up to watch. "Is this the AWP sniper rifle?" They saw that the components such as the scope and the body of the gun were disassembled and lying quietly in the case. There were also 20 orange-colored bullets, which were longer than the ordinary ones, giving people chills. Instantly, Nolan Mingshe put them together with the skill that she learned in Resident Evil. Then, she picked it up and found that it was heavy in her hands. She put her eye on the scope and saw the things in the distance zooming up around the crosshairs. Beside her, Su Tianji took out the prize for her team and began to put the gun together. As an experienced player, she did it with fluid movements. Even though people knew that the gun was empty, they backed up and kept clear of it subconsciously when the gun pointed at them. Liang Shi and his teammates were exhilarated that they got the 3rd place while competing with these cultivators and aristocrats. One of them played with the Desert Eagle lovingly, and then his teammates took it from his hands to admire it with wonder. Here, Fang Qi took out trophies from the cabinet and handed them to the people who had won their matches and competitions. "The top 3 players of the Diablo competition, please give me the name of the items you want, and I'll hand out the prizes tomorrow. They are exquisitely made." The people looked envious. "Look at the trigger and the details." Jun Yangxi finally had the chance to borrow the AK from Su Tianji and looked at it admiringly. The artifact making technique is artful, and everything fits seamlessly. Li Haoran nodded and said, "Indeed, it's more exquisite than our products. This artifact making technique includes all the small components, and it is similar to the making of elixirs where certain chemical reactions took place. It's a wonder that it can reach such a high level without the engravings of arrays. If nothing else." Nolan Mingshui's heart lurched while she said, "If we engraved some arrays on these sniper bullets, an ordinary person with gun training could kill an ancestral warrior from 1 kilometer away." Different from the sniper rifle, Su Tianji's assault rifle had extra magazines. She looked around and asked, "Sir, can I try the gun?" Everyone retreated instantly. "How do you want to try it?" Fang Qi's face darkened. "Do you want to fire around in the shop? Let's go outside." Li Haoran said, "I have spiritual artifact testing targets and an artifact testing rock with me." "Right, you run an artifact shop," Fang Qi said. Almost all the people swarmed out and watched while Li Haoran took out a smooth black rock from his storage spiritual artifact. "This is a low-level artifact testing rock. Try the gun on it." "Fuck." Song Qingfeng and others watched the blazing barrel of the gun with envy and excitement. "It's a real AK. A real AK." There were many players of Resident Evil and Counter-Strike and thus many gun fans. They all yelled in excitement at this sight. The artifact test rock was pierced. "I want it too." Ji Yu and the others also looked envious since they had become gun fans after the recent training of marksmanship. "I must get some of these in my palace." Ji Wu was also tempted while he watched. Remembering that his royal team didn't even make the top 8, he felt ashamed. "Next time, my Dajin royal team must take the 1st place. Let me try." Liang Shi had always wanted to hold a gun in real life, and he finally realized his dream. With his arm strength, he lifted the Desert Eagle with one hand effortlessly. Hearing the loud gunshot, people's eyes lit up. So powerful. Looking at the prizes, the members of Lingyun Team 2, which got the 4th place, felt frustrated. They almost made it. "Make way, make way." At this moment, Lin Xiao and Shu Luo yelled smugly, "Let us try this sniper rifle." When they saw Nolan Mingshe raising the sniper rifle and taking aim, people retreated subconsciously. With an ear-deafening gunshot, the black artifact test rock was broken into 2 halves. The bullet left a huge hole in the rock with flying debris. People clicked their tongues while they witnessed this gun's great power. "Gongzi Xiao, what do you think of it?" Mu Donglai asked. "I would be dead if I encountered such a thing." Xiao Yul stared at the guns. "Can I borrow it and have a try?" After all, he could only watch Su Tianji play Counter-Strike while standing behind her, and he had never got his hands on a gun. "Sister Fenghua." He immediately came before Fenghua, who was admiring the AK, and asked, "Can I hold it for a while?" Hem. Fang Qi cleared his throat. The people on the shop's blacklist. Sir, he's not allowed to touch it. Feng Hua immediately took back the gun in disdain and said, sorry. I can't let you touch it. Xiao Yul felt like killing, and he glared at Fang Qi murderously. Sir, you're outrageous. Fang Qi patted his head and said, sorry. I got it wrong. The prize is out of our hands, and the shop's rules don't apply to it. Really? Xiao Yul asked in disbelief. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yul immediately put his arms around the AK in Feng Hua's hands and laughed, I can finally play with guns. It's just a gun. It's not a big deal. Nolan Hongwu walked out of the shop and stuffed his prize list into Fang Qi's hand. He beckoned at Nolan Mingshe and said, come on. Shui, shoot at me and let me see how powerful it is. Boom. With a loud sound, Nolan Mingshe shot the gun without hesitation. Fuck, she did shoot at him. Fang Qi's face twitched. Nolan Hongwu's thick warrior qi instantly condensed into a thick invisible wall in front of his body. Hee hee, kid, it is still too weak for me. Nolan Hongwu looked at Fang Qi smugly. FUK, he caught the bullet with bare hands. It is a sniper bullet. Fang Qi's face turned dark. I dare you to catch a nuclear bomb. Jun Yangxi watched the scene and laughed, that's powerful enough. They haven't got arrays engraved on them yet. We can try them again after we attach the arrays with attributes such as penetration, freeze, and slow. Why not? Nolan Hongwu snorted without fear. I'll be the first to test their power. At this moment, Lan Mo heaved a sigh of relief. The Wu Wei Taoist Alliance at least got a prize even though it wasn't his Blue Flame faction that got it. The Bu family and the other cultivation families in Dajin had close relationships with the Wu Wei Taoist Alliance, and some of them had joined the alliance early on. If they could join hands, it was possible to change the current situation. More importantly, he saw an opportunity to take the next step. It was why he didn't submit despite the complete boycott against the Wu Wei Taoist Alliance. Chapter 224, Runewords and Rune Symbols. Since everyone is here, I have a tentative proposal, Nolan Hongwu said at this moment. Please go ahead. All the people looked at him. Everyone knows that Mr. Fang, Little Li, and Shui formed a so-called research institute. Nolan Hongwu felt like the name was a bit strange, and he asked, did I say the name right? They have gained some progress with their research and even made some products. It is a partnership that every party contributed their efforts to. I think that we can also form a partnership. Nolan Hongwu said the words mainly to the Wu Wei Taoist Alliance. Although the Nolan family gained the highest prize in the Diablo competition, and Nolan Mingshe was the captain of the first-place team in the Counter-Strike team competition, the Wu Wei Taoist Alliance was also powerful and could study the AK and the rare item through its relationship with the Bu family. Instead of hiding their items from each other, it was better to form a partnership. After all, although the Nolan family recruited many cultivators, their artifact making skills were far inferior to those of Wu Wei Taoist Alliance. Meanwhile, the Nolan family had a unique item and the sniper rifle, which were things the artifact masters craved for. Besides, Nolan Hongwu looked toward Liang Shi and others and said, if you like, you can sell your gun to me, and I'll give you a generous price that satisfies you. Liang Shi and the others hesitated. They indeed wanted a good gun, but crystals were quite important to them as well. More importantly, it was a prize that they won in the first competition that they participated in, and it was quite meaningful to them. If not necessary, they didn't want to sell it. In my opinion, it's not necessary for them to sell it. Fang Qi looked at Nolan Hongwu and said, they can loan you the Desert Eagle and get their shares of the future revenue if you get anything out of the research. What do you think? Fang Qi said it for the sake of Fatty Wong. After all, if Wong Tai moved around with the only magic item in the world, he would be in mortal danger. The same went for Liang Shi and his peers. However, if they put the things in the hands of the Wu Wei Taoist Alliance, they would be safe. This method, Liang Shi and his peers thought of it and felt like it was indeed a good solution to their dilemma. The moment that they left the Origins Internet Club, Liang Shi and his peers yelled at the top of their lungs. They felt as if they had been dreaming in the last couple of days. Liang Shi didn't want to join any forces since he could be forced to do things that went against his principles. However, he was now in a partnership with the Wu Wei Taoist Alliance and the Nolan family, two huge forces. It was something that he had never dared to imagine. It seemed that his life would be completely changed. Clasping his hands behind his head, Liang Shi said in satisfaction, I used to dream that I could earn enough money so the talented kids in my town can learn martial arts. Now, my dream is becoming a reality. Like most other ordinary people, their dreams were not big. Ha 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 ha. Wu Shan's mustache moved with his laughter. I think we can celebrate it with bottles of Coke at that time. Why don't we celebrate it now? I don't have enough money. Wu Shan's face turned dark. Thank you. The customers came or went in groups of 2 or 3, and the orange setting sun extended their shadows on the street. During the competition and after it, Wang Tai heard people saying that the shop owner had recommended this class to him with today's competition in mind. In fact, he had never imagined that Fang Qi's casual recommendation would bring him such glory. Of course, he didn't know that this dirty and unorthodox class had left many scary stories and legends in another world. Fang Qi shrugged. You earned it. You don't have to thank me. Anyway, I still want to thank you. Fatty Wang grinned as a silly expression appeared on his face. Oh, I have chosen my item. A blue staff that adds 2 levels to raise skeleton, 1 level to clay golem, and 1 level to the curse, weaken. Good choice. Come for it tomorrow. Fang Qi nodded, thinking that this staff had good properties for a blue item lower than level 10. Sir, where's my trident? Where's my rare item? In the early morning, Nalan Hongwu and Bu Che strode in. Wang Tai came quite early too. Even Jun Yangxi and the other artifact masters came with them. Razordine Trident, required level 12, plus 49% enhanced damage. Slow target by 25%, 0.30% increased attack speed, minus 50% target defense. Plus 8 to dexterity, plus 15 to strength. When the white metal trident with a pale gold color was taken out, it attracted all the people's attention. They saw many strange symbols engraved on the surface of the heavy trident. That was 1 person in height. The moment that Nalan Hongwu put his hands on it, he could sense the power it contained. There were no data and digitization in the real world, but he could tell that it was a top-quality weapon that contained immense power. I'll try it first myself. Nalan Hongwu cut his thumb slightly with the trident blade. With his physique, the usual weapon couldn't wound him even when he didn't protect himself with warrior chi. However, this trident left a small wound in his thumb. A weird and strange energy entered his wound and spread all over his body, weighing down his limbs. I do feel slowed down. Nalan Hongwu said, besides, when I put my hands on the weapon, I sense that my strength and dexterity have been improved. It indeed contains magic power. Let me see it. Eagerly, Jun Yangxi took the trident from Nalan Hongwu and touched the weird runes on the surface. He felt the flow of the power inside with excitement and said, yeah. This is the power of the rune symbols. Rune symbols. All the people looked at Jun Yangxi in astonishment. They are rune symbols. Jun Yangxi said, Haoran and I have studied these artifacts for a long time and found that these artifacts rely on rune words that are very similar to the rune symbols in our world. But different from our square characters, these artifacts use a weird twisted language. This artifact making technique is similar to the rune symbols but quite different in other ways. Obviously, their knowledge and applications of the rune words are much deeper than our rune symbols, which are used only for storage spiritual spells for low-level cultivators. This explains why we gained little success after such a long time of research, Jun Yangxi said confidently. However, with this weapon as a guide, we will soon make a breakthrough. Chapter 225. The new spiritual artifact is about to be born. This slow effect feels strange. At this moment, Nalan Hongwu furrowed his brows. How do you feel? How is it strange? Jun Yangxi was the most interested in these items. This force exists in my body and spread all over, but I can't track it down or remove it until it disappears on its own. Nalan Hongwu said, You can't remove it, Lan Mo said doubtfully. You warriors have fewer methods and techniques than us cultivators. Let me try it. Instead of cutting himself, he hit his arm with the body of the trident. He found that the slow effect was released by the head of the trident. If people were touched by this part, they would be affected by this force even if they weren't wounded by it. A weird force entered his body. It felt like an ancient curse. Then, he moved his body and instantly found that his body turned slow. How do you feel? Very weird feeling. Lan Mo slurred, and he felt like his spiritual essence went parallel with this force, and the former couldn't touch the latter even though the latter wasn't strong. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual essence rushed out of the core region in his body, and it moved swiftly in his body and sped up his movements. Pure void, Qing Shu, seal. Break. A bright light shot out from his eyes while he yelled. How about it? Nolan Hungwoo asked. Lan Mo exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, I can't remove it properly, and I had to break it with force. This method consumed a lot of energy. Nolan Hungwoo laughed and said, do you know why I chose this thing? He pointed at the dark gold trident in Lan Mo's hand and said, I can defeat demons and ordinary monsters with this trident. As they said in the game, this is legendary. Bu Che chose a rare white wolf helmet that had a yellow light around it, and it increased the level to one of the druid's elemental skills, could self-repair, and had a charged skill. The charged skill was Firestorm, a low-level skill of the druids. It was the most valuable rare item that he could find at this stage. On the side, Wang Tai picked up his staff, which made of some unknown material. The moment that he got his hands on the staff, Wang Tai ran out of the door enchanted. Then, the soil was sucked from beneath the paving stones on the street and condensed into a monster more than 2 meters high in front of him. Clay Golem. All the people gaped at the monster outside the shop. Fuck. Bu Che ran out of the shop and shouted, look at my firestorm. He lifted his hand, and several flame snakes crawled forward on the ground and formed a huge fire before him. Lame. You're all too weak. Song Qingfeng dashed to the clay golem. Watch me use the Saint Spirit sword technique. Sword 1. Sword 2, Sword 3. While he used the sword technique, the condensed sword essence left deep cuts in the clay golem. How come you can use the Saint Spirit sword technique? Many cultivators looked baffled. In the last few episodes of Wind and Cloud, Bu Jingyan finally got the scroll that documented the Saint Spirit sword technique. Song Qingfeng continued to use the exquisite sword technique. Look at me, eager to join in on the fun. Zhang Xiaoyu dashed out of the shop with a wooden sword in her hand and yelled, sword control technique. The wooden sword turned into a sword shadow and hacked toward the clay golem's head. Crack, crack, the damaged clay golem collapsed to the ground in flames. Wang Tai looked at the clay golem that he had just summoned about 10 seconds ago and was at a loss for words. None of it can compete with my dark gold trident. Nolan Hungwoo waved his hands and used the heavy trident magnificently. Enough. With a dark expression, Fang Qi looked at the uneven street and said, you'll ruin the ground. Come on, let me study them carefully. The artifact masters including Jun Yangxi, Tian Fengxi and Duan Bui had heat in their eyes. These things that could be barely considered as artifacts were not as powerful as the ones they made, and Nolan Hungwoo's dark gold trident was only a top-tier artifact for cultivators who weren't powerful yet. However, some of the attributes that they had, such as the slowing effect, ability to decrease its target defense, and self-repair, were very powerful. As for the other attributes, they were not powerful but were very unique, and they could fill some gaps in the current artifact-making method. However, Nolan Hungwoo frowned and pulled Jun Yangxi to one side, whispering to him, if these things are really so easy to mimic as you said, will they be safe? As the leader of a big family, it was natural for him to consider many things. For example, he was worried that their enemies could also mimic these weapons. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Don't underestimate us old guys. Jun Yangxi pointed at the Razordine and said with a chuckle, I've studied it and found that there aren't many protections on the mysterious rune words. After all, it was produced in a world that was about to be destroyed, and no one cared about the issue of being mimicked. Jun Yangxi said, of course, things such as materials, textures, order of the rune words would take most cultivators a long time or even a lifetime to gain deep understanding. Then, why did you say that you could do it? Nolan Hungwoo's face turned dark. Jun Yangxi chuckled. What do you think Haoran has been doing in Diablo this long? What has he been doing? He has been asking about the basic forging method and how to use the rune words. Jun Yangxi said, at first, the blacksmiths and sorcerers wouldn't talk, but they began to tell him things later. Only when you enter their world and get taught by them can you really understand this stuff. Otherwise, you can't find the door no matter how smart you are. Being taught, right, Diablo was a game, but no one said that other things couldn't be learned in it. In the future, our Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance will engrave special arrays onto items to prevent other forces from copying them. The artifact masters who are involved in this project are all core members of each faction, and they must sign a high-level contract before joining. I've done this for hundreds of years, how can I make such a mistake? While stroking his beard, Jun Yangxi said mysteriously, I can promise you that as long as the shop owner doesn't get involved, no one else can mimic these artifacts. They smiled at each other with understanding. While nodding, Jun Yangtze said to Lan Mo by his side, "Senior brother, we can summon the artifact masters now. The new spiritual artifacts will contain the structure and rune words from Diablo and you cultivators' own artifact making techniques. I can't wait to see them." Nolan Hungwu laughed and said with a glowing face. Chapter 226, The Legend of Mir 2, and the Grand Cultivators Playing with Magic Properties. In Jun Yangtze's personal artifact making room in the headquarters of the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance, the core artifact masters from the Luyun Taoist Palace, the Cloud Ocean faction, and other factions in the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance gathered together with serious expressions. After all, this project concerned the future of the entire Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance and even Dajin's future. In the center of the room, there was a huge copper-colored 8 trigrams array disc, and a pale blue circular mirror stood in the center as a pale blue spiritual light enveloped it. "Everyone, please look," Jun Yangtze said proudly. "This is the Tianluo Heart Mirror of our Blue Flame faction. This mirror is magical since it can reveal the origins of any illusions or clones, and it can help us artifact masters analyze the materials used and their ratios in the composition of artifacts. The more spiritual essence that is injected into it, the greater power it will release." Jun Yangtze continued, "Everyone, please follow my instruction and take the positions according to the 8 trigrams. Haoran, let's do the sniper bullet first," Jun Yangtze said. Li Haoran, who stood next to him, nodded and handed him a bullet which was bigger than the ordinary ones. Jun Yangtze took out an engraving knife and injected spiritual essence into it. Instantly, spiritual light flowed on the short knife, and the head of the bullet fell to the floor with one cut. He waved his left hand, and a 3-footed bronze cauldron landed in the center of the array, and the bright blue light shined on the belly of the cauldron. Then, Jun Yangtze poured the bullet powder into the cauldron. "Please inject spiritual essence in order. Khan, Gen. TL note, Khan and Gen are the names of 2 out of the 8 trigrams. Now, we continue with the staff. Only about 10 days were left before the time limit for the internet building task would be up." Xiaoyu. Fang Qi's shop closed at 12 midnight as usual. While looking at the people who were leaving the shop, Fang Qi said, "I might need to take a long trip." "A long trip?" Zhang Xiaoyu furrowed her slim and cute eyebrows. "Wasn't your trip to Jingxi a long one?" Fang Qi replied, "Jingxi isn't that far away. This time, my destination will be more distant than that, much more distant." "How long will it take you? When will you return?" "I don't know, but I guess it won't be too long." Fang Qi turned and patted her on the head, asking, "Can you manage the shop while I'm away?" "Humph." Zhang Xiaoyu turned her head away. "You told me I didn't have to manage the shop, I only need to do the laundry, cook, and be a cashier. No, when I'm gone, you must know how to play games." "Ah," Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed and said immediately, "I can manage the shop." Fang Qi nodded. "After I'm gone, you can pick 2 games to play. During the day, especially the morning, you can play a little. You can play a bit more during the evening when there are fewer customers." "I got it," Zhang Xiaoyu said excitedly. "Boss, don't worry. I'll manage the shop well for you. I'll toss out anyone who makes trouble here. The troublemakers." Fang Qi glanced at the shop and said, "That senior will handle that, so you don't have to worry about it. You can just yell when anyone makes trouble here." Fang Qi glanced at the system interface and continued, "Anyone who makes trouble in or outside of the shop will be punished with lightning. Besides," Fang Qi looked at the cabinet and said, "Your pay will be 1 snack each week except the spicy sticks or 15 crystals each month. I can play games and eat snacks as well." Zhang Xiaoyu widened her eyes and looked at this black-hearted boss in disbelief. Fang Qi shrugged. Although the business of the shop was simple, it wasn't easy to find an employee who can behave well for this long and be trustworthy. Therefore, increasing the employee benefit was only a small price to pay. "Anyway, I have enough money," he thought as he glanced at the big piles of the crystals in the storage spiritual artifact. At this moment, the system beeped again. Since the host is beginning to execute the plan and complete the task of building an internet, the attaching tasks are activated. Attaching Task 1. Decent Shop. Task Requirement. The new shop must not be located in remote places, they must be established in cities with higher than average population density. Also, the shop must be clean, tidy, and big enough to contain at least 100 computers. Task Reward. Online Game. The Legend of Mir 2 Virtual Reality Remake. This game will be the only game in the new shop, and other games will come online after 3 months. Task Description. The internet era needs blood-boiling excitement. TL note. The Legend of Mir 2 is a sprite-based isometric 3D massively multiplayer online role-playing game developed by Korean-based We Made Entertainment. There are currently two versions available, Korean Mir and Chinese Mir. Whilst being moderately successful in Europe, it has been incredibly well received in Asia and was the most popular MMORPG in China in 2002 and 2003, with over 250,000 simultaneous users being reported. Attaching Task 2. Listening to the sound of prosperity of another part of the world. Task requirement: adjust the cross-regional teleportation distance to more than half of the limit. Task reward: QQ Special Remake version. Additional description: the internet connects the world. Fang even saw the logo of that penguin on the screen. TL note: Tencent QQ, also known as QQ, is an instant messaging software service developed by the Chinese tech giant Tencent. Similar to WhatsApp and Facebook, but it had been around since the 2000s. The Legend of Mir 2. QQ. Fang Qi's face spasmed. Are you serious? Attaching Task 3. The Last Cheer. Task requirement: go out and have fun with your friends for one day since you might not see them for a while in the real world. Task reward: QQ. Qzone Special Remake version. Task description: you saw it right. TL note: Qzone is like MySpace, but it was one of the features of QQ. Fang Qi thought, can you give this task a less sad name? It's not like I'm not coming back. Many things look the same but are different deeper down. Jun Yangxi frowned. However, the attributes such as increased dexterity and strength should be correct. While stroking his beard, Jun Yangxi looked at an ordinary stick before them and said, it seems that the basic stuff isn't very difficult. Jun Yangxi condensed a trace of solid spiritual essence between his fingers and drew something in the air. The pale blue spiritual essence flowed in the air and turned into an extremely weird pattern which looked like the rune symbols on the rune notes but also being quite different. Go, he yelled, and the row of organized symbol-looking runes entered the wooden stick and branded the stick with a line of dark blue words. Holding the stick in his hand, Jun Yangxi said, look, these are the simplest suffix of strength in the weapons with magic properties. From what I know, this artifact-making technique is divided into two parts. The first part is the engravings with basic attributes with prefixes, and the second part is what we just did, giving this item a suffix property. Although the attributes were invisible, Jun Yangxi and Li Haoran showed their deep knowledge of them. I can tell you that the strength attribute is between 6 to 9, and the suffix is bull, which I derived from the suffix on the razordine. In other words, we can name this magic item Stick of Bull. To give magic properties to artifacts, the beginners must concentrate their mind and try all kinds of materials before they can achieve success, Jun Yangxi said, but with our spiritual essence, we only need to control the condensed spiritual essence and keep it steady on the artifacts. Does it mean that we succeeded? We finally got some success. Cheers and laughter burst out in the artifact-making room. Chapter 227, The Group Trip to Mount Haruna. Sir, are you taking a long trip? Sitting around the tea tables in the lounge, people like Song Qingfeng, Nolan Mingxie, Su Tianji, Lan Mo, and Yi Songtao were eating instant noodles and chatting. When they heard this question asked by someone, they all looked at Fang Qi, who was walking toward them with a bowl of instant noodles in his hands. When will you go? Why do you want to take a long trip? Shu Zixin looked at Fang Qi curiously. This girl in purple was among the first few players of the shop and was surprised that Fang Qi, the shop owner who stayed in the shop playing games almost every day, would suddenly take a long trip. Qi, where are you going? Wang Tai was also surprised. He knew Fang Qi the longest and had never seen Fang Qi taking long trips. Jingxi was probably the farthest place that he had ever gone to. You're doing fine in the shop. Why do you want to go out? Nolan Hongwu was baffled. Fang Qi shrugged and said, to open a branch. With the business booming, it's a good time to open a branch. Open a branch? Ji Yu was excited. Will you open one in Jingxi? It doesn't take long for people to travel here from Jingxi, Fang Qi said. When you are proficient with the sword control technique, you will travel faster, and it's not necessary for me to go there and open a branch. Ji Yu, sir, you are going on a long trip, but you still don't want to visit our Cloud Ocean faction. Yi Xiaoyi complained. Let's see the shop owner off, Shu Zixin suggested. Not necessary. Fang Qi waved his hand. I'll go with the sword control technique. Don't underestimate us, Shu Zixin said in displeasure. I can now fly on a sword too. Me too, Song Qingfeng said. Me too. Nolan Mingxie was as cool as usual. Same here, Zhang Xiaoyu said smugly. However, Fang Qi patted her on the head and said, you stay here and watch after the shop. Ignoring the sulky Zhang Xiaoyu, Fang Qi looked at the others and asked, are you sure? Won't you fall from the sky? Impossible. Shu Zixin rolled her eyes. After finishing her noodles, she walked outside and said, watch me. She cast a sword spell with her hands and chanted, and a sword soared up into the sky and then came down steadily to her feet. It's nothing. And Cheng strode out, used the sword spell, and stepped on his sword, flying above the buildings. As the son of the Castellan, he knew that he would be knocked down by the flying prohibition array formation of the city if he flew any higher. Incensed, and Hui walked out and scolded, I'll lock you up for breaking the law intentionally. Obviously, no one was allowed to fly inside Juhua City. Fang Qi's face stiffened when he found that most of them had mastered the sword flight technique and that they were showing off. With a wave of his hand, Fang Qi opened the door and flew out while stepping on a sword. Come and catch up with me if you can. Fuck, don't run if you dare. Song Qingfeng was obviously still clumsy with this technique, and he almost crashed into the wall when he flew out of the shop on a sword. He stopped the sword before the crash and then turned around to chase after Fang Qi. Ms. Nolan, let's go, Lan Yan said excitedly, and they flew out of the door on swords almost at the same time. Shortly, figures flashed out of the shop on swords. These people were fast, and they instantly flew behind Fang Qi. In the shop, and Hui's expression was very dark. Forget it, brother, and let them have fun. With a chuckle, Ouyang Zhen patted and Hui's shoulder and comforted him. In the sky above the streets of Juhua, many beams of spiritual light quickly flew past. The cultivators and warriors on the streets looked up at the swords that were flying across the sky. What are those? They are flying on swords. It seems to be the sword control technique. Sir, stop. Song Qingfeng casted another sword spell and instantly sped up. Then, he screamed as he leaned backward and twirled in the sky, not able to stop the fall until he almost hit the ground. Slow down. Lan Yan waved at him. Ha ha ha, dumb. Yi Xiaoyi controlled her sword steadily while she flew forward. Young Master Song, do you need help? Lin Xiao and Shu Luo flew at a measured pace since they had learned the lesson from Song Qingfeng and didn't dare to fly too fast. Meanwhile, Royal Princess Ji Yu, the disciples of Shengjing Academy, and Zai Academy stood outside of the shop and watched the dashes of sword light with envy since they could only control the swords but couldn't fly yet. At this moment, the sword beneath Fang Qi's feet split into dozens of sword shadows that resembled the sword under his feet. The dozens of swords flew back to the outside of the shop, and the big screens for live streaming were turned on with a voice saying, "This is the only free sword flying experience in the shop. Anyone who wants to experience it can get on board now." Wang Tai hurried out of the shop and stepped onto a sword. Alarmed, Nolan Hongwu looked at the swords hovering in the air. The sword shape looks like. People like and Hui looked at each other and wondered, broadswords? The crystal swords were lofty and elegant while the broadswords were low-profiled and luxurious. Wang Tai scratched his head. It looks like the broadsword that she asked me to add sockets on using the reward from one of my requests. It has runes. 4 sockets. The rune words seem to mean spirit, +2 levels to all skills. Su Tianji gritted her teeth with envy. No wonder this kid's sword control technique improved so much. I'll catch up with this kid and borrow it for our Luyun Taoist palace to study. I'll go as well. And Hui flew out on a sword. Me too. Nolan Hongwu flew out directly. At this moment, the big screens were still broadcasting. The express to Mount Haruna will be taking off in half a minute. Please get on board now. TL note. Mount Haruna is famous for initial D. Haruna appears under the name Akina, and Akina Pass, as referred to by the characters, is actually Jomo Sanzan Panorama Highway according to Google Maps. Where's Mount Haruna? The people who wanted to try flying on swords such as Ji Yu, the second prince, and the others all stepped onto the swords in bafflement. Then, they screamed as the swords traveled at high speed. The guards and pedestrians at the city gate gaped at the sword shadows that were shooting out of the city and into the blue sky. Some cultivators who were stepping off a spiritual boat at the Juhua harbor looked up at the sky. Can people fly like this? Some guards at the city gates exclaimed, so many people are flying on swords. It's spectacular. How much money have you saved? When we have enough money, we'll go and learn it too. Above the clouds, Fang Qi slowed down intentionally for others to catch up. Standing on the front of the sword, the air currents fluttered his clothes and hair and blew them back. Behind him, almost 100 swords drew long silver lines in the blue sky. Although some were not proficient yet, they were not afraid of the height since they had flown many times in the legend of the sword and fairy. Now, here comes the airflare. The sword suddenly tilted and the people on the sword including Fang Qi were turned upside down as they drew an arc in the sky. Ah, Chapter 228, Mr. Fang might take a robber's boat. Seagulls groan before the tempest, groan, and race above the sea, and on its bottom they are ready to hide their fear of the storm. Like a blue flame, flocks of clouds blaze up above the sea's abyss. The sea catches bolts of lightning drowning them beneath its waters. Just like serpents made of fire, they weave in the water, fading, the reflections of this lightning. TL note. This is from the Song of the Stormy Petrel, and it is a short piece of revolutionary literature written by the Russian writer Maxim Gorky in 1901. These words could be used to describe the sight before them. The lousy weather. Today isn't a good day for travel. A short young man with wind-blown, messy hair stood on the edge of a middle-sized spiritual boat and looked out of the boat with squinted eyes. Everyone could see the melancholy on his face. It was clear yesterday, and now we have such a lousy day. A bluish-gray-robed young man who was taller and more muscular than most people stood beside the short young man, appearing to be quite ordinary. The short young man asked curiously, Mr. Fang, yesterday's weather was the same as today, no? Anyway, the boat's owner is nice. The tickets are cheap for such a spiritual boat. The young man murmured to himself. This Mr. Fang was the only person that he knew on the spiritual boat since they were both ordinary guys from small and remote places who were going to a big city where cultivators lived. Of course, the ordinary people who could travel on a spiritual boat must have some cultivation strength. Take this short young man, Zhou Mo, for example. He was found to have the talent to become a cultivator in a test, and his uncle who had some savings sent him on this spiritual boat to study in the distant morning star sea realm, where cultivators gathered. Yeah. Fang Qi looked at the dark sky and answered casually. Of course, yesterday's weather had been different. Yesterday, he had been dashing in the sky and competing with his friends to see who was better at flying, and he was teleported to this damn place after he said farewell to his friends. By the way, it's said that the number of cultivators in the so-called Morning Star Sea realm is as many as ants. Is it really so prosperous? After yesterday's happy outing, Fang Qi was randomly teleported to a small country with few cultivators and warriors. If he opened a shop there, only people who were close to the level of rulers of the country could afford to play in his shop if he didn't lower the price. Therefore, he asked around and got on board a docking spiritual boat, leaving the small country. This boat was cheap and convenient, and he would be a moron not to take it. Hush! Hearing Fang Qi's words, Zhou Mo looked scared. After looking around and seeing that no one was nearby, he said in a fearful voice, "We would be killed if the powerful cultivators heard what you said." By the way, indifferent, Fang Qi pointed forward and asked, "Isn't the city that we are going to in the east? Aren't we going in the wrong direction? Are we?" Zhou Mo looked forward and scratched his head, saying helplessly, "Mr. Fang, you don't know the way." "You're right." Fang Qi walked toward the cabin. "I'll go and rest." Pooh. At this moment, a big guy wearing a short coat walked out from the cabin, and he glared at Fang Qi with his eyes that had knife scars on them when he saw Fang Qi's glance. "What are you looking at? I'll dig out your eyes if you do it again." Fang Qi frowned and thought, "This guy is in the room next to me. In the artifact-making room of Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance. Look at this thing." With the white wolf helmet in his hand, Zhun Yangxi was explaining the result of their research. "I wonder what you think of when you see this thing with a charged skill." "What I think of is something that most of you have heard about, Jade Rune Notes. The ordinary rune notes that have rune symbols on them can only cast one spiritual spell, and they would burn and disappear automatically," Zhun Yangxi said. "However, Jade Rune Notes can store multiple spiritual spells. Can the techniques used for making Jade Rune Notes be used on items?" He pointed at the wolf helmet in his hand and said, "This is what we must learn from the technique contained in this thing, it is more advanced. After we gain a total understanding of it, our rune symbols might be able to be placed on the weapons and robes instead of being contained in materials such as jade and leather. They will be easier to use and carry around. The only thing that's hard to engrave now is the properties that increase skill levels," Zhun Yangxi said. "For example, the wolf helmet has a suffix of nature, to add a level to elemental skills, but we Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance doesn't have the necessary materials for making this engraving. I'm confident that I can copy it if we find the substitute materials, but it will take us a long time to expand on this technique and turn the spiritual spells of all major factions into affixes and magic properties. Brother Jun Yangtze, Duan Buyi from the Luyun Taoist Palace said, it's enough for now. In my opinion, we must first solve the issue of incompatibility between magic affixes and our spiritual artifacts. If we solve this problem, we can add magic properties with suffixes on each of our spiritual artifacts even if we can't put the prefixes now. This is the top priority for now. According to the local tales and legends, whenever the night came to the morning star sea realm, and the ocean wind brought veil-like mists over, the chaotic and orderless mist city, which had survived the ancient war, would appear. Many things that couldn't exist in the outside world hid there. Lying on the bed, Fang Qi played with the communication jade in boredom, and he found that in this place, the communication jade had no signal. Where is this place anyway? Just where did the system teleport me to? Bored, Fang Qi looked out of the translucent window at the darkening sky. He watched the scattered stars that were slowly appearing in the distant sky, and a trace of veil-like night fog floated outside of the window. The mist came up. Fang Qi stood up from the bed. This boat isn't going to Black Dragon City. I want to get off the boat. Fang Qi heard a yell from the next room and then violent colliding noises. What's that? Fang Qi put on his boots and got off his bed. Before he walked out, he saw a streak of blood flowing in from beneath the door. He opened the door and saw that the big guy who was wearing a short coat was being dragged out. A cultivator who had a death-like pale face glanced at Fang Qi. If you don't want to be like him, I advise you to return to your room. The atmosphere was weird and strange. What do you want? Seeing that Fang Qi didn't move, the cultivator turned to look at him. Fang Qi asked, No, I just want to ask one question. What is the destination of this spiritual boat? Half City, one cultivator answered impatiently. What city? Not interested in the name, Fang Qi asked, Are there many people in the city? Is the living standard there high or low? The white-faced cultivator was stunned by his question. Chapter 229, I'm not trying to target anyone. Mr. Fang, the fog is rising. That's strange. Zomo walked into the cabin and saw Fang Qi and the corpse that the white-faced cultivator was dragging. He shivered slightly. He's dead. The white-faced cultivator carefully observed them and left with the body. Mr. F.A. Fang, shaking, Zomo walked up and looked at the blood on the floor. What happened? I don't know, Fang Qi said. I heard someone in the room next to mine yell, this boat isn't going to Black Dragon City. I want to get off. When I opened the door, I saw the sight that you just saw. What? Zomo looked at Fang Qi in confusion. Fang Qi chuckled, just kidding. Do you know a place called Half City? Half City? Zomo looked at Fang Qi in bafflement, and he shivered subconsciously in alarm. Why are you asking about that place? Understanding suddenly dawned on him. Do you mean the destination of this spiritual boat is Half City? Mr. Fang, hearing the name of this place, he stuttered and said, we must run. Someone else shared your thought. Fang Qi pointed at the direction of the blood trail and replied, his body is cold now. Zomo, Fang Qi asked, tell me about this Half City. Half City. Zomo tried to describe it with his limited vocabulary. In fact, I don't know much about it. I only heard that it's a mysterious and terrifying place where many evil cultivators and bandits hide. It is the cradle of evil and crimes. It's said that they could even auction kings, emperors, and aristocrats there causally, and the monsters feeding on blood walk freely in that place. It sounds like a tale used to scare the kids who don't want to sleep. Fang Qi rubbed his chin with a dark expression. But it sounds like there are many rich people there. It must be richer than Black Dragon City that is said to have many cultivators, right? Zomo didn't know how to respond. Then, we'll go to Half City. Sweating all over, Zomo said, it's said that the city is full of evil monsters. No wonder that guy killed people like killing a chicken. He comes from that place. The cultivators always kill each other. Fang Qi waved his hands. Zomo's legs turned to jelly and he asked, Mr. Fang, aren't you afraid? Afraid? Fang Qi looked at this young man who was one head shorter than him and said, I'm only afraid that they are poor. Okay, let's return to the rooms and have a good sleep. Tomorrow, we'll reach the new city with high spirits. Fang Qi stretched. This city sounded to be rich, very rich. That lifted his mood that had been low since he began this long journey. Where is boss now? He isn't doing a live stream today. In the shop, Zhang Xiaoyu ate a bowl of instant noodles and thought, he must have gone out to have fun. Xiao Yulv walked into the shop and looked around. Where's the shop owner? There's no livestream today. Isn't he going to finish playing Diablo? Boss is out on a long trip. Zhang Xiaoyu glanced at him. Don't you know that? A long trip. When will he return? Xiao Yulv raised his voice. His favorite activity each day was watching the shop owner play games since no one could play as well as him with so few mistakes. Out of all the players here, Fang Qi's gameplay was the most fun to watch. I don't know. Zhang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. You seem more eager for his return than me. Xiao Yulv froze, and then he cleared his throat and said with an earnest expression, I'm not eager for his return. I wish that he would never come back. Zhang Xiaoyu finished her noodles and patted her belly. It's so delicious. Then, she looked around and found that the peak hours had passed since all the people had finished eating instant noodles and were now playing. She immediately walked from the counter and skipped to a seat before opening The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Hey, how come you can play games? Xiao Yulv was baffled. Then, he said in excitement, well, I know everything about the plot in this game and the hidden treasures. You can't imagine what I know. I'll tell you how to finish the game and get the ending in which Yueru lives. Xiao Yulv walked over eagerly. Get off board, get off, I'm dead, I'm dead. Hearing the shouts, Zomo shivered in his room. I shouldn't have taken this spiritual boat because of the cheap fare. I'm dead. Knock, knock, knock. I say, little Mo, are you going or not? Go. Zomo shrunk into a ball and shivered with extreme fear in his room. Where are we going? Will they kill us? How would I know? The boat docked. Are you going? If you aren't going, I'll just go. Fang Qi opened the door and looked at Zomo who was hiding in the corner. Docked. Zomo stood up slowly with gritted teeth. The worst case is that I will die. Fuck it. Almost all cities prohibited spiritual boats from flying across them, and this spiritual boat docked outside of the city gate as usual. However, when Fang Qi saw some huge spiritual boats floating in the sky above the city, he knew that this city didn't prohibit flying. This city was huge, but close to half of the city was in ruins. It was quite a strange sight. The other half was filled with high buildings with various styles. The tall ones had dozens to 100 floors while the short ones had 1 to 2 stories like the residential houses in Juhua City. However, even the low residential houses were not crude, almost all of them emitted faint spiritual essence fluctuations, and the walls were as white as new. At first glance, even Fang Qi hadn't seen such a weird city before. The people walking on the streets were cultivators in all kinds of attires, and there were almost no warriors among them. There were altogether a little over 10 people getting off the boat, and they walked after the white-faced cultivator and the spiritual boat's owner, a thin cultivator with a mouse whisker-like mustache. Fang Qi followed them into the city and twisted and turned while walking down about 8 streets. He looked around and found that the streets were clean and orderly. Of course, if he didn't see several cultivators robbing someone in a dark alley, his impression wouldn't have changed. Sell the talented ones as medicine boys and use the talentless ones to make elixirs. We can make a big profit this time. The guy wearing the grayish-blue robe seems to have some cultivation strength, and the short one has some talent. Fang Qi's face turned dark while he listened to them talk about him as if he were pounds of pork. I can't take it anymore. With this thought, Fang Qi walked up to them and said, guys. All of them looked at Fang Qi who suddenly walked up to them. I appreciate that you took me here, but I have to say this. I'm not trying to target anyone, all of you are trash, Fang Qi said politely. All of them looked at Fang Qi in astonishment. They froze for a while and then laughed loudly. They looked at him as if he were a moron who had no life experience outside of his home. Chapter 230. I'm still new, and I'll get better at this. Hey, kid, do you understand the situation? A big cultivator behind the white-faced cultivator walked up and picked Zomo up by his head with one hand. Then, he threw Zomo forward like a bag of garbage, and the latter crashed into a wall forcefully. The violent collision made him spit out a mouthful of blood. The big cultivator walked up with a vicious smile. Kid, don't think that just because you are powerful in your small country means you can act like a hero in front of us. I can tell you that master warriors, grandmaster warriors, and even ancestral warriors are nothing to me. What did you just say? The big cultivator picked his ear and asked, can you repeat it? Hey. Okay. Don't scare him out of his wits. The thin cultivator with the mouse whisker-like mustache snickered strangely. If Fang had snickered like this when he was on Earth, he would have been beaten several times a day. Give him a hard lesson so that he knows the rules of this place. But don't hurt him, or we won't be able to get a good price for him. The big cultivators said with dampened enthusiasm, got it. At this moment, they saw Fang Qi's presence beginning to grow from Master Warrior Realm to Grandmaster Warrior Realm and didn't stop until he reached the Ancestral Warrior Realm. An Ancestral Warrior, such a young Ancestral Warrior. All of them had light in their eyes. Then, they laughed hysterically. We will be rich this time. This kid will sell for a big price. The thin cultivator with the mouse whisker-like mustache exclaimed with widened eyes, such a young Ancestral Warrior must be a genius rarely seen in the past 1,000 years. His bones will sell for a sky-high price. The big cultivator's eyes lit up as well, and he said with a wicked smile, I've told you that Ancestral Warriors are nothing to me. Still, you dare to show your true cultivation strength. I don't know if you are bold or just stupid. However, I'll need some time to deal with an Ancestral Warrior. Then, his voice turned deep and gloomy, his body expanded, and his skin turned coarse. Tiny scales grew from his skin, and fangs grew out of his mouth. He looked like a huge monster. It was said that some cultivators with poor talent used the evil method of swallowing monsters' flesh and blood to increase their cultivation strength. It was an effective method but with great side effects. For example, when they unleashed their full strength, they couldn't maintain their human form. Instead, their bodies would deform and turn into that of a half-human and half-monster. Do you think that you can get away from us, little Ancestral Warrior? Sorry, I don't have time to waste on you. Many sword energies suddenly appeared behind Fang Qi. The sword energies almost covered half of the sky. All the people gaped at this horrifying sight, and the huge group of sword energies blocking the sunlight was like dark clouds in their minds. Instantly, their mind turned blank. People here might have some misunderstanding about warriors, Fang Qi said, but in my place, the warriors can beat cultivators who are one realm higher. Innumerable swords scroll, go, countless. Silver sharp blades crashed down like a storm. The big cultivator who had claimed that Ancestral Warriors were nothing and had turned into his half-human half-monster form turned to run with horror. Boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword energies slashed his flesh and opened many wounds on his body. Pinned down on the ground by the sword energies, the big cultivator still tried to get up, but the hundreds of sword energies turned the ground into a forest of swords in the next moment. Instantly, the two leading cultivators retreated dozens of steps while they looked at the sword forest with horror. That big cultivator couldn't be more dead. Do you have any last words? It seemed like the number of sword energies hovering behind Fang Qi didn't decrease. Arrogant, the white-faced cultivators said, do you think that you are our match just because you could kill this wastrel? He picked up a leather bag from his belt and cut one of his fingertips with his fingernail before dripping a drop of essence blood onto the bag. The bag opened, and countless human faces jumped out. The gloomy sky turned darker as if something were dragging it into the hell. Soon, the wicked human faces seemed to disappear. The white-faced cultivators sneered and said, these hell spirits were formed by countless resentful ghosts, and they are invisible and formless, which means that they can't be injured by weapons. I'll see how you, a warrior, can deal with them. At this moment, a violent surge of white lightning flashed around Fang Qi. Then, shrill screams sounded. Holy shock! The invisible lightning energy around Fang Qi attacked anything that was trying to get close to him. In this instant, all the invisible spirits showed their forms. This area was turned into a lightning hell. From where I'm from, we warriors kill ghosts and spirits in groups. Fang Qi said, compared with the gloams in the Worldstone Keep, these things are really lame since they are afraid of lightning. The white-faced cultivator, the thin cultivator with the mouse whisker-like mustache. These two spiritual spring realm cultivators began to feel uneasy. This kid is weird. The white-faced cultivator turned gloomy, and he said, let's go and give up this deal. At this moment, the clouds of sword energies in the sky turned into a huge river of swords as they crashed toward them. Instantly, they cut their tongue tips with their teeth and spat out essence blood, and their hands moved so fast that it looked like they were having a stroke as they cast several spells and escaped at top speed. The guys beside them who were slower were pierced by the sword energies instantly. Faster. At the guidance of the sword spell, the countless sword energies condensed into two, but these two sword energies brightened suddenly with greater power. The swords sped up and chased after the two cultivators, flying as fast as them. In Half City, the pedestrians saw two bloody figures fleeing at top speed while two sword energies enveloped in white lightning followed them like shadows. In fact, these two sword energies were a bit faster compared to those two figures. The two fleeing figures shot into a big shop named Red Forest Hong Lin Pharmacy. They looked around the shop and heaved a sigh of relief. The big boss is here, we're safe. Puff. The two sword energies fell from the sky and pierced their heads, splashing their blood all over the shop. The customers in the shop stared at the sight dumbfoundedly. It's said that people must be merciless while traveling outside. I wonder if this root removing method meets this standard. Fang Chi rubbed his stiff face. Forget it, I'm still new, and I'll get better and meet the standard eventually. Then, he walked toward the unconscious Zhou Mo. Chapter 231. The New Shop Clerk. Red Forest Pharmacy was a big elixir shop, and the customers were at least above the Yuan River realm. Some customers saw the bloody scene upon entering the shop, and the blood almost splashed onto their shoes, making them retreat several steps subconsciously. Even the customers inside the shop backed away in alarm. The two sword energies had been condensed by the innumerable sword scroll. After finishing the task, they immediately evaporated as a mass of spiritual essence. Who did it? Qin Hongolin was an old man with a slightly hunched back. He had a celestial look and was wearing a pure white elixir master's robe and holding a walking cane with a snake head on top. Of course, he only looked ethereal and genial. At this moment, he just walked out from the back of the shop. When he saw the sight, his face turned livid. It had been almost 100 years since he built this Red Forest Pharmacy in Half City. Despite the big and small incidents happening in his shop, no one had ever dared to kill his people in his shop. They were killed in front of him. A fierce-looking bald cultivator and a coquettish woman with heavy makeup walked out behind him. Big boss, what happened? Then, they saw the two corpses in the shop, and they were stunned. Who is so unruly that they dared to belittle our Red Forest Pharmacy this way? Their faces instantly turned ice cold. Shui Nian, Shu Biao, two red-clothed cultivators immediately walked up respectfully. Go and investigate this issue. The coquettish woman took Qin Hongolin's arm and said, Big boss, you still need a good main ingredient for making the red bone elixir. It seems that someone is sending this ingredient to you. I hope that his cultivation strength won't disappoint me. Zhou Mo opened his eyes slowly, feeling like the sensation of his internal organs being dislocated had lessened. He looked at the man before him and asked, Mr. Fang, here, this way. Loud footsteps sounded, and it seemed like a group of people was running this way. Although no one intervened in the robbery that Fang Chi had just witnessed, the upheaval he had caused was too big for people not to notice. At this moment, Fang Chi saw a team of cultivators in various clothes but had the same black tiger symbols on their chests walking up with fierceness on their faces. We're the patrol team of the Northern District. The leader was a big guy with a knife scar on his face, and he yelled in a cold voice, What happened? I don't know, Fang Chi said innocently. I'm a small figure. When I walked past here, I saw these guys falling down on the ground. You don't know. The big guy with the knife scar studied Fang Chi coldly. A black-faced cultivator looked at the ordinary-looking Fang Chi and said with a cold sneer, This small guy couldn't have done it even if he wanted to. Storage spiritual artifact. A young cultivator seemed to have found a storage spiritual artifact on the belt of a body, and he yelled in pleasant surprise. Where is it? Where? We're rich. One more here. These guys have high cultivation strengths. These unconscious guys seem to be ordinary persons. Don't fight. Show them to me. How many crystals are there? While they scrambled to loot the bodies, they glared at Fang Chi and said, What are you looking at? You guys should get out of here now. Fang Chi, are there security forces in this place? Damn it. For Fang Chi, he didn't mind fighting with ordinary forces, but he didn't like to get into a fight with the official force. After all, he was here to do business, and he didn't want to get involved in any unnecessary conflicts. Mr. Fang. Zhou Mo felt better and could even walk now as if someone had healed him. What happened? Did you see what happened? Mr. Fang. Zhou Mo said apologetically, Did they do anything to you? I don't know, Fang Chi said casually. I just saw big waves of swords crashing down. Some were killed while some fled. This city is indeed dangerous. Zhou Mo coughed and spat out some blood. It was clear that his body hadn't completely healed. We'd better find a way to leave this place. What are you afraid of? Fang Chi said, You've seen the guards of the city. The incident a moment ago was probably just an accident. Zomo felt cold sweat oozing out of his forehead when he remembered the so-called patrol team that got busy looting the bodies and kicking them away. He wondered how they could count on those guys for protection. Fang Chi walked into the depth of the city and said, "I've made the decision to buy a shop in the city and do business here." "Do you really want to open a shop here?" "Yeah." Fang Chi clasped his hands behind his head and said in satisfaction, "Look at the city. There are cultivators and high buildings everywhere. Look at the neat streets paved with smooth stones, organized and vibrant trees, and the flowers in their beds under the trees. Only half of the city has buildings, but this half of the city has trees and flowers everywhere. You can only see the vibrant greenness when you look around." Fang Chi said, "Don't you think that this place is much better than that Black Dragon City?" Fang Chi looked up at the gloomy sky and added, "Everything looks perfect except for the possible wet climate." The moment that Fang Chi said those words, a bird that was passing by landed on a tree branch, seeming like it was tired from flying and wanted a rest. Suddenly, the tree branches twisted and formed a prison instantly. Then, blood flowed down the branches, and the flowers under the tree looked brighter in color. Zomo had just gotten close to the flowers and wanted to pick one to smell its fragrance. Seeing this, the hair on his body stood on ends, and he retreated several meters instantly. Fang Chi commented, "I guess this place isn't good for ordinary people to live." "Okay, little Mo, what's your plan? Do you want to take a spiritual boat to Black Dragon City?" Zomo wanted to leave this city desperately, but he didn't have enough crystals. He lowered his head and said, "I will stay." "Mr. Fang, what shop do you want to open?" Zomo twisted his fingers and said embarrassedly, "I wonder if I can work in your shop. You're the only person I know in this place, and I would feel safer in a shop." He looked at the faint spiritual light flowing around the surrounding houses and said. Then, he raised his voice and added, "I'll work hard. All I want is food and shelter." When Fang Chi remained silent, he immediately added, "If you think that I'm asking for too much, I can buy my own food. Well, although I don't have a shop in this place yet, I'll probably employ someone sooner or later." Fang Chi rubbed his chin and said, "Okay. I'll provide you food and a room, but there is probably no salary during the first stage of the business." "Thank you, Mr. Fang." "Oh, no, boss." Zomo bowed to him with great gratitude. "Thank you so much," Fang Chi said casually. "Now, let's go and see if we can find a proper place to open my shop." Chapter 232, The Other Side of Half City. It would be a big mistake if one thinks that the outer city represented the whole city. This city also had beast-drawn carriages, but Fang Chi looked at the fierce brawny demon beast in front of him. It looked like a huge black dog, and it snorted and opened its mouth, almost swallowing Fang Chi in whole. "Hey, friends, where are you going?" A guy wearing a short-sleeved shirt sat on the top of the carriage and asked with a chuckle. Fang Chi and Zomo stepped onto the carriage. "Please take us to the city center and tell us if there's a downtown area in the city." "First time in Half City." The guy laughed and said, "You got the right person to answer all your questions. The people outside of the city might have some misunderstandings about this city," the guy said. "In my opinion, I think this place is much better than the big forces such as countries and empires. It's quite safe here." "Are you serious?" Fang Chi was at a loss for words after what he had gone through a moment ago. He. "Sometimes, there are some incidents." The man grinned. "But it is safe most of the time. There are several busy areas in this city, and the slave market in the northern district is one of the busiest ones. Another place is the Liancheng Street in the western district. You can find everything including elixirs, spiritual artifacts, techniques, and relics dug out from the ruins." The carriage driver said, "The area in the northern district close to the eastern district is also good. However, the most awesome place is the center. It's said that it's a place where the real big figures live. In that place, the true Lake Realm cultivators are just ordinary ones. It's said." Fang Chi looked at him in surprise. "You've never been there before." "How can I?" The carriage driver said with a laugh. "The ordinary people must pay 1,000 crystals to enter the inner city without the company of the people living in there. I can't afford that." 1,000. Zomo clicked his tongue and said, "It's plain robbery." "That's the case for us," the carriage driver explained with a grin, "but the inner city of Half City is the true core of the city. It's said that you can buy anything if you have enough money, including kings, the heads of grandmasters, or even secret techniques that have been lost for thousands of years. Oh, Zomo pointed at the plants on the roadside and asked fearfully, are the plants in this city all like this? Plants? The carriage driver glanced at the plants by the road and laughed with sudden understanding. You mean these things? Don't worry about them as long as you don't touch them. They usually prey on small animals and don't attack people. This is a part of the security measures of the Northern District, and you won't see them in other parts of the city. They don't hurt people. Astonished, Zomo looked at the horrifying plant which had just eaten a bird. Of course, the carriage driver said, the blood cage trees in Half City usually don't hurt people. Then, he stopped the carriage on the curb passionately and walked over to touch the twigs and tender leaves of a tree, saying, look. They don't hurt people. In the next moment, the tender vines coiled toward him swiftly. He was instantly wrapped up like a sticky rice dumpling. Fuck, release me, damn it, let me go. He struggled violently. Woo, he tried to tear at the vines and twigs desperately. The black dog-like demon beast couldn't bear it anymore. It turned and broke the vines and twigs with its paw, and the carriage driver finally got out. I almost forgot that these things will suck your blood when they are hungry, but you usually won't be killed by them. This guy's name was Wang Xian, and he resumed driving the carriage with a pale face, as if his essence had been sucked out of him. Damn it, it almost got me, thank you, or I would have lost lots of blood today. Wang Xian patted the head of the demon beast. He drove Fang Qi and Zomo around the area close to the inner city, and Fang Qi finally got off the carriage in one piece. It was a street corner, and the white and smooth stone walls were said to be built with the snowflake rocks unique in Half City. The thick snow-white walls looked quite harmonious with the two glass windows. This place wasn't too remote, but it also didn't have a lot of traffic. Fang Qi stopped here because he saw that one of the shops here posted an advertisement for selling the shop. The reason that Fang Qi didn't go into the inner city was that the customers who lived in the outer city would have to pay 1,000 crystals to the guards of the inner city before they could go to his shop. Fang Qi wouldn't do such a stupid thing. The shop owner was a white-haired old man wearing a silk coat with round straight collars. He looked quite sharp. Sir, you want to sell this place? Fang Qi asked casually. The old man glanced at him disinterestedly. Can you afford it? Fang Qi laughed. I wouldn't ask if I couldn't afford it. How about 30,000 crystals? 30,000 crystals? Zomo was startled. Now, this old man lifted his head and took another look at Fang Qi. 30,000 crystals. You are rich, young man. It's not safe to carry so much money on you. How about 10,000 more? I have some connections with the local forces, and I'll tell them to take care of you, the old man said with a chuckle. Fang Qi shrugged. What kind of care is worth 10,000 crystals? I only want the shop. It's not safe here in the city, the old man said mildly. Fang Qi frowned. Senior, you don't have to worry about it. Well, suit yourself. The young guys these days are ungrateful. The old man took out a contract. I'll sell it for 28,000 crystals. Pay the money and sign the contract, and the shop is yours. Fang Qi took the contract and asked casually, Senior, this shop is decorated nicely. Why do you want to sell it? I'm old and don't have the energy to manage the shop. I want to sell it and enjoy the rest of my life. The old man glanced at Fang Qi and took the crystals, finding that there were 28,000 crystals, no more no less. Looking at the young man who took out about 30,000 crystals without a blink, the old man was a bit surprised, but he didn't ask any questions. I'll get some people here to pick up a few things and leave the rest to you. I don't need you to leave me anything. Fang Qi glanced around the shop and found that it was a spiritual artifact shop. Okay. The old man looked at the strange young man. This shop is yours. Then, he walked out of the shop with light steps. Senior Mo, you are getting off work so early today. Don't you need to keep an eye on the shop? A melodious female voice sounded, and Fang Qi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl in her 20s. She was wearing a red dress. I sold the shop, so I don't need to watch anything anymore. Senior Mo walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back. The woman looked surprised. Is this Senior your friend? Fang Qi asked curiously. Are you new here? Senior Mo looks cold but is actually very nice. Nice. Fang Qi looked confused. Nice. This place. These two things didn't seem compatible. You come from out of the city, so you must have heard of the name Mo Tianxing. Zomo was alarmed. The big evil cultivator who killed and sacrificed more than 1,000 cultivators to summon a devil 200 years ago. What do you mean by big evil cultivator? The woman in red gave him a hard stare. Since Senior's history is no secret in Half City, I'll tell you about it. 200 years ago, the Fang family of the Morning Star Sea Realm collected more than 1,000 male and female cultivators and planned to summon a big devil with them. Senior Mo found out the secret and destroyed the secret place of the Fang family, but the latter used their big influence to invert the truth with the help of the other forces, pushing Senior Mo into a corner. He had no choice but to hide in Half City. From the looks of you, I don't think you are forced into Half City after committing some hideous crimes outside. She sized them up and added, don't think that everyone outside of Half City is good. Chapter 233, The Internet is Activated. Watching QQ. Girl, the people outside are not all good, but do you mean that the people here are all good? Fang Chi asked helplessly as he observed this valiant girl who was dressed neatly in red warrior clothes and black boots. This lady must be a good person. Zhou Mo said shyly. What good person? The girl in red glared at Zhou Mo and snorted, listen up. I killed more people than I can count, and their bones could fill a room. Someone once offended me, and I cut off his head and kicked it like a ball. You guys, humph, you better be polite in front of me. You. Zhou Mo almost cringed and his face turned pale. Nice to meet you. Fang Chi cupped his hands. I have a nickname, Bloody-Handed Human Butcher, Ning. Sorry, I misspoke. Fang Chi rubbed his nose and was embarrassed that he almost said the name of a scholar, whose family name was Ning. TL note. This is referring to a famous Chinese novel Zhui Shu. It is not being translated fast. The girl in red's face twitched a little. The bold girl in red was named Ruan Ning, and she would be Fang Chi's neighbor for a long time. She owned a shop that sold materials for making artifacts. It was heard that most of the residents of Half City were born here, and Ruan Ning was one of them. This shop that Fang Chi bought had 2 floors. Together with the warehouse that Senior Mo used to store spiritual artifacts, this place could accommodate 100 computers and had room for more. When Zhou Mo walked out of his bedroom the next morning, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Boss, today is our first day in business, and I'll write down the rules on the small black board on the counter. Fang Chi looked at the short young man and patted him on the shoulder. Meanwhile in the main shop, Su Tianji, Nalan Hongwu, Song Qingfeng, Zhang Xiaoyu, and the others all sat on the couches. Nalan Hongwu ate instant noodles and wondered, what's that kid doing lately? He's been out for days and hasn't sent back a message. Xiaoyu, come and sit with Big Sis. Happily, Lan Yan held the loli in her arms while they enjoyed the noodles together. Has your boss disappeared? How come he didn't send back any messages? Lately, Zhang Xiaoyu was very happy. Since Fang Chi left before the weekend, she enjoyed a bowl of instant noodle on the weekend, and she could eat it again today since it was the new week. How would I know? Zhang Xiaoyu pouted and drank the noodle soup and said, I couldn't reach him with the communication jade, he is out of the range. I don't know where he is now. He said that he would find places for a branch, but now he doesn't even play games. Su Tianji complained, I couldn't even find him in Counter-Strike, I checked all the rooms. He doesn't play Diablo either. Nalan Hongwu said, he said that I must pass Nightmare to enter Hell. I'm on the Nightmare difficulty level already. Meanwhile, in the shop in Half City. Dumbfounded, Zhou Mo read the rules that Fang Chi wrote on the small blackboard. Play if you want, but get out otherwise. Fang Chi used different tones in different cities. In Juhua City where things were in good order, he used gentler and milder words and tones. In this place, he was direct and blunt. Boss, aren't you afraid that people will smash our shop if they read this? Zhou Mo was at a loss for words. Even though he knew that Mr. Fang, who had come to Half City with him, wasn't an ordinary person. Yell if someone tries to smash the shop. Yell what? Just yell that someone is making trouble. Fang Chi said while stretching. And glancing around at the 100 or so bright computers. I'll get online now, I've been offline for a long time. Pointing at the small blackboard which had the following lines: the legend of mere 238 crystals for monthly activation, and 10 crystals for weekly activation, 2 crystals per person per hour. Fang Chi said, remember, they must pay in full to play. If they don't want to pay, tell them to get out and don't waste your breath on them. Juhua City. Damn, the shop has a new item. The moment that Lin Xiao got online, he saw a logo of a penguin on the screen, and his eyes lit up. QQ. It's free. TL note. QQ is a messaging software made by Tencent, and its logo is a penguin. Its original name is OICQ, inspired by ICQ, a cross-platform instant messaging and VoIP client originally developed by the Israeli company Mirabilis in 1996. QQ is the shorthand for OICQ. Free. Many people had just finished eating instant noodles and were about to get on computers. They all went behind Lin Xiao to watch. Lin Xiao opened QQ and saw that the screen seemed to be scanning something. Loading data. Logging in. Then, a beginner's manual appeared. After seeing the manual, people asked, "What is this penguin? We can search and add friends from other cities." Other cities. They looked at each other and took out their communication jade. "We can use our communication jade for that. What's the use of this thing? Let's try it." At this moment, Song Qingfeng, Su Tianji, and the others all stood behind him to see the new item of the shop. Lin Xiao clicked the options of cities, and two names appeared: Juhua City, Morning Star Sea Realm. There were only two options. Morning Star, Sea Realm. Lin Xiao turned to look at the others in confusion. "What's this place?" Su Tianji also looked baffled. "This name sounds weird." Yi Songtao said, "I've never heard of this place in the South Sea or beyond. Is it in the North Sea or the East Sea?" Nolan Hengwu said, "I've never heard of it before either." Immediately, Lin Xiao clicked open Morning Star Sea Realm, and there was only one person in there, Mr. Fang. Lin Xiao followed the instructions and added him as a friend. Meanwhile, Fang Qi was still exploring this new QQ and trying to see if there were some differences from the version that he used before he traveled between worlds. Then, he heard a prompt of friend request. Fang Qi looked and saw that it was Lin Xiao. He clicked add. Damn, it's connected. People were pleasantly surprised. The new version of QQ had two ways for input, one with keyboard and the other with voice. The latter could only be used with a virtual reality headset. At this moment, Lin Xiao said, "Where are you?" Soon, the words, "Where are you?" appeared in the chat box. Morning Star Sea Realm grin. Fang Qi added an emoji. Morning Star Sea Realm, hey, what's this round face? It looks silly. Zhang Xiaoyu pointed at the screen and giggled. Ask him where the Morning Star Sea Realm is. Su Tianji yelled from behind. Where is Morning Star Sea Realm? Lin Xiao said slowly while he watched the words appearing on the screen. You don't know it, Fang Qi replied. Senior Nolan and the others should know it. Cold sweat smile. Boss sent another round face expression. Zhang Xiaoyu asked, can you do it? Let me see. Lin Xiao searched around and soon found the emoji box. Hey, here it is. Seeing the grinning squinting face emoji, Zhang Xiaoyu clapped her hands and yelled, choose this one. This is the silliest one. Lin Xiao felt cold sweat popping out on his forehead. Then, he sent Fang Qi the message. They don't know that place either. Grin. Master, this round face is so funny. Feng Hua and Yuexin watched from behind with curiosity. We'll get this thing later. Dong Qingli said, where on earth are you? Even Senior Nolan's ultimate communication jade can't reach you. I don't know. Fang Qi replied, I only know that this place is called Half City, and it is in the Morning Star Sea Realm. There are as many cultivators as dogs, and nascent souls are all over the place. TL note. Nascent soul realm, which is common in cultivation novels, doesn't exist in this world, but this last phrase is common in China after the cultivation novels got popular. Nascent soul, all the people froze. Oh, it's a typo. Chapter 234, Build an Online Games Guild. According to this kid, Nolan Hengwu stroked his beard and summarized the information that they got. He was sent to a place named Half City by the senior to establish a branch, and there are countless high-level cultivators in that city. But, Su Tianji asked curiously, how come we've never heard of this place? Maybe. Shui Delph had a thought that even amazed himself. Mr. Fang's location is beyond the places that we are aware of. So far, Yi Xiaoyi clicked her tongue and asked, how did the shop owner contact us? It must be a powerful method of the senior. Yi Songtao said, it seems that the senior's communication method is more advanced than any of the current communication jades. Sir, how is that place? Is it fun? Zhang Xiaoyu wanted to know more. It's okay. This place is quite unusual. Sir, can you put the new shop on the livestream and let us have a look? Dong Qingli asked. I saw from the manual that there's a video chat option, and we can see each other. Lin Xiao looked around and soon found a camera button. The system's version of QQ had two options, Real View Video Chat and Virtual Reality Video Chat. Soon, Fang Qi received a prompt. Lin Xiao wants to initiate a video chat. Do you accept? These guys, they understood how to use this software so quickly. Surprised, Fang Qi clicked accept and saw a large group of people including Zhang Xiaoyu, Song Qingfeng, Nalan Mingxie, and Su Tianji standing behind Lin Xiao. It is boss, Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed while covering her mouth with her hand. We can even do this. Lan Yan pointed at Fang Qi who sat before the computer. Look, is that the new shop? The shop seems empty. Su Tianji pointed at the space behind Fang Qi and said. Damn, Fang Qi looked at the group of people on the screen, and he blushed a little. So many people are watching. We want to see if you got kidnapped and disappeared, Nalan Mingxie said mildly. I almost got kidnapped and sold. Fang Qi said in earnest, you can't imagine what kind of danger I was in when I first arrived. I boarded a shady boat and couldn't get off. Fortunately, I'm smart. They talked animatedly while Fang Qi told them the things that he had seen, including the incident in which the carriage driver was wrapped up by the twigs of the tree. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xiaoyu laughed so hard that she almost fell to the ground. She hammered the desk with her small fist and said, how can anyone be so stupid? Are the people in this city really so interesting? Dong Qingli was also amused. At this moment, Fang Qi heard Zhou Mo yelling, boss. Someone is here to collect the monthly fee. Monthly fee? Fang Qi frowned. What's that? You guys enjoy the games. I'll talk to you guys later. Fang Qi said as he sent over a waving emoji. Sir, remember to livestream for us when you can. Dong Qingli reminded him. Right, I want to see the new city. Zhang Xiaoyu looked eager. Lu San was the grand cultivator on this street, but he didn't dare to enter some of the shops on the street to collect money, and the previous shop, which Fang Qi had bought, was one of them. However, he heard that Mo Tianxing had sold the shop. Senior Lu, this shop's name sounds grand. Standing by Lu San's side was a young cultivator who was wearing a short coat and had freckles on his face. The prices are not low. It seems that this shop sells good stuff. Lu San snickered and walked into the shop. Who's the owner of the shop? I am. Fang Qi stood up from his seat and walked over. Lu San glanced at the prices on the small blackboard and asked, Kid, are you new here? What is it? Do you know Red Forest Pharmacy? Lu San said proudly, I'm Shu Biao's subordinate. According to the income of your shop, we'll ensure your safety in the city for 3,000 crystals per month. Fang Qi looked at Zhou Mo and found that the latter was also confused. These people were collecting money and running a protection racket. Fang Qi chuckled, sorry, but we are safe and don't need protection. Lu San smiled wickedly and said, it's not safe in this city. Are you sure that you don't need our protection? Not safe. Fang Qi frowned since it was the second time that he had heard these words. He heard them the first time from Mo Tianxing. He shrugged and said, I feel very safe. Senior Lu, this kid wants to do it the hard way. Let me. The young man with freckles was incensed, but he was stopped by Lu San who said, peace brings money, don't you know? Lu San said with a fake smile, if you come to us for protection later, the price will be higher. Oh, really? We'll wait and see. Lu San snickered and left. Fang Qi watched the two of them leave, and he was at a loss for words. At this moment, Ruan Ning came over from the neighboring artifact material shop and said curiously after glancing around Fang Qi's shop. Why did they leave in a hurry after coming in? They came to collect the monthly fee, and boss didn't give it to them, so. Zhou Mo said uneasily. So, you drove them away. Ruan Ning, the girl in red, looked gloomy. Don't you know that you're new here, and you'll be in trouble if you offend them? There will be no trouble, they just need a beating, Fang Qi said casually. Besides, he didn't have that much money. He had asked Wang Xian, the carriage diver, about the price of the shops in this area and found that they were similar. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought this shop. Why should I hand my hard-earned money to others? Ruan Ning, you're so dull and stubborn. If you don't want to give them money, you can join a force if you too have some unique skills. Ruan Ning reminded them, in this city, you can't live long by yourself. After all, you're not invincible masters. Since you mentioned it, Fang Qi stroked his chin and nodded, saying, I feel like I do need a force. Ruan Ning was pleased that he listened to her advice, and she said with a nod, but don't think that you can save money this way. Unless you can find the headquarters of these forces directly, you must register at the Coiled Dragon office, Panjiao, in the inner city. All the forces including newly established forces must register their names and logos at the Coiled Dragon office. Oh, Fang Qi murmured to himself while he thought, newly established forces must register in the Coiled Dragon office. Little Mo, Come with me to the coiled dragon office. Fang Qi yelled. Oh, okay. The baffled young man answered immediately. Finally, you understand the situation. Ruan Ning watched them walk toward the inner city and heaved a sigh of relief. When she looked back at Fang Qi's shop, she was mad. Hey, you didn't close the shop's door. Do you want me to keep an eye on your shop for you? However, they were out of her sight. While they were on the way, Zomo asked with a dull expression, Sir, what force are you planning on joining? Joining? Fang Qi waved his hand. Why would we join others? We can establish our own force. Our own force? Zomo was stupefied. Yeah, in the coiled dragon office, a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious robe looked at the application form Fang Qi handed to him. Heaven-defying online games guild. All the people looked as if they had seen a ghost. Of course, they didn't know that Fang Qi had already prepared the advertisement for recruitment. The dragon-slaying treasure saber will be gifted to anyone who clicks this. TL note. There are a lot of online browser games in China, and they all use this type of exaggerated advertisement. These advertisements usually appear as banner ads on websites and video ads before video content. The reason why this became a meme is that a lot of famous celebrities would pose for these games since it was easy to do and they get paid well, but the games themselves were quite bad. Chapter 235. With this name, you will get beat the moment you walk out. Are you sure you want to use this name? The middle-aged man who was in charge of registration looked at Fang Qi with twitching lips as if he was a moron. However, he had to make sure he didn't hear it wrong for the sake of money. Heaven-defying wasn't hard to understand. Despite its arrogance, it wasn't very unusual since there were many crazily arrogant people in the city. Likewise, guild sounded like a clan and was also understandable. However, what the heck was online games? More importantly, he was confused by the slogan underneath. Dragon-slaying treasure saber will be gifted to anyone who clicks this. Ultimate items will drop at every second. What the heck is this? How can such a weird force recruit people? I'm sure, Fang Qi said without hesitation. The middle-aged man didn't bother to tell Fang Qi anything more since he was only responsible for collecting money. However, looking at the two young guys whose pubic hair probably weren't fully grown, he thought contemptuously, heaven-defying. You can have any name you want if you are not afraid of being beaten when you walk out of the door. After taking crystals from Fang Qi, the middle-aged man soon took out a token in the shape of a big saber and handed it to Fang Qi, saying, This is the temporary token, and you can come and get the official one in 7 days. Congratulations! The heaven-defying online games guild is established. His loud voice instantly attracted the attention of the people standing nearby. Heaven-defying online games guild, what the heck is that? More importantly, these two young men could even afford to enter the inner city and have the funds to establish their own force. Boss, this guy must be rich, a bald cultivator said to a black-cloaked cultivator who was about to walk out of the door. They are strangers here, another black-cloaked, gloomy-looking cultivator said, shall we? Let's go. Everyone, please look around. After coming out of the coiled dragon office, Fang Qi was in a good mood, and he turned on the livestream. On the big screens in the main shop at Juhua City, there was a grand building with coiling dragons behind Fang Qi. Before the building was a garden-like courtyard, and it was a magnificent sight. Wow, is this the new city where the branch shop is? Zhang Xiaoyu had stars in her eyes. So beautiful, I want to go there too. The weather is a bit gloomy there. Nolan Mingxie asked in a bullet comment. Does it rain often? Not very often, Fang Qi said, at least it hasn't rained in the past few days after I came. Oh, I'll introduce to you the new clerk of the branch shop. Fang Qi beckoned at the baffled Zhou Mo. Little Mo, come here. He pulled Zhou Mo over and said, This is Little Mo, the employee of the branch shop. Boss, who are you talking to? Zhou Mo was nonplussed. After Fang Qi explained to him about the livestream and the internet, he was amazed. Boss, do you mean that our conversations here can be transmitted through spiritual spells to a place which is beyond tens of thousands of kilometers away? Zhou Mo asked in pleasant surprise, Our shop is so awesome. The people before the big screen saw the 15-year-old young man looking sleepy and confused. This young man who was in the growth stage of his life was about 1.6 meters tall and looked quite short standing beside Fang Qi who was a warrior. Sir, your new employee is so short. Song Qingfeng looked at the young man who was waving at them and said with a grin. He's still growing, mister. Fang walked on with the young clerk. Let's go to another place. I've spent a fortune on the entrance, and it would be a waste if I don't look around this place. Sir. We didn't close the shop. Zomo reminded him in a quiet voice. Ah, fuck. Fang Chi finally realized this, but he wasn't worried that anyone would mess with his shop. Instead, he was afraid that he would see bodies on the floor when he went back. Then, let's return to the shop. Fang Chi waved at the friends who were watching the livestream in front of the big screens and said, "Today, I'll show you the scenery of Half City. This is the inner city, and cultivators lower than the true lake realm are rarely seen here." Walking on the street paved with white stones, Fang Chi pointed at the rare passing cultivators and explained. "There are so many cultivators above the true lake realm." And Hu Wei and the others stared at the screen in astonishment. This probably looks more like a city of cultivators than Yujing. Looking at the pedestrians on the street, Shui Delph clicked his tongue and commented. "Look at the demon beasts that are pulling the carriage. They look like, they're demon dragons." Su Tianji said, "They are late-stage true lake realm demon dragons. And there are 2 of them. What a waste. They use demon dragons to pull carriages. I didn't know that there is such a city." Yi Songtao said thoughtfully, "But it seems very far from us." Zomo's eyes were not small, but he had the bad habit of squinting his eyes, which made him look sleepy even though he wasn't. He narrowed his eyes since his eyes felt uncomfortable as the light seemed piercing, and this sensation intensified after he obtained some spiritual essence in his body. However, his eyesight was very good. "Boss, I feel like I saw something at the corner before us." He blinked his eyes and felt like he saw something turning into the ally. "What is it?" Fang Chi glanced ahead. He remembered that he had been at this place before, and it was a bit remote. The corner ahead of them was even more remote, and few people came here. "Sir, there are people behind you. At the crossing you just passed." At this moment, the sharp-eyed audience had sensed that something was wrong through watching the livestream. "What people?" Fang Chi looked around. "It seems that we're discovered. We'll do it here." In the rustlings, a bald cultivator walked out boldly with a cultivator with freckles. Then, 2 more figures appeared from the alley in front of Fang Chi. One of them was a thin cultivator who looked like a monkey, and the other was a brawny middle-aged cultivator in a red robe. "Little guy, you seem very rich. Heaven-defying guild, you guys are arrogant, you just wasted thousands of crystals. You should have handed them to us." The thin cultivator cussed with hatred as if Fang Chi had spent his money. "You have more money than you can spend." The bald cultivator walked up and punched his fist onto the wall beside Fang Chi while saying with a cold smile, "Very good. Why don't you loan us some money then?" Meanwhile, the people watching the livestream gaped at the sight. "Fuck, they want to beat the shop owner." "Not beating. This is a robbery. They dare to rob people in the city. He is being robbed while livestreaming. Can he defeat them? Didn't he say that the people there have great cultivation strengths? Fuck, little Mo will get beat." Screams sounded in front of the big screens. "The shop owner will probably get beat as well. Can you help him?" Zhang Xiaoyu asked weakly. "How can we?" Su Tianji's face turned livid. "We don't even know how far away that place is from here." They mentioned something like the Heaven-defying guild. What is that? Is that why they are angry? They looked at each other in confusion. Chapter 236, Establish Dominance Casually. "Boss. Shall I go and get the city patrol team?" Zomo looked alarmed when these people came up and surrounded them. "I remember that a team of city guards who are all cultivator just passed this crossing. Anyone, help us." Zomo yelled immediately. Those 4 people who were surrounding Fang Chi and Zomo paused and looked at them while sneering. "Are you new in the city?" The team of city guards came back and saw the situation here. They asked, "What's happening?" "Black Demon is doing business." A cloaked man walked up from the side and said in a deep voice. "Oh," the city guards said, "please continue." Then, they turned around and left. "Hey," Zomo was stupefied. "Don't go." "Hey, what's wrong with this city?" The people watching the livestream almost spat out blood on the big screens. The smile on the face of the bald cultivator turned colder. "Go on, keep yelling if you can." Fang Chi glanced at the black-clothed cultivators who were leaving and asked, "Are you sure that they won't come back?" "What else do you think?" "Do it," the man wearing the black cloak said from behind them. "You don't need to show mercy to them." On the other side, Zomo was surrounded by the other 2 cultivators. "Will I be killed?" Zomo felt desperate. "I shouldn't have stayed in this city." "Kid, did you hear that?" The bald cultivator lifted his fist and said with a sneer, it's no use begging for our forgiveness because I just want to beat you. Then, he punched out his fist full of spiritual essence. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a whooshing sound. A sword pierced his hand and pinned him to the wall. Then, 2, 3, 4, and many more swords flew out. They were so fast that they caught the Spirit River Realm cultivators off guard and pinned them to the wall before they could react. The shop owner's innumerable sword scroll has reached this stage. He can control the sword energies at will, and he instantly handled 4 enemies. This kid is awesome, the people watching the livestream exclaimed in surprise. Then, the sword energies condensed and turned into a broadsword with 4 weird words engraved on it as it hovered in the air beside Fang. Boss. Seeing this scene, Zomo was astonished. Boss is so strong. I'm Li Wangquan of Black Demon. I apologize to you. The guy wearing the black cloak seemed to be apologizing to Fang after he saw that Fang wasn't as weak as they had thought. However, no one saw the murderous spirit in his eyes since he lowered his head. At this moment, Zomo rubbed his eyes and saw a streak of sneaky black mist sinking into the ground from that man's feet. Boss, be careful of the ground. A circle of lightning bolts rose from Fang feet. Meanwhile, a cloud of faint black mist rose from the ground as well. The cloud of black mist seemed to shrink when it touched the lightning energy, and Fang leapt up. Okay, that's all for today's livestream. Fang turned off the livestream while stepping on the sword. Hey, the shop owner turned off the livestream. The fight isn't over yet. Protest. The people complained in front of the big screen. Sneak attack. Fang lit a cigarette for himself and raised one finger. I'll leave one of you alive to bring a message back to Black Demon. Just tell them that they are welcome to make trouble for our heaven-defying online games guild. He glanced at them and asked, who wants to do it? Arrogant. The man wearing the black cloak sneered, do you think that you can stop me? He was about to turn into a dash of light and flee when a curtain of sword energies blocked him. Looking down from the sky, the many sword energies formed a Tai Chi pattern that was big enough to cover this area. Fang sucked on the cigarette and blew out the mist-like smoke from his mouth. What did you say? I'll go back and bring the message. Cold sweat slid down this man's forehead. Although he didn't understand what was in front of him, he knew that all his escape paths were sealed when the curtain of sword energies appeared. There was no escape. What the heck is that thing? Who is this guy? He looks to be in his 20s, how can he be so powerful? It is horrible. You. Fang said, okay, you then. The sword array was activated, and many swords flew toward him in mysterious routes. With a shrill scream, blood splashed out. I'll leave the bald guy to bring the message. Fang glanced at the men who were pinned on the wall. Boss. On their way back to the shop, Zomo was still panic-stricken. Didn't you say that you would let the black cloak guy go? Fang threw the cigarette butt onto the ground and extinguished it with his shoe. I wouldn't have lit the cigarette if I wanted to spare him. We shouldn't let that sneaky guy live. By the way, Fang patted Zomo's head and said, you have good eyes. In front of the shop, Ruan Ning looked at Fang and Zomo, who walked back briskly. You're back. Pointing at the shop, she said in displeasure, you even forgot to close the door when you were out. Fortunately, you had me to keep an eye on it. Otherwise, you would have lost everything. Oh, what force did you guys join? Fang took out the logo in the shape of the dragon-slaying saber and said, Heaven-Defying Online Games Guild. What guild? Ruan Ning's eyes almost popped out. Fang hung the token at the door. Heaven-Defying Online Games Guild. The name is so weird. I haven't heard of it before. Ruan Ning asked, are you sure that you were not tricked? You joined a small force that I've never heard of before. On the side, Zomo said awkwardly, Sister Ruan, it's a force that boss established himself. He established it himself. Ruan Ning's jaw almost dropped to the ground. I told you to join a force to protect yourself, but you established a force yourself. Are you stupid? Don't act so surprised. Fang sat in his shop. I also killed some people from the so-called Black Demon to establish my dominance. They dared to try to rob me and sneak attacked me. They were tired of living. What? If her eyes could eat people, Ruan Ning would have swallowed Fang whole. How bold are you? You even dare to kill people of Black Demon. Zomo reported the whole incident. Boss even let one of them go to bring back the message that they are welcome to make trouble for our heaven-defying online games guild. Hey, is Black Demon very powerful? You're finished. Ruan Ning felt desperate. From now on, I don't know you. Goodbye. Even if you know me, I won't give you discounts when you come and play games in my shop, Fang Qi yelled out the door. Ruan Ning stumbled and almost fell. Who dares to play games in your shop? No one came before, and now. Sir, what does your shop do? Before she could finish, about 4 cultivators walked over and looked at the shop curiously while asking in a thick accent. It looks weird. Ruan Ning closed her mouth immediately. Despite her frustration, she didn't want to spoil Fang Qi's business. She guessed that only dumb outsiders dared to enter this shop. Chapter 237. You dare to take my rake cat. You are seeking death, sir. What does your shop do? The cultivator who asked the question was a businessman named Huang Shan. As a man who could do business in this place, he had contacts in both the virtuous and the criminous worlds. Of course, this world had no hard distinction between the virtuous and the criminous forces. The gray-clothed old Taoist by his side was called Iron Rock Taoist, a guardian of the Huang family. The middle-aged man who was wearing black clothes and had his hair tied in braids was also a guardian of Huang Shi's family. His name was Zha Jiyu, and his appearance was a little exotic. As a shrewd businessman, Huang Shan had an eye for unique things. When he saw the unusual things in Fang Qi's shop, he walked in curiously. Besides, he wasn't a local and thus wasn't familiar with the complicated and constantly changing forces in Half City. Since he saw the token from the Coiled Dragon office on the door, he was reassured, and he wanted to have a try with this shop. He didn't think that much. Fang Qi pointed at the legend of Mir 2 on the blackboard and said, if you want to play the game, you have to pay money first, and I'll tell you what to do next. Zha Gu's dark face turned even more black, and he said with a stiff accent, how can there be such a thing? What if I don't think this thing is worthy the money after I try? Fang Qi knocked on the 6 words on the small blackboard. Play if you want, but get out otherwise. You. The foreign-looking middle-aged man's face fell. Guardian Zha Jiyu. For a businessman like Huang Shan, a dozen or so crystals were not a big amount, and he wouldn't feel a thing if he lost them. Besides, there were many weird things in Half City, and he wouldn't understand them if he didn't try them personally. Therefore, he handed Fang Qi the required crystals. Then, I'll try it. Someone did pay to try it. Ruan Ning walked over when she saw that people walked into Fang Qi's shop, and she was surprised that someone was willing to try the game. In fact, she was curious about the stuff in Fang Qi's shop and wondered about the high prices and the bad attitude. Could it be his stuff is so good that he isn't worried about his business? Subconsciously, she walked in and watched from behind. Meanwhile, Fang Qi's QQ was beeping. Since the people in Juhua City couldn't reach Fang Qi with their communication jades, they had to use this method. Fortunately, Fang Qi's QQ was on, and he glanced at it. Sir, what's that new game? That one with the dragon character logo? How come we can't play it? It was from Lin Xiao. Boss, they want to play the new game named The Legend of Mir 2. How do I activate it? It was from Zhang Xiaoyu. Sir, how much is it to activate the Legend of Mir 2? Hurried, Fang Qi replied to Zhang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, add the price of the Legend of Mir 2 on the small blackboard. I'll send it to you. Zhang Xiaoyu was playing the Legend of the Sword and Fairy when she heard the beep sounds. The beeping sound is coming from QQ. Subconsciously, she pulled out QQ's interface and found that she could use it while she was in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Wow, this is convenient, she immediately replied, got it, and ran to the counter, announcing happily, good news. The activation method of the new game is here. New game activation. Many of the customers were playing games. The people who weren't playing games and the players who had turned on the external communication all heard her and looked over. Soon, a small group of players in Juhua City entered the new game, meanwhile in the shop in Half City. Due to the black technology of the system, the games in Fang Qi's shop didn't need accounts, which made things very convenient for him. Different from the original version of the Legend of Mir 2, there were 3 round stone platforms in the dark space, and on each platform was a character statue. If the players clicked one, the statue would melt, revealing a character on it. The professions of warriors, wizards, and Taoists didn't need Fang Qi's explanation, and everyone including Huang Shan understood them at first glance. TL note: Taoist and Taoist can be used interchangeably. Quickly, Huang Shan chose his profession, wizard. It was a black-robed wizard with a cloud of flames dancing around his hands. He liked this profession at first glance. Then, he entered the game. The moment that he put on the virtual reality headset and entered the game, Huangshan was astonished to find that he had changed into another person in the so-called legend of Mir 2. He became an ordinary person wearing crude, cotton fabric clothes. Alarmed, he instantly exited the game according to the instructions on the small blackboard. After putting down the virtual reality headset, he checked and found that he was still himself. He had experienced illusions and arrays, but this thing was way better than all those illusions. Amazing. Huangshan quickly realized that this shop was extraordinary. Meanwhile in Juhua City, a little over 10 people began playing the new game. Guoshang was in front of a small primitive village, and he changed into a young warrior who had a wooden sword in his hand. He was looking for monsters at the entrance of the village. Old Guo, what's this game? Shichi and the others had just gotten online. When they saw one of their friends was playing this game, they watched curiously. The new game, The Legend of Mir 2, Guoshang said. I just began, Guoshang said, I feel it's similar to Diablo, but the professions are easier to understand. Besides, he chased a scarecrow and hacked it to death. It is easier to obtain growth in cultivation strength. One can increase strength by killing monsters, and you don't have to wait until you level up. It sounds alright. Shichi and others weren't interested. You can try it first, and I'll play it if you think it is worth it. In the half-city shop. I can increase my cultivation strength by killing monsters. Even the animals such as chicken, ducks, and deer are counted as monsters. Huangshan was even more astonished, and he chased creatures such as chicken, ducks, deer, and scarecrows and hacked them wildly. The shop gave him lots of surprises, and he thought that there were more surprises for him. What he had seen by now was already worth the dozens of crystals that he paid. As a shrewd businessman, he believed it was only the beginning, the amazement wouldn't end here. While his level increased slowly, he quickly learned the first technique, the fireball spell. At this moment, more people began to show up outside of the village. Huangshan was fighting devil cats with rakes. These devil cats were obviously more powerful than other creatures in both their movement speed and fierceness of their attacks. Standing from a distance, he threw fireballs toward the devil cats carefully with his newly learned spell. He felt as if he had returned when he had just learned spells and was facing an opponent for the first time. He had gained some experience and killed the devil cat. I gained a lot cultivation strength this time. After the death of the devil cat, he had a clear feeling that his cultivation strength increased by a lot. I need to kill more of these devil cats. He was excited about this discovery. But just when he found another devil cat, a figure rushed toward it. Someone is trying to take them from me. His face fell, realizing the cat represented cultivation strength. Someone dares to take my rake cat. You are seeking death. Immediately, he threw a fireball toward that person. Chapter 238. Get weapons and kill them. This game had no peaceful mode since the players with good control could remove the spiritual spells or stop the attack the moment right before they hit their teammates. As for the players with poor skills and control, they could only hope that they didn't cause big troubles. When Huangshan began learning spiritual spells, the first one that he learned was the fireball spell. I missed it. At this thought, he used the fireball spell again. 2 fireballs exploded on the back of that warrior. In the virtual reality game, one could see that warrior stumbling, and the clothes on his back were caught on fire. Meanwhile in Juhua City, Guoshang didn't know if this game was more fun than others, but he had paid for it, so he must practice as hard as he could and gain cultivation strength. After all, he wasn't a person who could throw money down the drain. I hope there will be novel stuff later in the game. While he was thinking, he saw a raked cat, and he rushed over to attack it. Before he could hack the cat, he felt a pain on his back. 2 fireballs had exploded on his back. When he turned around, he saw a middle-aged man who was wearing crude cotton clothes. This man had a stick in one hand and a cloud of flames in the other. Right now, the 3rd fireball had been shot out, and it was flying toward Guoshang. Fuck. In pain, Guoshang cussed and tilted his body to dodge the fireball before rushing toward the attacker. Huangshan was angry that a low-level warrior dared to fight with him, a cultivator. Although he was still weak as a cultivator, he was fearless since his opponent was only a small warrior. He ran forward while throwing out fireballs. The people watching the game from behind Huangshan also found the uniqueness of the game, but now they felt puzzled by what they saw. Is this guy another player of the game? Confused, Ruan Ning looked around the shop but didn't see another player. Where did this guy come from? Fang Chi glanced at the screen and felt embarrassed when he saw the two newbies with trash items fighting each other with wooden swords. This is a player from the other shop, Fang Chi explained. The other shop, the old, gray-robed Taoist said in surprise, it seems that you have a big business, while the people were discussing where the other player came from in the half-city shop. Guo Shang was at the disadvantage since he was in a passive situation, and now a rake cat was chasing after him. Both running and fighting seemed like bad options. Soon, bam, on the scene, things like the deer meat that he got from the hunt and his wooden sword dropped as he died. Ha 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 ha, you dare to fight with your granddaddy. Huang Shan killed the rake cat and then stepped on Guo Shang's corpse, saying mockingly, a weak warrior like you dares to fight with me over a rake cat. You were seeking death. Then, he picked up the loot on the ground even though he didn't know what the chicken meat and deer meat could do. However, he was a businessman and thought that they could be sold for money. Fuck. Guo Shang cussed loudly while slamming the desk with his hands. He was killing monsters and leveling up, minding his own business, but someone threw fireballs at him and even mocked him while standing on his body after he was killed. It was too much to bear. Sitting next to him, Shi-Chi heard Guo Shang's cusses and asked, Old Guo, what happened? I died and dropped my items. Guo Shang cussed in a rage. Then, hurry up and go back to pick up your items. After all, in Diablo, the players could go back and pick up items after being killed. No, I was killed by someone. Guo Shang said furiously, that guy picked up my stuff and mocked me as he stood on my corpse. No, I must return the favor. Damn it, this. Shi-Chi and others looked at each other in bafflement, wondering how he could be killed by another player while he was playing the game alone. They began watching the game from behind Guo Shang. In the game, Guo Shang was about to go out of the city to find his killer, and he realized that he had no weapons. He sold the chicken meat and deer meat in his storage space and bought a wooden sword and 2 potion bottles before rushing out. Taoist Huang, that weakling is here again. Isn't he dead? Huang Shan was surprised, but after thinking for a while he understood that it must be a feature of these spiritual artifacts named computers. He said with a vicious look, you dare to come again, and I'll kill you again. This time, Guo Shang was obviously calmer. With no monsters chasing after him, his movements were steady and swift. He stepped aside and dodged his opponent's fireball and chased after Huang Shan. Without paying too much attention, Huang Shan created another fireball and took aim. Fire exploded on Guo Shang's shoulder, and he was forced to pause for a moment. Huang Shan continued running while launching fireballs. In the original game, players had to stop to cast spells, but in this remake version, using the fireball spell was a piece of cake for a cultivator like Huang Shan, who had a lot of experience. Since he almost didn't pause while casting spells, and Guo Shang had to dodge the attacks, the distance between them was still great. When Guo Shang finally rushed before Huang Shan, he drank a bottle of potion, but his HP still went to 0. He died again and dropped some items. With a small part of HP left, Huang Shan said contemptuously, garbage. You can't kill your granddaddy. In the Juhua city shop, Shi-Chi and the others who had been watching from behind gaped at the sight. People can play like this. Fuck. Guo Shang was infuriated instantly. Do you want help, old Guo? Come, all of you, kill this guy. Guo Shang exploded with rage. Go, let's activate the game. Shi-Chi and his sister Shi Xiaoyun immediately activated the game. 1 hour later. Fuck. Covered in blood, Huang Shan had wounds all over his body. He ran desperately with a small wooden sword while 3 warriors chased after him. 2 guardians, come and help me, he yelled while running. The 2 guys had been tempted when they heard that the game could increase their strengths. Hearing Huang Shan's call for help, they were eager to enter the fray. Coming, sir, activate the game for us. Before they entered the game, Huang Shan was killed, and his items dropped. Garbage, do you dare to kill people again? Panting, Guo Shang stepped onto Huang Shan's body. Damn it, Huang Shan was enraged instantly. I was killed by those 3 damned people. He put down the virtual reality headset and almost smashed it on the desk. He stood up and looked around. Who killed me? Do you dare to come out? Then, he saw no one but the people who watched him play. You killed him first, and now you're angry that he killed you back, Ruan Ning mumbled by his side. I heard the shop owner say that this shop is new, and the other players must be in the other shop which is very far from here. Huang Shan said with a dark expression, 2 guardians. I've never been insulted like this before. He dared to cuss me while stepping on my body. You must help me kill him today. The other two guys laughed. They were aggressive guys. Now that they were invited to kill, they couldn't contain themselves anymore. They said with cold smiles, "Don't worry, Brother Huang. Since you are in trouble, we'll do our best to help." After entering the game, one of them was a level 1 wizard and one of them was a level 1 Taoist. While wearing crude cotton short jackets, they looked around with fierce expressions and said, "Let's go." "Brother Huang, where is the guy that you want us to kill?" Huang Shan almost fainted due to anger. He rubbed his forehead and said, "You, level up first." Level up first. Chapter 239. Suicidal charge at a big sabered guard. At this moment, Fang Qi lost interest in watching the fight between the newbies. He returned to his own computer and turned on The Legend of Mir 2. Ruan Ning followed him and asked, "Sir, is this game so powerful that it can increase one's cultivation strength?" She had watched the game and knew the value of the game wasn't that one could kill people and get their items. Rather, it could increase people's cultivation strengths as mentioned by Huang Shan. For her, the fights were just additional benefits. "Yeah," Fang Qi answered casually, "didn't you hear them?" "Of course, I heard them," Ruan Ning said with her hands on her waist, "and I heard that the cultivation strength grows really fast in the game. Although I don't know what it is, I'm surprised that you took it out and let all the people use it in the shop." Ruan Ning scolded him, "Are you stupid? Don't you know that you can never show your wealth? How dare you take it out casually? I understand your points and the principles." Fang Qi said, "Ms. Ruan, do you want to activate The Legend of Mir 2 and play it?" Ruan Ning felt like she was going to explode since she couldn't talk any sense into this guy as if she were playing piano to a cow. "No, I don't want to play." Ruan Ning snorted, "I won't help you if someone tries to rob you." However, another thought struck her. Since this kid could kill people from Black Demon, he must be quite strong. "Forget it, it's not my business, so it's not my worry." She went back to her own shop, and then she saw a sneaky figure in her shop. "Hey, you dare to steal things from my shop? I'll kill you." Stop. In the system's version of The Legend of Mir 2, there were no communication channels such as world channels or map channels. Instead, QQ was the only communication platform, and it allowed people to talk anywhere in the world. At this moment, Fang Qi opened QQ and saw that Zhang Xiaoyu was still online. "Xiaoyu, how about playing a fun game with boss?" Grin grin. Seeing a row of grinning squinting face emojis, Fang Qi felt weird. "What the heck, ha ha ha." On the other side, Zhang Xiaoyu laughed so hard that she held her belly and couldn't straighten her back. "Boss, don't you think that this emoji is funny? I feel like laughing whenever I see it. Look at my grinning squinting ball." Grin. Fang Qi sent her a funny face and asked, "Are you coming?" "Which game?" Zhang Xiaoyu asked. "You mean the new game named The Legend of Mir 2? I feel like it's not very special compared with others." "Well, I'll play it then. After all, it was a request from her boss." "Good Xiaoyu, I'll give you a bonus at the end of the month." Fang Qi was happy that he recruited a loli so casually. "Really?" Zhang Xiaoyu almost jumped up with joy. The Legend of Mir 2 was quite different from Diablo. In Diablo, an individual player could enter the Hell mode, but many places in The Legend of Mir 2 in the later stages were not accessible unless players went in teams. Therefore, it was necessary for Fang Qi to pick teammates and establish a guild. After entering the game, Fang Qi considered for a long while and finally chose the profession of warrior. Although it was average earlier on, it was a good choice in later PvP, player versus player battles. Of course, he didn't know how many changes the system had done with the new version, and he could only make the choice according to his previous memory. "Boss, what profession do I choose?" Fang Qi had just created his character when he received a message from Zhang Xiaoyu. "Choose Taoist." "Okay, I also think Taoist is cute." On Zhang Xiaoyu's screen, there was a pretty little girl in a white Taoist dress, and she had a bowtie on her head. "I'll choose this one." Soon, Fang Qi saw a pretty Taoist girl wearing a pale gray cotton dress in the spawn village. At this moment, more people entered the game, and Fang Qi saw Iron Rock Taoist and Zha Jiyu, the two guardians of the Huang family, running out of the village. "Brother Huang, where are you?" "I don't know." After dying, he respawned into a strange small city. After leaving the city, all that he could see was the desert. He didn't know that the players who killed other players would respawn in the Red Name village. This no-named small city was the Red Name Village in the upgraded version. TL note: in the Legend of Mir 2, the name displayed by players who killed other players were red, so that is why this place is called Red Name Village. Quickly come back. We are very close to level 7. At this moment, Iron Rock Taoist and Za Ji Yu yelled in the newbie village as they wandered around. Got it. Well, I have to ask for directions first. Huang Shan was now lost. Can you come or not? Za Ji Yu was impatient from waiting. The guard at the gate has a good saber. Can you loan me your saber? Za Ji Yu asked. The guard ignored him completely. TL note: in the game, the guards are NPCs, and their levels are very high. Hey, you want to do it the hard way? Iron Rock Taoist also came up. How much is it? I'll buy it. He planned to use it to kill people later, but the guard had no interest in talking to two newbies even though he was no different from a real person in this game. You want to do it the hard way? Za Ji Yu launched a fireball. Fang Qi had just reached the entrance of the village with Zhang Xiaoyu. Hearing the shrill scream, he looked forward and saw the guard putting away his saber after a series of fast, blurry movements. A corpse lay on the ground in two halves. FK, I was killed. Za Ji Yu yelled. You're seeking death. Iron Stone Taoist stabbed at the guard with the wooden sword. Ah, the second scream came. With dark expressions, the two of them climbed up from the respawn spot and charged at the big saber-wielding guard again. Ah, boss, someone was killed over there. Shall we go and help them? Zhang Xiaoyu asked as she pointed at the two guys charging at the big sabered guard. Don't mind them, they are morons. Fang Qi looked helpless. We were both killed. The bastard is strong. We are not his match. Iron Rock Taoist and Za Ji Yu yelled in the internet cafe. Call more people. More people. Huang Shan yelled. When I get out of here, I'll slaughter that bastard who killed me. Send a message and ask the members of the Huang family in the hostel to come here. Right, we'll have more than 10 people, and I don't believe that they can defeat us all. By the way, two guardians. Where are you now? Didn't you come to my place? Huang Shan was baffled that while he came to this strange place after dying, the others respawned in the starting village. The monsters here offer great cultivation strengths. Huang Shan had just killed a monster with great effort. It's much greater than that offered by killing a rake cat. As if he had found a treasure mountain, Huang Shan was elated. Come to my place. I found a mystical and great place. How do we get to your place? I don't know. I came here after dying. A happy thought struck Huang Shan. Maybe it's a gift to me from the heavens. Take it easy. You two lead the members of our Huang family to search for those stupid people who killed me, and I'll cultivate in seclusion in this mystical place. I'll see who dares to fight us when I come out of seclusion. Chapter 240. No money to buy potions. Kill and rob. While a group of people fought with the big sabered guard at the entrance of the village, Fang Qi walked by and picked up some wooden swords and clothes and sold them to a shop. After a lot of corpses piled on the ground, Za Ji Yu and Iron Rock Taoist finally howled in defeat. How come we can't beat this B*****? Forget it, this guy is only a guard stationed at the entrance of the village. If we don't mess with him, he won't come and kill us. Iron Rock Taoist said, don't waste time on him. Let's go and level up. As time went by, the players gradually found that the cultivation strength growth by killing monsters in the Legend of Mir 2 was greater than the single-player computer games. They hadn't felt this way after killing one or two monsters, but after they leveled up a few times, many of them found that the increase in their cultivation strength was much faster than in other games. In Juhua City's shop. I don't have money to buy potions. Do you have money? After killing some monsters, Guo Shang realized that he ran out of potions and money. Although the players could dodge attacks with their own skills and thus consumed less potions in the remake version game compared to the original version, the system had made adjustment in this regard. For example, the small bottles of the lowest level of potions were much more expensive than those in the original version. All the changes resulted in the same outcome. Guo Shang found that he had no money to buy potions. Well, let me see. Shichi and the other warriors realized that they had also run out of potions and money. Fuck. Guo Shang cussed. Fighting with that B***** wasted my potions. If it wasn't for him, I would have had enough for a little while. How about hunting for some meat and selling it for money? Their strengths increased fast since they didn't need to worry about potions. They had killed chickens and deer to level up, and they had made some money by selling the meat. However, almost all of their money was spent. If they went back to kill the small animals, their strengths wouldn't grow that much, it would be primarily for making money. Even though the increase in their strength slowed down, there was a solution for their current problem. At this moment, Zha Jiyu and Iron Rock Taoist had also discovered the same problem after they summoned a little over 10 people of the Huang family. They had no money to buy potions, and that meant that they couldn't kill more powerful monsters to level up fast. Zha Jiyu was in bigger trouble since a wizard without mana would be in mortal danger. If he had to recover mana and HP by sitting down and meditating, it would take him a long time. What can we do now? Zha Jiyu asked in bafflement. Should we go back and get deer meat? It's too troublesome. Iron Rock Taoist came to the edge of the village and saw many players killing wild beasts. His eyes lit up instantly. In for a penny, in for a pound. Okay, they knew that when they killed people, some items in the other storage space would fall out, and they could just pick them up. The two guys extended their evil paws to the players who were collecting deer meat right now. After all, killing the wild beasts one by one was slow. If they could kill a player who had a storage full of deer meat and chicken meat, they would become rich instantly. With this thought, they began killing players who were hunting in the forest one after another. Surprisingly, they gained abundant loot. As the deputy commander of Juhua City, Gong He was now also playing the game. Since he started a bit later, his level was low as a beginner. He was hunting the wild deer in the forest and collecting deer meat. Suddenly, a dash of fire shot out from behind a big tree and knocked down his chubby body. Then, a Taoist ran over and stabbed at him with a wooden sword. Which B***starred sneak attacked me? Gong Hao screamed, but before he could fight back, another fireball crashed onto his head. He was dazed by the attack. With one in charge of hacking and the other in charge of launching fireballs, Gong He soon fell to the ground. So much meat. The two attackers were excited at the sight of the meat all over the ground after Gong He died. This guy must have collected for a long time. Ha 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 ha, it all belongs to us now. Although we can't find and kill those scumbags, it feels great to kill these guys and obtain some loot. They laughed arrogantly. Ah, my meat. Gong He had planned to collect a lot of meat and sell it in one trip. However, before he could return, he was killed, and all of his meat was dropped. He was so furious that he felt like killing someone. Some of his colleagues playing nearby heard his sad scream and asked immediately, "Brother Gong, what happened?" "I was killed by two B***stards, and all the deer meat in my backpack dropped." Gong He was livid. "Where are they?" His colleagues who were level 7 wanted to avenge him. "They dared to kill you. They deserve to die." Gong He said, "Come. Follow me. Let's go out and kill them all to get their items." Half an hour later, Zha Jiyu and Iron Rock Taoist surrounded Gong He and his 5 colleagues with more than 10 members of the Huang family. Kill. Zha Jiyu and the others were excited. Fuck. After being killed and returning to the respawn spot, Gong He and his colleagues lost a lot of their items. They screamed in rage, "Where are our brothers in the Juhua army? Get the elite team here. All of them. We'll kill those B***stards." On the other side, the killers walked toward the village and said, "Each of us has a pack of chicken meat and deer meat. Guess how much money we can get after selling them? Haha, we don't have to worry about money for a while." When Zha Jiyu and Iron Rock Taoist walked to the entrance of the village, Fang and lowly Zhang Xiaoyu also returned. These guys look fierce with murderous spirits. Fang displayed their names and realized that their names were all in red. "Boss, the game is so troublesome. We have to kill beasts to earn money before we can buy potions." Zhang Xiaoyu frowned. She realized that she had to earn money in the game just like in real life. We don't have to kill monsters to earn money," Fang explained. "What else can we do?" Fang pointed at Zha Jiyu and Iron Rock Taoist who were walking toward the village and said, "Xiaoyu, they are sending money to us." When the two guys got close to the entrance of the village, they saw a saber shadow crashing toward them. With 2 shrill screams, items were dropped all over the ground. Go, 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 the money is here, go get the money." Fang immediately pulled Zhang Xiaoyu over to pick up the stuff on the ground. Except for some small items that were picked up by others, they picked up the rest and almost filled their storage space. Without money, Huang Shan was sitting in the red name city and trying to think of a way to get out. Suddenly, he saw 2 guys climbing up wearing only a little more than underwear. Almost all of their items were dropped. Fortunately, the system gave them some clothes to cover themselves. Otherwise, they would have had to walk around in underwear. "How come you're here as well?" I don't know. They lamented. That damned guard hacked us with saber for some reason. We died immediately. Do you have money? Loan me some to buy potions. Huang Shan said. We have no money. They howled. Hey. How did you guys come in? Tell them to send us some money. Huang Shan looked bitter. In Juhua City. Deputy Commander Gong. Where are the morons who killed you? About 40 people blocked the entrance of the village with fierce expressions and wide-opened eyes. Chapter 241. You want to do it the hard way. Did you send the notice? With his back to the main gate, Lu San waved a piece of paper in his hand. On the paper was a picture of a weird-looking sword with 4 strange symbols on the body. The original symbols were blurred in the witnesses' minds, so someone substituted them with some runes. Yes, a black-clothed cultivator said, Shui Sir needs money, and so do the guys including Ghost Hand Dugan. I think that guy will pay after this incident. Okay, then, we'll go there again tomorrow. Lu San studied the picture in his hand. Boss Lu, this picture is. It's delivered from the upper people, Lu San said. They say that if we can find the sword on the picture or just provide a clue, we will receive bountiful rewards. Is this sword a treasure? What treasure? Lu San said with a snort. You stay out of this. If you anger the big boss, he will toss you into the elixir furnace to make a blood elixir pill. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man who was wearing a big black cloak stroked his goatee and asked, Where's Li Wangquan? He died, the bald cultivator said in a shaky voice. What? The black-cloaked middle-aged man stared at the bald cultivator with cold eyes like a horrifying demon beast that was sizing up its food. What happened? Immediately, the bald cultivator reported the whole incident to him in detail. Hee. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man laughed hysterically. How long has it been? It has been so long since anyone dared to act so overbearing in front of me, Ironheart Demon. Now, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go and find out for me where this kid's force is. Fortunately, Huang Shan and the other 2 men found some animals such as wild wolves and goats, that they could kill easily, and sold the meat for money. Although they couldn't rob others, there were no people in the area robbing them. If they lived here peacefully, they would get high experience points. In this way, they could live on and accept their fates. At the beginning of the game, their cultivation strengths increased very fast. However, after these incidents, the speed began to slow down. Still, the growth in their cultivation strengths was still fast for Huang Shan and his peers. While they played the game in peace, the other people from the Huang family were in trouble. About 40 people surrounded 6 members of the Huang family outside of the entrance of the village, and the remaining members of the family didn't dare to show themselves. Brother Huang, our people are being kept outside and can't level up. Iron Rock Taoist looked frustrated and bitter. How come there are so many of them? They said that they are the city guards of a place named Juhua City. Where is Juhua City? The 3 guys looked at each other in bafflement. I've never heard of it before. There's no such place in the Morning Star Sea realm. Now, they remembered the shop owner once mentioning that he had another shop. Where is the other shop located? Deputy Commander Gong. They said that they are from the Huang family of a place called the Morning Star Sea realm. An officer leaned over and whispered, It's said that there are lots of grand cultivators in that place. Will this cause us trouble? What trouble can this cause us? Remembering that he lost his backpack full of chicken meat and deer meat when he was killed, Gong He's body shivered in rage, and his gloomy face looked as cold as ice while he yelled, I dare the people of the Huang family to crawl out of the computers and kill me. Do they have that power? Kill them all for me. Ah, screams sounded. Can we get more people? Iron Rock Taoist who had been killing monsters and leveling up in this different map said with a dark expression, What Juhua City? What city guards? It's a remote place that we've never heard of before. How dare they mess with us? They are seeking their deaths by messing with us. But all the people of my Huang family who came with us are here. Huang Shan said helplessly while opening his palms, Unless we leave the city and return to the headquarters of my family to get more people. But it's a long journey, it doesn't solve the problem that we are having now. What shall we do? Brother Huang, shall we go and get Brother Dao? Zha Jiyu asked, Isn't he your friend? What friend? He's just a business associate, Huang Shan said. It shouldn't be a problem to ask him to find more people, but... He glanced around the shop and thought, how can I reveal this good place to others? Forget it, the shop is open, and I guess there will be more customers coming here anyways. Huang Shan used the fireball spell on a wolf and said, we must get as many benefits as we can while only a few people know about this place. The time is up. Huang Shan heard the reminder in his ears, and he was confused. He suddenly remembered the words on the small blackboard that said one could only play for 6 hours per day. He had been wondering how this shop could continue since it dared to limit the play time with such a bad service attitude, but now. Huang Shan asked, "Sir, can you let us play some more?" Fang Qi replied, "No." Huang Shan stated, "We'll pay double the price." Fang Qi replied, "No, even if you pay 10 times the fees." Huang Shan added, "Sir, I'm a businessman as well. Do you know that you'll lose customers if you do your business this way?" Fang Qi replied, "Player, get out of here." Huang Shan was at a loss for words. What shall we do? The three guys consulted with each other. Let's go now. We can come back later with more people. Huang Shan said, since each player can play for only 6 hours, those guys won't gain any advantages over us. Since the members of the Huang family were blocked at the entrance and couldn't level up, they told them to exit the game well. At this moment, some cultivators walked into the shop. Huang Shan paused, and the newcomers also stopped and looked at Huang Shan warily. A few juniors at the early stage of spiritual river realm. Huang Shan frowned as he observed these people. One of them was wearing a blood-red robe with a pale face, but his red lips looked as if they were covered in blood. Another guy at the foremost of the group shrugged in a big robe, and his hands were dry and black like dead tree branches. Several black-clothed cultivators followed them. The black-robed cultivator looked Huang Shan up and down. "An outsider, I advise you to stay out of the trouble of this shop." "Oh." Huang Shan crossed his arms before his chest and said, "Go ahead." Of course, he wouldn't interfere. Instead, he had been hoping for a dumb person to test the strength of this shop. "Who is the owner of the shop?" The man wearing the blood-colored robe yelled in a gloomy voice. Boss." Sensing that something was wrong, Zomo hurried to inform Fang Qi. Fang Qi had noticed the upheaval at the door, but he was busy killing poisonous spiders with Zhang Xiaoyu near Ginkgo village. "Little Mo, if they are here to play games, the instructions are on the small blackboard. If they came to make trouble, the man in the blood-colored robe snickered. "We just want to borrow some money from the shop owner." "Shui sir, I warn you not to make trouble here." Ruan Ning walked out of her shop in a fury. "Oh, it's you, Ms. Ruan. You'd better stay out of the rules of this street." The guy in the red robe looked unmoved. "You." Fang Qi sighed slightly. "This city is perfect with its rich and dumb people, but there is one shortcoming. Little Mo, read them the rule on making trouble." Ruan Ning stared at Fang Qi fiercely, thinking, what do you mean by rich and dumb people? She felt insulted by his general comment. "Okay." Zomo read the words on the small blackboard, "Destroy their cultivation strengths and kick them out after breaking their legs." Fang Qi killed all the nearby monsters and put down the virtual reality headset helplessly. "After all, I don't like killing people." Huang Shan's face turned dark, thinking that this punishment was worse than killing them. After all, anyone living here had enemies. If they were kicked out with destroyed cultivation strengths, and their enemies came for them, the ending would be evident even if people were thinking with their butts. By that time, direct death was a better fate. However, people like Shui Sir and Dugan sneered. "So, you want to do it the hard way then?" Chapter 242, Why are all the guys in the city so cranky? "So, you want to do it the hard way?" Before this sentence was finished, the cultivator with the pair of black and dry hands attacked without making any noises. A streak of black mist moved around Fang Qi silently and shot toward Zomo, who was standing by the counter. Zomo was scared, but before he could react, that streak of black mist suddenly triggered a flash of lightning. The power of the holy shock filled the space like a special energy field, and any objects entering it would be instantly struck by the lightning energy of the holy shock if Fang Qi didn't restrain it. Obviously, this was a highly effective technique to prevent sneak attacks. Ever since he was sneak attacked when he was being robbed, he would turn on the holy shock whenever he was in any conflict. The only thing that he needed to do was to manage it and restrain its force so that it wouldn't attack people whom Fang Qi didn't want it to attack. Since Fang Qi had turned on the holy shock, that streak of unnoticeable black mist was instantly turned into sparks by the lightning energy, which ruined all the effects of this sneak attack. Then, a small pitch-black banner was revealed after the black mist was gone, and it was shot down and pinned to the wall by Fang Qi's sword, which was empowered by the holy shock. The fabric of the banner was quite good since it wasn't pierced by the sword. However, the lightning energy on the weapon was 10 times more powerful than the flashes of lightning that could appear around Fang. Immediately, black smoke rose from the black banner, and countless fierce ghosts struggled out of it. However, they were pressed down by the holy, snow-white lightning energy at the moment. Fang pointed his index and middle finger, and the tip of his sword struck down under his spiritual essence. Crack! A big crack appeared on the backbone of the banner. Meanwhile, Dugan, who was standing at the entrance of the shop, spat out a mouthful of black blood, and he turned listless instantly. Then, Fang turned his head and said to them, "Why are all the guys like you in the city so cranky? You attack whenever you don't get what you want. You damaged old Ghost Du's fierce soul banner." Shui Sir's expression turned grim. "Anyway, the old ghost is getting weaker recently, what a loser." He took out a bloody red bead and said gloomily, "Now, I'll let you have a taste of my bloodthirsty bead. Get out of here, what the heck is that?" With his face twitching, Fang pointed his index and middle fingers, and a group of swords that were enveloped with white lightning energy shot out. "Want to damage my bloodthirsty bead?" Shui Sir's face fell, and he circulated his spiritual essence, making the red blood bead lit up instantly. However, countless sword energies swarmed over like riptides, and each sword that crashed onto the red light would create a huge wave of white lightning energy. Countless lightning sparks flew and formed a curtain of blinding lightning in front of the red light. By now, only a small part of the swords was consumed. Crack! With a cracking noise, one sword broke the blood-colored spiritual light and pierced the blood bead. The blood bead exploded and turned into a big cloud of blood mist. Looking at the red blood bead that was shattered by the innumerable sword scroll, Fang was at a loss for words. "This piece of garbage of yours is called the bloodthirsty bead. You. Shui Sir was horrified, not understanding how his opponent had destroyed his spiritual treasure with such ease. This blood bead was a treasure he had refined with his natal essence blood. With this spiritual treasure destroyed, Shui Sir spat out a mouthful of blood, and his pale face turned even whiter, making him look like a ghost. Ruan Ning gaped at the sight. "This kid is young, how come he's so strong?" "Good strength," Zha Yu whispered, "but I don't know what spiritual spell he used to destroy his opponent's spiritual treasure with ease." "It seems that he has concealed some of his strength," Huang Shan whispered. "He has good strength, but it's not enough to protect these treasures in the shop. He must have more tricks up his sleeve. Come on, let's attack together. This kid is strong," Dugan yelled hoarsely. Now, only morons wouldn't be able to tell that Fang cultivation strength wasn't low. Waves of sword energies shot out while creating whistling sounds. All of Fang opponents could do nothing but defend in front of the horrifying streaks of swords. The innumerable sword scroll was powerful when Fang used it, and it looked like a surging river. Right now, people like Shui Sir and Dugan felt like they were mortals who were standing in front of a tsunami. The people who wanted to attack were obliterated by the streaks of sword energies, and they were sent flying out of the shop and pinned to the wall across the street. Ruan Ning was stupefied at the sight. Seeing Fang controlling so many powerful swords energies with ease, Huang Shan looked alarmed. "This sword technique is indeed strong. Which faction is the shop owner from? It seems like he hasn't used his full strength yet," Zha Yu said in a low voice. Fang brushed the dust off his hands and said, "Sometimes, it feels good to do it myself and get some exercise in the process." "Boss." At this moment, Zhou Mo pointed at the screen of Fang computer. "Your character in the game was killed by spiders. That little girl was killed by the spiders as well. There are so many of them. Fuck." Fang face turned dark. "Did we drop anything? No one got my black wood sword, right?" After all, he had obtained a black wood sword that added 4 to 9 to his damage. He had just gotten it. If it were dropped, and someone picked it up. Besides the sword, he had a lot of materials and potions in his backpack. Even Huang Shan's old face twitched after hearing that. "Damn it, you are seeking death." With a dark expression, Fang pointed his index and middle fingers, and screams sounded one by one with bone-breaking noises following. Their cultivation strengths were destroyed, and their legs were broken. "Get out of here." Too lazy to spare a glance at them, Fang hurried back to his computer and yelled, "Little Mo, clean up the blood by the door. I must go back and pick up my items." "Oh, okay." Looking at this scene, Huang Shan and his peers were at a loss for words, and so was Ruan Ning. "Let's go." Huang Shan cast a wary glance at Fang and whispered, "Don't mess with this shop if it's not necessary." Ruan Ning walked into the shop with a dark expression and questioned, "Why didn't you tell me that you were so strong?" "You didn't ask," Fang Qi answered distractedly while he played the game, and Zhou Mo chuckled by his side. Ruan Ning swallowed her words and glared at Zhou Mo. "What are you smirking about? Aren't you worried that your boss has powerful enemies? How can you smirk at this moment?" Zhou Mo scratched his head. Those two guys were just at the spiritual river realm. In the previous incident, one of the guys of Black Demon was said to be at the early stage of True Lake realm, but he couldn't even block one strike from my boss. That's why I'm not worried. An early stage True Lake realm cultivator couldn't block one strike. True Lake realm, Ruan Ning seemed to be exclaiming about Fang Qi's high strength, but she shouted in the next moment, "Which subordinate of Black Demon on earth did you kill? Your babbling is distracting me and making me anxious." Fang Qi frantically dodged the attacks of the spiders and said, "I told you that I killed him in one strike, how can you expect me to remember the name of such a weak person?" Ruan Ning was anxious, but then she realized that she was wasting her energy worrying about something that had nothing to do with her. Chapter 243, "Miss, do you want to join the guild?" Ruan Ning was a little speechless. She had never seen anyone like this shop owner before. He had just dumped the guys outside and came back to kill spiders in the game. By the way, how come those guys left? Ruan Ning pointed at Huang Shan and the others who were walking out of the shop and asked, "Is it because that they found your stuff isn't that impressive?" "Sister Ruan." Zhou Mo pointed at the small blackboard and said, "Each player can only play 6 hours a day, and boss kicked them out since the time was up. He refused their offer of giving him more money." Zhou Mo also felt like his boss's method of doing business was puzzling. Even though they had great stuff, behaving like this was a bit too much. What if they angered the customers? They couldn't kick them all out, right? Zhou Ning fell silent. "Humph, if you continue doing business this way, I think the customers won't return tomorrow." Ruan Ning thought that even though the stuff in the shop could speed up the cultivation process, there was other stuff that had similar effects. Leaving other things aside, just the spiritual meals and the spiritual herbs that she ate each day could speed up her cultivation. On top of that, there were special spiritual condensation arrays in cultivation room built with spirit stones. There were better methods in the inner city. They had unique and strange stuff like unorthodox blood elixir pills that were made with others' essence blood and cultivation strength. One such pill could give a cultivator tremendous growths in strength, and the only drawback was that it had some side effects. Now that she thought of it, there were many methods to increase people's cultivation strengths. The method in Fang Qi's shop was unique, but it wasn't the only one since all kinds of methods existed. Therefore, she felt like the customers would go to other places to cultivate now that Fang Qi refused to give them extra playtime. While she was brooding over this, Little Mo added without knowing her thoughts, "Sister Ruan, I heard those customers mentioning that they are going to borrow some people from a guy with the surname of Dao to continue playing the game." Ruan Ning almost fell to the ground. They are going to borrow people to play the game. A guy with the surname of Dao. Ruan Ning's heart lurched when she thought of a figure with some influence since there weren't many people whose surname was Dao. They can play the game themselves, why do they want to borrow people to play the game? To kill those guys in the game. They are not morons, they wouldn't spend a fortune on revenge in the game if there wasn't anything unique and special. She suddenly felt like the situation was quite weird, and she looked Fang Qi up and down suspiciously. Ignoring her, Fang Qi was busy playing the game. "Xiaoyu. Use heal. Lure another spider here, right, just like that, kill this one first. I'll try this, legend of mere 2 feet. How much is it?" Once a girl got curious. Ruan Ning couldn't contain her curiosity anymore. She dug out the money and put it on the counter. "Sister Ruan, don't you need to keep an eye on your shop? I closed it early today." Ruan Ning yelled and then sat down before a computer. "I'll sit here to see when your shop will be smashed." Having watched Huang Shan play the game, she knew how to play it. She chose the profession of wizard. Since she had seen Huang Shan and the others using aliases, she also made up one as well. After she gave herself the alias of Condensed Frost, she saw Fang Qi staring at her screen. "I think the name, Fury Strike, is more dominating, miss," Fang Qi said earnestly, "or you can change it into 10,000-year Snow Frost." "What? Fury Strike, what? 10,000-year Snow Frost?" Ruan Ning rolled her eyes at him and entered the game. Then, she ran out of the village to kill chickens. After killing some chickens, she discovered something. "What is going on? My cultivation strength is growing so. It doesn't need me to refine it. How can it be so pure? She felt incredulous. After all, each of the many methods in the city which could speed up the growth cultivation strength needed the cultivator to refine the new spiritual essence before it became their own. However, the cultivation strength she obtained now was clean without any impurities. Also, it became her own almost without needing refining. More importantly, the speed of the growth of her strength was very fast. How could it be? She was so amazed that she couldn't even speak. There were many weird things in the city, but this was the best method of increasing one's cultivation strength that she had ever seen. Even the grandmasters living in the inner city probably didn't have such an awesome cultivation method. That was shocking. At the very least, they had to refine their newly acquired spiritual essence many times. In contrast, the spiritual essence that she gained here was without any impurities. It was probably even purer than the spiritual essence that had been refined many times. This is incredible. With this thought, she continued killing monsters and hunted deer and chickens. Only monsters such as scarecrows and rake cats dropped money, but they were quite rare. Killing animals like deer and chicken didn't bring players money directly, but the meat could be sold, and it was the only source of income in the early stage. In Juhua City's shop, Wang Chang, an elite member of the Juhua army, was dragged here to play this game. However, his money was a bit tight now. Let's go and hunt some deer. Some of his colleagues also were short on money as well. While they talked, they found a deer. But before they could move, a girl who wasn't even level 7 rushed out of the nearby forest and killed the deer with clean movements. Remembering the incident in which some guys killed Deputy Commander Gong and getting the items in his backpack, an idea dawned on them. Shall we? It's not good. Chang, we meet the players in the internet cafe each day. Someone tried to dissuade him. Why not? She won't know who I am. Wang Chang said, anyway, I'm using an alias in the game. How can she find me? Besides, she might be someone from the Morning Star Sea Realm, and Deputy Commander Gong said that we must kill them whenever we see them. They talked and made the decision before rushing over and hacking down their swords. A scream sounded. While looking at the deer meat that almost covered the ground, Ruan Ning was furious. What the heck? I hope your son will be born without. You bastards dared to sneak attack me. Although the sense of pain in the Legend of Mir 2 could be reduced to as low as 20%, it was still acute, and Ruan Ning grimaced at the sharp pain. More importantly, the deer meat that she had collected for so long was dropped. Why are you yelling? Ruan Ning sat beside Fang Qi, and the latter instantly heard the noise pollution. I was killed, and I lost so much deer meat. After respawning, she went after them with hatred in her eyes. Chang, that girl is here again. Another brawl began. With another shrill, she was killed again, and more of her items dropped. Then, she found that Fang Qi was watching her the whole time from the side. He just watched. Ruan Ning gritted her teeth at this ungentlemanly behavior. What infuriated her even more was that she saw that Fang Qi had reached level 14, much higher than those who killed her. Couldn't you come and help me? Fang Qi pointed at the token that looked like a dragon-slaying saber on the door and gave her a bright smile while showing his white teeth. Miss, do you want to join the guild? Chapter 244, Ultimate items drop every second. Go to hell. Ruan Ning gritted her teeth. This damn shop owner watched me get killed and drop a lot of items, and he even took the opportunity to try and lure me into his guild. She was just attacked and hacked at in the game. If I join this damn online games guild of yours, I will be attacked and hacked at in the real world too. She thought to herself. She wouldn't be so stupid as to join it. With a snort, she took out her communication jade. Do you think that I have no help? I'll call my friends over. I'll go to another place to level up instead of dealing with these damn people. Humph. Then, continue with your game. Fang Qi wasn't bothered by the rejection, and he resumed killing monsters with Zhang Xiaoyu. At this moment, Fang Qi had come to the skeleton cave, which could both save him money and offer him opportunities to earn money as long as no one tried to fight over monsters with them. Since most of the players were about level 10, and Fang Qi's level was a lot higher, no one would come and fight with him over monsters. Besides, due to the large size of the map in the system's version, no one else had found this place yet. If Fang Qi didn't know about the fact that the skeleton cave was nearby and didn't search for it along the cliff, he wouldn't have found this secret cave. Although the system expanded the map and changed many things, the basic frame was the same. After he killed one monster, Ruan Ning exclaimed next to him, how come this monster dropped so much money? Ruan Ning saw that Fang Qi and Zhang Xiaoyu had killed a bat easily, and this monster dropped 4 big piles of gold coins. There were thousands of coins in one pile. Altogether, they found that it was about 10,000 gold coins. Besides, there were many scrolls on the ground. These things sold for thousands of gold coins in the shop. In other words, Fang Qi had only killed one monster, but the return that he got was much more than the big pile of deer meat that she had collected with great efforts. How is this possible? Ruan Ning exclaimed, where are you? Miss, please explore by yourself. Fang Qi said, the fun in games lies in discovering everything by yourself. Ruan Ning felt frustrated, and she thought, it just comes down to the fact that I didn't agree to join your guild. She watched from the side and saw that there wasn't much of anything else in this gloomy cave except for skeletons which looked quite strong as if they were experienced warriors who retained their battle instincts even after death. Even Fang Qi and Zhang Xiaoyu must fight with one of these monsters for a while before they could kill it. If they were unlucky and drew several skeletons to them by accident, they would be severely injured. The warriors had only one skill in the early stage of the game. In fact, it shouldn't even be called a skill. Basic sword technique. It was the most traditional and most basic sword skill that was the foundation of other techniques. According to the legend on this continent, a warrior with great strength and various techniques summarized his knowledge and created this sword technique a long time ago. Then, people learned and used this sword technique to fight monsters. After many years of use, it had become the most basic sword technique for warriors. The basic sword technique was easy to learn, and its movements were simple and not fancy. However, it would build a solid foundation for warriors. Fang Qi used it and found this sword technique was quite special. Fang Qi lacked a solid foundation in using swords, but he had learned a lot of powerful sword techniques. Now coming back and learning this basic stuff, it felt like he was building the foundation of a skyscraper, and it was bettering him from all aspects. It was greatly beneficial for him to learn the basic stuff systematically. Of course, he didn't come to the skeleton cave only to practice his sword techniques. What's that? Ruan Ning saw Fang Qi's happy expression when he picked up a bracelet. On Fang Qi's screen, Fang Qi's character was checking the attributes of the bracelet. Big bracelet. Defense, 1 to 3. Damage, 0 to 3. Ruan Ning froze instantly. She had seen this bracelet in the shop before, and it only had the attribute of defense 1 to 1 without any other properties. Besides, it was extremely expensive. How come Fang Qi got a bracelet that has so many? Cheerfully, Fang Qi replaced a big bracelet with the attribute of defense, 1 to 1 with the new one. Ruan Ning froze again and thought, doesn't this big bracelet of yours provide defense, 1 to 1? Why is this new one different? Fang Qi laughed hysterically and said, Xiaoyu, let's resume the battle. At this moment, she found that Fang Qi had more than 100,000 gold coins in his backpack. Ah, there are treasures everywhere in this place. Let me go there too. It was fine if she didn't see this. Now that she knew there was such a place, she was filled with envy. You want to come here? After getting an ultimate item, Fang Qi was very smug. A dragon-slaying treasure saber will be gifted to anyone who clicks this. Ultimate items will drop every second. Join our heaven-defying online game guild now. Ruan Ning's face turned dark. Damn it, just this name alone sounds weird and not dependable. Soon, some girls walked into the shop. Ruan Ning had forgotten her earlier doubt about the shop's business in her comment about this shop not getting customers. Now, she had dragged a few people into the shop herself. A tall black-clothed girl with a mature and plump figure walked into the shop first, and she was followed by twin sisters who were wearing green dresses and looked to be 18 or 19 years old. Here, this way. The moment that they entered the shop, Ruan Ning beckoned at them. What happened today? What made our Ningning so impatient? Ningning. Fang Qi covered his smile, feeling like the pet name was funny. Ruan Ning's face twitched, and she rolled her eyes and changed the subject immediately. I found something good and wanted to share it with my good sisters. Sir, activate the legend of mere 2 for my sisters. What's the legend of mere 2 feet? The 3 girls looked baffled. Let's go, you'll know in a minute. Then, she pulled them to the computers and entered the game. 2 hours later, Wang Chang and his peers who had become robbers encountered Ruan Ning again. Wang Chang and his peers had moved their robbery business closer to the Viper Valley and encountered Ruan Ning and her friends who were searching for the skeleton cave, which was full of money and treasures. Ruan Ning's eyes turned red with hatred when she saw her enemies. Sisters, these B***stards are the ones who killed me. We outnumber them this time. Let's kill them. Ruan Ning immediately charged at Wang Chang with her girlfriends. Fuck. Wang Chang was looking for their next victim, and 4 fireballs suddenly crashed onto him. Before he could react, another round of fireballs shot toward him. Who hit me? Different from the original version, people could hide in the forests or behind trees and boulders. For a moment, Wang Chang was baffled about the sudden attacks. He has very little HP left. Kill him. Fuck. Wang Chang saw 4 fierce girls charging at him and attacking him viciously. Someone is killing Chang. Kill them. Attack that person whose HP is almost empty. The scene was chaotic and messy. A lot of items were dropped. Brothers of Juhua City. Fuck. I was killed, and a lot of my items dropped. Wang Chang shouted in a channel in QQ that Gong He had opened for Juhua's army. Where? Near Viper Valley. 4 girls attacked us fiercely. Och. Fuck. The remaining 2 yelled frantically, obviously outnumbered. They soon fell to the ground. The 4 girls picked up the loot on the ground proudly and found not only deer meat but jewels and various items. We're rich. The girls had stars in their eyes. Let's go. They are the so-called Juhua army, and there are many of them. Remembering the incident in which Huang Shan and his men were slaughtered, Ruan Ning ran immediately. While the players fought each other in the game, Fang Qi and Zhang Xiaoyu got a ring with Taoist spell 4 and some great items besides the big bracelet with defense 1-3 and damage 1-3. Chapter 245. The Master of the Sword. Before Ruan Ning and her friends got off the computers, a large group of people came into the shop, including the dozen or so members of the Huang family. There were almost 60 people in the group. Beside Huang Shan stood a middle-aged man in a deep brown robe, and he looked wealthy. In fact, Huang Shan didn't want to bring Dao Kun here, but he had to go to Dao Kun's estate to borrow people. It was easy to fool commoners, but it wasn't the case for smart people like Dao Kun. As a result, Huang Shan had no choice but to bring them all here. Sir, activate that legend of Mir 2. When the 50-plus people filed into the shop, they attracted attention from the other customers, including Ruan Ning and her friends, who had just fled after taking revenge and grabbing the items. Standing behind the counter, Zomo stared at them wide-eyed, wondering how many crystals the shop would earn with so many people activating the legend of Mir 2. I'm working in such a shop. Dumbfounded, Zomo watched Huang Shan and Dao Kun tossing big bags of crystals onto the counter, and he counted them in a hurry, afraid to miscount even by 1 crystal. It is indeed second Master Dao. Ruan Ning was at a loss for words. She would have been astonished that this figure came to this place in the past, but now, she knew that only stupid people wouldn't come to this place after knowing about it. Dao Kun was the second master of Yuaneng Pavilion, which sold all kinds of precious and rare spiritual spells and spiritual treasures, and its business was so big that its customers included many forces in and outside of the city. However, he was here with Huang Shan to check out this place today. He knew something was going on when Huang Shan asked to borrow so many people from him. Huang Shan knew that it was impossible to hide this secret from him and thus told him everything. Dao Kun was curious. How did such a shop appear in Half City? Despite his great experience in the world, he had never seen or heard of such a place before. More importantly, it was a new force. A newly established force which had just arrived in the city without a strong foothold dared to open such a shop. In his mind, if Huang Shan told him the truth, it was a serious issue, and he would have to think carefully about this. Since the people in Half City were mostly cultivators, many newbies chose the profession of wizards and Taoists. Soon, a bunch of people came out of the respawn spot in the small village. Dao Kun widened his eyes after he experienced the increase in his cultivation strength. Killing monsters can increase my strength by this much. All of this is pure spiritual essence. This is probably even better than the cultivation room which was designated for the first master of the pavilion. However, with so many new players, including the players from Juhua City, in the game, the monsters and beasts outside of the village were not enough even though the system had expanded the map a lot. Dao Kun was obviously bolder than Huang Shan, and he issued the order, search around for monsters to kill. If anyone dares to take the prey from us, kill them all. He was aggressive and overbearing. At least, he gained a monopoly over the chickens and ducks nearby. Outside the newbie village, A large group of new players chased after all kinds of small animals and hacked at them wildly. They even killed all the strangers they saw. You want to outnumber us? Dao Kun sneered and said arrogantly, Brother Huang, where is the Juhua army that you mentioned? I'll see if they can defeat my Yuaneng pavilion guards. On the other side, Gong He, Wang Chang, and the other members of Juhua's army were offline and were oblivious to the situation. However, other passing players became their victims, and about a dozen were killed in a short while. Poison Elixir King Qin Honglin had another identity. He was the head of the biggest gang in the 36th block, but he handed the management of this business to his subordinates, Shui Nian and Xu Biao. He stayed in his Red Forest pharmacy to do illegal business in the disguise of selling elixirs and medicine. Recently, he had encountered some small issues in his business. A while had passed, and the audacious killer who murdered 2 of his subordinates in his pharmacy in front of all the customers was still not found. Some buyers even tried to test the water while doing business with him today. Some of them thought that Qin Honglin was an old tiger who had lost its teeth. It was a bad sign. At this moment, Lu San looked livid with the scroll of paper in his hand. No one has ever seen the guy who used this sword. At this moment, someone yelled, No. Bad news. One of his black-clothed subordinates reported to him with a panicked expression, Shui Sir and Ghost Hand Dugan had their cultivation strengths destroyed and their limbs broken. They are wastrels now. What? Lu San's face fell. Where are they? Coincidentally, my men happened to be passing by and brought them back. The black-clothed cultivator said, Boss, what do we do now? Lead the way. Lu San came to the grand hall with a gloomy expression and saw the guys lying on the ground half dead. While suppressing his impatience, he transferred a bit of his cultivation strength to one of them and asked, What happened? That guy's flying sword technique is so powerful. Shui Sir said with his last bit of strength, He broke my spiritual treasure with one sword strike. Flying sword technique. Lu San's expression changed. What flying sword technique? Lu San immediately showed him the picture in his hand. Does the sword look like this? Yes. Shui Sir quickly crawled back as if he had seen something scary, and he yelled, Yeah, it looks like that. Lu San tightened his grip and instantly turned the scroll into dust, and the dust slowly settled on the ground. Good. I didn't expect that the master of this sword, whom our superiors are looking for, was actually right under our nose. In Red Forest Pharmacy, Qin Honglin looked at another picture in his hand with a gloomy expression. On the picture was a young man with a sword hovering beside him, and the details of this young man's looks and the sword were very clear. I'm surprised that this man dared to mess with our Red Forest Pharmacy and also killed subordinates of Black Demon. He did all this, and he deserves to die, the coquettish woman beside him said. At this moment, a brawny black-clothed cultivator walked in. Xu Biao, what's it? Xu Biao walked in and whispered something to him. What? We found him. Qin Honglin stood up immediately and said with a laugh, It seems that our people are one step ahead of the others. He dared to kill subordinates of Black Demon, which means that he is quite powerful. The coquettish woman said, How about letting me take some people to deal with him? No. A wicked smile appeared on Qin Honglin's face, and it made his celestial-looking face seem very creepy. I'll handle the issue myself. Just watch how I refine him into a blood elixir pill to vent my fury. Chapter 246. The old demon pays a visit. Probably because these monsters had never been killed before, the drop rate was surprisingly high. By now, Ruan Ning and her friends had used up their daily playtime and could only watch Fang Qi from behind as he killed monsters and got ultimate items. The black-clothed mature young girl was named Shi Yu, and the older of the twin sisters was Su Ji while the younger one was Su Yao. They were all locals of the city. How come the shop owner can play for so long? The monsters here are so rich. Do you see the saber in the owner's hand? Its damage is a bit higher than those sold in the shop. At this moment, Fang Qi was wearing a set of pale blue light armor with a saber named Bawang in his hand, looking much more dashing than the newbies who only had small wooden swords and cotton clothes. His appearance drew a wave of exclamations from behind him. The shop owner's damage is so high. He can break several bones on the skeleton monsters with one strike. How come we couldn't find this place after searching for it for so long? He is taking all the good stuff for himself. No, that little girl is enjoying these things as well. Do you want these things? Fang Qi said smugly, You can enjoy all the benefits if you join my guild. Humph, you want to lure us into your damn guild again. Ruan Ning replied in disdain, I advise you to watch out for yourself. I won't interfere when the people of Black Demon come for you. I won't even bury your corpse. You are quite a figure. You dared to let one of Black Demon's men go after killing the others. Shiyu obviously had heard about Fang Qi's brave behavior, and she glanced around with a frown, seeming to contemplate if she should flee with one computer when the shop owner gets killed. Hey, can't you let us play longer? The younger sister Su Yao was shy while older sister Su Ji was bubbly. Your shop is so big, so there's no way it'll be filled. The computers stand idle anyway. Why don't you let us play a while longer? Yeah, Ruan Ning looked at Fang Qi's screen and said resentfully, I've never seen a shop owner like you. You are enjoying the game while making the customers watch from behind. As for more playtime, you will get more of it soon, Fang Qi said. The shop will soon start selling memberships. Any member of the shop can have 2 extra hours of playtime compared to ordinary players. Soon, the trial memberships can be upgraded to VIP memberships, and these members would have 2 more hours of playtime than the ordinary members. It was the rule that Fang Qi had confirmed with the system. Soon. Can't you do it today? Ruan Ning said in disdain, I just robbed some passers-by, and I want to play more. You won't find it enough even if I give you 2 more hours. Fang Qi said in a huff, not even if I give you 10 more hours. It's useless to continue this topic. The passers-by, damn it. Where are those people? The passers-by who had been robbed were still looking for the robbers. How about giving us some more hours to play, and I'll speak for you concerning the issue with Black Demon. Shiyu was quite confident in herself since her father was an executive of the Coiled Dragon office and her mother managed several large shops in the city. Her family was a big force. Despite the complicated relationships among all the forces in the city, some of them had the power to intervene in certain things. She guessed that the shop owner had some strength and a powerful background, but he was a newcomer after all, and it was in his best interest not to mess with locals. Confidently, she waited for Fang Qi's reply. This. Fang Qi looked sulky. I've told them that our heaven-defying online games guild will welcome them to make trouble, and I think it will look bad if I go back on my words. Why not? How can you value your reputation more than your life? Maybe I should take some people and rob the leader of the so-called Black Demon, and then I can take back the words, Fang Qi said. Forget it, Sister Shiyu, just ignore him, Ruan Ning said while glaring at Fang Qi who was busy hacking monsters and ignoring the girls. He will ask for help when they come here and make trouble for him, he will be scared for sure. I won't help if you don't offer unlimited play time. It was now 10 p.m., and the sky was dark outside. Suddenly, the whole street was engulfed in a gloomy red light. The dark red blood light seemed to cover the whole street, and Fang Qi's shop was the most impacted. Cackle. As a series of dark cackles sounded, blood mist floated outside the door, and the area around Fang Qi's shop turned into a vicious ghost world. Ruan Ning's face turned pale. What's happening? How come the old demon came personally? A group of people suddenly appeared before Fang Qi's shop, and the leader was a red-robed old man with a weirdly pink complexion. Different from his attire in Red Forest Pharmacy, Qin Hongolin wore a vermilion-colored robe, and he looked extremely creepy in it. A fierce-looking, bald, middle-aged cultivator with ugly scars on his head and a coquettish woman in heavy makeup were following behind on either side of this old man. Intense bloody and murderous auras floated into the shop, and all the people in the shop frowned at the intense smell of blood. Ruan Ning and her friends looked grim as they asked Fang Qi, how come you messed with this old demon? You're in big trouble, Sister Ruan, Zhou Mo asked. Is this old demon very powerful? People now address him as Poison Elixir King with respect, but dozens of years ago, the people here all called him Poison Demon. Ruan Ning whispered, the gossips that you heard outside of the city are not all fake. The stories about this old demon are all true. It was heard that before this old demon entered Half City, he killed more than 10 big families with poison. After coming to Half City, he got even more vicious. He creates elixirs with cultivators, essence blood, and he even kidnapped cultivators from outside of Half City to make blood elixir pills. The members of the previous force which occupied the 36th block were all killed by this old demon and made into elixir pills. It's said that all the members of this old demon's previous faction had been turned into blood elixir pills by him as well. There's no evil deed that this devil wouldn't do. Zhou Mo shivered, and his heart turned cold. Boss will be okay, right? Where is the owner of the shop? Come out and meet our big boss. Lu San walked into the shop with a cold smile. Damn it, who is it? Fang Qi stood up impatiently. At this moment, Dao Kun couldn't sit there anymore as well. He exited from the game and said with a fake smile, "It's Master Qin. Dao Kun, do you want to get involved?" The bald, middle-aged man said, "He dared to kill our people in the Red Forest Pharmacy in front of Big Boss. No one can stop us from getting our revenge." His narrow eyes looked fierce. "I advise Brother Dao to keep out of this for the sake of our friendship." Not only Dao Kun but the other people's faces also twitched as they thought, "Shop owner, what were you doing? How can you kill people in front of this old demon?" Especially his subordinates. It was impossible for them to speak for Fang Qi in this issue. If Qin Hongdalin couldn't resolve this issue, he couldn't even live in the city as his reputation would be ruined. Chapter 247. Heaven-defying online games guild is here to smash your shop. While they talked, Fang Qi was busy. "How come I feel like I'm watching a movie?" Fang Qi took out a container of Haagen-Dazs and glanced at Ruan Ning and the others, asking, "Would you like a container of Haagen-Dazs?" 5 crystals for a container. The autumn is coming. Fang Qi opened the container and scooped a spoonful of ice cream into his mouth. While glancing at the calendar, he said, "They are only available for 1 more week. You won't have a chance to try this in 1 week. After all, they were only available in the summer." Ruan Ning and the other girls looked confused. Dao Kun and the others looked at him questioningly as well. "What is the shop owner doing? Enemies came to beat you at your shop, and you're still selling snacks." Standing behind them, Zhou Mo's face twitched. "Do you know about his cultivation strength?" Ruan Ning said anxiously, "Divine Ocean Realm. Divine Ocean Realm." Outside the door, bloody murderous spirit surged up. Qin Hongdalin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and he looked extremely calm despite the great fury in his heart. He forced a stiff smile on his old face as he said, "Kid, you're the first one who can stay calm when my Red Forest Pharmacy pays a visit." He continued with a sneer, "I wonder if you can stay calm when I suck the marrow from your bones." "Wait a minute." Fang Qi glanced at the computer screen and picked up the virtual reality headset. "Xiaoyu, you can't pull the monsters this way. You'll get both of us killed like that. I'll teach you how to draw them out." 1 minute later, Fang Qi turned the chair and ate a mouthful of Haagen-Dazs before looking up. "Okay, what did you just say?" All the people gaped at Fang Qi in silence. Qin Hongdalin's face twitched rapidly as he said, "You are seeking death. Die." All the people immediately took out their spiritual artifacts, and overwhelming spiritual essence surged up in the shop. At the same time, a depressing murderous spirit permeated the air. Countless distorted and gloomy ghosts crawled out from the spiritual artifacts. Instantly, the whole shop seemed to have sunken into the demon realm with all kinds of demonic creatures crawling and flashing around. Shiyu pulled the other girls back in a hurry, and she said with a pale face, "Back off, back off, he's finished." Ruan Ning's heart fell. How can this kid seek death this way? Among the shrills of the countless horrifying ghosts and demons, a mild and impatient voice sounded, "Damn it. Someone is making trouble." Then, all the people saw a scene that they could never forget. Instantly, many lightning bolts flashed in the crowd without warning. It was abrupt and sudden. The moment that the lightning bolts flashed in the area, even Divine Ocean Realm cultivators such as Qin Hongdalin couldn't defend against them. With loud crackling sounds, the lightning bolts filled the space. While the lightning flashed, all the people, didn't matter their gender and age, jumped and spasmed as if they were dancing. Then, they all dropped to the ground. Fang Qi looked sulky. "It's troublesome to break so many legs and destroy all their cultivation strengths. Can anyone help me?" The whole shop was silent. Except for the heartbeats, there were no other sounds, not even the sounds of breathing. A long while later, people heard a hard gulping sound. "They're finished," Dao Kun said. "From now on, the Red Forest Pharmacy is totally gone." Huang Shan's inner shirt was soaked. What had he been thinking? Fortunately, he had just thought about it and didn't put it into action, otherwise. Meanwhile, Ruan Ning, Shiyu, and the other 2 girls couldn't believe their eyes. Did this really happen? What do you think, girls? Do you think I would dare to open a shop in such a place without enough strength? Fang Qi looked at the people of the Red Forest Pharmacy who were lying on the ground and complained, "Little Mo, I'll teach you the Saint Spirit sword technique later, so you can do the chores such as breaking legs and destroying cultivation strength. Damn it. My previous life was more peaceful." Then, he waved his hand at the people in the shop. "It's all over, don't worry." A drop of cold sweat slid down Dao Kun's forehead while he thought, I should never mess with this shop. After he dumped out all the bodies, he said, Little Mo, help clean up the place. They stained the ground. Oh, okay. Zomo was still dazed and couldn't adjust to what happened. Then, Fang Chi asked, Ms. Ruan, do you know where the Red Forest Pharmacy is? What do you want to do? Ruan Ning stared at Fang Chi warily as if he were as a stranger. I want to smash their shop. Fang Chi said righteously, these forces all like smashing other people's shops, and I must follow the trend. Otherwise, I will look outdated and lame. Then, what can do I if no one wants to join my guild? I'll join your guild, okay. Ruan Ning almost had tears on her face. Join the guild. Huang Shan froze. Brother Huang, if you are interested, you can try it, Dao Kun whispered. Huang Shan said, I have family and business out of the city. It's not suitable for us. We'll join too. Su Ji said, does it mean that you will take us to the skeleton cave to get good items? And after joining your guild, we can play 2 more hours today? In one instant, 3 girls joined Fang Chi's guild. Do you have any conditions for joining the guild? Are there any punishments for leaving? What are the rules of your guild? Shi Yu was more cautious. Fang Chi froze. We'll talk about it later. Then, he used a sword spell, and his sword flew to his feet before splitting into 4. Fang Chi stepped onto one of the swords and said, now, as the guild president, I declare that the heaven-defying online games guild is out for battle. Old Driver is leading the way. Get on board fast. TL note. Old Driver is an internet slang in China describing someone who has experience with something, even though it refers to sexual activity in most cases. Sir, we can fly like this. Ruan Ning stepped onto a sword carefully. Feeling uneasy, Su Ji and her sister also stepped onto the swords. Shi Yu pointed her slim long finger at herself and then at the others in bafflement. I won't take anyone on the flight who isn't a member of my guild. You can fly yourselves or just stay here. Zomo said, Boss, you keep an eye on the shop. Fang Chi said, I will be back soon. He picked up Qin Hongolin and asked, where's the Red Forest Pharmacy? Ruan Ning immediately pointed the direction. With a wave of gasps, the swords flew up swiftly. Before the Red Forest Pharmacy, a figure dropped to the ground face down first. Alarmed, quite a few customers in the shop moved away. Some shop clerks walked out in surprise, and their faces turned ashen when they recognized the fallen figure. Big boss. At this moment, all their hearts dropped to their stomachs. Fang Chi took out the rocket launcher with unlimited rockets from his storage spiritual artifact. Fang Chi pointed his index and middle finger forward and injected a trace of spiritual essence into the rocket launcher, saying, go. Swoosh. Like a blurry sharp sword, a rocket instantly shot out and broke the spiritual light protective sphere around the shop. A loud explosion sounded. Fang Chi yelled, the heaven-defying online games guild is here to smash the shop. All the people not involved in this should back off. All the customers were stupefied. They wanted to laugh, but none of them could when they saw Qin Hongolin lying on the ground in front of the shop. Fang Chi shrugged and said to his companions, Mrs., please help me, or it will take me, the guild president, a long time to completely smash it. The 3 girls didn't know how to respond. Smash, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rocket missiles shot out one after another. Chapter 248, Who else? Exclamations sounded from the shop while beams of fiery light shot into it, creating earth-shaking explosions. Without the spiritual light protective sphere, the bricks used to build the shop were fragile before Fang Chi's sword control technique and unlimited rockets. Soon, the shop collapsed, and the clerks who were still in the shop at this moment scrambled out of it with screams. The customers who had run out of the shop watched the upheaval and talked among themselves animatedly. Heaven-defying online games guild. How come I've never heard of it before? This is outrageous. They just came here to smash the shop. Outrageous. Some people pointed at the half-dead Qin Hongolin and said, look. That's the big boss of the Red Forest Pharmacy. Isn't he a grand cultivator of the divine ocean realm? How come he's in such a state? Many people gasped in shock. Half City was indeed not peaceful. Sometimes, but if a divine ocean realm cultivator died here so easily, no one would dare to enter this city again. In the past, when conflicts broke up in this city, only the small figures died, and the high-level cultivators never worried about their safety. Even if divine ocean realm cultivators fought each other and caused an upheaval, the people in the inner city would come out and intervene, which was why no divine ocean realm cultivator had died in the past dozens of years. But now, this divine ocean realm old demon before them was turned into a wastrel even if he could live. What's the background of the heaven-defying online games guild? A divine ocean realm cultivator was crushed. He was more than crushed. A passerby said, "Don't you see the dominating expressions on the faces of that guild president and his companions? They seem to be at ease. Obviously, it was a piece of cake for them to beat this old demon." It must be noted that when two divine ocean realm cultivators fought with each other, even the winner would lose a lot of chi and wouldn't have the energy to smash the opponent's home base. Under Fang Chi's bombing, the whole shop collapsed completely. In addition, as his rockets exploded and dug into the soil, a basement deep into the ground was revealed. At this moment, the luxuriously decorated shop was turned into a huge crater. However, the protection of the basement was obviously more solid than the shop's. Fang Chi shot out 2 rockets, and the outer wall of the basement emitted a wave of blood light. The sticky blood on the wall swallowed the explosions completely. The basement was still intact. The girls looked at each other and asked, "Sir, what shall we do?" The people watching the scene chattered among themselves as well. This must be that old devil's core secret. It is probably the blood elixir room in the rumors. I wonder how many human elixir pills this old demon has created. But he always did it in secret and never revealed the location of the blood elixir room to anyone. Could it be that this is the place? At this moment, a huge noise came underground. The ground shook as if a huge hammer was smashing it. Then, another huge noise came from the underground. There's something under the ground. With huge hammering noises, something seemed to be struggling out of the ground, trying to break free. Suddenly horrified, the people watching the scene wondered what was the thing that could cause such a huge upheaval and create such shaking of the ground when it was inside the spiritual light protective sphere. Underground, something seemed to have shattered. All the people saw that blood oozed out from the ground and appeared at the location of the shop in silence. They retreated quickly in horror. What the heck is this? Did the old devil keep some monster underground? The ground seemed to crack, and blood continued to ooze out. Suddenly, the outer wall that Fang Chi had attacked using rockets broke down. Sticky blood oozed out like snakes and gradually filled the crater beneath the Red Forest Pharmacy. It was blood but made people feel like it was alive. Although it had no eyes, the people who looked at it felt like they were stared at by tens of thousands of evil eyes, and a creepy sensation rose in their minds. At this moment, Chin Hongolin, who lay on the ground half dead, sneered, "You destroyed my cultivation, but you will all die since you released the hell blood demon that I imprisoned underground." Meanwhile, blood surged up like a huge flood. Countless cultivators who had been watching the scene fled with screams. "What is this thing?" Fang Chi took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and lit it with a lighter before sucking on it deeply. "Hey, I feel like counterfeits are running loose here. You dare to call this thing the hell blood demon? Are none of you afraid of death?" A sword light shot into the sky with a crisp sword cry, and this crisp sound resonated in the area. Instantly, huge winds blew, and clouds tumbled in the sky. The gloomy sky turned even darker at this moment. Fang Chi jumped off his sword and stood in midair as he casted the sword spell with his hands. At the same time, he moved 7 steps in the sky following the pattern of the 7 stars forming the Big Dipper. He chanted, "Great heavenly power, turn into godly lightning and follow the direction of my sword." In the sky, the dark clouds surged, and thunder rumbled. Lightning bolts flashed around the edge of the dark clouds, turning the area into a chilling world. Seeing this scene, all the people gaped in horror as if they sensed the ancient fear hidden in their bloodline and instinct. It was a boundless fear that tiny humans had toward the vast heaven and earth. In the thick dark clouds gradually appeared a huge vortex. It looked like a portal connecting to the hell, hanging upside down in the sky. Like a heavenly demon who opened its mouth and wanted to swallow the world, it seemed terrifying. Under the unrivaled heavenly power, the surging blood in the Red Forest Pharmacy now looked as tiny as a grain of sand in the ocean. In the sky, countless lightning bolts condensed in the center of the vortex. Finally, the ultimate sword energy that was brewed in the vortex was born, and it struck down while being engulfed by a thick lightning bolt. Under the dark clouds, a lightning tree connecting the heaven and the earth seemed to grow in the half-city. In the next moment, it seemed like the whole world turned into a permanent white. Countless shrills sounded in the blood. Many resentful souls imprisoned inside this blood demon howled and struggled out before turning into nothingness in the lightning bolt. Thick and stinky black smoke rose, and the surging blood river shrunk into nothing but white bones. Fang Qi sucked on the cigarette and glanced around. I just asked who else. Looking at the ruined Red Forest Pharmacy and the hell blood demon who had turned into dust, all the people backed off hundreds of meters in silence. Chapter 249, The Reputation is Established. I haven't finished my cigarette yet. Fang Qi sucked on the cigarette in pity. It's such a short battle. While blowing out smoke, he glanced around, and the girls who were still stunned by the scene backed away from him in a group. Stay away. I must make sure that you are not an old demon who used some evil method to regain your youth. Ruan Ning was getting anxious. Are you kidding me? You can't reach this realm even if you began cultivating before you were in your mom's belly. Even though that hell blood demon had just gotten out of imprisonment and was weak since it couldn't use its full force, it wasn't something that everyone could handle. The only explanation was that this guild president who looked to be in his 20s was actually an old demon who was hundreds of years old. Some people in this city are like this. They are old, and they are perverts. With this thought, Ruan Ning was even more at unease. Fang Qi reminded her of some old pervert in the inner city who was infamous all over the place, and she automatically categorized Fang Qi into this group. Fang Qi said, I won't go near you then. Why are we getting close to this guy? The three girls almost hugged each other and screamed. Looking down, they found themselves still standing on the swords in the sky. The swords flew over to Fang Qi themselves. What do you want? The three girls were afraid that he was a man-eating monster. Fang Qi flicked his finger on their foreheads. Don't you recognize your guild president? What old demon? If you keep calling me this name, I'll throw all three of you down. How can I create a guild if I'm weak? The three girls fell silent. You really are not. Su Ji's bright eyes blinked as she studied him closely. Then, are you a super genius from a powerful hermit faction? Cough. The talentless and shameless shop owner looked embarrassed. Miss, have you read too many novels? Ruan Ning said in a low voice, he must be an old demon who regained youth. Think about it, who would admit this to others? Su Ji and Su Yao nodded in agreement, and the admiration that they had just felt disappeared. They moved away subconsciously. They were at the tips of the swords, and they moved to the handles of the swords. Hearing their whispers, Fang Qi was puzzled. How come it turned out this way? I'm still young. My physical age is less than 20 and my mental age is less than 30. How can you call me an old demon? Why are you staring at me as if I am a pervert? Okay, let's go back and talk about the guild rules. Exasperated, Mr. Fang said with a dark face. Anyway, the Red Forest Pharmacy's destruction was a major incident in the outer city. During the night, almost all the forces were asking about which force had destroyed the Red Forest Pharmacy. Overnight, the name of the heaven-defying online games guild spread all over the city. All the people knew that this newly established force with the weird name had emerged and was on the rise. Even though it was new, it wasn't a force that anyone could afford to mess with. In a branch of Black Demon, Ironheart Demon sat on a wide chair covered by animal fur and stared at the bald cultivator in front of him. Are you telling me that you found the force that killed Li Wangquan? Yes. The bald cultivator wanted to continue but was interrupted by Ironheart Demon. Lead the way. He grabbed the black cloak by his seat and draped it around his shoulders, ready to go out. But, the bald cultivator looked very nervous. Why are you stalling? Ironheart Demon snorted and kicked the bald cultivator to the ground. Lead the way immediately. Yes. Before they walked out of the door, a cultivator in a gray cotton robe walked in. Wang Jin, Ironheart Demon said in a cold voice, I didn't give you permission to come in. I came with a message from Black Demon Big Boss. The gray-robed cultivator said, Ironheart Demon, stay in seclusion cultivation for 1 month, and you can't come out of seclusion without the approval of Black Demon Big Boss. Then, he turned and left. What is the meaning of this? Ironheart Demon was furious. You damn better explain yourself. If you have questions, bring your questions to Black Demon Big Boss. The gray-robed cultivator said, I'm only a messenger. Damn it. Ironheart Demon smashed his fist onto the doorframe. This incident even drew the attention of the people living in the inner city. The Red Forest Pharmacy was completely taken out in one night. Qin Hongolin had his cultivation strength destroyed, and no one knows if he's dead or alive. He seemed to have been cut into pieces by angry enemies. A middle-aged man read the intelligence report in his hand with a serious expression. If my memory is right, this Qin Hongolin was a divine ocean realm cultivator, right? Yes, father. Yu wore a green blouse and a white silk long skirt and had her pretty black hair pulled up in a bun which was decorated with an exquisite hairpin. This hairpin was in the shape of a flying phoenix, and it accentuated her aristocratic presence. I was invited by a friend and happened to witness the incident on site. The problem was that even though it was easy to find out how Chinhongalan was destroyed, few were willing to believe it. You mean, the middle-aged man asked with a serious expression, that shop has a Grand Master behind it, and this Grand Master instantly destroyed Chinhongalan while the latter showed no ability to defend. Is it possible that he used some mechanism or a powerful spiritual treasure? The middle-aged man asked suspiciously. It is possible, Yu said, however, it still shows that a powerful force is behind this shop owner, and this shop seems to be only a branch. A branch? Shi Chunzhou looked baffled. It's a branch, Yu nodded and said, it seems that the main shop is in a place called Juhua City in Dajin. In fact, I've never heard of this city before, but it doesn't seem to be a small country since this shop has more than one customer in the Divine Ocean realm. What's the business of the shop? As an executive of the Coiled Dragon office, Shi Chunzhou must know everything about the major forces. Soon, Yu told Shi Chunzhou about the game in the shop. Hack chickens, rob people, one can gain cultivation strength. Shi Chunzhou looked confused. Yu could only continue explaining. Treasure hunting, adventure, dropping items, what the heck are those? Shi Chunzhou could understand nothing but the growth of cultivation strength. When I finish the business at hand, take me to the shop. Okay, by the way, Yu thought of another thing and asked, can I join that heaven-defying online games guild? Join what? Shi Chunzhou thought his ears were playing tricks on him. You don't want to stay in the Grand Coiled Dragon office and want to join the heaven-defying online games guild? Yeah, Yu felt uncomfortable with this topic. Despite the embarrassing name, her friends had all joined it, and she would feel humiliated if she wore rags while her friends were all high levels and wore ultimate items. Chapter 250, The Battle in the Newbie Village. On the next day, the membership came out. Since it was only an improvement on the shop's business after Fang Qi opened the new shop instead of a task, he didn't have to spend much energy on it. According to the rules, any customers who spent more than 800 crystals in the shop could get a membership for free. Of course, the new customers could deposit 800 crystals in the shop and became a member as well. In the early morning, Mr. Fang prepared a bowl of instant noodles and watched Zomo practice the Saint Spirit sword technique. 800 crystals. Ruan Ning desperately wanted to play the game, but she only came over to have a look to satisfy her eyes since she had her shop to manage during the day. Right now, the same token of the dragon-slaying saber hung at the door of her shop as well, and it was a dashing sight. The moment that she saw the condition for the membership, her eyes almost jumped out of their sockets. So expensive. President, do we have discounts as guild members? Fang Qi said in pity, sorry, no discount. Ruan Ning was furious that the membership needed 800 crystals, and she enjoyed no discount as a guild member. How is this reasonable? She thought to herself. Meanwhile in the Juhua City shop, Song Qingfeng and others walked into the shop and saw a line of words in pretty handwriting on the small blackboard. Anyone who spent more than 800 crystals can have a free membership. The members could have 2 extra hours of playtime, and the players with trial membership could upgrade it and enjoy 2 more hours of playtime a day. They would have 10 hours of playtime, which was almost twice of the previous 6 hours limit. The application process was quite simple. They only needed to sign their names on the card made with special materials, and they would have extra hours of playtime. Song Qingfeng's spending had far surpassed 800 crystals. Now with this black card in his hand after the application process, he could play for 10 hours each day. He was elated. Meanwhile, Dao Kun and Huang Shan came into the shop with a large group of people and saw the announcement on the small blackboard as well. To have 2 more hours of playtime, they had to deposit 800 crystals. It was fine for themselves, but they had a large group of people with them. If each of them paid 800 crystals, they would have to deposit tens of thousands of crystals in the shop. For now, they didn't dare to do it. Even though they had witnessed the power of the shop yesterday, it was still a new force after all, and they felt like its foundation wasn't solid enough. Brother Dao, what do you think? Huang Shan asked immediately. Dao Kun looked toward a middle-aged cultivator. This man was wearing a deep blue robe, and he had a wide and full forehead. I'll try it first. If it is indeed as great as what the second master said, I think each of the elite members of our Yuaneng Pavilion deserves to have this membership. Tang Yuan was the first master of Yuaneng Pavilion. After hearing about the destruction of the Red Forest Pharmacy and Dao Kun's account about this shop, he decided to come with them to see how powerful this shop was in person. Huang Shan's face twitched as he thought, they sure are rich. They can afford to deposit tens of thousands of crystals in this shop. Seeing the people behind them just standing there, Dao Kun scolded them, why are you still standing there? Go and help First Master with leveling up. Oh. Yeah, the people who came with them finally snapped out of the daze. Then, Dao Kun walked to the counter and paid while cupping hands at Fang Qi. Mr. Fang, with so many of us buying memberships, can we have a discount? Sorry, but there's no discount. Fang Qi told them that there was no discount, even if they came in groups. Dao Kun looked sulky. Mr. Fang, that's not a decent way of doing business. Fang Qi pointed at the words on the blackboard. Play if you want, but get out otherwise. How long will it take before I spend 800 crystals? Ruan Ning complained, it's better to keep the money to myself than to deposit it in your stock. What if you run with the money? My cultivation strength is lower, and I'm no match for you. If that happens, all my savings will be gone. At this moment, the instant noodles were ready, and Fang Qi opened the lid. What is that? It smells so good. Ruan Ning sniffed and exclaimed, what are you eating? Instant noodles. Fang Qi opened a box of spicy sticks. The two different aromas of instant noodles and spicy sticks drifted to Ruan Ning's nose, and she couldn't bear it anymore. I'm a guild member, can you share some food with me? Only one stick, Fang Qi said, if you want more, you must buy them. Stingy. Despite her complaint, Ruan Ning quickly picked up one strip. Fang Qi beckoned at Little Mo and told him to have a couple of spicy sticks. How can it be so delicious? While chewing the spicy stick that had a special spicy flavor, Ruan Ning almost screamed in appreciation. How much is one box? 15 crystals. Fang Qi mumbled with the instant noodles in his mouth. I'll take one box. Ruan Ning gritted her teeth. And a bowl of instant noodles. Do you want a sausage? Fang Qi picked up the sausage in his bowl and bit into it. How much altogether? 21 crystals. Ruan Ning suddenly felt like 800 crystals wouldn't last long here. What's this delicious aroma? At this moment, Dao Kun, Huang Shan, and the people who came with them were also tempted. Sir, we'll each take a box and a bowl as well. Soon, the aromas of instant noodles and spicy sticks permeated the entire Internet Café. Ah, it smells so good, so delicious. Tisk, tisk. The food can even purify the spiritual essence in the bodies. How can such good stuff exist? After eating instant noodles, Fang Qi went online and resumed playing The Legend of Mir 2. At this moment, about 70 people stood neatly in front of the newbie village. Except for a few who had iron swords or black wood swords, most of them had wooden swords, and all of them had cotton clothes. Brother Huang. Dao Kun looked serious with a small smudge of instant noodle grease on the corner of his mouth. Where is that Juhua army that killed you yesterday? They claim that they will kill anyone from our Morning Star Sea realm. I want to see how they will do that. In the middle of the group was a middle-aged man who was wearing cotton clothes with a small wooden sword in his hand. His ID was Yuaneng. He said, as you said, I can increase cultivation strength by killing monsters here. I tried it and found that the effects are very good. No one knows if there are hidden treasures in this world and where they are at. It means that we must establish our force in this world as soon as possible. This way, we can increase our strengths faster. Since those people claim that they will kill all the people from our Morning Star Sea realm, we must give them a taste of our strength. He raised his small wooden sword and yelled, kill. Kill all the people who are a part of that Juhua army. Don't let any of them go. First Master, then what shall we do now? Dao Kun asked. Send a few elites and take me to kill the raked cats. Tang Yuan said in his resonant voice. Chapter 251, Tipping Point. Shop expansion was almost the default task in Fang Qi's system interface. The target for this task, a full house. Fang Qi glanced at the data and found that the average computer utilization rate was 70% and barely reached a full house at peak hours in Juhua City's shop. In Half City's shop that had a little more than 100 computers, there were only about 60 to 70 customers, which meant that the utilization rate was only a little bit better than 50%. It seems that I don't have to worry about the issue of shop expansion in the short term, Fang Qi thought. Of course, he didn't know how naive his thoughts were. The number of the players of the Legend of Mir 2 grew gradually. For example, the disciples of Shengjing Academy and Zai Academy were suppressed in the old games by the disciples of Lingyun Academy, and they thought that the new game might give them a chance to turn the tides around. In the new game, everyone was on the same starting line, and they didn't have to worry about being at a disadvantage. They showed more interest in the new game than the old players and had begun playing it on the first day. Moreover, they had more luck than Gong He, who was killed by others viciously and dropped his items while he was at a low level. Also, they had discovered the pattern and uniqueness of this game while they played. Despite the greater speed of cultivation strength growth in this game compared with the single-player games, they had to fight with others over monsters and make money, which slowed down their speed of growth to the same level as the single-player games. Royal Sister. The second prince was now a little warrior who was wearing sky blue light armor. The members of Royal Team were among the earliest players, and they were all above level 10 by now since they didn't encounter other malicious players. Jiwoo also chose the profession of warrior, and they were now fighting monsters and leveling up in the Viper Valley. Led by the Royal Masters, Jiwoo's level got close to average and reached level 10. In the early stage of the game when everyone was an ordinary person, the warriors had an advantage of knowing some combat techniques, and some players also knew close-range combat skills and could use it in the game. It was why the warriors had the least worry about money among all three professions in the early stage of the game. Despite all this, they still found that they were short in funds. The only reason that they had money to buy potions and fight more powerful monsters was that a few of them went hunting yesterday and got a lot of animal meat. Obviously, they desperately needed money. What could they do now? Go hunting. Since their levels were much higher than the animals, they didn't get that many experience points from killing them. To rob others. As the majestic royal family of Dajin, they couldn't lower themselves to become bandits. Maybe we can go and buy some coins with crystals. Royal Princess Jiyu lifted her exquisite chin while pondering, and this idea dawned on her. The problem is that everyone needs money to buy potions and kill more powerful monsters to level up. Who will sell coins to us? The second prince didn't think this method was plausible since none of the players in the new game were poor. The ones who were short on money would play the old games and see if the new game was worth the money. Jiwoo said thoughtfully, I'll summon a few teams of guards from the royal palace. Jiwoo had discovered the difference between the new game and the old ones. In other games, only the old players could help the new ones gain levels quickly, but in this game, the new players could help the old players. Since everyone is trying their best to level up and increase their strength and thus have no gold coins to sell to us, we can bring new people into the game and get them to earn money for us. After having a group of people earning money for us to buy stuff to kill monsters, we don't need to worry about having no money in the game. Right now, Jiwoo's idea was different from people like Huang Shan but was just as effective. As long as they had money in the game, their speed of strength growth would be greater than everyone else. Increasing their strength in this world quickly wasn't just for the short-term gains and profit. For example, he had had no interest in the TV series, Wind and Cloud, since the characters in it were only on the Grand Ancestral Warrior realm. If he had stopped watching, he wouldn't know that there would be the sword technique, Sword 23, in the later episodes. He could catch up with the TV series later on, but all the players were in the same world in this game. The strong ones would get stronger while the weak ones would be suppressed. To ensure their future advantage over others, he must be prepared. But, Father, isn't it overkill to summon your guard teams to earn gold coins in the game? The second prince said, they are the most elite warriors of our Dajin. Let our guards do it then, Royal Princess Jiyu said, Father's guards are elites, wouldn't it be better to use them to explore high-level maps? Good point. Jiwoo's warrior character stroked his non-existent beard in the game and nodded after a short pause. The Royal Gold hunting team wouldn't come until dozens of minutes later. Meanwhile, the united army of the Yuanong Pavilion and the Huang family, which had about 60 to 70 players, began a detailed, wide-range search outside the newbie village while killing monsters and leveling up. For better communication, people like Tang Yuan, Dao Kun, and Huang Shan established a chatroom for the Yuan Huang United Army in QQ. In the chatroom was a channel named, Exterminate the Juhua Army. In the channel, there were 10 players with the prefix of Huang in their names, and the rest of the 50-plus players' names began with the prefix of Yuanong. Their names were neatly placed in order. Gong He was very proud over the big victory against the people from the Morning Star Sea realm yesterday. However, Wang Chang was in a different situation. He was sneak attacked by 4 girls, and a lot of his items dropped. Although he went to Red Name Village, he had a few good friends left in the newbie village. In the chat room of the Juhua army, Wang Chang was talking with his buddies in the channel called Juhua Elites. Keep an eye on them for me, especially the girl named Condensed Frost, among those 4 girls. They dared to sneak attack me. Got it, we have about 8 people here. We'll get them if they dare to come. Meanwhile, a disciple from the Huang family glanced at the guys who were killing spiders. Those guys look familiar. Are they the guys who blocked us yesterday? In the Exterminate the Juhua Army channel, someone yelled, I found the Juhua Army. They are here. Where? How many? 7 to 8. Don't alert them. Dao Kun said, I'll bring people and surround them. About 10 minutes later, about 8 members of Juhua Army lay on the ground, surrounded by about 30 players of the Yuaneng Pavilion. 2 members of the Huang family walked over and spat while they said, Yuck. You're so weak. You dare to claim that you'd kill us whenever you see us. Fuck. Don't run if you dare. Run. Dao Kun sneered. Your granddaddy will wait for you here. You can summon all your people here if you dare. Someone yelled in the Juhua Elites channel, how many of us are here? Come and gather at Viper Valley. We were killed by people from the Morning Star Sea realm. How many do they have? About 20 to 30. They claimed that they will wait for us here and told us to summon people. Outrageous. Really outrageous. Gong He heard the conversation and roared in fury, gather everyone at the entrance of the village. Send messages to the brothers who aren't online and summon them. They only have about 30 people and dare to taunt us. If we don't kill them and bury them today, I, Gong He, will quit my job and go back to my hometown to become a farmer. Chapter 252. The War Escalate. Yesterday, Dao Kun and the elites of Yuaneng Pavilion had practiced for a long time to level up in preparation for this moment. The best way to obtain a solid footing in a new place was killing the powerful people to gain respect. It would be hard to do if no one targeted them. Now that someone messed with them and swore to kill all the people from the Morning Star Sea realm, he could take this opportunity to establish his dominance. Besides, the so-called Juhua army looked to be a joint force of warriors and cultivators, which made it a weak force in his eyes. In contrast, the elite soldiers in Half City were all cultivators. That was why he was confident in choosing the Juhua army as his stepping stone to establish his reputation. After all, in the eyes of many cultivators, they were always superior to warriors. Cultivators of Yuaneng Pavilion and the Huang family, come to the empty ground near Viper Valley. Yuaneng yelled in the chat room for the Yuan Huang United Army, today, we must beat them senseless and show them the power of our Morning Star Sea realm. At this moment, except for those who were in Red Name Village, there were about 50 to 60 Juhua guards gathering at the entrance of the village. Gong He yelled, guys. Those bumpkins of the Morning Star Sea realm are stepping over the line. They robbed our resources and killed 8 brothers who were leveling up outside. Can we stand by and watch them do this? Never. Kill. What's the slogan of our army? Gong He yelled. Powerful Juhua army. Unite as one. Kill. Gong He pointed his iron sword toward the direction of Viper Valley. Today, we must slaughter them all and offer them as sacrifice to the flag of our Juhua army. Under Gong He's command, they charged at the direction of Viper Valley in neat lines with warriors in the front, Taoists in the middle, and the wizards taking the end. Near the Viper Valley, the Yuan Huang United Army had cleaned up the nearby monsters. Yuaneng said solemnly, Brother Huang, we must unite and centralize command. I hope people from the Huang family can coordinate with us. TL note. Yuaneng is the ID for Tang Yuan, the first master of the Yuaneng Pavilion. Of course, Huang Shan immediately yelled in the channel in the QQ chat room, all the members of the Huang family who are near the Viper Valley, take orders from Yuaneng Pavilion. Dao Kun nodded in satisfaction. People from the Huang family, go to the left side and form up. Here they come. The people from the Yuaneng Pavilion had discovered the benefits of the channels inside the QQ chat rooms. If they yelled in the game, they probably couldn't be heard even if their throats got sore. But in the channel in the QQ chat room, everyone could clearly hear the orders from Tang Yuan and Dao Kun under the command mode. They are 100 steps away from the range of our fireball spell, 50 steps. Dao Kun yelled, all wizards get the fireball spell ready. Taoists, retreat. On the other side, Gong He, the commander of Juhua army, yelled, we'll soon enter the casting range of the fireball spell. Taoists, get the healing techniques ready. Warriors, charge from the two sides. Wizards, cover them with the fireball spell. About 20 warriors split to the sides while the two parties threw fireballs at each other one after another as if the fireballs were free. Many magic light dots scattered in the area, and the flying fireballs looked like shooting stars. Taoists, heal, the commanders of both parties yelled. Different from the original game, drinking potions during a battle in the system's version of the game would distract the players. It was much easier for fireballs to hit them in the chest, and it would be troublesome if the potion bottle got knocked into their mouths and stuck in their throats. Therefore, the Taoists' healing techniques were the best choice. Many wounded warriors and wizards emitted bright lights while their wounds healed slowly. Warriors, charge into the group and kill those two guys in the middle who are issuing orders. Kill them for me. This was from the commander of the Juhua army. Wizards, get closer to them. Concentrate your attack on the fat guy in the middle of the group. This was from the commander of the Yuan Huang United Army. Instantly, the two parties began fighting at close range. Taoists, move ahead and help the wizards. Warriors, kill the wizard now. Charge, everyone. Damn it, want to fight us? Let's see who has more people. In the chaos, Yuaneng was stabbed. Damn it, who stabbed me? Gong He fumed. Fuck, who threw the fireball at me? It was turmoil. 3 minutes later. Brothers who respawned at the village, hurry up and come to help us. Help, where are the people from the respawn spot? The elites reported, we are fighting on the way there. The commanders of both armies scratched their heads since no such case would happen in real life. After some consideration, they yelled, pull the battle toward the respawn spot. Pull the front line over. The people who got killed, quickly respawn now. Don't take the main gate. Be careful of the big sabered guard. On the way to the Viper Valley, disciples of Cloud Ocean faction, including Yi Xiaoyi, had just come out of the newbie village. Aren't they cultivators from the Morning Star Sea Realm? They seem to be weak wizards. Some Juhua guards pointed at the disciples of Cloud Ocean faction who had just come out of the village and rushed up, hacking at them with vicious force. What are you doing? Why are you killing us? The disciples of Cloud Ocean faction fell to the ground instantly. They were sulky and cussed in their heads when they came out from the respawn spot. Are the three of them a part of Juhua army? I've never seen them before. Some cultivators from the Morning Star Sea Realm saw them and threw fireballs at them. The three of them died again. Fuck you, are you mad? Yun Lian exploded in fury instantly. Kill those B***stards. At this moment, the royal guards who had come here to earn gold coins also walked out of the newbie village. More people. Both armies were too into the war, and their eyes were all red with murderous spirit. Whoever they are, just kill them. At this moment, Ji Wu and the others were killing vipers in the Viper Valley. They should be here now, right? Ji Yu checked the time. Let me see. Ji Wu put down the virtual reality headset and looked at his communication jade. They are here. They are getting ready to level up. However, if only he knew what was happening around the newbie village, outside of the newbie village. Who are you? You dare to kill royal guards? Royal your mom. Dizzy with fighting, the wizards of the Yuan Huang United Army each threw a fireball at the royal guards. You're seeking death. The royal guards who had just come out of the newbie village were furious. Kill the Red Name Village. The most vicious and ferocious figures of the Juhua Army and Yuan Huang United Army were all sent here. What's the situation in the newbie village? Report to me. I'm in the Red Name Village. Yuaneng yelled in the QQ chatroom channel. Likewise, Juhua Army Commander Gong He yelled, I'm killing these B***stards in the Red Name Village. Brothers in newbie village, command and coordinate well. Try to send the rest of the B***stards here, meanwhile in the newbie village. A player from Zai Academy yelled, fuck. Who killed me? Was it you? Another wave of wild hackings occurred. The royal guard shouted, who killed us? Are you seeking your deaths? Damn it. You won't stop. Ah, they were killed and dropped their items. After respawning, they hacked at each other wildly. Sob. All my items were taken by them. Yi Xiaoyi had just gotten some items, but now she only had the cotton clothes on her. She didn't even have her wooden sword anymore. Right now, she couldn't do anything but weep. Damn it. Yun Lian and the others from the Ocean Cloud faction were angry. Brothers of Cloud Ocean faction, come and avenge our junior sister. Brothers of Luyun Taoist Palace, come and help us. Someone yelled in the crowd. In the Red Name Village, the people from Yuanong Pavilion wondered, how come there are so many people here? So many. Tang Yuan's face turned dark. Send a message and get more people here. With another scream, someone was killed. Damn it, go and get my guard team of 100 people. Tang Yuan yelled hoarsely with a red face. Damn it, he had never been hacked at like this before in his life. Chapter 253, A Cussing War of the Corpses. Get more people. Ruan Ning was still watching them play in the shop, and she clicked her tongue at the shouts, wondering if these people had gone crazy from the battle. At second thought, she understood how they felt. After all, they were all lofty figures, and now they were hacked into a bloody mess by some minions from nowhere. It was indeed unbearable. If the situation continues, will there be seats left? Ruan Ning thought, maybe I need to call the sisters to come. She immediately sent messages to Shi Yu, Su Ji, and Su Yao. Come over now. The big boss of Yuanong Pavilion is about to bring 100 guys to play the Legend of Mir 2. You'll have no seats if you are late. In the Coiled Dragon office, Shi Yu said awkwardly, Dad, I must go to the Origins Internet Club. Now, Shi Chunzhou looked baffled. Ningning said that Master Tang of the Yuanong Pavilion is about to get more than 100 people to the shop, and there won't be any spots available if I'm late. Shi Yu's pretty face looked embarrassed as she wondered, why is Tang Yuan dragging so many people to this expensive shop with a bad attitude even if he is playing there himself? The battle soon moved from the newbie village to the Red Name Village. Including the innocent passers-by, royal guards, and disciples from academies and factions, there were over 200 people in the war at the Red Name Village. Most of the players of the game, including the new players who had just entered the game, gathered in this place. The chaotic war in the newbie village got smaller in scale while the players were sent to the Red Name Village one by one. The Red Name Village was a village in name, but it was now expanded into a city by the system. At this moment, the area near the respawn spot in one corner of the city was crowded with people. In the Red Name Village, there were no safety and protective measures, and there was no big saber guard. This added the chaos of the situation. Kill them for me. The ones who are killed must respawn immediately and battle. In the channel for the Yuan Huang United Army, Tang Yuan yelled wildly, hold on. I'll get 100 elites to come here in a moment. In the channel for the Juhua Army, Gong He yelled crazily, hold on. I've sent an urgent order to get more people from the military. How come there are so many of them? The independent players who didn't activate QQ voice chat yelled in the game, damn it. Go to hell, you dare to kill me. Come on, I'm back, come and fight. It was chaotic. Ji Wu was frustrated. Where's Captain Yu? How come we lost contact with him? Royal Princess Ji Yu was also frustrated. I lost contact with my people as well. What's happening? Where's my people? The second prince's face turned dark. I'm waiting for money. Royal guards, come and gather here. Come and gather here. Ah, the person who was shouting was instantly killed. You want to gather? A few members of the Huang family shouted with red eyes, so you can kill us. Damn you. After putting down the virtual reality headset, Captain Yu looked at the communication jade, and his face turned pale instantly. There are so many messages. He replied with cold sweat popping out on his face. Your Majesty, we are buried in the respawn spot of the Red Name Village. There are too many people here. What? Ji Wu's face fell at the news. How many people? About 200, and there are about 100 people who claim that they are from a place called the Morning Star Sea Realm. They attack us whenever they see us. Father, what shall we do? The second prince was frustrated. They were waiting for the money to level up faster, but the team responsible for earning gold coins were now buried in the respawn spot in the Red Name Village. Should we get more people here? Fifth Prince Ji Yong suggested. Ji Yu shook her head. They are too far away and can't solve this urgent issue. Tell An Huwei to get 200 Juhua guards into the game. Ji Wu snorted and said, I'll see how strong the people from the Morning Star Sea Realm are. Ningning, Shi Yu, Su Ji, and Su Yao walked into the shop briskly. Come and get online. Ruan Ning beckoned at them. Then, she asked Fang Qi while clicking open the game, Sir, you will tell us how to get to that treasure place today, right? Ningning, you don't have to keep an eye on the shop today. Shi Yu asked in bafflement. I closed the shop. Tomorrow, I'll hire someone to watch the shop for me. Ruan Ning yelled. Half City. A middle-aged man wearing a sapphire blue robe and a square hat came into the shop with about 100 people. Master, Dao Kun put down the virtual reality headset and said, Master is commanding the battle. Go to the shop owner and get online. Let all the guys kill people and get their names read so they can come to Red Name Village. Then, he explained to them how to play the Legend of Mir 2. 10 minutes later, a team of a little more than 100 disciplined Yuanong guards entered the Red Name Village. Their levels were low, but the other players in Red Name Village didn't have high levels either. About 200 people began battling and cleaning the remaining 200 people. Among the 200 people in the other group, only dozens were Juhua guards who could be organized through the QQ chatroom. As to the others, they couldn't order the royal guards or the independent players who were red-eyed due to intense murderous spirit. The result was obvious. Gradually, there were more members of the Yuanong Pavilion standing, and the independent players were the first to get numb from fighting and killing, so they just laid on the ground. The few remaining Juhua guards couldn't hold up in this situation. Hold on, hold on. In the Juhua army channel, Gonghe yelled hoarsely since it was a war concerning Juhua army's honor. Reinforcements are coming. Castellanin is coming with 200 soldiers. They are still resisting. Dao Kun said with a dark face. Our playtime is almost up. Get 150 ordinary Yuanong guards to come here and replace us. Seeing that the victory was near, Tang Yuan said loudly with a sneer, I'll see how long they can resist us. And Hu Wei walked in with 200 people. Xiaoyu, get us computers. Castellanin. Zhang Xiaoyu froze. There are only a few seats available. Oh, and Hu Wei froze, wondering how come more than 600 computers were almost all taken. How many are available? About a dozen. In Juhua's main shop, there were more games, and there were more players ever since the Diablo and Counter-Strike competitions finished. Right now, the players who were playing the Legend of Mir 2 pulled in lots of people. How could there be a lot of seats available? In the Juhua army channel, Gonghe yelled hoarsely, reinforcements. Where are the reinforcements? We can't hold on for long. About a dozen arrived. An officer replied, about a dozen. What's wrong? No more available computers. Damn it. Fuck. Gonghe cussed. There are more than 600 computers. How come they are all taken? Tell the players of other games to exit and leave the computers to us. Deputy Commander Gong. We're finished. Our brothers can't hold on anymore. We all fell. Furious, Gonghe looked at the corpses on the ground. Who are they? So many people are just lying here. They are people of the Luyun Taoist Palace, the Cloud Ocean faction, and the major academies. An officer reported in a low voice, and some seemed to be royal guards. Join hands. We can still fight them. Gonghe shouted with red eyes, we can still fight. Get them up, and I'll open a channel for the joint force. We will have one central command. Hold them, Master Tang, Huang Shan exclaimed as he had discovered something. They are cussing us in the current channel on QQ. There are several pages of their cusses. Tang Yuan, who had been happy with the victory, froze and saw the people lying on the ground muttering in the current channel. Beastards of the Morning Star Sea Realm. Damn it, how can they talk while lying on the ground as corpses? All of them were dumbfounded, feeling as if the world had been turned upside down. Scum, get up if you can. Don't let your granddaddy talk while stepping on your corpses. The people of the Yuanong Pavilion couldn't hold back and cussed as well. Chapter 254. Big Guilds in Their Infancies. In the Coiled Dragon office, Shi Chunzhou was listening to the report from his spy. The Yuanong Pavilion brought about 300 people altogether, just to play the so-called, the Legend of Mir 2 feat. What's so special about this Legend of Mir 2? The movement of a big force like the Yuanong Pavilion had obviously drawn the attention of other forces besides the Coiled Dragon office. Black Demon was one of them. Mr. Wang, what do you? A black-robed, middle-aged man with long hair falling on his shoulders sat in the Great Hall and asked, why do you think the Yuanong Pavilion brought about 300 people to that shop? Big Boss Black Demon, the gray-robed cultivator said with a smile, we've investigated the issue. It's said that one can enter another world that is comparable to real life through that shop, and people can find treasures and increase cultivation strengths. The effects are excellent. You mean that they have found something that is worthy of using so much manpower? Black Demon asked in his deep voice. Very possible. The gray-robed cultivator nodded and said, this small shop named Origins is quite weird. Black Demon chuckled, shall we bring some people there and have a look? Besides the Coiled Dragon office and Black Demon, some other forces in Half City had also noticed the unusual moves of the Yuanong Pavilion. They all sent spies and scouts to the places near Fang Chi's shop to get information. Meanwhile, the corpses who had laid on the ground or even got offline all went back online and respawned. If someone opened the Juhua Army channel, they would find that there were over 200 people in it. Except for the players of other games who came to this channel in QQ to spectate and listen in on the battle, there were altogether more than 200 people fighting in the war. About 200 people of all three professions charged at the people of Yuanong Pavilion in an organized way, catching the latter off guard. In only 10 minutes, the latter all fell to the ground. At this moment, a large group of people came in the internet cafe, including spies from other forces, Shi Chunzhou with some guards of the Coiled Dragon office, and Black Demon with about a dozen of Black Demon guards. The moment that they entered the internet cafe, they heard loud shouts, "Respawn" at the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, respawn. Wizards, don't be afraid of death. All charge, all of you, charge. Their number is almost the same as ours. Charge and kill, charge forward, respawn immediately if you die. The yells were hoarse, and the shouts sounded exhausted. The people watching from behind were dumbfounded. Shi Chunzhou looked at the black-robed, middle-aged man with long hair. Black Demon, Mr. Shi, nice to meet you. Black Demon cupped his hands and then pointed at the people yelling hoarsely. What are they doing? Feeling awkward, Shi Chunzhou said with a bitter smile, I guess they are fighting over some treasures. They watched the groups of people charging at each other wildly on the screens. It was a chaotic scene. Their faces twitched as they watched. Shall we try the game? Black Demon asked. Where's the shop owner? Zhou Mo was feeling uneasy. He looked at these people who were standing in front of him and felt like they were all magnificent and influential, but he didn't know who they were. He forced himself to speak to them. Sorry, but the computers are all taken. If you want to play, please wait in line. Do you know who you're talking to? A subordinate came out from behind Black Demon and questioned. Who? Little Mo had cold sweat on his forehead. Little Mo, as the shop owner, Fang Chi had to keep an eye on the things happening in the shop. Next time you encounter such people, tell them these 8 words, play if you want, but get out otherwise. That man was infuriated instantly, but he backed off at Black Demon's stare. Are you the president of the Heaven-Defying Online Games Guild? Black Demon stared at Fang Chi, who was playing the game, as he asked. Knowing that Qin Hongolin was destroyed by this shop mysteriously, he naturally wouldn't make a rash move before he understood the situation. You want to join? At a loss for words, Black Demon decided to ignore him. Instead, he stood behind the people of Yuanong Pavilion and watched. This war between the people of Yuanong Pavilion and the Juhua Joint Army was insane. They alternated in groups and used the computers in turns until midnight. In the beginning, the people of the Yuanong Pavilion were in the disadvantage, but they held on since they could respawn an unlimited number of times. As time went on, the number of the Juhua Joint Army began to increase, and they were replaced by elite soldiers with greater combat skills, which made the scale tip toward the Juhua Army gradually. In the end, at 12 in midnight when the shop closed, the Juhua Army buried the Yuan Huang United Army at the respawn point in a landslide. Going from victory to being buried in the respawn point, Tang Yuan was reluctant to admit defeat. Seeing that Black Demon and the others were in the shop, he pulled these people into his group. Meanwhile, Fang Chi's new shop had reached the target of shop expansion on the second day of business. There was a full house and long lines. On the second day, the war broke out again, with the Yuanong Pavilion starting it with the intention of gaining back the victory. Making use of the extra 500 computers that the shop had added overnight, they joined forces with people like Black Demon and fought back. With both shops at full capacity, the players of other games in the old shop couldn't even find available computers. They had all been taken by the players of the Legend of Mir 2 who were waiting at the door in the early morning. After fighting for 2 whole days, both parties found that neither of them could gain the upper hand because this wasn't the real world in which one couldn't respawn after being killed. In the game, the players could respawn countless times, and they could never kill their enemies for good. They hadn't been able to think straight when they were first killed by their opponents, but after battling for 2 days and considering the situation during the nights while the war was paused, they began to understand the situation. Only people with equal strengths could have an equal right to talk to each other. In the war, both parties had seen each other's strength and knew that at the current level, they were all strong, and neither could gain the upper hand. Soon, the conference channel between the Morning Star Sea Realm and Dajin Country was established. No one knew about their negotiations, but they finally reached a temporary peace agreement and began exploring in the world without much conflict. After all, neither party could gain any benefits in the war. Instead, they consumed a lot of manpower and resources, which was not their intention of playing the game in the beginning. As a result, the two-day war involving over 1,000 elite warriors and cultivators across countless kilometers that was caused by some deer meat came to an end for the time being. Meanwhile, some big forces began to establish their forces in the legend of Mir II, including the Luyun Taoist Palace and the Cloud Ocean faction, which paid little attention to the game before. Forces such as the Royal Family, the Yuanung Pavilion, Black Demon, and the Coiled Dragon Office didn't need to be specifically mentioned. Although they didn't have the ability to establish guilds officially, they were building guilds that were in their infancies. Chapter 255. The first step of Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance. Due to the cross-regional war in the last couple of days, the legend of Mir II got very popular. During the chaotic war on the second day, the two shops were packed, seriously impacting the experience of other players, and those players protested. On the next morning after the war. After opening her own shop in the early morning, Ruan Ning ran to the Origins Internet Club, which was next door, and got surprised. The two-story shop, which could contain less than 200 computers, had suddenly become bigger yesterday, but that was still acceptable. Today, when Ruan Ning entered the shop, she was stupefied. The space inside the shop had doubled. She wondered if the amazing spatial arrays were free in this shop. It was expanded in one night. More importantly, the number of computers in the shop increased to about 1,000. Guild President, what happened? Ruan Ning asked in horror, as if she had seen a ghost. Did I enter the wrong shop? It wasn't like this yesterday, right? Yeah. Little Mo nodded his head repeatedly. Sir, is this the same shop as yesterday? Little Mo, Fang Chi patted Little Mo's curly and messy hair and said calmly, as an employee of the shop, you must get used to these kinds of changes. Meanwhile, the shop in Juhua City had expanded to accommodate 1,400 computers, and the space was divided into two zones, the Legend Guild Zone and the Normal Player Zone. The first zone had 1,000 computers, and the other had 400, so situations such as players of other games not even getting into packed lines yesterday wouldn't occur again. Of course, after the expansions, the shops were no longer as crowded as before. After the war in the last 2 days, a part of the high-level players stayed in the Mengchong province where the Red Name village was located, so that they didn't need to go through all the trouble of leveling up again. On the other hand, a lot of level 1 players who joined the game recently deleted their accounts and restarted. With a large influx level 1 players at the newbie village, the resources became scarce despite the expansion of the map in this remake version of the game. The players tried to hold back, but there was still friction. Of course, the Royal Gold Hunting Team finally began their work and started getting money for the royalty. Sir, these teleportation scrolls are awesome. The girls clicked their tongues as they followed Fang Chi. Fang Chi had also come to the Mengchong province with 2 Taoists and 3 wizards, but they came here using the random teleportation scrolls instead of being sent here since they had red names. But it's so expensive. The flight took them only about 10 minutes to get here from Bichi province, but it cost them lots of gold coins. These teleportation scrolls were indeed pricey. Guild President, with a teleportation scroll in hand, Shiyu asked, can we create such random or town teleportation scrolls in the real world? In dungeon escape scrolls, the girls obviously coveted these things. After all, if they had these scrolls, they could escape whenever they were in danger. They weren't the only people who had this question. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was also holding a random teleportation scroll in his hands. Master, Dao Kun pointed at the scroll and said, there seems to be a seal on it. Using these kinds of seals, one can store spiritual spells inside the scroll. By tearing open the seal, one can use the spiritual spells inside. Tang Yuan nodded. Interesting. In Diablo, there were town portal scrolls which used the power of runes. However, it was too foreign for the cultivators in this world who had no idea about magic. However, the scroll-making method in the Legend of Mir II was closer to the methods in their cultivation system which they had studied for many years. It was why this scroll attracted their attention so soon. On the other side, in the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance, they finally achieved some results after spending lots of resources, manpower, and energy of top-tier artifact masters from all factions. Li Haoran glanced around at the rows of elite cultivators and members of the suicide squads who participated in the research in the masters of factions and families. We have finished the study of the affixes of basic magic properties, the magic instilling method, required materials, and things to watch out for. Now, I'll teach this magic instilling technique to everyone here. I can tell you that the magic of suffix of the basic properties such as strength, spirit, and dexterity can be instilled in any spiritual artifacts in theory. Due to our traditional artifact making methods, this area was blank. Li Haoran said, it means that our artifact making method will enter a new era. Now, I'll teach you two categories of magic installation. One of them is the basic magic installation that we can sell, Li Haoran said in his loud voice. We'll use this unprecedented technique to break the sanction imposed on us by the Yundian upper realm. Does basic magic installation have special requirement for materials? Yi Songtao asked the question, and it was a concern that many forces shared. After all, the Yundian upper realm had sealed not only the sales channels of the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance but the import channels as well. Comparatively, they were a truly powerful cultivation force, and one word from them could easily seal the channels of the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance. You don't have to worry about that, Li Haoran said. I'll tell you some good news. Our Dajin has lots of materials needed for basic magic installation. Then, he asked someone to fetch a few spiritual herbs, some beast blood, and ores. Moon glare, Yuhua herb. Fragrant, Shang-Shi ore. They all looked surprised. This beast blood is black ring, He Huang, snake blood. It's a low-level demon beast, Li Haoran said with a smile. Using these materials, the power of the magic installation might be more ordinary, but these materials can be all found in our region, and they are all local specialties. Ha 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 ha, great, excellent. Even if the outside forces could understand these techniques, they would find that the main materials needed are all in our Dajin. Excellent. The people were elated. Meanwhile, the top-tier artifact masters in Dajin began a new project after the basic magic installation became a success. The elite artifact masters from big factions in the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance, including Jun Yangxi and Duan Buyi, gathered together and looked at the golden bullets in front of them. Everyone now is clear on how the bullets are shot out. Jun Yangxi picked up a bullet. Now, we must study how to increase the power of the bullets. First of all, we must increase the pressure inside the bullets when the powder is combusted without changing the formula of the powder. Higher pressure will produce a greater thrust force and increase the base power, Jun Yangxi said. Second of all, we must choose a more suitable material to make bullets, so we can engrave artifact arrays on the surface. Third of all, magic installations on the bullets and the guns. Lastly and most importantly, we must make more powerful powder with spiritual herbs and elixirs. Chapter 256. The legend of Mir II gets more popular. The war caused such an upheaval, and there was no way that Mo Tianxing, the former owner of the shop, didn't notice it. In fact, he had watched the game for half a day yesterday but couldn't find a computer to play himself. Today, he came into the shop a little over 8 a.m. and found that the shop had experienced a transformation. Upon entering the shop, he exclaimed in wonder, destroying Qin Hongolin and creating such a spatial array in the shop, the kid is indeed extraordinary. It seems that I underestimated him. He stroked his beard and thought, should I try the legend of Mir II? Old Mo, is the legend of Mir II really as good as you said? Even Black Demon and the Coiled Dragon office sent people here. Coming with Mo Tianxing were a short and chubby old man with a white beard and an old Taoist wearing a dark blue Taoist robe. You can look and decide for yourself. Mo Tianxing said in disdain, you two old guys want to come with me but don't believe me. What do you want anyways? The moment that they entered the shop, they heard someone yell from a seat near the counter, ultimate item. A great ring, magic. 0 to 3. Immediately, a group of people swarmed up. They watched the people swarming over as their faces twitched. Isn't that Master Tang, and second Master Dao? How come they swarmed up as well? Do you see that black-clothed, middle-aged man? Isn't he Black Demon, and the gray-clothed cultivator is Wang Jin? All of them stood behind a black-clothed cultivator. He looks to be a member of the Black Demon Guard. Ha 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 ha. While they were wondering about the situation, Black Demon laughed. A hexagonal ring with the property of magic. 0 to 3. Good. Come and trade with me in Beachy City. I will reward you when we go back. Thank you, boss. That Black Demon Guard was elated. The people of Yuanong Pavilion looked dejected. How come our guys aren't as lucky? Listen up, elites of Yuanong Pavilion. Tang Yan yelled in envy, anyone who gets ultimate items will be rewarded. Yes, the cultivators of Yuaneng Pavilion looked fiercer while they searched for monsters with intense eyes. At this moment, someone yelled, I seem to have found a new place. A new place. Let's go and have a look. There is a cave here. So many skeletons. As they gasped and shouted, the people all ran over. Mo Tianxing and his two companions gaped at the sight with dull eyes. Let's go, old Mo, don't block our way. We must enter this world called the Legend of Mir 2 now. The short and chubby old man with a white beard yelled impatiently, we can't miss the treasures. They went onto computers in a hurry. Besides Mo Tianxing, other cultivators nearby also came to see what was so special about the shop that attracted these big forces. Meanwhile, the players in Juhua City who had waited in line for computers for a whole day due to the Great War yesterday began to wonder as well. What is so unique about this game? How come so many big forces couldn't quit it? With this thought, some independent players began to enter the game as well. At this moment, Fang Qi led the few guild members into a grand city inside a desert. The city was so grand that Fang Qi couldn't be sure if it were Earth City or Sarbark City at first glance when he came here yesterday for the first time. The city walls were so high that they greatly suppressed people even from the distance. When the people looked up close to it, it felt as if dark clouds were pressing down on them. All kinds of war machines sat on the defense walls, giving people the feeling that it was impossible to break this city. People could buy maps from the local people, but the maps that money could buy in the beginning were vague, and some of the locations were a bit off. Fang Qi had been here yesterday, so he had prepared maps already. Guild President, are we leveling up today? After leveling up quickly in the past 2 days, the girls were eager about this prospect. At this moment, the 4 girls from Half City had reached level 16 and 17. 3 of them were wizards, and Su Yao was a Taoist. As for Fang Qi and Zhang Xiaoyu, they were level 24 and level 21 respectively. They had spent some time on helping their teammates level up, otherwise, their levels would be higher. Now that all 6 members of the team were around level 20, Fang Qi thought that they were able to fight some small bosses of the early stage. However, he wanted to kill small bosses not for items but for skill books. Yes, skill books. Although in the world where Fang Qi came from, such scrolls were everywhere in the game, no one would pick them up even if they were thrown on the street. However, the skill books in this world were very expensive. A new skill could help them increase their combat power by many levels. More importantly, they could learn these skills in real life. Of course, Fang Qi didn't want to learn these skills in real life. As the shop owner, he was only using this game to increase his cultivation strength. As for techniques and skills, his plate was full. He had the innumerable sword scroll, the godly sword lightning controlling true spell, and the 36 Tiangong sword array and didn't need to learn more. Mr. Fang might not need these skills, but it didn't mean that the others didn't need them either. According to the experience he had gained before he traveled to this world, Fang Qi had chosen this place. Fang Qi and Zhang Xiaoyu had been here yesterday and thus were quite familiar with the terrain. Fang Qi walked to a corner outside of the city wall and pulled out a brick. Suddenly, the ground underneath the wall suddenly sank and revealed a tunnel wide enough for one person to pass. According to the metaphysics that Mr. Fang had learned before he traveled to this world, one would have a higher chance of getting items and skill books in these hidden places since it was also the first time that any players entered. Therefore, Fang Qi and Zhang Xiaoyu spent the whole night killing zombies and got the slaying sword technique, the soul fire rune note, and some useless skill books such as the basic sword technique and fireball spell. Obviously, Mr. Fang wanted to continue the search today as he didn't believe that he was this unlucky. He waved the Zanmadao and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to find the dog book." TL note. The Zanmadao was a single-bladed anti-cavalry Chinese sword. Dog book. What dog book? The 4 girls were baffled. TL note. Dog book is the nickname that Chinese players gave to Summon Godly Beasts, which is a skill book for Taoists. Boss meant the book named Summon Godly Beasts. Zhang Xiaoyu pouted, looking doubtful. Boss told me this last night, but after fighting monsters for one night, we didn't even see a summon skeleton. At level 21, Zhang Xiaoyu could only throw out fire rune notes from behind Mr. Fang and didn't even have a skeleton with her. This was an embarrassment for a Taoist. Mr. Fang also felt embarrassed. Although he was a level 24 warrior, his slaying sword technique was only at level 1 since he had just learned it. Fang Qi scratched his head. Just trust me this time, okay? I have a scientific way of killing monsters. Trust me, let's go. Then, he led the way and dashed into the secret tunnel. Chapter 257, Mr. Fang from Africa. TL note. I also have no idea why the chapter name is this, lol. In fact, Zhang Xiaoyu didn't want to go into the underground tunnel, which was damp, gloomy, and full of zombies. Seeing Fang Qi running into it, she stomped her foot and followed reluctantly. Ruan Ning, Shi Yu, and the other two girls looked at each other. They had had some trust in Fang Qi, but after looking around, they wondered if it was wise for them to believe him. However, they had used so many random teleportation scrolls to come here, and they couldn't just give up. It was an underground tunnel built with bricks, and it was full of zombies. Fang Qi swung his Zanmadao and led the way. At this moment, the female wizards had only learned the fire resistance ring and fireball spell. Su Yao, a little Taoist, hadn't learned the soul fire rune notes yet and could do nothing but heal and poison monsters before hacking with a saber. Meanwhile, Ji Wu and the other players who were not involved in yesterday's war were getting close to level 20. They began exploring the beachy mine pit with a big group of royal guards. Meanwhile, the players from Dajin were killing monsters in the zombie cave while people from the Morning Star Sea realm fought in the skeleton cave. There were no conflicts between them at this moment. Father. Royal Princess Ji Yu waved her weapon and killed a zombie that was rushing toward her before saying, "In this world, there seems to be no other special benefits besides the fast growth of cultivation strength. The only other benefit is that the basic sword technique gave us a more solid sword technique foundation," the second prince said, "but it has been many days now." And Hu Wei and the others were also playing the game, and even Song Qingfeng had reached level 17. However, without the support of the Royal Gold Hunting Team or buying gold coins from other players to level up, the speed of strength growth wasn't faster than playing the single-player computer games. The Great War pulled many players into the game, but when they found that the effects of the Legend of Mir 2 were not as good as they had expected, they became doubtful. Despite their doubt, the small conflicts and sneak attacks that were common in the game taught the players from the academies the survival skills which were quite useful to people with low cultivation strength like Song Qingfeng and Shi Qi. So, the current players continued playing the game. As for the players who didn't play the game like Nolan Hongwu and Lan Mo, they continued playing The Legend of the Sword and Fairy and Diablo and watching the TV series, meanwhile in the secret underground tunnel. The problem with being in the underground was that there was no light. Fortunately, they could use torches even though the illumination range was very limited. It was a convenient place for them to level up. After their potions ran out, they just went up to the Sarbark city to replenish the stock in the pharmacies on the ground. After several trips, they killed so many monsters that only a couple of small cat monsters were left. Several hours had passed, and they had obtained 2 lightning spell skill books, a summon skeleton skill book, and a soul fire rune spell skill book for Su Yao. Then, Mr. Fang led his team to venture into the next level. After walking down a flight of trapezoidal steps, they entered the fragrant rock tomb. Since no one had been here before, this place was full of monsters, which was why Fang Qi didn't dare to take Zhang Xiaoyu down here yesterday. Fang Qi remembered that there was a zombie wizard in here that could use swift lightning flash, which was a powerful offensive technique that wizards could only learn at level 26. If they were attacked by the zombie wizard while they were surrounded by monsters, even Fang Qi's items would be no match for it. If they died here and dropped items, they didn't have to think about coming back to pick them up. However, with 3 wizards, 2 Taoists and a summoned skeleton by his side today, Fang Qi ventured into the fragrant rock tomb and decided to give it a try. After 3 days, all the team member got their basic techniques, such as soul fire rune note, summon skeleton, and lightning spell. Fang Qi and his team ventured into the 3rd level of fragrant rock tomb. By this time, they hadn't seen a dog hair, not to mention the dog book. Their leveling up speed had become slower. Fortunately, the growth of cultivation strength relied on killing monsters instead of leveling up. Otherwise, they would have given the whole thing up. 3 days later, the lowest leveled team member was at level 23, and Fang Qi had the highest level, which was only level 27. When they were almost done killing the monsters in the fragrant rock tomb, they seemed to hear iron chains dragging on the ground in the darkness behind the monsters. The sounds were so crisp that they could be heard clearly among the roars of the monsters in the underground. Hearing these sounds deep into the dark underground, the girls felt their hair standing on end. What is it? Fang Qi remembered that there were corpse kings living in the fragrant rock tomb. At his current level, he didn't dare to enter Corpse King Palace even if they knew the way. He only dared to try his luck in the fragrant rock tomb. As the torchlight lit up the space deeper into the tunnel, they saw a giant monster with ashen skin and iron chains attached on its body. The torchlight seemed to have attracted the monster's attention as it moved over, and this monster turned around and moved swiftly toward them. Its huge and brawny arms, distorted rotten face, and the overwhelming suppression emitting from its body were enough to make people shiver in fear. Xiaoyu, use poison. Get the skeletons to tank it first. Lightning spell. Fire notes. The Corpse King was obviously faster than other monsters. In a few seconds, it ran before them, and the skeletons that tried to block it were sent flying by a swing of the iron chain. Ah, it is coming at us. The female wizards were panicking. Usually, the lightning spell and fire notes would stun the monsters or knock them down, giving the long-distance professions the time to pull away. However, this Corpse King showed no reaction after being hit by the spells and techniques. Fang Qi could only rush up and concentrate his energy. With a thunderous yell, a bright sword light appeared in the darkness as Fang Qi attacked with the slaying sword technique, slashing toward the neck of the Corpse King. However, Fang Qi's heavy zanmadao seemed to have hacked onto metal, and the wound in the skin he inflicted was less than 1 centimeter deep. On the other hand, a huge repulsive force pushed back, numbing Fang Qi's hands. The Corpse King swung its chain, and Fang Qi scrambled to block it with his saber before he was sent flying. Fuck. After falling onto the ground, Fang Qi was frustrated when he saw that a large portion of his HP was lost. Even the Corpse Kings are so strong, how can we fight the Zuma clan master later? However, Fang Qi had successfully attracted the attention of the Corpse King. When the latter charged at him, he yelled, "Attack!" Lightning spells and fire notes were thrown onto it wildly. The Corpse King paused and was about to turn from Fang Qi. Fang Qi immediately stood up and hacked toward it. At this moment, the Corpse King already ran toward Zhang Xiaoyu with a furious roar. Soon, Xiaoyu was also struck by Corpse King's chain and lost lots of HP even though she had dodged it in time. "Xiaoyu, stop attacking," Fang Qi yelled. He had found that the Corpse King didn't possess any high intelligence. After he hacked at it from behind, the Corpse King turned its attention back to him. Fortunately, they had cleared out a big area and thus had room to run while the Corpse King chased after them. "Split up, scatter. If it turns to you, just stop attacking." Fang Qi obviously was experienced with such creatures that had low intelligence. After several rounds of chasing, the Corpse King finally fell to the ground with a scream while running. At this moment, almost all of them were wounded. If not for their quick reflexes and excellent eyesight as cultivators, some of them probably would have died. Right now, they saw that the Corpse King dropped a lot of things, such as potions and gold coins, after dying. After clearing the monster that they had drawn out by accident, Fang Qi picked up the skill books from the ground. Holy Armor Spell, Group Healing Spell, and Enchanting Light. Mr. Fang was at a loss for words. Chapter 258, Losing Interest. Fang Qi picked up the other items scattered on the ground and handed the skill books to Xiaoyu and Su Yao. "Each of you can take one. I want the Holy Armor Spell." Zhang Xiaoyu took one book happily. Even the name of this sounds grand. Su Yao was shy. After taking the group healing spell that Fang Qi handed to her, she said with a blush after a long pause, "Thank you." "Who wants the Enchanting Light?" "Give it to Sister Shi Yu," Ruan Ning said. Since she and Su Ji had Fire Wall and Exploding Flame respectively, Shi Yu could take this rare spell. After learning the Holy Armor Spell, Zhang Xiaoyu shot out a rune note, and the flames jumped out from the burning note and drew a huge ancient character in the air like a dancing snake. Everyone knew that the ancient rune notes contained mystical power. When that ancient character appeared in the air, all of them seemed to be engulfed in a layer of faint orange flame, and they felt a special force attached to their bodies. With this force, they felt like they were invincible to monsters' attacks. "So powerful," they exclaimed as they sensed this special power. Fang Qi looked at the lofty ancient character, nonplussed. Isn't it supposed to be a big simplified Chinese character of defense? TL note. This is the character if you are interested, Fang. Of course, Mr. Fang was just saying it couldn't be a simplified Chinese character in this world. Obviously, it was a rune character which represented a spiritual spell when it was drawn. Soon, Su Yao tried her group healing spell, and her spiritual essence transformed into a wave of clear spiritual light which spread around, slowly healing everyone's wounds that they had gotten when killing monsters. This is also awesome, the girls exclaimed again. After all, they had never seen a spiritual spell which could heal a large group of people. But what is enchanting light? After finishing reading the spell book, Shiyu shot out an enchanting light toward a distant monster. A wave of strange lightning energy landed on the monster, but it had no effects on it. That monster ignored them and didn't even look this way. Shiyu felt discouraged, wondering how her spell was useless while the other spells were all powerful. She shot out another enchanting light. The monster still showed no response. While stomping her foot, she shot out a dozen enchanting light, but the result was the same. She finally gave up while gritting her teeth. Seeing the other girls smirking, she threw her weapon named Crescent Moon, Yan Yu, onto the ground in a huff. This is a garbage skill. Does this spell have an explanation? Zhang Xiaoyu asked curiously. It can't be this lame even if it is weak. It says that it can summon powerful monsters as servants, Shiyu complained. It sounds powerful, but I can't even summon a weak monster. While Fang Qi was killing the Corpse King, the Royal Exploration team had been working hard in the deserted Beachy mine pit. After 3 days of killing monsters, they were all above level 20 with the highest one reaching level 25. Even the members of the Royal Gold Hunting team were close to level 20. Captain Yu, do you have news from the people of the Morning Star Sea Realm? Ji Wu asked a thin, middle-aged warrior in front of him. Your Majesty, the middle-aged officer said, those people are busy killing monsters in the Skeleton Cave in Wilma Forest, and it's heard that this game is the only game that they have. A group of bumpkins, Ji Wu snorted. Did they find anything? Not yet. Ji Wu fell into deep thoughts while frowning. During the past few days, they had killed many zombies and gotten the skill books for the lightning spell, fire note, and slaying sword technique. However, skills such as fire wall and explosion flame which were above level 20 were rare. For now, he hadn't seen anything that made his time spent in this world worthwhile. Of course, for Royal Princess Ji Yu and the others, it was a good experience since their cultivation strengths were not high, and they had obtained noticeable growth of strength. However, for Ji Wu, no matter how fast he increased his cultivation strength, he couldn't advance one realm in 1 month or in 1 year. Besides, even if his cultivation strength grew, he still needed a breakthrough to reach a higher realm. For example, Elder Fu's cultivation strength was high enough, but due to his low understanding of nature, he only had 1 foot in the Emperor Warrior realm. No, Ji Wu shook his head. This game isn't good. Meanwhile, Anhui had reached level 20 in the Orc Tomb with a large group of Juhua guards. Now, he was taking them to the Centipede Cave in the Death Valley at Mengchong Province. The Death Valley was very big, and higher-level disciples of the big forces such as Cloud Ocean Faction, Luyun Taoist Palace, and Blue Flame Faction were all here. While ordering the Juhua army to clear the monsters, Anhui bought a box of spicy sticks and sat down with the heads of the other forces. Lounging on the computer chair, Anhui yelled, "Come and have a spicy stick. It's tiresome to play this game." With that said, he picked up a spicy stick and stuffed it into his mouth. Spicy sticks. An elder of the Cloud Ocean Faction leaned over and picked up one. Castellanen, have you gotten any ultimate items? Forget it. While eating spicy sticks, Anhui watched the Juhua guards hacking at monsters wildly on the screen. This game is good for training the soldiers, but I find it quite boring. I have the same feeling. An elder from the Luyun Taoist Palace came over and picked up a spicy stick as well, taking a break from the fight. Although they couldn't gain cultivation strength while taking breaks, they found that when they re-entered the virtual reality mode, the accumulated strength would enter their bodies as if it were being stored in their characters right now. Lounging in his chair, Anhui watched his men killing monsters in satisfaction. While biting into another spicy stick, he commented, "This game isn't as dashing as the games such as The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. What's the use of the fireball spell? The fire resistance ring can only push away low-strength opponents. Do we need to push away low-realm warriors in the real world? Right, I have my protective spiritual treasure with me and can ignore attacks from less powerful people." This elder sounded quite experienced and he continued, "I haven't learned any new spiritual spells in this game. Does the game want me to fight using only the fireball spell in this game? Even the higher-leveled spiritual spells are useless to us." Anhui shook his head and said, "Do we need more spiritual spells? Why do we need them? They lounged on the computer chairs and chatted while eating spicy sticks. Chapter 259. Practice enchanting light in seclusion. There was a legend in the Wilma continent. In the legend, enchanting light isn't a skill of the three big professions. A wizard was once enchanted by the Wilma devil, and he learned the enchanting light spell in the chaos. Like the demon leaders, he created tens of thousands of loyal followers who were enchanted by the demonic light and would fight to their deaths if they were summoned by the demonic light, as they were followers of the devils and demons. Fang told the girls the history of enchanting light in the game. So powerful, it doesn't sound real. If it's true, how come my enchanting light has no effects on monsters? Yu voiced her doubt. This is a garbage skill. Fang Qi's face turned dark. As a beginner, you can only enchant small animals, and it's impossible to enchant monsters. You're weak and can't blame the spell. He immediately sent her to enchant chickens. After she was successful with chickens, she could use it to enchant archers. Meanwhile, he told Zhang Xiaoyu and Su Yao to practice the summon skeleton spell. Summon skeleton had an unique feature: if the skeletons didn't die, the Taoists couldn't re-summon them. Therefore, the Taoists' proficiency with this spell wouldn't increase if their skeletons didn't die. Since no monsters were allowed to enter the cities, the big sabered guards would kill skeletons whenever they saw them. If one kept bringing skeletons into the city, the big sabered guards would take it as an insult and kill the player as well. Therefore, Fang Qi took them to Tiger Guard Hall to practice the summoning skill. At this moment, the other players hadn't finished exploring the Wilma forest yet. Due to the large number of monsters in the forest, they didn't have the time to discover this new map yet. Fang Qi had found this place when he was killing monsters and walked down a secret tunnel without turning back. The Tiger Guard's ancestor had once helped the three big heroes fight the Red Moon Demon, and he was cursed by the Red Moon Demon. His descendant, the Tiger Guard, was like a walking dead. When he was killing skeletons, he wouldn't have the mind to make trouble for the skeletons' human masters. When the girls took off their items, the skeletons that they summoned usually had little HP, and they would be killed by the Tiger Guard in 1 or 2 saber slashes. Meanwhile, in the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance, the basic magic instilled artifacts were produced at large scale. After selling them to the internal forces, they were sold to the big forces in country of Dajin. In turn, the big forces sold them to people out of the country. Magic installation. These new artifacts soon attracted the attention of a lot of big forces in Dajin and the surrounding small countries. Today, many cultivators wearing green robes with jade mountains embroidered on their chests came into Juhua City. They were disciples of Jade Hill, Yuchu Mountain, which was beyond the East Ocean. There were also some Taoists wearing black-white robes and holding Taoist whisks in their hands. They were cultivators from Dragon Sea Taoist Palace. As for the cultivators wearing fancy clothes and jaded belts, they were members of the 3 big families on Linglang Mountain. In the past, independent and small cultivators were most common in the big cities in Dajin, but now, various elites from big forces were here in the cities of Dajin. The basic magic installations were not useful to the grand cultivators, but the major forces had tens of thousands of disciples. In terms of resources and worldly experiences, these forces were not without conflicts. If they lost to their rivals due to the inferiority of their spiritual artifacts instead of lower cultivation strengths. Just imagine the scenario in which cultivators had the same spiritual artifacts, but some of them had extra attributes such as +10 energy and +10 dexterity on their spiritual artifacts. What would happen? In one incident, a disciple of Luyun Taoist Palace with low cultivation strength and few spiritual spells used his spiritual artifact and casted a middle-level spiritual spell. It was said that the artifact stored more than 1 spiritual spells. In another incident, some cultivators encountered a team of disciples of Lingyun Academy who were ordinary warriors lower than the ancestral warrior realm. The cultivators usually could easily defeat warriors, not to mention the ordinary warriors. However, the cultivators were knocked down by something called guns. It was fortunate that those warriors didn't want to kill them. Otherwise, they would have died. And no one would believe that these cultivators were killed by warriors. Since the decision-makers in the clans and factions were afraid of offending the Yundian upper realm and didn't dare to send people over to buy these new artifacts, the disciples came and bought the artifacts for themselves. After all, they couldn't survive in the real world if they didn't buy these items, and that was why the big cities such as Juhua and Yanhai were thronged with disciples from foreign forces. The Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance had been promoting and selling resources and spiritual artifacts to the surrounding forces, but now the situation had changed. The disciples from the big factions came into Dajin country to buy items from the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance. They came in groups and bought artifacts in large quantities. A luxuriously dressed young cultivator looking to be in his 20s walked into the Blue Flame Pavilion of Juhua City and saw a big sign. Shishi Shopping Festival, 30% off all items in the shop. TL note: Shishi Festival is the Chinese Valentine's Day. The young man looked baffled. On the other side, a shop clerk looked at Li Haoran in confusion. Junior Uncle Master Li, will this work? I don't know. Li Haoran's face looked stiff. It's Mr. Fang's suggestion. We don't have a Shishi festival, right? Li Haoran said as his face twitched. It's now a new addition in our shop, okay. The people from other countries don't know it anyway. The young cultivator asked a shop clerk eagerly, what's the Shishi shopping festival? Hello, Gongzi. This is a new promotion of our shop, and the discount is effective for only 7 days, a girl explained with a sweet smile. In the next 3 days, all the items you see are 50% off. These are the best spiritual artifacts of our shop, and they have super effective magic installations. All items are on 50% discount. The girl nodded. Yes, but only for 3 days. Okay. The young man who had planned to buy about 100 artifacts said immediately, I'll take 500 items with the magic affix that increases energy and 300 with the magic affix that increases dexterity. In Half City on the next day, Shiyu yawned and said, Guild President, is this practice useful? Of course. Which level are you on now? I'm on level 3, Shiyu said drowsily in boredom. Come to the White Sun Gate. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu and Su Yao were busy practicing Summon Skeleton. Shiyu looked at Fang Qi with a bored expression. Guild President, what do I do here? I don't summon skeletons. Fang Qi pointed at the tiger guard who had just killed the skeleton that Zhang Xiaoyu summoned and said, enchanting light. All the girls looked at Fang Qi in astonishment. Guild President, can I enchant it? They had seen the horrifying power of the tiger guard. He moved swiftly and had high damage. This was why they came here to practice summon skeleton. Shiyu tossed out an enchanting light tentatively. Then, she looked exhilarated as if she had picked up a crystal on the street. I enchanted it. Now, I will take you to enchant the Eagle Guard. Fang Qi said, today, I saw one Eagle Guard while we flew using the random teleportation scroll. The Eagle Guard was a loyal archer but had gotten lost after being enchanted by a newborn devil. He usually wandered in the jungles and mazes and had powerful long-range attacks that brought fear to his enemies. Chapter 260, The Horrifying Army of 6. Half an hour later, Shiyu was flanked by a tiger guard, an eagle guard, and 5 black evil worms. This combination could strike fear into anyone's mind. How come I can only summon one skeleton while she, a wizard, can summon so many monsters? Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the team following Shiyu with envy. Fang Qi took them to the fragrant rock tomb again and killed all the monsters except for a group of horned flies. The uniqueness of enchanting light was that the monsters enslaved by the wizard could get stronger through killing other monsters. Killing horned flies was the best method, which was swift and riskless. During this process, the 6 of them killed another corpse king which dropped the assassination sword technique and ghost shield spell, but there was no trace of skills over level 30. About 2 hours later, the girls asked, Guild President, where are we going? We are going to kill corpse kings, meanwhile in the beachy mine pit. Your Majesty, Captain Yu said in embarrassment, the zombies, levels are too low for us. Should we go to another place to level up? Level up, for what? The second prince said in disapproval, this game is obviously no match for the games such as The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. I think we've wasted our time on this game these days. It wasn't a waste, Royal Princess Ji Yu said, at least our cultivation strengths increased quickly. Should we change to another game? Fifth Prince Ji Yong said, this game is good for occasional practice, but it's not worth this much manpower and resources. Guild President, what are we doing in this place? Sister Shi Yu's Tiger Guard can kill these low-level monsters easily, and we don't even need to fight at all. Someone is here. At this moment, Ji Yong and the others deep inside Beachy Mine Pit heard the distant voices. Ji Wu waved his hand. Go and take a look. Several warriors took Ji Wu's order and walked forward with torches in their hands. Before they walked far, several huge black worms moved toward them swiftly. Monsters! One warrior screamed and hacked at them subconsciously. As if his attack disturbed a nest of worms, the 5 huge black worms leapt up in the darkness fiercely. Meanwhile, an arrow whistled in the air. Ah! With a scream, the warrior fell to the ground and died instantly. What was that? The remaining warriors rushed over and saw the huge worms. Then, they drew out sabers and hacked at them. In the next instant, screams sounded. Then, they all fell in less than a minute. What's happening? Ji Woo's face fell when he heard the shrills. Are the people from the Morning Star Sea Realm here to attack us? Line up, Captain Yu yelled. The warriors stand in the front, wizards take the back. Skeletons charge forward, push fire walls outward. Fire walls rose and illuminated the surrounding area. At this moment, a red flame and a blue fire flame lit up in the sky and turned into two strange rune characters. Suddenly, the 5 black worms charged forward as one with hissing sounds. So fast. Lightning spell. Using fire walls. Make the skeletons charge. Yu Kai command. But the moment that he issued the orders, he heard an arrow whistling toward him from the darkness. Instinctively, he moved his body, and the arrow missed his heart but shot into his shoulder with a swooshing sound. The huge force almost knocked him down. Level 7 Eagle Guard. Then, he saw a warrior wearing yellow military helmet and armor charged up with a big saber. Block him! Block him! Lying on the ground, Yu Kai yelled hoarsely and found that half of his HP was gone. He gasped immediately. We can't block him, a royal guard yelled in horror after being hacked by the Tiger Guard. What's this thing? He almost killed me with one attack. The Tiger Guard had great speed. Now with someone controlling him, he no longer had that crazy and orderless moving pattern, and he was moving strategically. Together with the 5 black worms, they instantly broke the defensive line made up of about 10 warriors. They rushed into the wizards. The spells seem useless on them. A wizard yelled in horror. Several lightning bolts only paused these monsters a bit, and they moved forward at greater speed. Hold them back, Yu Kai roared. I don't believe that we can't kill one monster together. The moment that he said those words, several healing spells landed on the heads of the wounded worms. Since healing spells were only effective on the entities who didn't resist them, they couldn't heal monsters. Many royal guards had tested this, but now the healing spells were landing on the heads of the monsters. More importantly, the monsters seemed to be engulfed in a strange force, which weakened the damage of spells and physical attacks on them. The royal guards could still deal with it if only one worm had such protection. However, each of the worms had the same protection. With their tough bodies and swift dodging speed, all the attacks had little effects on them. Meanwhile, they saw that their skeletons were hacked into bone fragments by 2 skeletons that were emitting blue light. Then, they saw these 2 skeletons charging into the battle, and anyone who was hacked by them would lose half of the HP while the wizards just died. The skeletons that they summoned were at level 0 or level 1, the highest one was only at level 3. But these 2 skeletons were obviously not at level 3, they probably were at level 7. What are these creatures? All of them watched the scene in horror. Then, a warrior wearing green armor and a black cape rushed up and created a huge wave of sword energies, which knocked down a wizard who hadn't had the chance to run 5 steps. Then, this wizard died at the second strike. At this moment, Fang was not yet fully equipped with ultimate items, but most of his items were unique to his profession, including a set of heavy armor and a helmet, the Zanmadao, and a skeleton ring. After getting buffs from the Holy Armor spell and the Ghost Shield spell, he was like a tiger in a herd of sheep. Of course, the most terrifying one was the yellow-armored warrior who had a big saber. He killed one wizard with only one strike. The royal guards felt like he was even scarier than the big sabered guards. By now, half of the royal guards were lost. As for the other half, they were severely injured and disabled. Ji Woo watched in horror while the monsters swept by like swarming locusts. Out of his 40 royal guards, only 10 were left standing. Fang checked the time and found that Shi Yu only had 2 hours of playtime today. Hurry up, rush straight in. After all, they would lose these level 7 monsters that they summoned after getting offline. These people are also players. Looking at the players following the monsters, Ji Woo's jaw dropped in horror. Chapter 261, A System for the Military. Wars between countries are about to start. Yundian Upper Realm. The Yundian Upper Realm was called an Upper Realm because its position was higher than most of the other cultivation forces. If the words of the 3 Saint Gates were edicts among the cultivation forces, the Yundian Upper Realm thought that their words had almost the same weight. For example, when they recently ordered the severance of the sales and resources channels of the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance, all the forces obeyed without hesitation. However, they were not happy because of this. The Wu-Wei Taoist alliance was just an insect in their eyes, but this force didn't submit to them, instead, they rebelled. They used a special method to break the sanction against them. Gongshu Kuo smelled the fragrance of tea that was floating up from the teacup in his hand and said mildly, "It seems that the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance doesn't plan to submit." Gongyang Jun looked angry. What are those guys thinking? They are working against us for such a small interest. Gongshu Kuo sipped the tea and said, "I'm afraid that the interest isn't small." What then? Gongyang Jun snickered. Magic installation? They are just trivial novelties. Look at the things they sell. Only low-level cultivators would use these things. Not only that, Gongshu Kuo said calmly, it's said that they got some other good stuff. Since they can't get the real benefits from the cultivation realm, it's understandable that they resort to something inferior. Then, he slammed his hand on the table and said with a cold expression, however, they keep ignoring our Yundian upper realm and even work against us in the public. If we can't solve this issue, other people will copy them and take the words of Yundian upper realm as bullshit. Brother Gongshu, what shall we do? Since they don't listen to our gentle persuasion, Gongshu Kuo said in a chilling voice, then, we must do it the hard way. Beachy Mine Pit. All the people were chilled by the scene they had glimpsed. If they are players, then why are the monsters working with them? Is it possible that those players have the skill to enslave monsters? What are the two guards wearing yellow armor? The two rune spells rose in the darkness had toughened the monsters who had been tough to deal with in the first place. The rune spells weakened all the magic and physical attacks on them. These terrifying monsters were buffed up with spells. The royal guards might be able to deal with one of these horrifying powerful monsters, but when several creatures charged together, they had obliterated the team of about dozens of people. A few players destroyed more than a dozen. What things do those players have that enable them to have such extraordinary power? What is going on? At this moment, with players charging into the Corpse King Hall, an immense amount of death energy flowed into the mine pit, and new Corpse Kings began to take shape in the deserted mine, in the gloomy darkness. Warriors, charge forward. Wizards, use the lightning spell. Taoists, release fire notes. Heal. Ji Wu roared in a fury while a big, pale-skinned Corpse King chased after a group of royal guards who were about level 20. Then, a scream sounded as someone died. Don't panic. The dead ones respawn right away and come back. Ji Wu had dozens of people, and 1 to 2 deaths had no big consequences. With more than 10 warriors charging forward and the wizards and Taoists casting spells wildly from behind, even this Corpse King was not their match. With a scream, it died and dropped items all over the ground. Holy armor spell, group healing spell, assassination sword technique, and magic shield. Ji Wu picked up the ancient books and flipped through them. Your Majesty, these are. Yu Kai looked at him in confusion. Ji Wu tossed some of the skill books to Yu Kai. Try them. The soul fire rune note turned into a huge rune character in the air, and all the people sensed that they were engulfed by a strange force. What do you think? Ji Wu asked. You can test it. Ji Wu yelled and hacked with his sword, and Yu Kai blocked his attack with his weapon. Dang. Yu Kai retreated half a step and said, the force was reduced, but not much. The effect is average. Ji Wu was baffled. In the shop which had produced the powerful sword techniques as shown in the legend of the sword and fairy and wind and cloud, the spiritual spells should be more powerful than this. However, this spiritual spell has a large area of effect, Yu Kai said, if we stand together tighter, all of us will be covered. It had a large area of effect but only moderate power. Was it only a minor spiritual spell? It could be used in the game, but what effect could it have in the real world? In the battle between masters, what effect could this thing have? It was no match for ordinary sword control technique, let alone the heavenly sword. Ji Wu shook his head in disappointment. Then, he heard Yu Kai say, this rune note looks simple and effective, and it requires 0 skill level. If we promote it in the military, it has good prospects. After all, Yu Kai had never played the games before and thus was not as picky as the other players. Hearing his words, Ji Wu's body shook suddenly. Yeah, why should I use the techniques myself? As the Emperor of Dajin, what was his most powerful force? Was it his individual cultivation strength? No, as an emperor of a country, his most powerful force was the military. A large military consisted of ordinary warriors and cultivators, and an elite army made of tens of thousands of grand warriors and cultivators, and a team of royal guards comprised of thousands of high-level warriors and cultivators. However, his military wasn't so great. Half of the hundreds of thousands of ordinary warriors would die to the spiritual spells before they could get close to their enemies if they fought with the Yundian Upper Realms army, which consisted of at least 100,000 cultivators. His elite army of tens of thousands of grand warriors and cultivators was no match for the elite team of thousands of cultivators from big cultivation forces. Even with the assistance of the Wu-Wei Taoist alliance, he couldn't defeat huge forces such as the Yundian Upper Realm, and that was why Dajin had stopped their western expansion. However, equipped with these spiritual spells, the military of Dajin would become an iron army in the future. An iron army. Looking at the group healing spell in his hand, a thought dawned on him. Maybe the things in the game were not for the super masters but for training soldiers and lower-level members of different forces. In fact, Ji Wu was right. In the history of this continent in the game, the most powerful godly dragon empire had once sent 3 commanders and many soldiers to travel across snowy mountains to fight the 1 million strong orc army for the local humans. On their way back after the victory, they were blocked by an avalanche of the northern snow mountain. The army couldn't return to their homeland and had to settle in this land. They left the 3 professions, which were the core systems of the army of the godly dragon empire. As time went on, the most powerful masters of the 3 teams were called the Almighty Taoist, Wizard God, and Holy Warrior, and people addressed them as the 3 heroes in the war against the Red Moon Devil. Their descendants began exploring this continent and searching for the way home. This was the historic background of the game. The spiritual spells and techniques in the Legend of Mir 2 were not the most powerful ones, but they were the easiest to master and fastest to learn. This feature was perfect for training soldiers. Just imagine, who would let their soldiers learn techniques such as the Heavenly Sword, Sword God, or Godly Sword Lightning Controlling True Spell. In contrast, the Lightning spell was the advanced and simplified version of the ordinary Thunder spell. The Fire Wall spell was the advanced and simplified version of the ordinary Fire spell. As for the Slaying Sword technique and Assassination Sword techniques, they were the advanced and simplified version of the ordinary sword techniques and sword energies. You can imagine hundreds of thousands of soldiers commanding godly beasts, using magic shields, and unleashing fireballs. However, you can't imagine each of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers using the heavenly sword or sword god techniques. It was impossible. This was the advantage of these spiritual spells and combat techniques in the Legend of Mir 2. At this thought, Ji Wu waved his Zanmadao and said, "Let's test the assassination sword technique." From the description of the skill book, the assassination sword technique seemed to be a penetrative essence, and the blade energies that it formed was different from the warrior chi that Ji Wu had learned. These blade energies could create a special force after leaving the sword and could pierce any monster's body without a noise. It could also pierce wizard shields and damage their bodies. It was the key to assassination. Ji Wu hacked his saber and saw a bolt of white blade energy that was condensed by essence from his dantian, slashing out and solidifying after it left his body. Yu Kai tried to block it with his saber, but the blade energy pierced Yu Qi's saber in silence, and Yu Qi's expression changed drastically. Ji Wu's eyes lit up. "Go and get more people. I'll be claiming this area and we'll get all the skill books." Chapter 262, You Don't Like the Legend of Mir 2. How about stealing vegetables? Where did those guys go? When Yu Kai sent people after Fang Qi and his team, the latter had been gone a long time ago. They didn't know that the secret tunnel leading to the Corpse King Hall had to be dug out by a zombie wizard. Search this place. Ji Wu thought that those players must be searching for something valuable since they had taken so many powerful monsters with them. He immediately ordered his men to search the place. One of them is trying to rebel. In the Corpse King Hall, Shi Yu yelled in alarm. "Summon it back and continue to enchant it," Fang Qi shouted back calmly. After the enchanting light was used successfully, the master and the servants would form a spiritual bond. Therefore, Shi Yu could command the monster using her mind, and she could sense the emotions of the monsters and tell if they were about to rebel. In the Corpse King Hall, the torches lit up the pitch-black space, and they found that it was filled with Corpse Kings. A few seemed to have noticed them and ran toward them swiftly. Fang Qi's items right now were totally different from the time when they first battled a Corpse King. With the buff from the Holy Armor spell, he could handle one Corpse King himself. The Tiger Guard could deal with 2 to 3 alone, and the Eagle Guard could handle 2 with no issues. Then, the Skeletons and Evil Worms could deal with a few, so they had the situation under control. What was dropped? What dropped? About 1 hour later, the ground of the Corpse King Hall was covered with dead bodies. The bodies here didn't drop items as frequently as before, and only the last few dropped some things. Hell Lightning, Magic Shield, Crescent Moon Saber, Savage Charge, Group Invisibility Spell, Teleportation. Fang Chi looked at the skill books and found that none of them were above level 35. Fuck. Fang Chi touched his forehead and handed the skill books to the girls. Take them. Nothing too good. Heavy armor. Armor, 4 to 7. Magic armor, 2 to 3. Damage, 0 to 5. Fuck. 5 extra damage points. So high. The girls immediately went over and saw that it indeed offered up to 5 damage points. Except for the armor, there were an ultimate prayer necklace with Taoist spell, 0 to 5, 2 magic robes, 1 set of soul battle armor, and some small good items. After allocating the loot, Fang Chi and the others killed monsters for a while, and then their playtime was up. I don't want to go home yet. Seeing that Fang Chi and Zhang Xiaoyu were still killing monsters, Ruan Ning and the other girls were reluctant to leave. My enchanting light lured so many monsters, and I still want to play it, but the playtime is up. Shi Yu's face was cold with dissatisfaction. Sister Shi Yu, Su Ji asked, your enchanting light is so powerful, can you learn it in the real world? If you can, there is no logging off in the real world, and the monsters you enchant will. Right, Shi Yu's beautiful eyes brightened. I can try it, it isn't difficult. Who should I enchant then? There are no monsters here. Shi Yu glanced around. Feeling like something wasn't right, Zhou Mo instantly hid behind the counter. When Shi Yu's gaze came, he was nowhere to be seen. Her beautiful eyes returned to Fang Chi. Don't even think about it. Fang Chi's face turned dark. Don, mess with old demon Fang. Ruan Ning immediately dissuaded her, let's find a demon beast. The other 3 girls shook when they heard the 3 words, old demon Fang. Remembering the abilities of this, old demon, they fled while saying, Guild President, we're off now if you don't have anything for us to do. Damn it, who is old demon Fang? Fang Chi immediately took of the virtual reality headset. Run, see you tomorrow, Guild President. The girls' expressions changed as they fled. This is. Fang Chi was frustrated. The Legend of Mir 2 had its fans, but there were some players who didn't like the kind of fights in the game. For example, Su Tianji quitted the game after playing it with some elders and disciples of Luyun Taoist Palace. For one, she didn't like battling and fighting with other players every day. Also, everyone had their own favorites since there were many choices in Fang Chi's shop. At this moment, she exited the game in boredom. Since some players had reached the nightmare difficulty in Diablo, she didn't want to be too behind and thus didn't want to play it. She had played Counter-Strike for a while in the morning. Since the new TV series episodes wouldn't come until tomorrow, which was Monday, she was bored. As for QQ, she heard that the people of the Morning Star Sea realm were aggressive and fierce, so she didn't add them as her friends. The only friend from the other city was Mr. Fang, and the rest of her friends on QQ were all from her faction. She bought a box of spicy sticks and then sat there idly. Master, aren't you going to level up? Sitting beside her, Feng Hua was energetically chasing after a centipede while shooting fireballs. Su Tianji said, your master is old and has no energy for that. Idly, she rested her head on the desk and then clicked randomly on QQ. Then, she found a strange icon. Qzone. Su Tianji looked at it curiously. What's this thing? She glanced inside of Qzone and found that she could choose a birthplace, house, and vegetable field, etc. So strange. Su Tianji was baffled at the options of a vegetable garden, wondering why a grand cultivator like her would want to grow vegetables like an ordinary person. Of course, she didn't know that she would not only grow vegetables but steal others' vegetables as well in the future. She opened QQ to ask Mr. Fang since she was confused. Sir, what does Qzone do? Confused face. In the whole shop, only Fang Chi knew how to type words with the keyboard, and the others all used voice input. Fang Chi was busy playing The Legend of Mir 2 when he saw the prompt from QQ. Who is it? He opened QQ and glanced at it. Su Tianji. What does she want? Qzone. Fang Chi froze at the message. We do have this thing. Fang Chi scratched his head. The system had indeed given him this reward, but he had been busy playing The Legend of Mir 2 and didn't pay much attention to it. Engrossed in playing The Legend of Mir 2, Fang Chi was impatient. How would I know? Face with rolling eyes. Su Tianji, aren't you the shop owner? Cooking knife. You have a point open mouth smile. Fang Chi scratched his head, wondering if he, the shop owner, should try this thing first. TL note. In QQ, there are many games, and this was one of them. It is based on Happy Farm. Happy Farm was a social network game and massively multiplayer online game based on farm management simulation. It was played predominantly by users in mainland China and Taiwan, and was the most popular MMOG in terms of players. At the height of its popularity, there were 23 million daily active users, logging on to the game at least every 24 hours. Chapter 263, Mr. Fang's Paradise. How are things going in the cultivation realm? Gongyang Jun asked. The extra spots that Messenger Feng promised us. Our candidates have all gained access to cultivation realm, and the 3 Saint Gate gave us the spots that should be for the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance, Gongshu Kuo said. It's heard that Messenger Feng spoke for us and did a lot of work. Then, we must do our part as well, Gongyang Jun smiled smugly. Otherwise, we'll look bad. If they refuse to submit, we'll take down some of their cities, conquer the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance, and even besiege Jingxi. Gongshu Kuo nodded, thinking that it was a good deal for them to deal with the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance in exchange for 3 spots. You can make the arrangements. While Ji Wu and his men were searching for the entrance to the Corpse King Hall, Mr. Fang decided to check the so-called Q-zone. Zhang Xiaoyu felt bored killing monster alone in the Legend of Mir 2. Now that she was at a high level and was in no hurry, she decided to watch the TV series episodes that she had missed. Fang Qi clicked open Q-zone and looked around. It was a vast world, and the place he stood at had green mountains, clear rivers, and vibrant forests. It looked like a perfect living place for a hermit. He looked around and found that there seemed to be many other options for spawn places, such as a peach forest, a bamboo forest, a pine forest, and even a cliff, an island, a wasteland, and a riverside. It seems that the players are supposed to grow vegetables here. Grow vegetables. With so many places to choose from, Mr. Fang scratched his head and couldn't make up his mind. I'll take this spot, Mr. Fang chose a place that was beside a mountain and a river with a peach orchard. I can read the peach blossom spring here. If I put an 8 trigram array around here, I can call it the Peach Flower Island. TL note. The Peach Blossom Spring, or Peach Blossom Spring Story or the Peach Blossom Land, was a fable written by Dao Yuanming in 421 CE about a chance discovery of an ethereal utopia where the people led an ideal existence in harmony with nature, unaware of the outside world for centuries. The Peach Flower Island is mentioned many times in Jin Yong's Condor trilogy, therefore gaining its popularity. He had forgotten that he was just a vegetable farmer. After he made his choice, a farmhouse appeared before him with a field in front of it. At this moment, 5 vegetables were growing in the field, and one of them had matured. In this space, there was a beginner's manual, teaching the new players how to harvest the matured vegetables. Fang Qi took a digging spade from the house and dug out the vegetable. He looked at its description and saw its name, White Golden Spiritual Daikon. What daikon? Fang Qi froze. He could sell it to the shop for 272 gold coins, or he could eat it himself and gain some cultivation strength. Fang Qi carried the big daikon in his arms and thought, so, that's how things work here. This is a big daikon, do you want me to bite into it like this? Fang Qi was puzzled. He sold it and saw that the price of daikon seed was 125 gold coins. He bought 2 seeds and planted them, and he entered the house after watering them. It was a clean wooden house with 1 big living room, wooden chairs, and a wooden desk. He opened the windows, and the bright sunshine shone into the room, making the room look warm and cozy. While living here, one would feel like a hermit with no intention of getting involved in worldly conflicts. Fang Qi took a look and found that the shop had seeds for tea trees. On top of that, Fang Qi saw that he could keep dogs, cats, and fish. There were even elixir furnaces and elixir recipes. Players can even make elixirs here. Fang Qi continued to browse in the shop and looked at the items as he exclaimed, I can even buy computers here. Fang Qi was confused. I can enjoy the Legend of Mir 2 on the computers in the real world, what's the use of computers for me in this place? He almost dropped onto the ground on his butt when he saw poker cards in the shop. Hey, we're here to grow vegetables, no. Dizzy, Fang Qi walked out of the house and found that the daikon he just planted had matured. He blinked, thinking that he had seen wrong. Have the white golden spiritual daikon matured in a few minutes? At a closer look, he heaved a sigh of relief when he found that the matured ones had been planted before he came, they were not the ones that he had just planted. However, it seemed like the white golden spiritual daikon had a short growing cycle, and he estimated that they would mature in a few hours. He was alarmed. After all, the white golden spiritual daikon, which could increase people's cultivation strength, was a spiritual plant, but it could mature in a few hours. Amazed, Fang harvested the daikon. Then, while looking around the scenic farmland, he nodded in satisfaction. He studied the other functions of Qzone as well. On the interface were icons of invite friends into Qzone, enter friends Qzone, and invite friends to watch TV series, etc. Hey, are you done with the testing? Impatient, Su Tianji sent him a message in QQ. Done. Fang stretched and tossed the spade to the side. Your friend Mr. Fang invites you to enter his Qzone. Do you accept? Su Tianji saw the prompt on QQ. She immediately clicked yes. On the screen appeared a flourishing peach tree forest, and there was a farmhouse in the depth, behind which was a clear winding river. In the fenced field in front of the house, some vegetables were growing. Looking at Mr. Fang, who wore simple cotton clothes, Su Tianji widened her eyes. You're really farming? Then, she looked down at herself and found that she was also wearing simple cotton clothes like those in the early stages of the legend of Mir 2. She thought they were ugly. Su Tianji, who put great importance on her self-image, felt sulky. Mr. Fang took out 2 big daikon and said, do you want to eat them? It's heard that eating one can extend 1 year of your life. If you eat them all, you will live as long as the earth and heaven. Super white golden spiritual daikon. Pooh, who would believe his nonsense? Forget it. Fang was indifferent. Each of the daikons is more than 200 gold coins. Do you think I want to give one to you? He immediately sold them in the shop and bought several more seeds. Seeing Fang loosening the soil and planting the seeds, Su Tianji was at a loss for words. What's the use of growing these things? It's useless. You can leave. Fang said. Tell me, you can look around the things in the shop, Fang said in displeasure, you can try it yourself. Don't just ask me, you're the shop owner and have lots of playtime. Su Tianji said with a cold face, we can only play 8 hours each day. While she said that, she opened the shop. There aren't many things here. These spiritual plant seeds can only grow in this virtual space. Keep looking. Su Tianji rolled up the list and exclaimed in a louder voice, Dragon Drool Tea Recipe. 9 Cycle Heaven Heart Elixir Recipe. Almighty Elixir Recipe. Street Fighter 97 Gaming Disc. Su Tianji froze. What's the last item? Why is that here? Chapter 264. A group of idle people began their new life. Su Tianji scrolled down the list and found that the shop had not only elixir recipes but also sheet music, such as the Worldly Affair Mind Cleansing Tune, Green Ocean Wave Creating Tune, etc. There were also a lot of weird things that she had never seen before. Besides, she found that the shop even sold clothes. Looking at her crude cotton clothes and then the extremely beautiful dresses in the shop with sky-high prices, Su Tianji said, so expensive, but this place is using gold coins. With the dignity of a grand cultivator, she said with faked coolness, Sir, this star elixir recipe costs 50,000 gold coins. Does it mean that I can buy it with only 50 crystals? It's quite cheap. She was ready to pay, thinking that it was a great deal to buy such an awesome recipe for only 50 crystals. You got it wrong. Fang rolled his eyes. You can only buy it with the money you earn in this space. Su Tianji looked at her empty pocket and said embarrassedly, I have no money. Grow vegetables. Eventually, you'll earn money. Fang plowed the field and found something like a peach core. The space sent him a prompt, you found a spiritual peach seed. Do you want to plant it? Fang froze. Of course, I'll plant it. 10 minutes later, Feng Hua asked while killing monsters in the Legend of Mir 2, Master, where are you? Su Tianji answered with gritted teeth, I'm farming. Farming. Dumbfounded, Feng Hua and Yuexin looked over and saw Su Tianji wearing crude cotton clothes and indeed plowing the field with a spade on the screen. Since the people in Qzone had no cultivation strength, sweat began to pop out on her forehead after a while. In a green pine forest, Su Tianji wiped the sweat off her forehead and exhaled while she looked at the big daikon in her field. She began to calculate in her mind, 1 white golden spiritual daikon sells for 275 coins, and the good ones can get more than 300 coins. If I sell one, I can buy 2 seeds. When I grow a field of daikon, I will be able to buy the star elixir recipe, and the Worldly Affair Mind Cleansing Tune which can elevate mental strength. Then I'll buy some pretty clothes. The celestial feather gown is good but too pricey. I'll take the simple heart dress first. This field is dilapidated, and it doesn't fit my style. I must decorate it, she calculated in her mind. Master, what are you thinking? Feng Hua and Yuexin were stupefied as they watched Su Tianji murmuring with a greedy face on the screen. In the fenced field in front of Fang Qi's house, there were only 5 daikons and a spiritual peach tree. Fang Qi looked at them and estimated that they wouldn't mature until 2 to 3 hours later. During this period, he could kill pests and pull out weeds, which could ensure the prosperity of the plants. If he did none of those things, the plants would also grow but with less value. As for the many peach trees around the house, they were the ordinary kind and couldn't be sold for money. As in real life, growing vegetables only needed a small amount of time and energy each day as long as there weren't too many plants. After doing all the chores, Fang Qi only needed to wait for the plants to mature. During the time, he could do something else. He just needed to come back occasionally to kill pests or remove weeds before the final harvest. If he didn't come back to kill pests or remove weeds, it didn't matter much except that the harvest wouldn't be as good. Su Tianji also found this environment quite relaxing. She had chosen a forest of pine trees and bamboos, and there were creeks and flying birds. Compared to the grand view of Luyun Taoist Palace, this place was quiet and private, giving her a feeling of elegance and freshness. Staying in this place, she found her mood and mind both refreshed. Su Tianji suddenly realized that she didn't want to leave this place at all. She could grow vegetables, sip fragrant tea, and practice the guzheng, playing her favorite tunes. In fact, just casually playing it was refreshing. TL note: the zheng or guzheng, also known as a Chinese zither, is a Chinese plucked string instrument with a more than 2,500-year history. Then, she would harvest her big daikon and buy stuff. This was a life of relaxation and leisure. Needing some company, she pulled in her 2 disciples. Feng Hua, Yuexin, come and grow vegetables with me. Master, what's the fun of farming? Feng Hua and Yuexin were confused since they didn't play yet. Yeah, it's more fun to get items and increase cultivation strength in the Legend of Mir 2. What can farming do for us? It doesn't cost you a lot of time. Su Tianji said while she demonstrated. You just need to spend about 20 minutes each day on planting the seeds and watering them. It's an easy task. If they did the same thing to the precious spiritual herbs in their faction, the spiritual herbs would have died long ago. Su Tianji was amazed at how easy it was to grow the white golden spiritual daikon in this space. Then, she added, after growing them, you can go and play, just remember to come back and harvest them. So easy. Seeing the simple process, the 2 girls decided to try it. Soon, 2 more vegetable farmers appeared in Q-Zone. Senior Sister Feng Hua, Senior Sister Yuexin, what are you playing? Some passing disciples of Luyun Taoist Palace came over when they saw the 2 girls busy plowing the field. Growing vegetables. Soon, these disciples all opened their vegetable gardens after knowing that it would cost them little time but would bring them great benefits. Hearing that they could grow vegetables, Song Qingfeng, who had been playing the Legend of Mir 2, immediately sent a message to Fang Qi. Sir, what can the vegetables do? Are you growing them? I am open-mouth smile. Fang Qi, who was browsing the shop, replied immediately. The shop owner is also growing vegetables. Song Qingfeng immediately called out to his friends, Young Master Lin. Young Master Shu, let's try Q-Zone as well. I heard that the shop owner is also growing vegetables in there. Will that affect our game time? Lin Xiao had finally reached level 25 with great efforts, and he was afraid that the others would overtake him. No, it won't, Song Qingfeng said. I heard that you just need to plant them in the field and just remember to harvest them. Let's go. We'll grow vegetables too. Soon, Fang Qi saw the friends in his QQ all opening their Q-Zone and beginning to grow vegetables. At this moment, Su Tianji had collected the first batch of daikons and planted the second batch. Since she didn't have the chance to open new fields yet, she used the remaining gold coins to buy the cheapest guzheng and the sheet music of wind in pines. While boiling a pot of Longjing tea on the stove in front of the house, she enjoyed herself. Feng Hua, Yuexin, come and listen to my wind in pines. What do you think of my skills? It's said that it will increase mental strength. She dragged the 2 girls out of the Legend of Mir 2 into her Q-Zone. Ding ding dong dong. With tears on their faces, they listened to Su Tianji's rusty playing. Increase mental strength. They felt like their minds were about to collapse. Meanwhile, Mr. Fang bought the song, The Boundless Sea and Sky by Beyond, with 10 gold coins. Today, I watch the snowflakes flying by. While humming along, he plowed the field following the rhythm of the music, enjoying himself very much. Chapter 265, I stole the vegetable with my abilities. Did you hear that we can grow vegetables in Qzone in QQ? The spiritual plants there can increase our cultivation strengths. It needs nothing but planting and harvesting. The players who were playing the Legend of Mir 2 chatted with each other. So magical. Shall we try it? It's free. We can hurry back after planting. Okay, let's go and have a look. Even though the system took the majority of the profits, Mr. Fang made quite a lot of crystals. However, after spending most of his income on the shop in Half City, he was almost kicked into poverty. Fortunately, the shops were full of customers these days and earned lots of money, which gradually replenished Mr. Fang's pocket. After dinner, Fang Chi was flossing his teeth with his legs crossed. With money coming in, he was feeling a bit smug. Should I find some time to go shopping? Buy some luxurious stuff? It's late today. Tomorrow, I'll watch TV drama. And the day after. Damn, Mr. Fang gave up on his idea. Maybe I'll wait a few days. At this thought, Fang Chi opened the game and clicked Open QQ to invite all the people who had opened Qzone to be his friends. Someone sent me a friend invitation. At Su Tianji's recommendation, Shui Delph was also playing Qzone since she told him that it would cost him little time but would bring him great benefits. He was now busy growing vegetables. Seeing someone sending him a friend invitation, he was reluctant at first until he found that it was from Mr. Fang. He immediately clicked yes. Elder Fu had just finished growing a batch of vegetables and was playing Diablo with Nolan Hongwu. At the prompt of QQ, he found that someone wanted to add him as a friend. Mr. Fang. Fang Chi had had Nolan Hongwu as his friend and didn't have Elder Fu, and Elder Fu was surprised at his invitation. Why does he want to add me? What's it? Nolan Hongwu saw his surprise. Nothing. That kid Fang Chi suddenly wants to add me as a friend. Elder Fu said, I'll just click yes and ignore him. In Qzone, Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu were browsing the shop together. I want to buy this. Dong Qingli pointed at a huge stuffed Pikachu and said, this yellow mouse is cute. And it's not expensive. This house is too crude, Zhang Wanyu said. I plan to save some money and decorate it, and it will look nice when I invite friends over. Good idea. Zhang Wanyu sounded surprised. Mr. Fang wants to add me as a friend. Zhang Wanyu said, he has you as his friend, why does he want to add me? He might want to get to know you in secret. Dong Qingli speculated naively as if she had discovered a new continent. Nonsense. Bai Lang was playing the Legend of Mir 2 when a message popped out from QQ. Mr. Fang, add me as a friend. I received the message too. Zhou Hongdian gasped beside him. Me too. The middle-aged cultivator, Zan Yan, was also surprised. By now, Fang Chi's friend list grew from about 20 to almost 100, and the number was still growing as time went by. Tell the truth. Why do you want to add my disciples as your friends? Su Tianji was wary and sent a message to question him, afraid that this despicable guy wanted to lure her good disciples away from her. He is trying to lure both at the same time. One is alright, but this is outrageous. At this moment, Su Tianji was tuning her guzheng. The wind in pines composed by Ji Kong wasn't expensive, and Su Tianji liked it very much. After practicing for a while, she could now manage to play the whole piece. She had just called her two disciples over and heard from them that Mr. Fang had added both as friends. What is he up to? Su Tianji built a guzheng platform on the field beside her house. After placing the guzheng on it, she plucked the strings while she waited for Fang Chi's reply. She was familiar with guzheng, and now she was proficient with this piece of music. While she played it, the crisp notes floated into the forest with the breeze. Her two disciples hummed along while following the rhythm of the music, and they looked like immortals who lived in seclusion. Of course, only if they didn't see the following scene. They saw a figure sneaking into the fenced field in the courtyard with a spade and digging at the biggest white gold spiritual daikon. Master. That's. Feng Hua and Yuexin's minds went blank. Su Tianji, who was engrossed in the playing, turned her head and saw the figure digging out the big daikon and running with it in his arms. Stop. Su Tianji immediately roared in anger. She put the guzheng on one side and ignored it while she chased after that figure at top speed. However, when she chased into her courtyard, the thief was gone. Fang Chi. Su Tianji gritted her teeth. and her eyes had flames in them. You dared to steal my daikon. The daikon that I've planted for hours with great efforts got stolen like this. Master, Master. Fenghua and Yuexin checked their gardens and said, our vegetables were stolen too. What? Su Tianji exploded in fury instantly. Meanwhile, Mr. Fang had returned to his place and was counting his loot. Su Tianji, 1 big daikon. Fenghua, 1 big daikon. Yuexin, 10 spiritual oranges. Zhang Wanyu, 10 spiritual oranges. By now, Mr. Fang had stolen vegetables from dozens of people, and the loot made him thousands of gold coins. He was rich. What should I buy? Mr. Fang, who had gotten rich overnight, browsed the shop and the many items in it. Seeds. I'll buy some seeds of spiritual grains. 2 sets of clothes. Armani suits are nice. I'll take 1. Sapphire blue mage robe. Looks interesting. I'll take 1. I'll buy a dog too. Fang Qi believed that a dog was a necessary addition to his house. Soon, he came to the section for pets. There were 2 kinds of dogs in Q-Zone. One was ordinary pet dogs, and the other was dogs that could guard the house after training. The latter was more expensive. Fang Qi browsed the list. Golden Retriever, Husky, Native Dogs. Fang Qi bought an Akita Inu. The moment that he bought it, he saw a figure rushing in. After all, friends could enter each other's places as long as the doors weren't closed. Fang Qi. Su Tianji walked over with a dark expression and reached out her hand. Return my daikon to me. Why, Mr. Fang said righteously, I stole it with my abilities. Why should I return it? Su Tianji instantly lost it, and she used her ultimate techniques. Lion Roar, Turtle Fist, Invincible Wheel Punches, TL Note. These are the names for the roars and random punches in China. Mr. Fang fled while covering his head with his hands. Chapter 266, Bitten by a Dog. Stop, you must return it. In Fang Qi's Q-Zone, Su Tianji showed her chilling and ferocious face, disregarding her usual image. I only took a daikon. It's no big deal. I nurtured it for 3 hours. Su Tianji was furious. And you stole stuff from my disciples too. Return them now. They are all gone. Mr. Fang looked shameless, and then he pointed at the dog, saying, I spent the money on the dog. You can come and steal my plants and vegetable when they mature. Do you think that I'm that kind of a person? She cussed silently, I can't do anything to this shameless guy right now. I'll mislead him with some gentle words and then steal all of his vegetables tomorrow. I'll see what he can do at that time. No, it's not stealing. I will just be taking back what's mine. Su Tianji corrected herself in her mind with a cold expression. That's the plan. I will come tomorrow, she thought in resentment. Then, she asked with a benign expression, why did you buy the dog? Why I bought the dog? The dog. Fang Qi thought for a long while and said, it's good for the country. What does growing vegetables have to do with the country? Su Tianji's face turned dark. At this moment, Dong Qingli and Zhang Wanyu returned to Q-Zone to collect vegetables after finishing playing the games. I lost many oranges, Zhang Wanyu yelled in alarm. How come my big daikon is gone? Dong Qingli was baffled at the sight of a big hole in the field. This big daikon was here only a moment ago. Elder Fu also discovered something. It seems that one of the vegetables in my garden is missing. I lost some vegetables too. Nolan Hongwu looked at his vegetable garden in confusion. Where are my spiritual oranges? Who took them? Shui Delph froze. Song Qingfeng, Xu Zixin, and the others were stupefied when they returned to their own fields. Dozens of players who had grown vegetables were confused by the situation. The players in the Juhua City shop had created a group chat, but it was rarely used. But today, things were different. Lan Yan, one of my vegetables went missing. It's very strange. How about you guys? I lost one as well. I lost a big daikon. I lost some spiritual grains. My oranges went missing. Someone even sent Mr. Fang in the group. Mr. Fang, what is going on? I'll go and get some information. Nolan Mingshe popped up. She ran into Fang Qi's Q-Zone. 3 minutes later, Nolan Mingshe reported, don't ask Mr. Fang, he stole the vegetables, and he said that he wouldn't return the stolen goods, even challenging us to steal his vegetables. The crowd became indignant. Su Tianji expressed her mind in the group. This kid is outrageous. Tomorrow, let's go and empty his garden. Lan Yan, I agree. Song Qingfeng, me too. Xu Zixin, count me in. Zhang Xiaoyu, I lost my vegetable too. I'll steal from boss. Mr. Fang emerged and voiced his opinion in the group. Cold sweat smile. Can you talk about this in private? Su Tianji, who pulled Mr. Fang into the group, Nalan Mingshe, Lan Yan, and all the others were at a loss for words. After all, few people had glanced at the names in the group chat. At this moment, Mr. Fang was playing with the Akita Inu in his place. Come, smile, little Akita. Fang Chi took pictures with a camera. Thousands of gold coins were enough to buy these small items. More importantly, he found that he could use these pictures to make memes. Fang Chi took the pictures and then began making memes of the Akita Inu. It was soon 12 at midnight. Fang Chi closed the shop and went to bed. On the next morning, Su Tianji came into the shop very early with her disciples. Without watching the TV series or eating breakfast, she went online impatiently. At this moment, Mr. Fang sat down before the computer leisurely with a bowl of instant noodles in his hands. There was no one in Fang Chi's Q-zone. After one night, the vegetables in Fang Chi's fields looked quite tempting. The white golden spiritual daikon had big leaves, showing that they had matured long ago. The spiritual peach tree was heavy with fruits, and these fruits were about to drop. A small yellow dog was napping in the dog house by the side, and its face was on the ground, making it look dull and silly. Su Tianji copied Fang Chi and walked into the field with a spade. She muttered with a cold expression, "I'll take back all of your illegally acquired goods." After walking into the courtyard, she first dug out a daikon. Good, she got a daikon. Then, she began picking peaches. Beep. The alarm sounded, and she got a warning, "Don't be greedy." Su Tianji froze and then thought, no wonder that kid only stole one. I thought he wasn't too greedy, but the truth is that he can't steal more than one. Forget it, more people will come and steal from him. Since she had reached the limit, and there would be more people coming to steal from the garden, Su Tianji was ready to leave. Your garden will be empty sooner or later. She glared at the field and was about to leave when a yellow dog blocked her way. Bark, 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 how come this dog is so ferocious? 1 minute later, a message appeared in Fang Chi's QQ. Fang Chi, come out. The message had Su Tianji's beautiful photo as the avatar on the side. What? Fang Chi just finished his instant noodles. On the other side, Su Tianji was looking at her list of costs in fury. Rabies vaccine, 800. Medication, 100. That was what she got for stealing a daikon that was worth only 300. What was more infuriating was that she dropped the big daikon in the garden and forgot to pick it up. Explain what is going on with your dog. Cooking knife, cooking knife, cooking knife. A row of kitchen knives showed Su Tianji's murderous spirit. What dog? After just finishing his breakfast, Fang Chi was baffled. Don't play dumb. When are you returning to Juhua? I'll invite you to a meal. Su Tianji's words oozed chills. I won't return for the time being, sis. Fang Chi added the meme of the Akita Inu smiling that he took yesterday. So you can't fight me in real life. So, you know that I will fight you. Cooking knife, cooking knife, cooking knife. Suddenly, she paused and asked, where did you get that picture? Do you want it? Fang Chi typed, I'll send you a set of such memes, okay. At this moment, bedlam broke loose in the group chat. Lan Yan, who went and stole the shop owner's vegetables. This damn guy has a dog. Song Qingfeng, I knew that the shop owner would be on guard. He heard our conversation yesterday, why would you go? Lan Yan, you didn't go. Lin Xiao, bullshit, he went. We were bitten first, and he fled. Cooking knife. Trashy shop owner, I agree. Trashy shop owner. Beep. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, and all of them received the message, your friend, Mr. Fang, is inviting you to watch Jade Dynasty. Do you accept? Chapter 267, the tourist group of Jade Dynasty, inviting me to watch Jade Dynasty. Everyone froze. What is he up to? Guys, don't accept, Su Tianji called out in the group chat. This kid is too despicable. He not only stole our vegetables but sent a dog to bite us. He wants to gain our forgiveness by showing 2 episodes of Jade Dynasty. No way, right, I think so too. Guys, don't accept, keep the consensus going. I wasn't bitten by the dog. I've clicked, accept, already flushed. Song Qingfeng sent an embarrassed emoji. People didn't know what to say to him for a moment. Su Tianji said, you don't have to go even if you accepted. Akita Inu fierce face. Lan Yan suggested, When the shop owner is watching the TV series, we'll go and steal his vegetables. Together. I don't think that dog can bite all of us. How come you have this picture? Zhang Xiaoyu sent the astonished face emoji. Fang Qi soon sent a meme of his Akita Inu being silly while wearing a scarf. Oh, so silly. Zhang Xiaoyu sent the open mouth smile emoji. Dong Qingli was also interested. Where do you get these? Su Tianji, don't change the topic. Akita Inu baring teeth. Fang Qi sent the meme of Akita Inu playing cute with head leaning to one side. Su Tianji, Akita Inu disdainful face. Akita Inu leaning his head to one side. Akita Inu ferocious face. Lan Yan. Isn't it the silly dog in the shop owner's field? Dong Qingli. Why does it look so silly? Lin Xiao. The more you look at it, the sillier it looks. Shu Luo. Can we cook it? TL note. Lol, the dog eating stereotype. Obviously, he had been bitten several times by this dog. If you right-click on the image, you can save it and send it. Someone discovered this function. Soon, the group chat turned into a flood of memes. The original topic was completely forgotten. Meanwhile, the indignant chatters and the angry members were silently pulled into a newly established group chat. Nolan Mingshe. That kid obviously wants to change the topic. Don't be fooled by him. Who knows his ID in the Legend of Mir 2? Su Tianji. What do you want to do? Lin Xiao. You want to sneak attack him. Count me in. Yi Xiaoyi. I like it. Su Tianji. Good idea. Count me in. Nolan Hongwu. I'm out. You guys go ahead. Anyway, he wasn't bitten by the dog and had no intention of joining in on the revenge. Standing behind Su Tianji, Xiao Yulf saw the conversation, and he immediately raised his hand, yelling, I know his ID. I can find his whereabouts for you. After all, he had often watched Zhang Xiaoyu play the games. Su Tianji was pleased. You finally can do something useful. Soon, a battle of wits and courage against Mr. Fang began. It seems that you succeeded in changing the topic. Nolan Mingshe sent him a meme of Akita Inu's disdainful face in a private message. Not at all. They are touched by my warmth and sincerity. Akita Inu's silly smile. Fang Qi replied, come and watch the TV series. Nolan Mingshe. How come your face is thicker than the city wall? TL note. This is a common saying in China to describe a shameless person. Coming or not, of course look of triumph. Of course, she would come. She must get the interest on her revenge first. Soon, Fang Qi saw that most of them had accepted his invitations. Sir, what are you doing? Ruan Ning stood behind Fang Qi with a bowl of instant noodles. Aren't you going to play the Legend of Mir 2 today? I'll watch the TV series first. Fang Qi said, I'll play the game after that. What series? Ruan Ning said with a frown, what's that? Fang Qi pointed at a line of words in the middle of the small blackboard. Jade Dynasty. Although the players in the new shop couldn't play other games, they could watch the TV series. With the Legend of Mir 2 written on the top of the blackboard, many customers were playing this game. Besides, the people in Half City hid good stuff from others, except in the case of the Legend of Mir 2 in which they had been forced to pull teammates into their group to survive. Many people were addicted to playing the Legend of Mir 2 and couldn't spare a thought for other stuff. Even though they noticed the TV series, they didn't have time to try them. That was why only a few people watched Jade Dynasty in the new shop. Ruan Ning and the others didn't even have enough time to level up with Fang Qi and thus didn't have time to try the new stuff. I recommend you girls to watch it when you have time, Fang Qi said. Whatever the customers did in the shop, they would spend money. Therefore, he only talked and gave tips to the girls in his guild. What's that? You're being vague about it, yet you are also asking us to watch it. Ruan Ning was frustrated. Qzone had the function of inviting friends over to watch the TV series together. Even the people from the distant Morning Star Sea realm could join the people from Juhua City to watch the TV series together. For a small gathering of a few friends, they could sit in the living room, sharing a pot of good tea. As for a large group like that one that Fang Qi was having today, the situation was. Fang Qi said, welcome to the Death Souls Abyss tour. Mr. Fang took a large group of people to the Death Souls Abyss in the ancient 10,000 Bat Cave. In the depths of the dark abyss floated faint whitish light. When the faint light shone on the floating souls from the underground, some faint-hearted people hid behind others. In the Death Souls Abyss, they witnessed the deep love between Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Xueqi, who were ready to die for each other and the horrifying ancient beasts in the merciless ocean. They also saw the nimble and playful girl in green, Bai Yao. The audience experienced dangerous adventures and narrow escapes with the characters in the TV series and were moved by the good sides of human nature and the true feelings revealed in the adventures. In blood-dripping cave, the audience had their hearts in their throats when they watched Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Yao being trapped inside. Where is this place? While they walked deeper into the cave behind Fang Qi, Dong Qingli and the others clicked their tongues in wonder. This place seems to be the headquarters of the so-called Blood Refinery Hall, which is an evil faction. Nolan Hongwu, Shui Delph, and the others looked around and saw a big stone room. On the left of the room was a statue with a benign face, while the statue on the right looked ferocious with a black face and ghost horns. Do you think that they will find some treasures here? They found a bell. Look here, someone yelled in astonishment. Meanwhile, Bai Yao also exclaimed in the scene, Heavenly Book. All the people in the audience didn't expect this, and they were pleasantly surprised. They gasped in excitement as they read the words on the wall, first chapter of the Heavenly Book. At the beginning of the world, chaos filled the space with the sun and the moon concealing their light in the heaven and the earth blurring their boundaries. Then, they began to take shape, and the pure and turbid began to separate. According to the ancient myths, all the spiritual spells and techniques of the saint faction, demon faction, came from the Heavenly Book. In this world, the cultivators used heavenly power while the warriors tried their best to strengthen their bodies. However, the Heavenly Book seemed to cover everything they could imagine. Mr. Fang, the Dead Souls Abyss touring group has arrived. The Heavenly Book stop. Please read the book at your leisure. Chapter 268, Fled offline and new recruits. All the people were elated. While they watched the TV series, they couldn't get the main character's treasures, but they could learn from his adventures and obtain his techniques. They had learned the Tai Chi Mystic Pure Dao technique, and now they had the opportunity to obtain the Heavenly Book. However, to their regret, the first chapter of Heavenly Book was extremely profound and mysterious since it was the most important chapter of the Heavenly Book. Special talent and lots of time were needed to understand it. This is so deep, Nolan Hongwu lamented in frustration, feeling dizzy in front of the words which explained the ultimate truth of the world. We still have many questions about the cultivation methods and spiritual spells in this world. It's difficult for us to understand the words on the stone tablet. People like Shui Delph, Yi Songtao, and Lan Mo sat down cross-legged and began to study the words in concentration and tried to understand in their own ways. I think the words aren't describing high-level techniques or cultivation methods. Nolan Mingxie studied each word on the stone tablet. They explain the special rules and truth. This girl got it right. Lan Mo nodded and said, in short, they are the ultimate truths about the world. Hearing Lan Mo's words, everyone looked surprised. Why would they show this stuff to us? They were stunned. Are you guys finished? Fang Qi said, the touring group is about to leave. Give me another half hour. Nolan Hongwu said, half an hour is not enough. Lan Mo said, 1 hour. At least 1 hour. 1 hour is not enough. Su Tianji said, let's go now. Fang Qi looked down on them. We're watching an episode. Who would pause an episode for 1 hour? He clicked start immediately. Don't, sir. That's not kind. Everyone wants to read the Heavenly Book. Yi Songtao said, give me 1 moment. I will need a moment too. Nolan Hongwu yelled immediately, pause. It will pass if you don't pause it. Right, we can watch the episode later. Lan Mo said, but we must study the Heavenly Book carefully. Take your time. I'll go and read the second chapter of the Heavenly Book, Fang Qi said casually. There's a second chapter. Like a bomb, Fang Qi's words attracted everyone's attention. Did that senior give you some tips and important spoilers? Lan Yan asked suspiciously, how do you know that there's a second chapter? Fang Qi pointed at the first line on the stone tablet, asking, do you know these 3 words? The first chapter. Fang Qi spread his hands and shrugged. See, since the first chapter is here, there must be a second chapter, and there might be a third or a fourth chapter. Do you want to read them? Of course. All of them looked interested. Go on and let me see what the second chapter of the Heavenly Book looks like. Oh, can Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Yao escape from this cave? After all, the return route is now blocked. Everyone began to watch the episode in concentration. Come and look at this. After Bai Yao had walked out of the stone room, the audience read a small line of words under the white bones. The bell weeps, and all flowers wither, lovers turn haggard with white hair. Love is bitter and tortuous, and the sentimental will always be hurt by the heartless. The audience watched the story of Lady Golden Bell, Jin Ling, Xiaofan and Bai Yao, starvation without food or water, and their search for the way out. Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Yao are so pitiable. Holding a middle-sized stuffed Pikachu which she had bought with one day's income of growing vegetables, Dong Qingli felt like crying while she watched this episode. They had just read the heavenly book, and now they might die here. Nonsense. A passing Cloud Ocean faction elder said, I think they will find a way out. In the moment of desperation, the two people found that there was something wrong with the word, hurt, in the line of, the sentimental will always be hurt by the heartless. The dent in the word fit perfectly with the bell that they had found. They found it. The girls were excited, the others were also elated. However, when they walked, they didn't find an exit, but some words looking like those that they had seen in the heavenly book in the previous stone room. Is it the second chapter of heavenly book? Excited, everyone read the words out loud subconsciously. Gloomy souls in the hell and demons and gods in the heaven, I'll sacrifice my body to you and fall into the hell forever for my love without regret. Turning a woman's essence, blood into a ferocious curse. They read the words of the curse passage, and they felt terrified. If this curse was used, the woman would stay in hell forever. It was so evil. Love curse. Hearing Bai Yao's explanation, all the viewers were surprised. This curse is so evil, what does it to do with love? Will anyone use it? All of them looked doubtful. At this moment, the area dimmed. It ended. Ah, the 2 episodes already. Will Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Yao come out in the end? All of the viewers were frustrated. Sir, where's the second chapter of the heavenly book? It might be in the next episode. The others yelled, don't run if you dare. I'll forgive you if you let me beat you. Can't you release 100 episodes altogether? Can't you put the chapters of the heavenly book in one episode? No. How come some of my vegetables went missing again? Where's Mr. Fang? All of them froze. He's offline. At this moment, Mr. Fang had gotten offline without hesitation. Anyway, no one could come through the internet cable to beat him. Getting offline ended all the trouble for him. In Half City, with the popularity of Fang Chi's shop and the legend of Mir 2, no one dared to mess with him. Besides, the heaven-defying online games guild had destroyed Qin Hongolin and thus became the biggest force of the 36th block. Occasionally, some cultivators asked to join the guild. Although Fang Chi hadn't established his guide in the game yet, the guild in the real world now had about 30 members. Since the guild didn't have a lot of members, sometimes Fang Chi would ask Ruan Ning and other girls or even Zhou Mo to manage the guild, which made him look like the leader of the big guilds in his previous world. In short, he didn't have to do any work and almost delegated all of his duties. Today, Fang Chi was a bit surprised while he looked at the people who wanted to join the guild. Guild president, what do you think? Ruan Ning whispered to him smugly, I personally recruited 3 grand cultivators. Fang Chi looked at the embarrassed Mo Tianxing, a short and chubby old man who was rubbing his hand bashfully, and an old Taoist in dark Taoist robe. Well, little, guild president Fang, the short and chubby old man said while rubbing his hands, do you still need people in your guild? Beside him, Mo Tianxing and the old Taoist looked embarrassed for him and didn't want to be around him. Can you take us with you to get good items? Can you give us some of the items that you replaced? Can you tell us some good places to level up? We've been hacked at while we tried to level up. Guild President Fang's face twitched at the series of questions and thought, your last question is what you really want the answer to, right?